Dad, joined Jiangnan TV some time ago. A photo of Lin Jia at Jiangnan TV was also released. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused a huge public outcry among the fans of Dad, like a bomb exploding, shocking everyone. Although only one episode of Where Are We Going, Dad? Has been aired, the number of views is very high. Now the number of views on the entire network has even exceeded 100 million. Many people have watched this show to some extent. You should know that this program is known as the variety show with the greatest hope of catching up with Top Singer and has the potential to become a phenomenal program. Although the number of fans of the show Dad is not as large as that of Top Singer, the fan base is also not small, far exceeding the fans of ordinary shows. For example, Shen Jun and an An's account has tens of millions of fans. These fans were eagerly waiting for the second episode to be broadcast, but after waiting for a long time, they found out that the program was delayed. Then the director changed jobs? The director has jumped ship, so what are they still watching? Many people have even begun to speculate whether the show will be suspended. Even if it is not suspended, can the show reach its previous level with a new director? Do you still have the same feeling as before? Countless questions immediately made many fans excited, and many fans rushed to the official account of the Dad program team to question, or ask the official to invite the director back. Many fans even rushed to the official website of Hunan Satellite TV to question it. The matter became more and more serious, and even became a hot topic. People were worried about whether the show would be suspended, and were speculating about the reason why director Lin Jia changed jobs. Although Lin Jia did not appear on the show, he made such a phenomenal variety show popular, so naturally everyone dug out his information. Outstanding graduates. After graduation, he joined Hunan TV station. He has hosted many variety shows and TV shows in succession. Now it has created a phenomenal variety show second only to Top Singer, and he's not even 30 yet. Young and promising is almost synonymous with Lin Jia. Such a person has great potential and talent no matter how you look at it. Hunan Satellite TV should focus on attracting him. Moreover, Lin Jia just created the variety show Where Are We Going, Dad? This is only the first episode, and it will definitely become more and more popular in the future, and it may even surpass Top Singer. Why did Lin Jia give up his base and suddenly jump to Jiangnan TV? All the doubts have led to numerous conspiracy theories. Many people speculated that Lin Jia was squeezed out of the Hunan TV station, and some even speculated that Jiangnan TV paid a large sum of money to poach Lin Jia. Anyway, all kinds of reliable and unreliable public opinions were flying around, and eventually it became more and more heated, and even seriously affected the image of Hunan Satellite TV. Even some programs on Hunan TV were affected. Finally, Hunan Provincial Television had to release an official announcement, which basically said that Lin Jia was a very talented director and it was a pity. Then they informed all fans that the show would not be cancelled and that a new director had taken over. The announcement is normal, but there are a few very interesting sentences in it. One of the sentences was that Xiangtai had trained Lin Jia for many years, and it was a pity that they didn't end up working together, but Lin Jia had his own choice and for some reason chose what he thought was a better platform. At first glance, there's nothing wrong with this. But if you think about it carefully, doesn't this mean that Lin Jia changed jobs because he thought Xiangtai was not good enough? If you think about it again, doesn't this mean that Lin Jia is treacherous and abandoned the company that nurtured him for many years for the sake of profit? To put it bluntly, this is called ungratefulness. In addition, the announcement also stated that the show will not be suspended because they have found a better and more experienced director to take over. It will definitely bring a brand new experience and better program effects to the audience. If you think about this carefully, doesn't it mean that Lin Jia is not good enough, not experienced enough, and the show effect is not good enough? Shen Jun knew Lin Jia very well. Lin Jia had an okay temper, but he also had the bad temper that young people usually have. He got furious after seeing this announcement. Start arguing. And the more crucial point is that Lin Jia's new program is already in preparation. Now that the popularity is right at his doorstep, why wouldn't he let it go? How much advertising costs can be saved? Now he is working at Jiangnan Satellite TV. Although Jiangnan Satellite TV values him very much and supports him very much, Lin Jia still has to create some value on his own. So Lin Jia directly attacked the Hunan Provincial TV station online. The Hunan Provincial Television Station was originally a large and powerful company, and it had also bribed the staff who had previously been around Lin Jia to come forward and clarify everything. Lin Jia's angry retort had no effect at all. Instead, it attracted a lot of criticism. Afterwards, the Hunan Provincial Television Station mobilized a lot of resources to let the stars or directors who had worked with them before speak out, and public opinion was directly reversed overwhelmingly. Lin Jia was suppressed to death. Since Hunan and Taiwan dared to issue such an announcement before, they must have made all kinds of preparations. Moreover, Xiangtai is a huge company with a huge business, and it is simply not something a young director like Lin Jia can compete with. But unexpectedly, just when Lin Jia was suppressed by the Hunan provincial TV station, Jiangnan Satellite TV suddenly took action and helped Lin Jia withstand the pressure of public opinion. At the same time, the furious Lin Jia directly revealed the matter of the parachuted-in director in the station, and also revealed the recording of the conversation between the leader and him, and the smug voice of the director who showed up out of nowhere. No one expected that Lin Jia had actually recorded the conversation. Now the truth is completely revealed. As soon as the recording came out, the whole network was in an uproar. And Lin Jia was not done yet. He asked someone to dig out the experience of the parachuted director. The words incompetent and useless almost run through the director's life. This completely blew up the fans of the show. Dad, you asked for delay, and they tolerated it. You asked for changing the director, and they also tolerated it reluctantly. After all, they are not here to see the director, so as long as the guests they like are there, there is no problem. But you can't find a loser to deal with them, right? In an instant, Xiantai aroused public anger, and countless curses came pouring in. The entire Hunan TV station has been attacked by public opinion, and even some of its programs have been seriously affected. The image of Hunan TV station is shaky. At this time, Lin Jia had not let go of Xiantai and directly announced on the internet that his latest variety show would be released soon. It immediately attracted a large amount of traffic. And that's not all. Lin Jia contacted Shen Jun directly, hoping that Shen Jun could announce online that he would withdraw from the Dad program and participate in his new program. The two of them were thinking of cheating Xiantai at that time, and now it just happened to be put to use. Shen Jun naturally supports Lin Jia. Especially when seeing Xiantai's slander against Lin Jia, Shen Jun had already blacklisted Xiantai. Moreover, Shen Jun had already promised Lin Jia that he would support the new program, and he was also ready to work with Lin Jia to bring down Xiantai. After communicating with Lin Jia, Shen Jun immediately logged into his social account. Since his last tweet, Shen Jun has not logged into his social media account. Now his account has more than 15 million followers. Very amazing. Shen Jun directly edited a message to inform the entire network that he had not renewed his contract with the program team and would withdraw from the program. Where are we going, Dad? From that day on. At the same time, Shen Jun at Lin Jia and said, looking forward to the new show, please save a spot for me. As soon as the news about Shen Jun came out, public opinion on the entire network became even more boiling. The popularity directly broke the record, and quickly rushed to the top of the hot search list. Shen Jun now has a large fan base, especially after his experience in Grave Robbers Chronicles and Peak Singer. Shen Jun's popularity has never gone down. Now that he spoke out, it immediately caused an uproar. Especially the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Mainly relies on Shen Jun and Anan. The number of their fans combined is equal to the total of the other four groups. Many people came here just for Shen Jun and Anan. Now that Shen Jun and Anan have withdrawn from the show, what is the point of watching this show? Suddenly, fans all over the internet cried out in despair. Even more intense public opinion rushed towards the Where Are We Going, Dad? Program team and Hunan TV officials. Although Mr. Shen didn't mention anything about Hunan and Taiwan, even a fool would understand why he released such a statement at this time. This is obviously dissatisfaction with Hunan and Taiwan. Moreover, Shen Jun also at Lin Jia, obviously to support Lin Jia. Some people on the internet said before that Lin Jia and Shen Jun have a good relationship and are also friends in real life. This is obviously Shen Jun helping his friend. For a while, the entire Hunan TV and the Dad program team were subjected to crazy public opinion attacks. It was said that major changes had taken place within Hunan TV. The show Dad is even facing the possibility of being aborted. However, all this has nothing to do with Shen Jun. After reading the public opinion online, Shen Jun logged out of his social account and continued to guide Song Huaying in singing. On the other side, Lin Jia, who had let out a sigh of relief, finally felt much better. Thinking of something, Lin Jia picked up his phone and made a call. When the call was connected, Lin Jia said, "Did you see what Jun Ji said online? I didn't lie to you. Brother Jun is really coming to participate in my new show. Are you coming or not? If you don't come, I'll invite other female guests, huh?" There was a response from the other end of the phone. Lin Jia listened to the voice on the other end of the phone, and the smile on his face became whiter and whiter. Finally, he said happily, "That's settled then. I'll have someone find your agent to sign the contract, so don't regret it." After hanging up the phone, Lin Jia blew his bangs happily and continued to work on the new program. Now, due to the pressure from Top Singer, no program in the entire industry dares to show up. They are all waiting for Top Singer to end. After Top Singer ends, all kinds of variety shows will surely emerge and quickly grab market share. He must catch this wave, otherwise it will be too late. The next day. There are still 3 days left until the finals of The Peak Singer. Mr. Shen didn't come today. After several days of guidance, Song Huaying has almost mastered it perfectly. All that remains is to practice more and get the feel for it. Although Shen Jun did not come, the theme of Hanshi Company's meeting today was Shen Jun, because today is the time for participating singers to report their guest singers. But up to now, Hanshi Company and Song Hwaying have not found a suitable guest singer. It is actually very easy to find guest singers to help sing, especially now that Song Hwaying is becoming more and more popular and is the favorite to win the championship. So many singers are willing to help sing. What if we win the championship? Even if you don't win the championship, being able to reach the finals will greatly increase your exposure. So since the finals rules were announced, many companies and singers in the music industry have been trying to get a spot in the supporting singing competition. It can even be said that it is difficult to get a spot. For example, Hanshi Company has received many inquiries from companies and self-recommendations from singers. But Han Shi and Song Hwaying have not made a decision yet. Now that Shen Jun has given them hope of competing for the championship, no matter whether it is Han Shi or Song Hwaying, they all want to compete for the title of King of Singers. The song in the individual segment is also a classic, but to be honest, this song doesn't have much chance of winning. If you want to win the championship, you can only rely on the song Ruyuan. If it performs well, this song may bring amazing results. This is the unanimous evaluation of everyone in Hanshi Company who has listened to this song, so the song as Wish is now a trump card in their hands. The final hope to win the championship. Therefore, their requirements for guest singers are naturally much higher. You need to have strong singing skills, and it fits the song. It can also be perfectly matched with Song Hwaying, but after searching for a long time, no one was satisfied. Either the singing skills were good but not suitable for the song, or the singer didn't match well with Song Hwaying. To be honest, it is really hard to find a partner for Song Hwaying whose voice and style are similar to Fei Wong in her previous life. The same was true of Fei Wong in her previous life. Few people could match up perfectly with her. So I searched for several days but couldn't find a suitable candidate. And today, it's time to submit the list. It must be determined today. In fact, before the meeting, Song Hwaying found a suitable candidate, but this candidate. Today's meeting was held for this matter, because the candidate Song Hwaying found was Shen Jun, a candidate that was beyond everyone's expectations, but also seemed somewhat expected. After all, looking at the entire music scene today, who else knows this song better than Shen Jun? He wrote it himself. Moreover, Shen Jun has been guiding Song Hwaying in singing practice these days, and occasionally he would practice with Song Hwaying as a simulated partner. He and Song Hwaying have already developed a tacit understanding. There's no need for even a rehearsal, just come and get on. Definitely the most perfect and suitable candidate. As for Shen Jun's singing skills, when Song Hwaying first brought it up, some people did question Shen Jun's singing skills, even though Shen Jun was very famous and everyone had heard the children's songs Shen Jun had sung before. But nursery rhymes are nursery rhymes, but now they are serious pop songs. Moreover, Shen Jun had no experience of being on a large stage before, but now he was going to the Bird's Nest in the finals and singing in front of 90,000 people. Will this work? Song Hwaying didn't say much, but directly played a recording of her and Shen Jun in the recording studio. When they were practicing singing, they asked the recording teacher to help record it. It's convenient for you to listen back. After listening to the song, everyone shut up. Shen Jun has been consciously honing his singing skills since the show Where Are We Going, Dad? And now he has been practicing continuously for so many days. His singing skills now have already reached the level of his previous life. The original body had a very good foundation and good talent, otherwise he would not have been admitted to the music school. In addition, Shen Jun had vision and rich experience in his previous life, so it would be easy for him to improve his level. So his singing skills are naturally impeccable, and are not inferior to Song Hwaying at all. If it hadn't been announced in advance that the male voice was Shen Jun, everyone present would have thought that he was a talented singer who was found from somewhere. As for stage experience, Shen Jun did not have this aspect, but Song Hwaying and Qin Man both had confidence in Shen Jun, and the parties involved and the company leaders had spoken. Naturally, other people had no objections. So the matter was settled. If it was settled, why did we still need to hold a meeting? Because everyone was discussing how to persuade Shen Jun to help. If it were any other singer, they would probably all be vying for this kind of opportunity. After all, it's their chance to be in the limelight and show off their talents. But if it were Shen Jun, Qin Man was not sure at all. Because based on her understanding of Shen Jun, this matter is probably not as important as taking care of an. She had used all means and spent a huge amount of money to get this song from Shen Jun, and now she wanted Shen Jun to help sing it. How can I convince him? Song Hwaying was also unsure. Although it was she who suggested looking for Shen Jun, Song Hwaying was not sure at all because she had asked Shen Jun indirectly while practicing singing these 2 days. She pretended to sigh and said, "Just thinking about a stage like the Bird's Nest, which can hold 90,000 people, is really spectacular. If Teacher Shen has the chance, would you like to go?" As a result, Shen Jun replied directly, "I don't want to go. When Song Huaying asked why, Shen Jun replied, "If I go there, no one will take an into kindergarten." Qin Man and Song Huaying looked at each other, and then they looked helplessly at Wei Zhang in the conference room. Wei Zhang was also at today's meeting. Wei Zhang had officially signed a contract with Shen Jun 2 days ago and became Shen Jun's agent. "I've been busy with the studio these days." Originally, Shen Jun planned to open the studio himself, but after signing the contract, Shen Jun asked and found out that Wei Zhang could also do it. So he clapped his hands and handed the matter over to Wei Zhang. He's busy picking up the kids. After these few days, Wei Zhang has roughly figured out Shen Jun's situation. The person he signed is handsome, talented, and a great talent. But I don't like business. Everything revolves around Princess and An. Being a father, he is very qualified. But as an artist and a boss, he is extremely unqualified. He is totally a hands-off boss. Wei Zhang has been having a headache these days. He feels like he has a treasure trove but doesn't know where to start. He is worried about how to proceed with his work. Now there is only Shen Jun in the studio, who is both the boss and the artist. Wei Zhang had no idea where to start. When he first arrived, he had actually vaguely guessed Han Shi's purpose, and now it has been confirmed. To be honest, Wei Zhang also wanted Shen Jun to participate in the finals of Top Singer. This is a phenomenal variety show that is hard to come by in several years, and the final will be held at the Bird's Nest. Is there any stage more grand and dazzling than the Bird's Nest? From the moment he heard Shen Jun writing and singing in the recording studio, when he first heard Shen Jun singing, he thought, Shen Jun should stand on the stage. He was born for the stage. So what stage could be more suitable than the Bird's Nest? And for the sake of the company's future development, if Shen Jun could stand on the stage of the Bird's Nest, or even in the end, what if he won the award? It will definitely make Junan's studio famous. Let Junan's studio become a rising star in the industry, and there is absolutely no need to worry about its future development. By the way, Junan Studio is the name of Shen Jun's newly opened studio. Shen Jun was lazy and just put his name and an An's name together. I put together a Junan. It's barely audible, so just use it like this. Since he signed a contract with Shen Jun and joined Junan Studio, he has the responsibility and obligation to help Shen Jun develop the studio better, lead the studio to become bigger and stronger. Even if we don't consider Shen Jun, we have to consider the studio. Wei Zhang took a deep breath, looked at Qin Man and Song Huaying, nodded seriously and said, "Let me try." Just after Shen Jun picked up Anan from school at noon, he received a call from teacher Shen, who asked him to come over for lunch. Now Shen Jun and teacher Shen have an increasingly close relationship. Daily interactions had become a habit, so Shen Jun didn't think much about it and took it into the door. Anan also shouted happily, "Dad, the teacher praised me today, remember to tell Grandma Shen." "Okay, got it." Shen Jun was helpless. The kid was praised by the teacher during class and started talking about it to him as soon as he left the school, feeling very proud. But children need to be praised more so that they will have an optimistic personality in the future. The two of them soon arrived at Shen Yinking's house, and Shen Anan was already trotting to knock on the door. "Grandma Shen, we are here." "Grandma Shen, I'm Anan." Amidst Anan's crisp shout, the door was opened. The person who opened the door was none other than Qin Man. When Shen Anan saw Qin Man, her already happy face suddenly became even more smiling. She trotted in and hugged Qin Man's thighs, then raised her little face and said with a smile, "Sister Manman, I was praised by the teacher today." Shen Jun, who was behind him, saw that it was Qin Man who opened the door, and raised his eyebrows slightly. He had never seen Qin Man come back for lunch before. Moreover, when Mr. Shen looked up into the room, he saw Song Huaying and Wei Zhang one after another. Shen Jun paused. The meal was very quiet, only Anan's little mouth never stopped talking. Everyone at the table had their own thoughts. Wei Zhang, Qin Man, and Song Huaying exchanged glances. Shen Jun pretended not to see it and quietly picked up food for Anan and teacher Shen. After the meal was over, teacher Shen called Anan to play Go Bang. On the L-shaped sofa, Shen Jun sat at the head, and Wei Zhang, Qin Man, and the other two sat in the L-shaped position. 3 people sat in a row. "Put your hands on your knees." Shen Jun casually picked up a bayberry from the table and started eating it. This situation looks like a teacher coming to visit the family. It's so weird no matter how you look at it. After Shen Jun ate one of the bayberries, Qin Man coughed lightly, breaking the silence in the room, and said, "I bought it on the way here. Is it sweet?" Shen Jun raised his eyebrows slightly and said indifferently, "If you have something to say, just say it." Qin Man originally wanted to chat for a few minutes to lay the groundwork before starting, but she didn't expect Shen Jun to play by his own rules, which disrupted Qin Man's rhythm. Qin Man frowned and poked Wei Zhang with his elbow. Wei Zhang had no choice but to take over the topic. "Look, Hanshi Company is looking for a guest singer for Teacher Song. After their final discussion, they decided to invite you to sing." Hearing Wei Zhang's words, Shen Jun was slightly surprised. This was really beyond Shen Jun's expectations. He had never thought that Song Hwaying would ask him to sing with him, because he was now famous for writing books and songs. As for singing, not famous at all, and has never even been on a proper stage. So Shen Jun never expected that Han Shi would ask him to help sing. He wondered what the three of them were planning today. So that's how it is. Song Hwaying nodded in agreement. Yes, Teacher Xiao Shen, you are very talented and have a deep understanding of the song. You can sing it better than I can. I want you to be my guest singer. If we join forces, we can definitely become the singing king. Qin Man also echoed and advised. Yes, Mr. Shen, you have a good image and good singing skills. We have all seen it. If you can participate in Top Singer, it is not impossible for you to become an overnight sensation. However, Shen Jun shook his head and said, I'm not interested in that. For others, standing on the grandest stage and becoming a star that everyone admires may be a dream come true. But for Shen Jun, he had experienced enough of this kind of life in his previous life. In this life, he just wants to live his life in ease and take good care of it. This is his biggest wish. After hearing what Shen Jun said, the three of them looked at each other. It was exactly as they expected. Qin Man and Song Hwaying looked at Wei Zheng for help. Wei Zheng coughed lightly and said with a smile, and it is indeed very cute. If I had such a lovely daughter, I would also want to stay with her all day long. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Man and Song Hwaying changed their expressions and glared at Wei Zheng. Ask him to help persuade Mr. Shen. Why did he betray the enemy? But Wei Zheng continued with the next sentence. But, boss, since you founded Junin Studio, it's obvious that you want to build a career. And the reason you want to start a business should be for an, right? Shen Jun had already anticipated what Wei Zheng wanted to say and looked at him quietly without much change in his expression. Wei Zheng continued with an unchanged expression. I've been there, and I know how much it costs to raise a child. Let's not talk about the future for now. And is going to elementary school soon. The tuition, tutoring, living expenses, and interest class fees are not a small amount. And I see that where you live is quite far from an An's elementary school. You will definitely need to buy a car in the future, right? I heard that An has been learning dance since she was a child. Should we find a professional teacher to guide her in the future? These are not small sums of money. When Wei Zheng finished saying this, Shen Jun's expression finally changed slightly, and his brows furrowed slightly, because what Wei Zheng said was very pertinent. Raising children is indeed expensive. It seems like Shen Jun is now considering buying a car, otherwise it would be too troublesome to pick up and drop off an. And Wei Zheng continued. These are just matters of the present. We always have to consider the long term when raising children, especially girls. When you go to high school and college, you can't be without pocket money, right? Girls need to be raised in wealth, otherwise they might get cheated away by some young boy in the future, don't you think? The expression between Shen Jun's brows suddenly became serious. Wei Zheng took a sip of water and continued. When An graduates from university, what if the social environment is bad and she can't find a job for a while? Will you not care? And even if you find a job, wouldn't you feel bad working like a slave for others? As soon as these words came out, Shen Jun's eyes became sharper. He was fed up with being a slave in his previous life, so he is unwilling to work hard in this life and just wants to live a leisurely life. Let An work for others. Listening to others yelling at you? Thinking of this, Shen Jun took a deep breath and felt unwell. This is worse than killing him. Whenever Shen Jun thought about his little princess who had been pampered since childhood and would be yelled at and forced to work overtime and stay up late one day, his heart ached. Wei Zheng looked at the change in Shen Jun's expression, raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and continued. If you don't want An to be too tired in the future. In fact, the best way is for you to build a family business for her. You don't have to worry about not being able to find a job, nor do you have to worry about being toiled like a slave. After graduating from college, she can have some fun for a few years, and when she's had enough, she can come back and take over the business you've built for her. It's so easy. Just like President Qin, isn't that the case? Wei Zheng suddenly turned the topic to Qin Man. Qin Man was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. Yes, I've never worked for anyone. No one has ever dared to give me a bad face. They always have to look at my face. Qin Man didn't mention a single word about the ups and downs of taking over the company, and spoke with a smug look on his face. Really? After Qin Man finished speaking, Shen Jun's frown relaxed and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Wei Zheng and the other two looked at each other, their lips curled up. Qin Man gave him an encouraging look. Wei Zheng paused and continued. Besides, after graduation, you'll have to get married in the future, right? Aren't you going to save a dowry for An? Although the chances of some things happening are very small, the thicker the dowry, the less likely you will be bullied in the future. When I marry her, my in-laws will show me some respect, right? Besides, if the dowry is large, the child will be able to resolve any grievances on his own in the future, right? Wei Zhang's last words made Shen Jun fall into deep thought. He had to say that he had never considered the things Wei Zhang was talking about in such detail before. Shen Jun occasionally thought about what Anan would be like when she grew up, but he thought more about the present. After all, no one can predict what the future will be like. Although Shen Jun has lived 2 lives, this is his first time raising a child. No experience at all. The knowledge that we have mastered and understood now is all on paper, and we have to take things one step at a time. For example, after having Anan, Shen Jun learned that pacifiers actually come in different sizes. The knowledge that Mr. Shen possesses is no match for Wei Zhang, a senior who has experience in raising children. So Wei Zhang's words really touched Mr. Shen's heart. If the current situation continues to develop, he might be able to live his life easily and raise Anan happily. But what if Anan grows up? Wouldn't it be like falling into the same state as in the previous life again? And just like Wei Zhang said, when Anan gets married in the future, won't he prepare a dowry? Must be prepared. And the dowry must be very, very generous. Otherwise, Shen Jun would not be able to feel at ease. Now, whenever he thinks about Anan getting married in the future, he feels anxious and suffocated. Not to mention the future. He must help Anan prepare these things in advance. His baby will be happy all his life and will not be bullied by anyone. Shen Jun's eyes became more and more fierce. Noticing the change in Shen Jun's expression, Wei Zhang continued to persuade him. So building a family business for Anan in advance is the best way. As long as Junin Studio succeeds, Anan will never be bullied in the future, whether at work or in marriage. At worst, I can come back and inherit the family business. Makes sense. Shen Jun nodded in agreement. If he had a family business to inherit in his previous life, he wouldn't have to work so hard until he died suddenly. Wei Zhang breathed a sigh of relief and continued. But Junin Studio has just been established. We have no people, no resources, and no funds. It's so hard to develop. And even if it can develop, the pace of development will be too slow if it continues step by step. As far as I know, it took Hanshi Company more than 40 years to grow to its current size. After 40 years, the daylily has become cold. Shen Jun frowned. Wei Zhang went around in circles for a long time before finally getting back to the point. He tentatively said, If you, boss, are willing to participate in Peak Singer and partner with Teacher Song, then maybe you can make Junin Studio famous in one fell swoop. Peak Singer is so popular right now. If I can participate, it will definitely make Junin Studio famous. It can save more than 10 years of development time. Perhaps in a few years, Junin Studio will be on the right track, and you won't have to work so hard anymore. And as long as you make Junin Studio famous, it will be easier for me to sign people and discuss cooperation. Once you sign new artists, I can arrange for new artists if necessary. Our studio is on track. You can be free now. Then you can take care of Anan with peace of mind. Come to the company when you are free. I have to say that Wei Zhang is worthy of being a gold medal agent, and his work ability is quite good. At least what he said touched Shen Jun's heart. Shen Jun is now somewhat tempted. But Shen Jun was still a little hesitant, because if he participated in the Peak Singer, there would be no one to take care of An. After all, he is the only one at home. As if seeing Shen Jun's hesitation and worry, Qin Man said, Don't worry about Anan. If you go, I can take care of Anan during this time and pick her up from school. Shen Jun was still relatively confident in Qin Man. After all, it was Qin Man who helped him take care of the children most of the time during this period. Before Shen Jun could finish his thought, another voice came. If you're worried, you can let Anan accompany me, an old woman. Let Manman pick up Anan and bring him to me every day. I'll help you take care of her. The person who spoke was Shen Yunqing. Shen Yunqing, who was playing Go Bang with Anan in the study, walked into the living room at some point and spoke slowly. Teacher. Shen Jun shouted. Shen Yunqing advised with a kind smile. I've wanted to see you on stage for a long time. This is a rare opportunity. Go ahead. Before Shen Jun could speak, Anan squeezed out from beside Shen Yunqing, raised her little face, and said crisply, Dad, don't worry, I can go with Grandma Shen and Sister Manian. I love them so much. As Shen Anan spoke, she hugged Shen Yunqing's thighs tightly, causing everyone to burst into laughter. The solemn atmosphere in the room instantly dissipated. Shen Jun also laughed, made a face and said to Anan, If Anan has a nightmare then, there will be no daddy to protect you. For a while, Anan particularly liked watching some ghost adventure videos on his tablet, and he would have nightmares at night after watching them. After being scared awake, I have to find my dad to fight monsters. After Shen Jun finished speaking, Shen Anan's face showed a hint of fear, but Shen Anan immediately hugged Shen Yunqing even tighter. Grandma Shen will help me fight monsters. Sister Manman can do it too. Shen Anan's little appearance made everyone laugh even more. Qin Man couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth when he was called by Anan, and immediately nodded and said, Yes, sister will protect Anan. After receiving the response, Anan raised her chin, as if to say, Here. Dad, did you see that? After this commotion, Shen Jun's worries completely dissipated. He let out a light breath, looked at Song Huaying seriously and said, Teacher Song, it's a pleasure to work with you. After Shen Jun nodded, the 4 people present except Shen Ain and all became excited. Qin Man and Song Huaying were excited because they had invited Shen Jun, a powerful foreign aide, and they would be more confident about the upcoming finals. Fight for the finals. Become the king of singers. Take advantage of this opportunity to take Hanshi to the next level. Wei Zheng was excited because he finally persuaded the boss to open the business. Wei Zheng had been in this industry for so many years and knew very well how good Shen Jun's conditions were. Can write and sing. Very talented. He is a rare all-round artist in the circle. Moreover, Shen Jun has a face and figure that is not inferior to that of an idol star. Wei Zheng can say with absolute certainty that the moment Shen Jun stepped onto the stage, the entire industry was shaken. A rising star has risen. In the future entertainment industry, there will definitely be Shen Jun, there will definitely be Jun in studio, and he will definitely have a place. As for Shen Yunking's excitement, she never thought that one day she would actually see Shen Jun standing on the stage. When Shen Yunking first learned that Shen Jun was getting married and would no longer be involved in this circle, she was sad for a long time. After all, this was a student she valued. She thought she would never see Shen Jun show his talents to the world again. Unexpectedly, Dragon TV. It was already dark in the production crew of Top Singer, but the crew was already busy and everyone looked a little hurried. There are less than 3 days left until the finals of The Peak Singer. For this final, everyone in the program team has put in their best efforts, determined to make Top Singer break the industry record and become the top variety show. The achievements that Top Singer has achieved today make them feel honored and very proud. Therefore, the entire program team, and even the entire Dragon TV, are very excited and serious, working overtime to handle every matter. Strive to achieve perfection. At this time, the venue of the Bird's Nest has almost been completed. The director and equipment team have already rushed to Beijing, and those who stayed at Dragon TV are the post-production staff of the program team. They are responsible for the promotion of the program and process supervision, etc. For example, in one of the program team's offices right now, this is the program's publicity team, responsible for promoting Top Singer. Build momentum for the finals. At this moment, everyone in the program crew looked hurried and even a little anxious, because tomorrow was the planned time to announce the guest singers. In order to build momentum for the finals, the production team has done everything they can, and announcing the guest singers is also a major publicity hotspot. There are now 6 singers entering the finals. Each singer invites a guest, which means there are 12 singers participating in the competition, including industry leaders such as Tan Si, Qi Nan, and Lin Ruodan. The people they invite are destined to be industry leaders. Therefore, the fan coverage of these 12 people must be amazing, even covering half of the netizens. Moreover, the ultimate showdown among the 12 top singers and who each singer's guest singer will be are all very attractive topics for discussion. They naturally won't let it go. So they will announce the guest singers 2 days before the finals and start building momentum across the entire internet. But there are still 2 groups of guests who haven't sent us their singing list. It's already evening. If it's not sent tonight, the release will have to be delayed until tomorrow morning. Everyone looked a little anxious. Finally, someone suddenly shouted, Teacher Qi Nan's guest singer has been sent. As soon as the words fell, everyone in the office who was busy put down their work and came over. Sent it? Who is it? Hurry and take a look. On the one hand, everyone was anxious to complete their work tasks, and on the other hand, like all netizens who followed the drama, they were curious about the results of the finals. This is the final of Peak Singer. In the words of netizens online, this final brought together half of the big names in the industry, almost half of the music scene. A complete fight between gods. No one is not curious about the final result. Even people who don't like watching the show will take a second look at this kind of news. The same as everyone in the program team. They are ordinary people too and have curiosity. And some of them are fans of the singers on the show. So after Qi Nan's guest singer message was sent, everyone in the office couldn't sit still and looked over. Qi Nan is the favorite to win this time. Although Qi Nan lost to others twice, no one dared to underestimate Qi Nan's strength. Qi Nan is a veteran and powerful singer, a top-tier singer who has even won the title of King of Pop. He is definitely one of the best male singers in the music scene today. The top of the pyramid exists. The strength is unquestionable. Moreover, Qi Nan is a senior in the music industry and has many connections. No matter how big a star is, they will give Qi Nan face, so the guest singers invited by Qi Nan are destined to be extraordinary. A powerful alliance. Qi Nan is definitely the favorite to win. According to the championship winning rate ranking compiled by netizens online, Qi Nan's winning rate ranks first, far beyond others. This is the confidence of being at the top of the list. The winning rate ranking list is a list made by netizens out of boredom in recent days. This list integrates the historical records, singing analysis, stage performance, and other data of each participating singer. A comprehensive winning rate ranking. Very interesting. Therefore, it attracted a lot of discussion among netizens, and everyone was guessing who would win the final title of King of Singers. As for the second place, it is Lin Ruodan from the national team. Lin Ruodan is not very well known, but she has great singing skills. Her superb performance in 2 consecutive episodes has made many people have high hopes for Lin Ruodan. Ranked third is Tan Si. Like Chi Nan, Tan Si is a veteran and powerful singer, but Tan Si is slightly less famous than Chi Nan, but more famous than Lin Ruodan. There are more fans too. It's just that Tan Si's performance in the past few episodes was not very good, and he didn't get any very good ranking, so he was ranked behind Lin Ruodan. Ranked third. Song Huaying ranked fourth. Although Song Huaying performed exceptionally well in the 5th episode, he overcame Chi Nan, Lin Ruodan, and Tan Si and directly won the first place. But in the final, Song Huaying fell to 3rd place again. In addition, Song Huaying even ranked last in the previous few episodes, and his strength was very unstable, so not many people were optimistic about him. In addition, although Song Huaying is a top-tier singer, he cannot compare with Lin Ruodan from the national team in terms of singing skills, and he cannot compare with veterans Chi Nan and Tan Si in terms of popularity and experience. So after comprehensive consideration, Song Huaying was ranked 4th. The analysis of this list is very professional, and even some musicians in the industry liked or forwarded the comments, so it attracted a lot of netizens to watch. It has also been a hot topic on the internet these days. Chi Nan's own strength is enough to make him rank first. If he is accompanied by a guest singer of the same level, then his strength will be truly amazing. So everyone else in the office looked over hurriedly. The staff member who spoke first pressed his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, then read the message. Teacher Chi Nan's guest singer is Kui Chu. As soon as the words fell, the whole office instantly became boiling. Kui Chu? Which Kui Chu? Who else in the music world is called Kui Chu? Fuck. Teacher Chi Nan actually invited Teacher Kui Chu out. This is going to be invincible. How can others play with this? This is absolutely amazing. This group is absolutely amazing. There's no way to beat them. Kui Chu, a male singer, musician and songwriter from mainland China. And he also has a very awesome nickname, King of Rock. A musician who plays an important role in the history of Chinese rock music. At the beginning of the new century, it led a Chinese rock music movement with its unique musical style and inspiring lyrics, influenced countless musicians. Therefore, Kui Chu is also known as one of the most influential musicians in the Chinese music scene. If netizens previously joked that the finals of The Peak Singer was a fight between greats, then Kui Chu's arrival was like the arrival of a true god, a true industry master. That's why everyone in the office was so shocked, even horrified. They couldn't imagine what kind of shock the combination of Kui Chu and Chi Nan would cause on the entire network after the news was announced. What a uproar it caused. It is even more unimaginable how explosive the final stage will be. Just when everyone in the office was excited and shocked, someone suddenly shouted, Teacher Song Huaying's guest singers have also been sent. As soon as the words fell, the already boiling and excited office became even more boiling, and everyone rushed to shout. Did Teacher Song Huaying send it as well? Who is Teacher Song Huaying's guest singer? Teacher Lin Ruodan singing is awesome, Teacher Chi Nan singing is awesome, and Teacher Tan Si's singing is awesome. The only one missing is Teacher Song Huaying. If the backing vocalists the Teacher Song Huaying hired are just as amazing, then this finals will be amazing, someone said without hesitation. Of course. Now that Hanxi's other sister is leaving, the eldest sister is Song Huaying. Even if Hanxi has to sell everything it has to support Song Huaying and keep the situation going. And this time, Hanxi will definitely not give up the competition for the title of singer. If we were to ask which singer here needs a singing king the most, Song Huaying would definitely be on that list. Hanxi desperately needs a singing champion to revive the market, so they must be going all out for this final. Now as the contract of another sister of Hanxi is getting closer, everyone in the industry knows that sister is going to change jobs, so now the number one sister of Hanxi is Song Huaying. Moreover, Song Huaying's failure in the previous few phases caused turmoil in the entire Hanxi company, and the stock price dropped a lot. Therefore, almost everyone in the industry knows Hanxi's idea. Win the singing king. Save the market. Therefore, for the guest singer in the finals, Hanxi company will help Song Huaying invite a master even if it means selling everything it has and using all means. Thinking of this, everyone in the office became even more excited, and shouted with red faces. 8 people, 4 groups. Battle of the gods. Kill as many as you can. Explode the entire music scene. The entire music world will be shaken 3 times by then. The finals haven't started yet, but everyone in the office has already started celebrating. After all, this kind of scene and this kind of grand occasion is hard to find in the entire music industry. This is absolutely unprecedented. It's going to be a good show. I wonder who will take home the title of King of Singers. The value of this singing champion has skyrocketed. This is definitely the most valuable singing champion of all shows and competitions in all these years. Everyone was talking about it with great excitement. After all, the grand occasion before their eyes was created by their top singer. Everyone present was proud of it. Amidst the excitement of the crowd, the person who first spoke finally squeezed out a voice and said amid the boiling discussion, "The guest singer invited by teacher Song Hwaying is Mr. Shen." As soon as the words fell, someone in the office excitedly shouted, "I said, it must be Big S." But before the shout was finished, the excited voice stopped abruptly, and the people who reacted were stunned and surprised and asked, Who are you talking about?" The staff who contacted Song Hwaying confirmed the information again and repeated, "Jun Shen." After he finished speaking, the office, which had been bustling with excitement just a moment ago, suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked bewildered. Consternation. Trance. After a few breaths, someone hesitantly said, "Who is Mr. Shen?" This question expressed the thoughts of everyone present. Now everyone in the office was confused. Who is Shen Jun? Who is Shen Jun? As members of the Top Singer program crew, these people in the office are quite familiar with the music scene. After all, they were the ones who invited the guests from the very beginning. In order to make the show go more smoothly and avoid some accidents, everyone present has learned about the music industry in advance. I don't know everything about the music industry, but I do know it very well. I know every singer very well. After all, they need to invite suitable contestants for each episode, and they also need to prepare for the next season and reserve information. So they are very familiar with the music industry and singers. But, even so, they had never heard of the singer Shen Jun's name. After hearing this name, many people present quickly started comparing it with some singers in the music industry, but none of them matched. There is no such person in my mind. That's why everyone in the office is so confused now. Could it be some veteran in the music industry? Or someone from the art troupe or the opera house? Someone guessed hesitantly. Like some old veterans who have retired from the industry, or some artists from art troupes and opera houses, they did not show up in public in the past, so people know less about them. This may be the first thing that many people think of. There is no doubt that Hanshi will find an expert, but they have never heard of this expert's name. So he must be a folk expert or a retired boss? This guess was consistent with everyone's thoughts, but someone in the office suddenly said, "Wait a moment. Why does this Mr. Shen sound familiar?" A girl suddenly spoke up, with a suspicious look on her face, scratching her head and thinking, "Where have I heard this name before? Sounds familiar to me, too." But I looked around the music industry and there's no one named Shen Jun. Someone also said suspiciously. When they first heard the name Shen Jun, their first feeling was that it sounded familiar, but then they tried to recall if there was anyone named Shen Jun in the music industry. That's right. Isn't this the man? It was the girl who suddenly spoke just now. At this time, the girl shouted in surprise, "Who is it?" The rest of the people in the office were still a little confused. That one. The girl was also a little anxious, but she didn't know how to describe it. Fortunately, she suddenly thought of a way to introduce it. "And Anne's dad, and Anne's father?" Most people in the office looked at each other in surprise, some at a loss, but the girls in the office reacted one after another. "It's him. No wonder the name sounds so familiar to me. It turns out to be Anne's father. It's a name indeed." Half of the girls in the office all had expressions of sudden enlightenment, which made the others stunned. "No, who are you talking about?" A boy shouted anxiously. "That is the male guest on the variety show Where Are We Going, Dad? And Anne's dad, the author of Grave Robbers Chronicles, the author of Harry Potter, the songwriter of Bugs Fly, the songwriter of Those Fleeting Years, Red Bean's songwriter." I introduced myself to several girls in the office one by one. If you ask the rest of them, they may not remember clearly, but Shen Jun and the other girls remember it clearly. Because among all the viewers who have watched the show Where Are We Going, Dad? There is no one who doesn't like Shen Jun and the number of people online who want to be an Anne's mother is counted in the tens of millions. There are fans of Shen Jun's looks and fans of an Anne's mother here. Not to mention that Grave Robbers Chronicles scared several girls in the office and they had nightmares for several days. They even had nightmares about tomb raiding adventures in their sleep. Do you think they can't remember Shen Jun? After saying this, the rest of the people in the office immediately understood. Mr. Shen, isn't he the idol star who is very popular these days? Everyone suddenly realized. The boys in the office may not have watched Where Are We Going, Dad? But they have all heard of the name of Grave Robbers Chronicles and have occasionally seen handsome photos of Shen Jun on the internet. Even as a boy, I am amazed by her beauty. The kind that makes you envious, jealous, and hateful. So everyone present reacted, but after reacting, someone immediately said in surprise, "It's not him, is it? Is he from the music industry? Isn't he an idol star?" Everyone in the office thinks of Shen Jun as, firstly, an idol star who is handsome, and secondly, he is talented and can write books and songs. But no one said Shen Jun can sing. Shen Jun is not from the music industry at all, at most he is from the entertainment industry. It shouldn't be the same person. Can he sing? Some people wondered, and some girls explained. Mr. Shen can sing. The Insects Are Flying is sung by Shen Jun. It sounds great. But as soon as the girl finished speaking, a boy laughed out loud. Ha ha, I'm not laughing at you. But I remember that A Bug Flies is a nursery rhyme, right? Are you sure? At that time, Chong-er-fei became a hit on the entire internet. Everyone present had heard of it to some extent and knew that it was a children's song. For example, some children in the program team loved it. The singing is very nice, there is no doubt about it. But this is a nursery rhyme. Who here who has children at home doesn't know how to sing a nursery rhyme? Singing nursery rhymes cannot prove that Shen Jun can sing, not to mention that this is the final stage of the peak singer, which is one of the top and grandest stages today. Even those professional singers may not be able to hold their own, let alone an amateur like Shen Jun who sings children's songs. So everyone was shocked. I don't believe it in my heart. What's wrong with singing nursery rhymes? Singing nursery rhymes is also great, okay. And I heard that Mr. Shen graduated from the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. He might be a professional. And Mr. Shen has written so many songs. If he can write songs, he can definitely sing them. There was a girl who was a fan of Shen Jun. She was angered by the boy's laughter and contempt. She glared and raised her eyebrows and said angrily, "That's enough. If it's the same person, just ask and you'll know." The senior in the office interrupted the farce and discussion of the crowd and looked at the staff who contacted Song Hwaying. The staff had already confirmed it. After all, they are going to announce the guest singer information tomorrow. What if they are not sure about the person? Song Hwaying was able to finish the discussion quite quickly. Just when everyone's argument was interrupted, the mobile phone here received a message from Song Hwaying. The identity information has been sent. Let me see. As he spoke, he clicked on the message and read it, while reading, Jun Shen. I'm 28 this year. Graduated from Shanghai Conservatory of Music, studied under Shen Yunqing. When this was said, everyone looked at each other in astonishment, because they already had the answer in their hearts, while the staff was still reading. An all-round musician, his representative works include Flying Bugs, Those Years in a Hurry, Red Bean. The more the staff read, the less confident they became, and there was a hint of surprise in their voices. Fortunately, the introduction was short enough and they finished reading it quickly. And photos. When everyone clicked on the photo, they saw that the casually captured but still stunningly handsome face in the photo was not Shen Jun, but who else could it be? Wow! Looking at this handsome face, the whole office exploded. Everyone was not shocked by Shen Jun's handsomeness, but was shocked by Song Hwaying and Han Shi's actions. The guest singer turned out to be Shen Jun, idol star Shen Jun, that Mr. Shen who only sang nursery rhymes. This. Some people looked horrified, or even stuttered for a long time in disbelief, but in the end, they couldn't stammer out anything. The rest of the people were similar, all of them were stunned and their jaws dropped. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes, like, is this funny? Are you kidding me? Even the female fans of Shen Jun in the office at the beginning had their eyes wide open, or slightly opened their red lips, with expressions of astonishment. The main thing is that this thing is so amazing. You should know that the final of Top Singer is the final of a phenomenal variety show. With the current popularity and publicity of Top Singer, the final will definitely be a huge hit, even easily set a new record. Not to mention that the final will be held at the Bird's Nest, the top and grandest stage in the country, where such a high-level and high-quality peak showdown will take place. The final at the time can be described as the focus of everyone's attention, and even this is not enough to describe the popularity of the Peak Singer final. Just look at the current ticket sales situation and you will know. In the first round of tickets this morning, all 30,000 tickets were sold out in less than 20 minutes, and the same was true for the 20,000 tickets in the afternoon. There will be another round tomorrow, but the situation will definitely be similar. 90,000 tickets, and you can't get them even if you try. This is enough to show how much attention this final has attracted. On this kind of stage, in this kind of competition, as long as the singer is not crazy, he will definitely give his all, even try his best to burst out. It's all about striving for excellence. Strive for perfection. Just look at the guest singers invited by other singers and you will know, although Chi Nan, Lin Ruo Dan, and Tan Si are already top singers. But just to be sure, ensure to bring a wonderful stage event. Without exception, the singers they invited were all top-notch singers in terms of strength, experience and popularity, and they were all great singers. However, However, what no one could have imagined was that Song Hwaying actually found Shen Jun. It's not that they dislike Shen Jun's lack of strength. Well, I just dislike Mr. Shen's poor ability. Shen Jun debuted as an idol star thanks to his face, not his singing. The popularity of Chong or Fei was an accident, and it was a children's song. You can't say that those who sing children's songs are not good singers. But the one who sang the nursery rhymes came to compete with Chi Nan, Lin Ruo Dan, Tan Si, not to mention the ancient true god Kui Chu. This is like asking a kindergarten teacher to have a boxing match with Tan Sen. You must be kidding. There is no comparison at all. They are totally not on the same level. People like Chi Nan, which one of them is not extremely talented, which one of them has not experienced thousands of stage performances and sung thousands of songs. Where is Mr. Shen? What did Shen Jun sing? Mr. Shen once sang a song called Insects Flying. What stage has Shen Jun performed on? The children's song stage at the village entrance of the Where Are We Going, Dad? Production team? What else? It's gone. This is no joke. The stage for top singers is the Bird's Nest, the top and grandest stage in the country. The sound of 90,000 people cheering together is enough to kill you. When ordinary people go up there, their legs feel like they are playing a pipa. I can't even stand steadily. Even if Shen Jun has some talents that they don't know about, and maybe his singing is really good, but to let a newcomer like Shen Jun who has no stage experience at all go to the Bird's Nest, I'm afraid that by then I'll be so scared that my voice will tremble. This is just a joke. After a moment of shock and disbelief, the crew took a moment to digest the information, and then someone said, "Why don't you confirm this with teacher Song Hwaying?" Everyone looked at each other and nodded. Even if they didn't care about whether teacher Song Hwaying won or lost, they still had to consider the ratings and reputation of their show. At that time, in the finals, which is highly anticipated by everyone and watched by the entire industry and even netizens across the country, someone suddenly appears and cannot even stand steadily. Then their show will become a joke, and it will instantly become popular tomorrow. Everyone reached a consensus and then asked the superiors to communicate with teacher Song Hwaying again. When the superiors heard about this situation, they were also extremely shocked. I thought they made a mistake. After confirmation, with a look of astonishment and helplessness on his face, he called Song Hwaying's agent. On the phone, the program leader tactfully told Song Hwaying's agent how grand the stage would be and how much attention it would receive. He also talked about how much Han Shi and Song Hwaying needed this championship. So I hope teacher Song Hwaying can consider it carefully. We will announce the list of guest singers tomorrow morning and can adjust it in the evening. The leader felt that he had made himself very clear. The explanation is also very thorough. But unexpectedly, Song Hwaying's agent said directly, "I thank you for your reminder on behalf of Mr. Song, but the guest singer is a decision made after careful consideration by us in Hanshi Company. It wasn't a random decision. Teacher Shen Jun is the guest singer we chose, and there will be no changes." The agent was very polite. After all, the other party called to remind them and to give them face. Don't hit a smiling person, so the agent naturally replied with a smile. The leader wanted to continue to persuade him, but was stopped by the agent's firm tone. In the end, the leader had no choice but to hang up the phone. The program crew waiting at the side of the office asked curiously, "How about it?" The leader sighed. "Just post it like this." The program crew thought that teacher Song Hwaying would make some adjustments. After all, this guest singer looked unreliable no matter how you looked at him, but they didn't expect that he would not change it. "Ah, you won't change it?" The staff looked surprised. "No change. They said this was their decision after careful consideration and they won't change it." The leader is helpless. The staff hesitated, and the leader waved his hand. "Just post it like that. Let them and the netizens deal with any problems themselves. Send a message to the PR department. Tell them to be ready tomorrow morning. This is going to blow up. Tell them to do the PR. Just think of it as a warm-up." The leader was also helpless. After saying this, he waved goodbye and let everyone leave. Since the leader said so, no matter how shocked the program staff were, they had no choice but to start producing promotional graphics and texts based on this list of guest singers. That night, the production crew worked until midnight and finally finished all the pictures and texts. Before leaving get off work, everyone in the office looked at each other and sighed. It's going to be a hot search topic tomorrow. The next day, in a class at the Beijing Conservatory of Music. At this time, the teacher on the stage was leading them to analyze and explain the singing techniques and lyrics of several singers on The Peak Singer. Top Singer is a music competition, a phenomenal peak competition, and a live broadcast stage. Every song and every scene in it is worth learning and pondering for newcomers and students in the industry. Moreover, because this competition has attracted nationwide attention and is very popular, the classes are very popular among students, so teachers often lead students to learn by watching the program. Very popular. I watched the show and learned new knowledge at the same time. Just look at the current class attendance rate and you will know that it is good enough to have one person in the art class on weekdays, and students in theoretical knowledge classes usually sit in the back row, won't even come to the front row. But since we started watching and appreciating Top Singer in class, the front rows have become popular seats and they are full before class even starts. At this time, everyone in the class was discussing it passionately and excitedly. Top Singer is the top competition in their industry, and there is no one present who does not want to stand on this top stage in the future, become this kind of singer that everyone pays attention to. So everyone felt very involved in the event, and many people even grabbed tickets to the Bird's Nest, waiting to see the action live. This is definitely the dream stage for them as musicians. During the discussion, many people were wondering when they would be able to stand on such a stage. Just as everyone was passionately discussing, the pointer on the wall slowly pointed to 9 o'clock. As soon as 9 o'clock arrived, a student immediately shouted, "Teacher, it's 9 o'clock. Teacher, let's see what song is in the final. Who's the help singer?" Yeah, some time ago someone broke the news that Kui Chu might join in the singing, right? So exciting. I heard that the guest singers invited by Lin Ruo-dan, Tan Si, and Chi Nan are all top performers in the industry. Just thinking about it is exciting. Battle of the Gods. Fuck, why am I getting excited just thinking about it? The finals were absolutely fantastic to watch. I don't know when I'll be able to stand on a stage like this. While everyone was discussing passionately, the teacher on the stage smiled and did not refuse. Instead, he opened the homepage of the social account of The Peak Singer on his computer. After all, as a teacher, she was also curious about the finals. The entire industry was paying attention to the finals of Peak Singer. Really? The official account of Top Singer is announcing the final songs and guest singers. The participating singers and guest singers are grouped together. The official account is now announcing them one group at a time, and the order of announcement is the order in which they were drawn in the semifinals. 2 groups have now been announced. They are Tan Si, number 1, and the not-so-famous singer, number 2. Contestant number 2 and the guest singer were not very interesting and were quickly passed over by them. Everyone looked at Tan Si and saw a poster of Tan Si on the information page. The other one is a poster of the guest singers. The poster showed a sweet-looking girl. When the students saw her appearance, they immediately burst into exclamations and cheers. Fuck, isn't this the sweetheart princess? Tan's actually invited her over. Sweetheart Princess, Zhang Yuling, although she is called the Sweetheart Princess, she is actually 40 years old and is considered a veteran and powerful singer. After his debut, he became popular in the streets and alleys, with a large number of fans. His album sales even surpassed those of superstars. His strength is quite impressive. That's so sweet. I regret not buying tickets for the event. I really want to see it. Once Zhang Yuling shows up, my dad will definitely be excited, and all the uncles on the internet will be boiling. These 2 groups are a truly formidable team. I remember they sang together when they first debuted, and even won a Golden Melody Award, right? This can be considered a reunion after more than 20 years. Looking forward to it. Tans is confident that he can win the championship this time. Everyone in the classroom was amazed and talked about it. As people in the industry, they all knew the singing skills of Tan Si and Zhang Yuling. They are all powerful singers. It is definitely a powerful combination, and the strength should not be underestimated. After reading the information of these 2 guests, everyone chatted briefly, and then the information of singer number 3 and the guest singer was announced. When the webpage displayed the information of these 2 singers, the whole classroom was boiling again, and the exclamations even resounded throughout the entire teaching building. Singer number 3 is none other than Lin Ruo-dan, the national team singer who won first place in the semi-finals. He is also a popular contender for the Singing King title in this final. In addition to Lin Ruo-dan, what shocked and excited people was the person on the poster next to her. Guest singers. Sheng Ya, a top figure in the music world. It's not that Sheng Ya is old, but Sheng Ya's personality and aura are very cool. When Sheng Ya was young, she encountered an artist from the same company being bullied. She spoke up for him and claimed that she was protecting him. If you cause trouble for her, you are causing trouble for me. From then on, some people started calling Sheng Ya the big sister. Even now, Sheng Hua is in her 30s and has truly become the big sister of the music world. In addition to her cool personality and temperament, Sheng Ya is also good at singing. Sheng Ya never sings sad and sorrowful love songs, or those sweet songs. All of Sheng Ya's songs are, without exception, majestic and magnificent. You can get a glimpse of this by listening to some of Sheng Hua's famous songs. For example, when Sheng Hua debuted as a young girl, she sang a song called National Colors Brilliance. It instantly became popular all over the country. There were also later works such as A Great Country, Mountain and River Map, Heroic Hymn, Sunrise, and so on. Without exception, these songs are very majestic, very shocking, and also very difficult to sing. Most people can't sing it at all. I don't have this voice. There is no such skill. But Shengya feels like a fish in water when she gets this kind of song. This shows how strong Shengya's professional ability is. Shengya is also known as one of the female singers in the Mesozoic era who has the greatest chance of winning the title of queen. A powerful singer. Top singer. Whether in terms of strength or popularity, she is not inferior to Lin Ruodan. In fact, in terms of popularity, Tan Si is slightly inferior to Shengya. Only Qi Nan can fight against Shengya. What makes people even more excited and thrilled is that Lin Ruodan is also a singer of this type, grand and heroic. The singing skills are equally amazing. Many people are looking forward to what kind of amazing stage this Lin Ruodan, coupled with the equally majestic Shengya, will bring to everyone. The scene was absolutely explosive. Holy crap! Two of the most impressive and talented singers in the country have come together. This collaboration is incredible. Too strong. Are these two sisters planning to blow up the stage? I can already imagine how exciting and thrilling the stage will be on the final day. I regret not buying a ticket even more. I'm going to go find a scalper to buy tickets. Amidst the crowd's excitement, singer number 4 and the guest singer were also announced. This singer was the same as the other two unknown singers. Although he is a top-tier singer, his popularity cannot be compared with Qi Nan, Lin Ruodan, and Tan Si. If we look at it based on popularity, Qi Nan Tan Si is in the first tier. Lin Ruodan and Song Huaying are in the second tier. The other three singers are in the third tier. Judging from their strength, they are actually about the same, so the three singers in the third tier are not receiving much attention. People are more concerned about the four favorites to win: Qi Nan, Tan's, Lin Ruodan, Song Huaying. But when the guest singer for singer number 4 was announced, everyone's eyes widened and the discussions on their lips stopped abruptly. Lin Zijhe? Amidst the stunned silence, someone suddenly exclaimed. This exclamation was like a huge rock hitting a calm lake, instantly creating huge ripples, and the quiet classroom suddenly became boiling. At this moment, even the teacher on the podium was a little shocked. Singer number 4 is called Qin Shui. Not too famous, and his singing skills are slightly worse than the other four. He is at a similar level to the two singers who were just ignored, and was also destined to be ignored by everyone. But her guest singer, Lin Zijhe, who someone just exclaimed, is one of the top singers in the music scene today, regardless of popularity or singing skills, not inferior to Qi Nan at all. Even when Qi Nan and Lin Zijhe debuted together, they were known as Qi in the north and Lin in the south. An absolute top-tier singer, a well-deserved top singer. One of the candidates for Superstar, he has won so many awards. When he debuted, he dominated the entire music scene, making everyone in the music industry retreat away. Only Qi Nan and others were still able to fight. This is definitely a legend in the music world. It's no wonder that everyone was so shocked and surprised. After all, no one expected that this big shot would actually take action and join the finals of Peak Singer as a guest singer. By the way, Qin Shui seems to be from Mendy Records too, right? Someone suddenly thought of something, and everyone suddenly realized. Isn't Lin Zijhe from Mendy Records? This is Brother Yi coming to cheer him up. It seems Mendy is quite ambitious for this finals. She even persuaded Lin Zijhe to take action. Lin Zijhe might have come for Qi Nan. They couldn't decide the winner back then, but now's a good chance. This finals is exciting. This was the thought that instantly popped up in everyone's mind, judging from the three guest singers now, Tan Si, Lin Ruodan, and Qin Shui. This final is definitely going to be extremely exciting. Someone immediately shouted. Look at Qi Nan's guest singers. I feel like this time Lin Zijhe is most likely coming for Qi Nan. I wonder how Qi Nan will respond. Didn't someone say before that teacher Kui Chu would also participate? Among these 6 people, only Qi Nan has a good relationship with teacher Kui Chu. Qi Nan's guest singer won't be. Before I could finish my guess, the information about Qi Nan's finals was refreshed on the computer, and Qi Nan's guest singer was none other than him. It was Kui Chu that everyone had just guessed. The king of Chinese rock. An insurmountable mountain in the history of Chinese rock music. If Lin Zijhe and Qi Nan are considered contemporary gods, then Kui Chu is definitely an ancient true god, whose strength is unshakable. So the moment they saw the news, the whole classroom was in an unprecedented frenzy, everyone was shocked and screaming. Now they have seen 5 groups of guests, and the lineup of the 5 groups of guests can be said to be jaw-dropping. What a surprise! So shocking! In today's finals, real masters are fighting each other, it's the battle of the gods. Everyone can already imagine how explosive the final stage will be. The appearance of so many top-tier veteran singers is enough to set off the entire music scene. It set off the entire hot search. Not to mention that these people compete on the same stage and create sparks. Just thinking about it makes one's blood boil and one's whole body tremble. One can't wait to rush to the finals to witness this wonderful scene. And amidst this excitement and shock, someone said hurriedly, The last one, number 6 Song Hwaying's information has been updated. Hurry and take a look. The final information and guest singers of the top 5 singers made everyone feel excited and passionate. Now everyone is even more curious about the guest singer of the last one, Song Hwaying. Jin Shui, a singer who doesn't have much chance of winning, invited top singer Lin Zijhe to help sing with her. And Song Hwaying has a chance to win the championship. Among the favorites to win the championship currently ranked online, although Song Hwaying is not ranked high, he still has a chance to win. And which big boss will Song Hwaying, who is highly expected by the company, ask for help? The situation of Hanshi Company is now almost known to the entire internet, not to mention that Peak Singer is so popular nowadays, and the entire internet is full of analysis by expert bloggers who are trying to take advantage of the traffic. So everyone knows Hanshi's situation, and also knows Hanshi's ambition to become the king of singers this time. This made everyone look forward to it even more. Even Jin Shui can invite a big shot. If Song Hwaying wants to win the championship, it can't be bad, right? Who knows, it might bring a huge surprise to everyone. With this in mind, everyone clicked on Song Hwaying's final information with anticipation, and the first thing they saw was Song Hwaying's poster in competition song. Everyone glanced at it and then looked at the next poster image. It was Song Hwaying's guest singer. And the moment everyone saw the picture on the poster, their expressions froze or widened slightly, and then everyone repeated an action at the same time. He blinked and looked again, as if confirming something. It was not until a long while later that someone suddenly swore and exclaimed, "Fuck, who is this? He's so handsome." At this moment, everyone who saw the poster looked shocked and suspicious, and the girls among them had their eyes wide open, with their eyes emitting a bright light. Because the portrait on the poster is so handsome. Stunning. He is not inferior to those top idol stars, and even better. His facial features are sharp, his eyes are like stars, his eyebrows are sharp, and his nose is straight, which makes him very handsome. Who is this? This is the voice of everyone present at this moment. However, after everyone looked at each other in shock, they realized that no one present knew this person. All those present were students from the music academy. They knew as much about singers in the music industry as anyone in the industry, and knew every singer. Unpopular, popular, rock, folk. There must be someone here who can recognize it. But at this moment, everyone came back to their senses from their shock and amazement, only to find that no one present knew the person on the computer poster. Looking around the room, there was no one I recognized. How is it possible? Everyone's expressions froze. With their understanding and knowledge of the music scene, this kind of situation cannot happen. What's more, the person in the poster looks very young and handsome, not the kind of retired old senior, so you should get to know him. But the fact is, everyone looked at each other, and no one knew each other. Everyone looked shocked, and someone immediately shouted, "Hurry and check his message. There's information underneath the poster." Yes, hurry and check the message. As he spoke, the teacher on the podium had already slid the mouse to drag the poster up, and everyone soon saw the profile of the person on the poster. The introduction is very simple. It was so simple that it stunned everyone. Shen Jun. Outstanding musicians. Representative works, Flying Bugs, Those Years, Red Bean. There are 3 lines of introduction in total. Compared with other people's introductions, it cannot be simpler, even not as simple as 1 line of others. Everyone who saw this introduction was stunned again. But then someone frowned. Isn't that what Song Hwaying sang in Fleeting Time? Yes, Red Bean was also sung by teacher Song Hwaying. And what is this song called, Insects Flying? The crowd still hadn't come around yet, and they still had some trouble figuring out the name Shen Jun. Fortunately, a female classmate suddenly shouted, "Jun Shen! It's him, the dad from Where Are We Going, Dad?" The author of Grave Robbers Chronicles. Both Fleet of Time and Red Bean were written by him. There are also fans of Shen Jun in the class. Shen Jun is as popular as famous stars nowadays, so he has quite a few fans. Someone recognized it immediately. It's just that most of these people are fans of Shen Jun's looks, so they didn't match Shen Jun with the guest singer Shen Jun. But at this moment, after seeing the introduction, everyone finally reacted. As soon as the words fell, the whole classroom was in an uproar. It's him! Holy crap, he's the guest singer for teacher Song Hwaying. Is my internet connection down? Can this guy sing? Isn't this someone from our music scene? I haven't heard that Mr. Shen can sing. Although Shen Jun is famous and popular, he is not popular for his singing. Apart from The Bugs Are Flying, no one has ever heard any other songs sung by Shen Jun. Simply put, Shen Jun is not a member of the music industry at all. Everyone in the classroom stared in amazement. After countless questions were raised, everyone finally said in shock and confusion, "What's going on?" Such surprises and exclamations are happening all over the internet. Ever since the official account of Peak Singer released the final information and guest singer information of the 6 singers, the entire network has been abuzz with discussions. Originally, everyone was shocked and amazed at the guests invited by the singers to participate in this competition. Battle of the Gods. This final is a battle of the gods. When the top singers were announced one after another, the entire network was filled with amazement and excitement, and it was impossible to calm down. Then everyone watched until the end with such anticipation. That is Song Hwaying's information. Then I saw Shen Jun. Some people were stunned for a moment, some were at a loss, and some recognized Shen Jun instantly. But no matter whether you know him or not, you will see the words guest singer written under Shen Jun's personal photo on the poster. All of them widened their eyes. Shen Jun has a lot of fans all over the internet, and many fans recognize Shen Jun's talent. After all, he can write Grave Robbers Chronicles, In Fleet of Time and Red Bean. He's talented no matter how you look at it. Everyone expected that Song Hwaying's final song would be a song written by Shen Jun, but what no one expected was that not only would Shen Jun's song be sung in the final, but Shen Jun would even perform on stage himself. When everyone first saw the news, they were all shocked. However, after the official announcement, Song Hwaying's studio account quickly added Shen Jun's account. And the text. Teacher Xiao Shen, it's a pleasure to work with you. At this point, the entire network has completely confirmed that Song Hwaying's guest singer is Shen Jun, a work that only has children's songs. No singing experience. A newcomer who debuted less than a month ago. He can't even be considered a newcomer. At present, Shen Jun's performance is at best an amateur. However, it is such an amateur who will stand on the grand stage of the Bird's Nest in 2 days and compete with the top singers in the industry. No matter how you think about it, it's outrageous. This is like a chicken standing out among a group of cranes, totally out of place. Moreover, with the current situation of Hanshi Company, they should be full of ambitions for the title of King of Singers, and they must want Song Hwaying to compete for the title of King of Singers. But why is the person they are looking for Shen Jun? After all the information about the guest singers for The Peak Singer was announced, related hot searches directly rushed to the top of the trending searches, and even directly topped the charts. Among the top 10 trending searches, 8 are about information about top singers. As for the other 2, it's somewhat related, because the other 2 trending searches were who is Shen Jun, and the relationship between Shen Jun and Hanshi that must be explained. Ever since it was announced that Song Hwaying's guest singer was Shen Jun, Shen Jun's popularity, which had been low-key some time ago, has exploded again, and this time it's even more crazy. The whole network is discussing it. You should know that topics related to top singer nowadays easily exceed 100 million, not to mention such a gimmicky topic as Shen Jun, a non-professional, being a guest singer. Therefore, topics related to Shen Jun directly rushed to the top 3 hot searches. The whole network is discussing Shen Jun. Guess why Hanshi Company chose Shen Jun as the guest singer? It's really outrageous. After all, the other guest singers are all awesome, all kinds of great masters and big names. Even the worst guest singer is a top-tier singer. Who is Shen Jun? A top idol star? Shen Jun is not even considered a top-tier star. His account has only tens of millions of fans, but thanks to the popularity of Peak Singer, Shen Jun's fans have increased by millions. Amidst countless discussions and speculations, the trending search, what we have to say about the relationship between Shen Jun and Hanshi, quickly topped the trending search list. This topic originated from a post by a blogger. The blogger claimed to be an insider in the industry and published an article speculating on the reasons why Hanshi chose Shen Jun. In the blogger's speculation, the reason why Hanshi chose Shen Jun was mainly because of the relationship between Hanshi and Shen Jun. If you clarify the relationship between them, maybe you will be able to see it clearly. The first choice is Shen Jun, who is Shen Yunking's student. Who is Shen Yunking? Apart from being a famous musician, she is also the president of Hanshi and Qin Man's grandmother. This relationship makes Shen Jun and Hanshi seem like close relatives. Moreover, according to revelations from industry insiders in recent days, Shen Jun has a very good relationship with Shen Yunking and often visits Shen Yunking's home. This is no longer an ordinary teacher-student relationship, it's more like a master-disciple relationship. The revelation also stated that Shen Jun also has a good relationship with Hanshi's president Qin Man. Whether it is the revelations from Hanshi Company's employees or some candid photos taken by paparazzi, it can be seen that Shen Jun and Qin Man have a very good relationship. Some Hanshi employees said that Qin Man even often helped Shen Jun take care of his daughter. There are also paparazzi who revealed that Shen Jun and Qin Man would occasionally go to Shen Yunking's house at the same time, and leave one after another after dinner. Based on these circumstances, the blogger speculates that it is not ruled out that Mr. Shen wants to strengthen the relationship. After all, President Hanshi is a famous single beauty in the circle. She is now 30 years old, but there is still no scandal about her, and she is not in any marriage or love situation. No matter what Qin Man thinks, as an elder, he will definitely be anxious. As for Shen Jun, although divorced, he is only 28 years old, 2 years younger than Qin Man. The key is that he is handsome and talented, and he is deeply loved by Mr. Shen. It's no surprise that Mr. Shen wants to turn his students into his own family. Moreover, from the fact that Shin Man helped Shen Jun take care of his daughter, we can see that Shin Man does not reject Shen Jun and his daughter, and may even have a good impression of them. Otherwise, who would be willing to help you look after your children when you are a president who is busy with all kinds of affairs? Therefore, the relationship between Shen Jun and Han Shi is very subtle. If you think about it this way, it is not too surprising that Shen Jun cooperates with Song Huaying. And besides this, another point is Shen Jun's current popularity. Although Shen Jun has only been in the entertainment industry for a short time, he has accumulated tens of millions of fans in a short period of time. There are also many passers-by fans. It can be said that if Shen Jun is given some more time, as long as nothing happens to him, he will definitely reach the status of a top idol star in the future. Not to mention that Mr. Shen is also very talented and can write books and songs. He is a very versatile artist. Given the delicate relationship between Shen Jun and Shin Man, it is not ruled out that Shen Jun has already joined Han Shi. If Shin Man has any vision, he will definitely see Shen Jun's potential. So it is possible that Shen Jun is now an artist of Han Shi. Then it is easier to understand why Han Shi chose Shen Jun as the guest singer. This is obviously to build momentum for the newcomer. Abandon the old and promote the new. This is something that companies in the entertainment industry often do. If you can participate in Peak Singer and stand on the bird's nest stage, as long as nothing goes wrong, your popularity will definitely surge in the end. Shen Jun can definitely take advantage of the situation to reach the top position, become the new cash cow of Han Shi Company. This can also resolve the current decline of Han Shi Company. Moreover, Shen Jun is only 28 years old this year and has more development potential than Song Huaying in any way. So this possibility is very high. Either become a family, or become a Han Shi artist. No matter which one it is very beneficial for Han Shi and Shen Jun, so the choice of guest singer this time is easy to understand. After the blogger posted this article, there was an uproar on the entire internet. Countless people were stunned. They really didn't think about it in this way. But after reading the blogger's analysis, I think it is very possible. After all, the article is well-founded and even contains some paparazzi's explosive chats and pictures. So convincing. Otherwise, how do we explain why Han Shi chose Shen Jun, a non-professional, as a backing singer? Do you really think Shen Jun is a great singer? Just kidding. Soon, the entire network agreed with these two speculations, and many people were even arguing about which one was more likely. There are more people who guessed that Shen Jun was signed by Han Shi. After all, this is more in line with interests. However, what is discussed more online is the relationship between Shen Jun and Shin Man. One is a mature and sexy female CEO, and the other is a divorced idol with children. This CP is inexplicably eye-catching. Even many netizens in the novel circle were blown away and started posting short essays online. The paparazzi in the circle were even more excited when they heard the news. After all, Shen Jun and Shin Man are now top stars, and any related topics can become a hit. So the paparazzi started taking pictures crazily, and unexpectedly they actually captured some interesting content. Since agreeing to participate in the finals with Song Huaying yesterday, Shen Jun and Song Huaying have set off for the capital this afternoon. There is still a day and a half left before the finals officially begin. They need to rehearse in advance, and the stage design and lighting all need to be debugged on the spot. All these preparations need to be completed in advance. So the two of them arrived in the capital in the afternoon. As for Anan, she was temporarily entrusted to Shin Man's care. After all, Shin Man had promised him before that while he was in the capital, Shin Man and Mr. Shen would help take care of An. The photos taken by the paparazzi were of Shin Man and Anan. In the photo, Shin Man has shed the cold look she showed in front of the public, and now has a gentle smile on her face, holding Anan's hand. Behind them is the kindergarten. Surrounding them are parents picking up their children from school. Shin Man blended in with the crowd, just like a parent who came to pick up his children every day. He didn't look like the president of a big company at all. As soon as the photo came out, the whole internet was boiling. This set of photos seems to completely confirm the blogger's first guess that Shen Jun and Shin Man might really become a family. You've already picked up the kids, and you still say it's okay? Zhao family. In the luxurious villa, Zhao Wanyi, with her hair tied up, was sitting at the bar with her head down, processing official business on her computer. Now she goes straight back to the villa when she gets home from get off work. Father Zhao sat on the sofa, looking at his phone with his reading glasses on. The TV in the living room was randomly playing anti-Japanese war dramas, and the atmosphere was quite peaceful. But this peace was soon broken. There was a loud bang. The door of the villa was roughly pushed open. Sun Lanfang walked in angrily with a sullen face, cursing as she walked. Bitch. Shameless. What the hell? That's a high point. Zhao Wanyi, who was handling official business, was awakened by the rude voice. She frowned and looked at her mother, who came in angrily. Father Zhao also put down his phone and asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Who pissed you off again?" It was not uncommon for Sun Lanfang to be angry in their family, but both of them were a little confused. After dinner, Sun Lanfang said she was going to play mahjong. This isn't her favorite thing to do, so why is she still angry? The two of them were confused. Hearing Zhao's father's question, Sun Lanfang did not respond, but looked at Zhao Wanyi and said in a sharp and angry voice, "Do you know what Mr. Shen has done recently?" Hearing this name, Zhao Wanyi's brows furrowed subconsciously. She took a deep breath, suppressed the irritation in her heart, and said in a somewhat cold voice, "Why mention him?" Ever since her last outburst of anger, Zhao Wanyi has entrusted all matters concerning custody to a lawyer, and she has no longer paid attention to Shen Jun. Every time she saw news about Shen Jun on the internet, she would feel inexplicably irritated and her heart would feel blocked. I even suffered from severe insomnia at night. It has affected her life and work, so Zhao Wanyi forced herself to stop paying attention to any information about Shen Jun and put all her energy into work. Only then did I gradually get rid of that inexplicable emotion. Now she no longer pays attention to Shen Jun's news, and no one in the company will mention this person in front of her. Zhao Wanyi even feels that she has completely forgotten Shen Jun. But I didn't expect Sun Lanfang to suddenly mention Shen Jun today. After Sun Lanfang entered the room, she drank a large glass of water, then wiped her mouth, with a mocking and angry smile on her face, and said in a shrill voice, "He's so capable. After dumping our family, he found a new partner. He's just a pretty boy." Zhao Wanyi and Zhao's father were both baffled by this. After looking at each other, Zhao's father took off his reading glasses and said with a frown, "What does it mean to reach a new height? What's going on? Explain it clearly." Sun Lanfang didn't sit down either. She just stood in the middle of the living room and said in a sharp voice with gritted teeth, "It's not Mr. Shen yet. He's hooking up with the female CEO of Hanshi Company. Today I went to play mahjong and someone asked me all sorts of questions. I was so embarrassed." Sun Lanfang didn't say that today she went to play mahjong and was repeatedly bullied by the people at the mahjong table. In the end, she overturned the table and turned against them. Sun Lanfang disliked Shen Jun from the beginning to the end, but as long as Shen Jun and Zhao Wanyi were not divorced, Sun Lanfang would not express any opinions. After all, it's our own family that's losing face. But after Shen Jun and Zhao Wanyi divorced, Sun Lanfang had no scruples anymore. When she went out to play with her old sisters, she would often complain about or mock Shen Jun, said Shen Jun was a gigolo. It says that Mr. Shen has no ability at all. They said Shen Jun was a waste and was nothing after the divorce. Anyway, Shen Jun is a loser, her daughter Zhao Wanyi is very capable, and the divorce is because Shen Jun is too useless. It has nothing to do with their family. One step and one pick, have fun. As a result, when she went to play mahjong today, her old sisters told her that your good-for-nothing ex-son-in-law has found a new wife, the beautiful president of Hanshi Company. Although Sun Lanfang is not very educated, she is familiar with some of the situations in the entertainment industry because of what she has seen and heard from her husband. What's more, Hanshi Company is also a large company in Shanghai, and is considered the leader of Shanghai. Emmy and Hanshi are still in competition. Sun Lanfang naturally knew what kind of company Hanshi Company was. After hearing the news, Sun Lanfang couldn't sit still. In her eyes, Shen Jun is just a waste and a gigolo. How could he possibly get into Hanshi Company? Even Emmy has to look up to Hanshi Company. Several times larger than Emmy. They were not on the same level at all. Sun Lanfang didn't believe it at the time and retorted a few words stubbornly, seeming to be annoyed by her retort. Her old sisters started to bully her in various ways. Someone even took out a photo of Qin Man holding Shen Ainan's hand. Of course she knew the little girl in the photo. Wasn't she her adopted granddaughter? Then she looked at the other girl. She had a bright and delicate appearance and was very elegant, not inferior to Zhao Wanyi at all. Even more elegant than Zhao Wanyi. Although she had never seen the beautiful CEO of Hanshi Company, she could identify her with the person after hearing other people's descriptions. It's the woman in the photo. At this point, Sun Lanfang could no longer sit still, and the other old sisters were still bullying her, saying that Shen Jun was very capable, but he turned around and hooked up with Hanshi. What exactly happened with the divorce between Shen Jun and Zhao Wanyi? There must be some hidden story, right? After hearing this, Sun Lanfang could no longer sit still. She overturned the table in anger and stormed back home, leading to the scene at the beginning. On the other side, after hearing Sun Lanfang's words, Zhao Wanyi felt her breathing stagnate, and her already frowned brows became even tighter. Zhao Wanyi said in a somewhat dry voice, "How is that possible?" She knew that Shen Jun had collaborated with Han Shi and had written several songs together. She also knew that Shen Jun had a good relationship with Shen Yunqing, but how could Shen Jun be related to Qin Man? She knew Qin Man, a well-known beautiful CEO in Shanghai circles, even more famous than herself, and the Hanshi Company she controlled was several times more powerful than Emmy. Looking across the country, they are all well-known figures in the circle. There are countless people chasing after her. I've seen all kinds of people. How could such a person possibly be interested in a divorced loser like Shen Jun? Even though Shen Jun has some talent and looks okay now, compared to Qin Man, he is still nothing, just a waste. A divorced loser. How could a person like Qin Man fall for Shen Jun? So when Zhao Wanyi came to her senses after suffocating, she was completely in disbelief. However, as soon as Zhao Wanyi finished speaking, Sun Lanfang opened her mobile phone and clicked on a photo. The photo shows a woman holding a child. The moment she saw the photo, Zhao Wanyi was in a trance, because the little girl in the photo was the daughter she gave birth to after 10 months of pregnancy. The woman holding the little girl in the photo is none other than Hanxi's beautiful CEO, Qin Man. Zhao Wanyi's pupils shrank sharply the moment she saw the photo, especially when she saw Anan in the photo smiling and looking at Qin Man. Zhao Wanyi only felt a sudden pain in her heart. An overwhelming feeling of suffocation enveloped her, and Zhao Wanyi staggered, grabbing the edge of the bar with both hands. She just felt a little breathless. It felt like someone had cut out a piece of my heart. Her breathing became rapid and heavy. Zhao Wanyi gritted her teeth in disbelief and said, "No, impossible. No, nothing is impossible. They're both out picking up someone's child. They must be hooking up. Mr. Shen is indeed a gigolo. He dumped our family and immediately found a new partner. And this President Hanxi. Bah, what a beautiful CEO. She's just a horny bitch who wants any man she can get, and she's rushing to get him. Bitch, bitch." Sun Lanfang became angrier and angrier as she spoke. After all, she had never taken Shen Jun seriously and thought that Shen Jun was a loser who lived off their family's money. Vampire. Sun Lanfang always believed that after the divorce, Shen Jun's true colors would be revealed and he would be completely ruined. Without Zhao Wanyi and the Zhao family, he would be nothing. But unexpectedly, after the divorce, Shen Jun not only did not become ruined, but became better and better. How could she accept this? When Sun Lanfang thought of the squeeze and the mocking looks from her old sisters, she felt suffocated all over. Feeling irritable all over. How's your lawsuit going? This is my granddaughter, I will never allow her to call another bitch mom. Go and get the custody back. Damn it. Sun Lanfang was a little crazy, and her voice became more and more sharp and violent, even making Zhao's father frown. Zhao's father quickly spoke to comfort her. This slowly calmed Sun Lanfang's temper. Zhao Wanyi only felt a little dizzy, and Sun Lanfang's sharp voice made her headache even worse. Zhao Wanyi took a deep breath and said stiffly, "I'm going back to my room." Sun Lanfang behind him was still screaming, "Give me back the custody." Zhao Wanyi pursed her lips, quickly went upstairs, and after entering the house, she locked the door. Zhao Wanyi stood quietly for 2 seconds before sitting down on the bed tiredly. She felt dazed and her chest felt stuffy. It made her breathless. Especially when she thought of what Sun Lanfang had just said, that Anan called another woman mom. Zhao Wanyi felt heartbroken and her face turned pale. Since the divorce, Zhao Wanyi found that everything was off track. More and more things are out of her control. It was beyond her expectations. She felt a strong sense of powerlessness from the inside out, as if she could do nothing and accomplish nothing. It's as if she is the one who was ruined after the divorce. No, it's not. Shen Jun, who was far away in Beijing, had no idea what was happening in Shanghai. However, he was aware of the situation on the internet because he had just returned to the hotel after rehearsal in the evening. Then I received a phone call. Zhang Ruanan's call. This little girl disappeared after she helped him speak last time. She disappeared for half a month and reappeared just now. She must have joined the crew. Some crews shoot in closed conditions, so it is normal for them to disappear for 10 days or half a month. Shen Jun answered the phone. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Ruanan's anxious voice came from the other side. "Uncle, are you really dating that beautiful CEO?" At that time, Shen Jun didn't know about the public opinion and rumors on the internet. After receiving Zhang Ruanan's call, he was confused for a long time. It was only after Zhang Ruanan explained it to him that he understood. Helpless smile. Netizens can really make up any rumors. Shen Jun ignored the online public opinion and explained to Zhang Ruanan with a helpless smile. After explaining, Shen Jun asked, "Is that why you called?" This girl called him late at night, and he thought it was something important, but she was just looking for gossip with him. Shen Jun was quite helpless. No. There was a panic on the other side, and then Zhang Ruanan quickly explained. I was thinking, by the way, aren't you going to treat me to a fancy meal? If you really are dating the beautiful CEO, I'll definitely have to meet her then. I don't want to know in advance." "Right. Know in advance," Zhang Ruanan said with a hum. After hearing Zhang Ruanan's words, Shen Jun was speechless. "You're planning for the long term. There's no shadow. Okay, if you're fine, go to bed early." After that, the two hung up the phone, and Shen Jun video called Anan for a while before going to bed. Anan now lives in Qin Man's house. Although Shen Yunking asked Anan to live with her, there are still many inconveniences for her as she is old. There's nothing I can do to help you at night. So Chin Man let Anan live with her so that she could take better care of her. When Shen Jun was talking to Anan on the phone, Chin Man deliberately avoided him. As a result, Shen Jun told Anan that he had troubled Aunt Chin Man in the past few days and asked Anan to be good and not cause trouble for Aunt Chin Man. At the same time, let Anan thank the aunt on behalf of his father. Unexpectedly, Anan ran to the second bedroom with the tablet in her arms. In the second bedroom, Chin Man was wearing a black lace pajamas, leaning against the head of the bed and playing with her mobile phone. Shen Anan ran in holding a tablet, and said to Chin Man in a coquettish tone, "Sister Manman, Daddy asked me to thank you." Shen Jun in the camera looked at Anan helplessly. "Dad asked you to hang up the video first, there's no need to be so anxious." Anan looked innocent. But, Anan will forget it soon. The conversation between the father and daughter made Chin Man laugh. Chin Man smiled and said to the camera, "Fine. I still need you to take care of the finals." Seeing that Sister Manyan was about to talk to Dad, Anan considerately turned the camera around and aimed it at Chin Manyan, who smiled at the camera. Shen Jun placed his phone on the cabinet above the sink and was brushing his teeth while making a video call. Just as I was about to thank Chin Man, the camera flipped and Chin Man, wearing black lace pajamas, appeared directly in the camera. Chin Man's skin is naturally fair, and the black lace pajamas make her skin look even whiter than snow, as bright as jade. And this black lace pajamas is a low-cut style. Shen Jun paused, thanked her twice quickly, and looked away. Then he immediately said to Anan, "Daddy is going to sleep, go back to bed." Oh, Anan skipped back to the house and lay down on the bed. After Anan left, Chin Man continued to play with his mobile phone, but after playing for a while, Chin Man suddenly remembered something and looked down. Against the backdrop of black lace, the waves rise and fall, and the ravines are crisscrossed. Chin Man's face froze. She was used to wearing pajamas at home, so she completely forgot about this when they were chatting just now, and just chatted with Shen Jun casually for a while. Chin Man's cheeks suddenly felt hot. On the other side, after Zhang Ruanan hung up the phone, she called Linjia directly. As soon as the call was connected, Linjia quickly said, "My sister, didn't I tell you that Brother Jun will definitely come when the time comes?" Zhang Ruanan asked, "When does your show start filming?" Linjia was stunned for a moment. "Probably another 2 weeks." Zhang Ruanan immediately said in a hurry, "Hurry up, please. 1 week, I'll be joining in a week. I'll have my agent find you to sign a contract tomorrow, and I'll report in next week." After saying that, Zhang Ruanan hung up the phone without waiting for Linjia to speak. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Linjia was confused. What the hell? The next day. There is only 1 day left until the finals of Top Singer. Shen Jun got up early, had breakfast and went to the bird's nest with Song Huaying. Now all the stages of the bird's nest have been built, and the sound system and stage design are all in place. Shen Jun and Song Huaying are going to rehearse in advance. While Shen Jun and Song Huaying were rehearsing, on the other side of the capital, a small red building. This small red building is quite old and looks very weathered. At the entrance of the small building, there are several long, reflective plaques hanging, one of which has the words Poetry Association written in large letters. The people coming in and out of the small building are all people with a literary temperament. At this time, in the office on the second floor of the small building, Professor Tang Shi of Jingcheng University was sitting on a stool, and sitting on the office chair opposite him was a middle-aged man with some gray hair on his temples. There was another person sitting on the sofa, who also looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with long hair. At this moment, Tang Shuyi looked a little anxious and irritable. Sound and Rhythm Enlightenment is fully capable of serving as a Chinese language textbook and is of great significance for the enlightenment of poetry for primary and secondary school students. I think it's totally acceptable to report it. The middle-aged man with gray hair sitting opposite Tang Shuyi smiled and said slowly, "Old Tang, don't be impatient. I've read this sound and rhythm primer. Although it's simple and easy to understand, it has great educational value. It's a good book." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Tang Shuyi's expression brightened. However, before he could say anything, the middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples said, "But, you know, our association has many members and many works. There's never a shortage of good works, but the number of reports we can submit is limited. We can only submit one a year. If we submit this one, the others will have no chance." Tang Shuyi frowned and said, "The enlightenment of sound law is of epoch-making significance. It's better than any other work." The middle-aged man with gray hair on his temples smiled, waved his hand to signal Tang Shuyi not to be anxious, and then said, "Okay, we don't have the final say. After all, this work has not yet been tested by the market. It's hard to convince others based on just one person's opinion. Other comrades will definitely have opinions." The middle-aged man continued, "And the author of this work is called something Kun, right?" Tang Shuyi added, Jun Shen. The middle-aged man sighed. Yes, Mr. Shen. These guys are not from our association. Besides, this young man isn't even considered a literary figure. He can't rank up there in terms of seniority, and he can't compare to him in terms of achievements. How do you think this will convince the public? Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Tang Shuyi fell silent. He hesitated for a moment before frowning and saying, "What should we do then? This work is truly a cross-era work. He is of great significance to the popularization and teaching of ancient poetry." Tang Shuyi said this with some excitement. Ever since he got Shen Jun's sound and rhythm primer, he started working on including the book in the textbooks for primary and secondary schools, but he was stopped before he even started. The Poetry Association will not report it. Works that wish to be included in textbooks must be reported by a qualified association or unit, and then undergo 3 reviews. Only after passing them will they have the opportunity to be included in the textbooks. The Poetry Association has the qualifications, but as the middle-aged man just said, there are too many people in the association and there are countless works. Why report the prosody enlightenment? There is no way to convince everyone, so the matter has been deadlocked at this point. This is Tang Shuyi's 3rd visit to the Poetry Association. Hearing Tang Shuyi's somewhat excited voice, the middle-aged man frowned slightly and looked at the long-haired middle-aged man on the sofa. The middle-aged man with long hair immediately said, "Old Tang, I understand what you mean. You want to report this work, but the author is a bit young and has no other achievements, so it's hard to convince the public. Isn't that right?" Tang Shuyi turned his head to look at the middle-aged man on the sofa. "Right." The long-haired middle-aged man on the sofa immediately laughed and said, "This problem is easy to solve. If he doesn't have any achievements, why not just let him get one? Anyway, there's still a long time before the reporting deadline, so a few days won't make a difference. Why don't you just let that young man participate in some competitions and win a big prize? With fame and achievements, everything will be easy. Just like you, if you had your qualifications or achievements, the association would definitely not stop you." When the long-haired middle-aged man spoke, Tang Shuyi's eyes lit up. "Yes." The middle-aged man with gray hair behind the desk also nodded and said, "Well, that's a good idea. Get the award first, then report it. This will not only solve the problem of convincing the public, but also meet your requirements, Old Tang. However, this award must be big, valuable, and convincing." Tang Shuyi had already started thinking along the lines of the two people, frowning and asking, "Are there any poetry and prose competitions in China recently?" The middle-aged man sitting on the sofa exchanged glances with the middle-aged man on the office chair, then slapped his thigh pretentiously and said, "There really is one." Tang Shuyi looked over immediately. The middle-aged man on the sofa spoke quickly. Recently, CCTV, in collaboration with the National Poetry Association, the East Zhejiang Federation of Literary and Art Circles, and East Zhejiang University, jointly organized a glorious Ancient Rhythms Hangzhou Poetry Festival. This poetry conference is open to the whole country. Anyone who loves poetry and traditional culture can sign up. The poetry competition will invite many professional poets from across the country, as well as hundreds of public judges, to jointly select the champion. The winner of the poetry competition will receive a certificate from CCTV, a cultural promotion contract with the city of Hangzhou, and a 500,000 yuan prize. The work will also be promoted nationwide. The middle-aged man on the sofa said a lot in one breath, and finally concluded, "Everyone in the industry is discussing this right now. At least half of our association has signed up, and even those with more experience will sign up. If I could win a prize in this kind of competition, I would become instantly famous. I will definitely convince everyone then. This competition is perfect. If I can really win the prize, the rest of the process will be easy. It's certified by CCTV." Another middle-aged man also nodded and said, "Indeed, this competition is very prestigious. If you can win a prize, you won't have to worry about qualifications or achievements." Tang Shuyi was also somewhat moved by what he said, but he was still a little hesitant. "But it's hard to win a prize in this kind of competition, right? What if?" Tang Shuyi was not completely carried away by the situation, and his rationality was still online. However, the middle-aged man continued, "We don't need to win first place. We're young people. As long as we can beat other young people and win a prize, there's no need to fight for first place. Sound and Rhythm Enlightenment is so well written, it shouldn't be a problem for him to win an award, right? Don't worry too much. And even if he doesn't win the award, it won't be a big loss for him. If this wins the prize, then Prosody Enlightenment's goal of being selected as a textbook will be halfway accomplished. Isn't this your lifelong wish, Old Tang? If it really doesn't work, you should give him more coaching before the game. Help him win a prize." The two middle-aged men sang in unison, which made Tang Shuyi more and more excited, and Tang Shuyi really hoped that Sound and Rhythm Primer could be selected as a textbook. Promoting ancient poetry and letting more people understand it is his lifelong dream. Otherwise he wouldn't have run back and forth so many times. So Tang Shuyi gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Let me talk to him. After Tang Shuyi left, the two middle-aged men in the office lit a cigarette and took 2 puffs. The long-haired middle-aged man sitting on the sofa sneered and said, "It turns out that after staying in the ivory tower for too long, my brain has become rusty." He actually believes it. The middle-aged man on the office chair smiled and said jokingly, "What if they really win the award?" The long-haired middle-aged man sitting on the sofa sneered even louder, puffing out a cigarette and saying lightly, "The number of participants in this Hangzhou Poetry Festival will be even greater than I expected. A 500,000 yuan bonus, a Hangzhou cultural promotion contract, and nationwide promotion. I'm a little tempted. I heard that some retired people are planning to come out of retirement. Not to mention the many great poets across the country. I'm not even sure I'll win the prize. This Hangzhou Poetry Festival is definitely one of the best poetry festivals in our country today. That June, he's someone who hasn't written a single poem. How could he possibly win an award? I will definitely leave in disgrace by then. When he loses, just tell Tang Shuyi directly that he can't win the award, can't convince the public, and can't report it. I guarantee he won't be able to fart by then." After saying that, the two people in the office looked at each other and smiled. At the Bird's Nest Sports Center, Shen Jun and Song Huaying had finished their rehearsal for the day. Song Huaying still looked a little surprised and shocked as he followed Shen Jun out. As he walked, he kept muttering, "Teacher Xiao Shen, you are truly born for the stage. It's a shame you don't make a debut. That's amazing." Shen Jun, who was walking in front, looked helpless. When standing on the stage for rehearsal today, Shen Jun tried his best to restrain himself. However, the muscle habits he developed from thousands of stage performances in his previous life still made him habitually find the most suitable position every time he moved or stood, which was the C position on the stage. "There's no way, I was used to it in my previous life." The result left Song Huaying and the on-site director stunned. The two originally thought that Shen Jun had never been on a large stage before, and were thinking of having Shen Jun walk through the stage a few more times and rehearse a few more times to avoid any stage accidents on the final stage. Things like positioning errors may not seem like a big deal to ordinary people, but by then, everyone will be paying attention to you, and every detail on the stage will be magnified countless times. Even standing a little crooked will be a big problem. Haven't you seen how much excitement the performance "Going Up Spring Mountain" caused during the previous Spring Festival Gala? So both of them were a little worried. But unexpectedly, Shen Jun's performance was unexpectedly amazing. There is no need to say anything, just a look, and before you even open your mouth, Shen Jun will be able to find the right position himself, or go to the right site. He knew exactly where he should stand at this moment. It is also very clear where the camera is at this moment. Moreover, he was very relaxed and natural standing on the stage. Even Song Huaying felt a little nervous standing on this stage, but looking at Shen Jun, it was almost the same as his daily routine. There was no sign of nervousness. He is so experienced that it seems like he has been on the stage for more than 10 years. But both of them knew that Shen Jun had never been on stage. Finally, the director pondered for a moment and said, "I heard that some people are born with a strong sense of camera and stage presence. They're born with this talent. I've been in the industry for so many years and I've never seen anyone like that. I guess Mr. Shen must be one of them." This statement was recognized by the audience. So there was the scene when we just came out. The two were talking and laughing when a large group of people came in the corridor outside, led by two women wearing sunglasses. Lin Ruodan, Sheng Ya. Song Huaying behind him whispered an introduction. When the crowd was about to pass by Shen Jun and the others, Lin Ruodan, who was wearing sunglasses, stopped. After taking off his sunglasses, Lin Ruodan first glanced at Shen Jun with scrutiny. Then he looked at Song Huaying and greeted her with a smile. "Sister Huaying." Song Huaying also smiled and greeted the two of them. "Ruodan, Sister Sheng Ya." Sheng Ya is older and debuted earlier than Song Huaying, so she is respectfully called sister. Sheng Ya smiled and nodded. Neither of them chatted too much. They just said, "Good luck in the game. You two, come on." Then the two teams missed each other and went to different ends. Song Huaying glanced at Lin Ruodan and Sheng Ya, who were gradually walking into the bird's nest. He took a deep breath, and his eyes began to fill with a solemn and serious look. Although the game has not officially started yet, the confrontation between the players seems to have already begun, and a tense atmosphere gradually enveloped the entire bird's nest. By the next day, the tense atmosphere was even more intense. Tonight is the time for the highly anticipated finals of Peak Singer. The entire day has been flooded with publicity, and almost the entire network is filled with topics related to Peak Singer. The hot search list was directly dominated. All hot topics must give way. The popularity of the finals is rising steadily, and it can be said that it has attracted the attention of the entire network. Unprecedented. No other news or topic that day could compete with it. The entire internet is filled with speculation and discussion about who will win tonight, and even many celebrities and singers have come out to comment and speculate. After all, today's top singers can be said to be the grandest singer stage in the country. This final is definitely a carnival for the music industry. Many people are paying attention. In addition to the noise on the internet, fans or spectators preparing to enter the Bird's Nest Stadium are also gathering around it at this moment. The huge crowd directly surrounded the Bird's Nest, and the noise was deafening. The boiling voices and hot air made Song Hwaying, who had just finished rehearsal, even more nervous, and his palms were already sweating. Song Hwaying let out a sigh. Shen Jun raised his hand and clenched his fist, extending it towards Song Hwaying. Sister Hwaying, no problem. Song Hwaying was stunned for a moment and didn't react. After Shen Jun gestured, he finally understood. He immediately smiled and extended his fist to bump with Shen Jun's fist. Yeah, no problem. The two smiled at each other, and the car passed through the huge crowd and gradually drove away from the Bird's Nest. All the singers had their final rehearsal in the morning, and in the afternoon, the audience began to enter the venue in an orderly manner. The 90,000 tickets for the live performance were all sold out within 20 minutes. With 90,000 people entering the venue, the scale is so huge that it will take more than half a day to handle. When the sky was getting dim in the distance, the audience finally finished entering. All 90,000 spectators had entered. At this time, the boiling sound coming from the Bird's Nest could be heard outside the venue. Outside the Bird's Nest, there is still a large crowd. Most of these people are fans who cannot buy tickets. At this time, they all gathered around the Bird's Nest, holding fan cards or glow sticks and shouting wildly. Countless passers-by who came to join in the fun also stopped, and the crowd was surging. At 6:30 in the evening, the 12 singers began to enter the stage in an orderly manner. The sky in the distance was already dim, and the street lights around were all on. Looking down from the sky, the huge Bird's Nest building was filled with boiling noise and restless music. The lights are bright and the stage is magnificent. Countless fans outside the Bird's Nest gathered at the entrance of the stadium like a tidal wave. Through the car window, one could hear countless fans waving flags and shouting at the top of their lungs. Come on, Chi Nan. Ah, Tans is the best. Sister Shengya, kill me. God Kui. Hwaying, I love you. When entering the venue, the shouts and cheers from the crowd in the distance came one after another, as vast as a tide that drowned everyone. The stage before us is definitely one of the grandest stages in the world. All the singers who entered the venue stopped and looked at the boiling scene on the stage, and took a deep breath. Shen Jun, who was following the team, also took a deep breath and squinted his eyes to look at the brightly lit and grand stage in the distance, and the boiling crowd around the stage. Listening to the overwhelming excitement and noise around him, Shen Jun felt a slight tremor slowly rising from the bottom of his heart. It's like a small stone falling into calm water. Ripples appeared instantly. Shen Jun's mood was no longer calm, but was turbulent, and a touch of excitement gradually lingered in Shen Jun's heart. He thought he had had enough of the life under the spotlight on the stage in his previous life, and was even tired of it, but now he was standing under the stage, listening to the cheers and shouts of countless people around. Shen Jun still felt a touch of desire and excitement slowly spreading in his heart, which had been calm for several years. This slight emotion seemed to tell him he was not as tired of this life as he thought. There were still waves, excitement, tension, and desire in his heart. He was born to be on the stage. Shen Jun took another deep breath, and the bright lights on the stage were reflected in his eyes, shining brightly. Song Hwaying in front turned around and said, Teacher Xiao Shen, how does this feel? Isn't it great? Shen Jun came back to his senses, smiled and nodded. Not bad. It was indeed not bad, not as disgusting as he expected, but rather he was looking forward to it. 12 singers entered the venue one after another. Because the competition process was to conduct individual competitions first, Song Hwaying and other singers all went to the front desk to prepare. Shen Jun and several other guest singers went backstage to wait. Among the 6 guest singers, except Shen Jun, the other 5 are all top-tier singers, and 4 of them are industry leaders. A god-level existence. These 4 people also knew each other, so they started chatting with each other as soon as they arrived backstage. As for Shen Jun and the other guest singer, one was an amateur and the other was not famous enough, so the two could only sit alone in the backstage. No one spoke. Shen Jun was quite happy and relaxed. He hated awkward conversations, especially in this kind of occasion where everyone was just flattering each other. I watched the live broadcast of the stage myself. At this time, the host on the stage has begun to host the show. The hosts for this final are also very good. One of them is the top host of Dragon TV. The other one is a top-tier singer who is also very famous in the music industry. The two of them started the show with laughter and liveliness, which livened up the atmosphere of the entire Bird's Nest, with thunderous applause coming from all directions. Then the host said, "The competition has officially begun. Let's get special singers, Tans, As soon as the words fell, thunderous applause and boiling cheers suddenly rang out from the stages on all four sides of the bird's nest. The sound was so clear that even Shen Jun and others in the backstage could hear it clearly. The four singers who were chatting also stopped and looked towards the stage with serious expressions. At this moment, countless dense barrages of comments were flashing across the live broadcast barrage. Although the audience watching the live broadcast of the program cannot experience the explosive atmosphere on the scene in person, the effect of watching the live broadcast is just as good. Dragon TV has invested heavily this time. All the equipment used is state-of-the-art. In addition to the stage lighting and sound effects, even the camera equipment used for the live broadcast of the show is top-notch. So at this moment, the live broadcast of the program brought a visual feast to countless viewers. The moment Tans appeared on the stage, the lights on the stage flashed one after another, creating countless dreamy and technological lighting effects. And under the stage, more than 90,000 people were shouting together, and countless light signs and light sticks were waving wildly. The live broadcast camera instantly switched from the camera on the stage to the drone camera, and saw the drone taking off from the stage and passing over the fans and audience who were waving flags and cheering, then gradually took off. Looking down from the sky, you can see the huge bird's nest squatting on the land of Beijing like a giant beast. The lights in the bird's nest are bright and shining. The lights swaying from countless audiences look like twinkling stars, or connected into a sea of lights, which looked extremely dazzling and grand. Countless netizens were stunned and commented crazily in the barrage. Holy crap! This is spectacular. This stage is so amazing. It's no exaggeration to say it's the best in the country. It's so shocking. Awesome. It's so dazzling. Is this bird's nest stage really that awesome? I heard that Dragon TV spent 100 million. I regret not buying a ticket. If I had known, I would have bought one. Tonight's show is going to be a blast. Love it, love it. I've prepared some snacks and will be watching the finals tonight. So exciting. As soon as The Peak Singer was aired at 7:30, it immediately rushed to the top of the internet's hot list, and no one could shake it. At this time, as the first singer came on stage, the program's ratings quickly broke the highest ratings for variety shows across the country. Create a peak at the beginning. Everyone in the industry was stunned by what they saw. They all knew that Dragon TV had prepared a big show for the finals, but they didn't expect the effect to be so amazing. I'm afraid after this finals, no one can shake the position of Dragon TV. As Tansi's singing began and the topic of the finals on the internet gradually fermented, the number of viewers across the entire network was still increasing rapidly. More and more people are turning on their phones, computers, or TVs to watch the final of Peak Singer, which has already started. The much anticipated Battle of the Gods. At this time in Shanghai, at Shen Yunking's home, Qin Man and Shen Anan were both there, and the live broadcast of the finals was being broadcast on TV. The three of them looked solemn and nervous. They have all seen how grand the finals are, and the internet is already going crazy with discussion about it. If Song Huaying can win the title of King of Singers in this final, Song Huaying's career and Hanchi's popularity will definitely usher in an unprecedented explosion. Song Huaying can even leap into the ranks of the top singers. Certainly, if Song Huaying fails, the negative impact will also be enormous. Therefore, this final is related to the future development and direction of Hanchi Company. Whether it will reach the peak or decline depends on this time. Shen Anan stared with her eyes wide open, blinking for a while, then pouted and asked, "When will Daddy show up?" Shen Yunking, who was standing by, touched Shen Anan's little head and said softly, "Your dad has to wait until the next round." "All right." Shen Anan nodded, hugged her pig pillow and looked at it carefully, waiting for her father to appear. In addition to Shen Yunking's family, there are many other people who are paying attention to the show at this time. Also in Shanghai, in the Zhao family villa, Zhao Wanyi and Sun Lanfang are also watching the show. The three of them all had gloomy expressions. Sun Lanfang gnashed her teeth, her expression was bitter, and she kept muttering, "Giorgio, lose quickly. The more miserable the defeat, the better." Although Zhao Wanyi didn't say anything, her icy expression and tightly clenched fingers also reflected her inner feelings. Naturally, she didn't want Shen Jun to win. As soon as Shen Jun climbed up Han Shi and stood on the stage of the bird's nest, he slapped her hard in the face. Although she has not yet encountered the situation where her mother Sun Lanfang was teased by her older sisters, Peak Singer is the top competition in the music industry, and everyone in the industry pays attention to it. The Emmy company she manages is a record company, and almost everyone in the company is paying attention to Peak Singer. When Lullaby released her album, the fact that Shen Jun was her ex-husband and they had divorced had already been revealed within the company. Now the whole company knows about her relationship with Shen Jun. Mr. Shen is now climbing up the Han Lion. Even the fact that she followed Song Huaying to stand on the bird's nest and some of the revelations circulating on the internet have made people in the company look at her with a little more strangeness. If Shen Jun really won with Song Huaying this time, or got a good ranking, then the way the company employees and her good sisters looked at her, Zhao Wanyi took a deep breath. No way. Shen Jun can't win. She specifically looked at the competition information for the finals and also looked at the guest singers. Not to mention that all the singers in the finals are very good. 4 of the guest singers this time are top singers, even Song Hwaying can't compare to them. As someone in the industry, she knows too well the strength of these people. They are truly top singers. He is totally not one of the popular singers nowadays. How can Shen Jun compare with this group of people? There's no comparison. So Shen Jun can't win. This is the only thing that can comfort Zhao Wanyi at the moment. And if we look at the current situation, Shen Jun and Song Hwaying can't even make it into the top 4. If they want to break into the top 4, it all depends on Song Hwaying's performance. If Song Hwaying can get a good ranking in the individual competition, then he can still compete for the top 4. If Song Hwaying doesn't perform well in the individual competition, they will definitely not be able to make it to the top 4. At that time, it will definitely be backlashed by the recent public opinion. In Zhao Wanyi's opinion, the relationship between Shen Jun and Qin Man is definitely not as rumored on the internet. Qin Man is such a powerful person, how could he fall for Shen Jun? The online public opinion and the fact that Shen Jun is participating in the competition are probably mostly Hanchi's efforts to build momentum for Shen Jun. It is possible for Shen Jun to join Hanchi Company. Shen Jun has good traffic now and is not ugly, otherwise she would not have fallen in love at first sight when she was young. He is very suitable to be a traffic star. So Zhao Wanyi analyzed it and felt that Shen Jun was very likely to have joined Hanchi Company and signed a contract with Hanchi. And this time, Hanchi participated in the finals in order to support Shen Jun. Only, Hanchi Company certainly didn't expect that in this final, the guest singers for other singers would be these top singers. Therefore, Hanchi's promotion this time may end up with more losses than gains. Thinking of this, Zhao Wanyi's somewhat irritable mood calmed down a little, and her cold expression also relaxed a little. And at this time, the Jiangnan film and television base. In a film crew, Zhang Ruanan is currently filming a costume drama. In the drama, Zhang Ruanan is wearing a light moonwhite costume, and her fair skin is as translucent as jade. Combined with the delicate facial features, she looks like an ethereal being. After the director called cut, the crew members around praised and praised. Ruanan's acting is getting better and better. This costume is perfect, just like a real fairy. Beautiful as a fairy. It's so beautiful. Once the stills are released, I'm sure I'll gain a lot of fans. Zhang Ruanan is now a popular young actress in the film and television industry and a top star in the field of TV dramas. She is always surrounded by people wherever she goes. Zhang Ruanan is a humble person, like a girl next door. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Ruanan would definitely be polite and modest to others and say thank you. But after finishing her part this time, Zhang Ruanan confirmed that the mission for today was over, and hastily apologized to everyone embarrassedly. Sorry, I'm busy. After saying that, she didn't even have time to take off her makeup and hair, and hurriedly ran to the nanny car parked outside, holding the hem of her ancient costume. Seeing that the rest of the crew were all stunned, is Ruanan okay? Zhang Ruanan's agent was still standing there. Seeing the looks from everyone, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he said something without changing his expression. It's okay, it's okay. Ruanan's mother just called her. After hearing the agent's words, the people around nodded in understanding, the inquiring look in their eyes disappeared, and they all got busy. The agent breathed a sigh of relief, then glared and quickly walked into the nanny car. As soon as I got in the car, I saw Zhang Ruanan already slumped in the seat, watching the program video on the tablet intently. The program is Top Singer. The agent glanced sideways and sighed softly. Ever since that Shen Jun stepped into this circle, this girl has been a little. Anyway, whenever she hears any information about Shen Jun, she pays close attention. Especially for such a big event, I can't wait to participate in it myself. The agent was puzzled. This girl has been in the industry for so many years and has never had any scandals. However, people in the circle are all saying that she has fallen in love while filming. This girl has filmed so many ancient costume dramas, but she has never fallen in love with a male actor. She thought that this girl was really devoted to her work and there was no romance in her eyes at all. At that time, she also thought that she had met a good star, which would save her a lot of trouble. At least she wouldn't have to deal with the public relations of those scandals. The result was unexpected. It's not that I don't like you. The one I like hasn't appeared yet. Now it's all right, we're completely in love. Especially when thinking about the program contract that this girl asked her to sign a few days ago, the agent felt his scalp tingling. Participate in this show and the fans will know. I don't know what this is going to be like. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. But there's no point worrying about it. This girl still does her own thing, and her contract with the company is about to expire. More unscrupulous. The company has no choice but to coax him to come. After all, this is their company's biggest cash cow. The agent went from initially opposing and dissuading her to now having no choice but to accept it. The agent is worried that if he continues to dissuade her, the girl will go on strike. The agent sighed, got into the car, and said after closing the door, "Shen Jun will appear last. Why are you so anxious?" Many people on the crew are curious. Zhang Ruanan waved her hand without even raising her head. "You don't understand. I have to help Uncle see the strength of others, so that I can feel at ease. This is a crucial battle for Uncle's debut, we must win." As she spoke, Zhang Ruanan clenched her fists and cheered Shen Jun on. The agent looked at her helplessly and held his forehead with his hand, sighing, "It's hopeless." In addition, people like Lin Jia, who joined Jiangnan TV, also put down their work and stayed in the office to watch the show. In a bungalow in a rural area in northeast China, old man Shen Chunping, wearing reading glasses, looked at his mobile phone, waiting for his son to enter. Although Shen Jun's participation has been met with pessimism and speculation across the internet, there are still many people paying attention and caring about him. At this moment, Tan Si on the stage had just finished singing a song. For this Bird's Nest Finals, not only did Dragon TV invest heavily, but the companies behind all the singers also invested heavily. Just like the songs sung by Tan Si, he specially found top lyricists and composers in the industry. It is said that the cost of this song alone is several $100,000. The live harmonies and dance partners are all the best teams in the country. Therefore, the auditory enjoyment it brings to people is absolutely the best and most enjoyable. The song is over. Tans bowed and left the stage, and deafening cheers rang out in the bird's nest. Deafening. The audio-visual impact of 90,000 people clapping and cheering together was absolutely top-notch. Everyone even felt that the stage beneath their feet was shaking. The cameras swept across the audience, and countless fans were screaming at the top of their lungs, extremely excited. Countless netizens who saw it became excited. At this time, the second singer came on stage. As I said before, sometimes it's easy for singers to perform poorly. This situation has happened to many singers in previous lives, even the Queen Fei Wang has encountered this situation. The song Fleet of Time almost ruined Fei Wang's reputation, not to mention others. On a big stage like the Bird's Nest Final, the more attention it gets, the more nervous and excited people will feel. With the surge of adrenaline, some people will become more excited and enjoy the stage even more. Some people were so nervous that their voices trembled. There are all kinds of situations. The second singer is the latter. The second singer is one of the two singers at the bottom of the six, but the other singer has found a strong backing singer. But his guest vocals are still top-notch. I was already feeling a bit desperate. Coupled with the shocking and dazzling stage, especially when Tan Si just finished singing, the whole place was excited. As soon as the second singer came on stage, he felt the overwhelming sound waves. When he looked up, he saw pairs of eyes staring at him excitedly. The stage was surrounded by dense crowds of heads, which was a very shocking, spectacular, and grand scene for the audience. But in the eyes of the participating singers, it has become an extremely stressful burden. This heavy burden even made him breathless. So when the second singer came on stage, his legs went weak. Fortunately, he was an experienced singer and adjusted himself immediately. But my mentality was already unstable. The longer I was on stage, the more tense my nerves became. Every cheer and every eye contact with the audience became a weight adding to the pressure. The singer's condition became increasingly unstable, and by the end, his breathing had become unstable. The sound is empty and unreal. And the high notes also had some cracking sound. In fact, if these situations happen to normal singers, or even first or second tier singers, they are not a big problem. Excusable. But this kind of problem occurred in this top-level stage, in this Battle of the Gods event. That's basically a death sentence. So when the singer finished the song, although the applause continued, the smile was gone from his face, and he looked a little dispirited. Obviously, he had anticipated the ending. Before the singer left the stage, the entire internet began to discuss the singer's performance. After all, there are many great singers among the people. Moreover, many audiences could clearly hear that the second singer was obviously not as good as the first singer, Tan Si. So everyone is discussing it. At this time, in the Whole Music live broadcast room, an official live broadcast room with the Whole and Peak Singer brands was also commenting on the singer's performance. Dragon TV has reached a cooperation with Whole app. Whole will help promote Peak Singer, and the final songs of Peak Singer will also be released on Whole. A win-win situation for both parties. Peak Singer is now the most popular variety show in China, and China Music is the largest music platform in China with countless audiences. Whole Music launched numerous promotional activities during this period. The same is true for this live broadcast room. This live broadcast is specifically for the finals. Whole Music invited 3 top figures in the music field to comment and analyze the performance of each singer, and make a guess about the event. As the largest music platform in China, Whole Music is naturally very well funded, so the 3 guests invited are all very powerful figures. The 3 guests are commenting on the singer's performance. Ordinary viewers may not notice any problems, but these three are top experts, so they can naturally find out at a glance and analyze it quickly. So, taking everything into consideration, the singer performed poorly and will most likely place last in the individual competition. The audience in the live broadcast room suddenly realized it. Because the three big guys are professional enough, and Hole has been investing in traffic, more and more people are entering the live broadcast room. Soon, viewers and fans in the live broadcast room began to ask about the other singers' abilities and give their guesses. The three of them are big names in the industry and are not afraid of offending people. When they see someone asking a question, they start analyzing it directly. The 12 guests took turns to analyze. Song Hwaying and Shen Jun were also analyzed. One big boss said, Song Hwaying's style is very unique, and her voice is very distinctive, so she's very popular. If the song is suitable, her ranking will definitely not be low. If the song isn't suitable, it will definitely be the same as in the semi-finals. But Song Hwaying does have the ability. In the individual competition, he can at worst secure 4th place. If he performs well, he might even be able to compete for the top 3. The boss who was speaking was called Sun Zheng. He is one of the top music producers in the country and has collaborated with countless singers. He is also a music critic with a very unique vision. After Sun Zhengang finished speaking, the other person nodded. Old Sun is right. Song Hwaying has the talent. It depends on the song. In the individual competition, he'll probably be in the 3rd or 4th place range. The person who answered the phone was Su Yi. He started out as a singer and once reached a top-tier level. Later he moved behind the scenes and is now considered a top music producer. The host on the side asked on behalf of the audience. After all, Song Hwaying won the championship in the 5th episode. Doesn't she have a chance to challenge for the championship in this final? Hearing this, the 3 guests present smiled slightly. Another silent guest commentator, Professor Wu Yanji from the Beijing Conservatory of Music, shook his head and said, Song Hwaying's victory in the 5th episode was largely due to the production of this song. During the 5th episode, it was obvious that Song Hwaying was in very, very good shape. In our industry, we say he's found his groove. And the song Fleeting Time is also very well written. It can be said to be an absolute classic. For example, Hongdu in the semi-finals was slightly inferior. So if Song Hwaying wants to repeat his victory in the 5th episode in the finals, he must regain his form and perform exceptionally well to have a chance of defeating Chi Nan, Lin Ruodan, and the others. The other songs we sing must be on the level of Fleeting Time. But Wu Yanji paused for a moment, and Sun Zheng took over and said directly, but it's not easy to find that extraordinary state of performance. The bigger the stage, the harder it is to find that state, especially a stage like the Bird's Nest. Just look at the singer's performance just now. Being able to keep a steady mind is actually quite impressive. Don't think about overperforming. As for the song she sang, we can't make a judgment now. After all, we haven't heard the songs yet. But there's a problem with the songs Song Hwaying is singing now. A big problem. That's because all the songs she's singing were written by Shen Jun. Other people's songs have proven in the previous episodes that they are not suitable and don't fit in well with the local climate. Only Shen Jun's songs. Song Hwaying can only sing Shen Jun's songs. I don't know much about Mr. Shen's situation, but he has already released 2 excellent works. Those years can even be called a classic. Red Bean is only slightly inferior, but it's still a classic and great song. 2 classics in half a month. At this point, Sun Zheng exchanged glances with the other 2 commentators, then smacked his lips and said, compared to many veteran composers, this output is very high. It's less than half a month now, and I have to sing 1 song for myself, 1 for the supporting cast, and 2 more songs. This is equivalent to requiring Mr. Shen to come up with 4 classic songs in a row within a month. The 3 judges looked at each other and shook their heads. Disaster. This is almost impossible for top domestic music producers to accomplish. Sometimes, only 1 classic song is produced every few years. 4 songs a month is too difficult. So, for a song in the finals to reach the level of Red Bean from the semifinals is already very rare, let alone the level of Fleeting Time. No way. Not to mention 2 more classics like this. So Song Hwaying's chances of winning are almost 0. If he performs well, he might get 3rd. If he performs normally, he'll be 4th. Sun Zheng added a few more words. Not to mention, this time the final rankings are based on a combined score from both the individual and supporting vocal rounds. Even though Song Hwaying performed well on her own, her backup singer was Shen Jun. At this point, Sun Zheng paused and exchanged glances with the other 2 guests. The 3 shook their heads and laughed. Sun Zheng said with some helplessness and sarcasm, I can only say that the singing session will most likely lower Song Hwaying's overall score. When Hanshi chose Shen Jun, Song Hwaying had already withdrawn from the competition for the finals. She has no chance. After Sun Zheng finished speaking, the other 2 guests nodded in agreement. Many viewers in the live broadcast room agreed with the speculations of the three guests and started discussing it in the room. At this time, it was Lin Ruodan's turn to perform on the show. The more magnificent and grand stage not only failed to suppress Lin Ruodan's aura, but made Lin Ruodan feel like a fish in water. Lin Ruodan's aura was fully displayed this time, shocking the entire audience. The hair-raising high notes and angry voices made all the audience exclaim and shout, until Lin Ruodan finished her song. The entire bird's nest was in a frenzy. Countless audiences shouted in unison, "Jordan! Jordan!" The sound waves swept through the entire bird's nest like a tide, and the guest singers backstage all looked solemn. Lin Ruodan exits the stage. The fourth singer came on stage, and the fourth singer was Qin Shui. Originally, like the second singer, they were the weakest among the six and were also at the tail end. But this time it's different. Qin Shui's guest singer is Lin Zijie, a top singer who debuted in the same era as Qi Nan, known as the North Qi and South Lin, and one of the candidates for the King of Pop. Even among the 6 guest singers, he can be ranked among the top 3. The company that Qin Shui works for has definitely invested a lot of money this time, and directly asked the company's top man for help, so now Qin Shui's online predicted ranking is almost catching up with Song Huaying. In addition to inviting Lin Zijie to help, Qin Shui's company also invested heavily in Qin Shui's personal singing session. He directly found a top music producer and spent a lot of money to write a song that was very suitable for Qin Shui. What's more, Qin Shui is now confident. So this time the performance was far better than the previous semi-finals, even a little bit beyond the norm. The level was very high, and when the song ended, countless audiences at the scene burst into warm applause. The whole bird's nest was boiling again. Qin Shui even bowed and left the stage with tears in her eyes. Even the 3 commentators in Huol's live studio were slightly surprised. Sun Zheng even said, "Song Huaying is in danger." At this time, in the waiting area of the stage, 5 singers, whether they had finished singing or not, were waiting in the waiting area. Originally, the 5 people were busy with their own things, but when they heard singing coming from the front desk, the 5 of them stopped what they were doing at the same time. His expression gradually became serious. When the song ended and thunderous applause broke out outside, the 5 people in the waiting area all had different expressions. Although they cannot see what is happening outside the venue, the applause and cheers can clearly reflect whether a song is popular with the audience. Just like the 3 singers who have already finished singing, Lin Ruodan received the craziest applause and cheers, followed by Tan Si, and the second singer received the weakest. Now the applause and cheers brought by Qin Shui have almost caught up with Tan Si, which made several people in the waiting area change their faces. Lin Ruodan and Qi Nan still looked indifferent. The singer who was originally at the bottom of the rankings with Qin Shui, and the second singer who just performed poorly, had a completely fallen face. Even his eyes were red. "I feel like I'm going to cry in a while." As for Tan Si and Song Huaying, they both looked solemn. Now Qin Shui is performing exceptionally well and is even about to catch up with him, not to mention that Qin Shui also has a trump card, Lin's eyes, who might really emerge as a dark horse by then. Knock him off his horse. As for Song Huaying is very clear about her weaknesses in this final. It's her. The online speculation that Shen Jun was lagging behind was completely nonsense. Song Huaying had been shocked by Shen Jun's singing more than once. Especially now that he practices singing all night long, Shen Jun's singing skills have improved rapidly. She has completely surpassed him. Not to mention that Shen Jun's ability to understand songs is top-notch. The song His Wish is definitely a hit as soon as it comes out. It can blow up the whole place. Song Huaying is very confident that her collaboration with Shen Jun will win first place in the duet segment. No matter how many amazing backup singers came to the scene, or how much money each company spent on buying the songs, when it comes to singing skills, Shen Jun is not much inferior to others. When it comes to songs, which song can compare to His Wish? So the singing part is stable. The unstable part was her solo singing segment. She wasn't afraid of being laughed at, but she had been wondering whether she was holding Shen Jun back since the rehearsal. If it weren't for her, maybe Shen Jun could have won the championship more easily? So Song Huaying has always been a little worried. According to her idea, she should be able to get first place in the duet segment, so she needs to try her best to improve her personal singing score. It would be best if we could get into the top 3. This way the scores can be more stable and the comprehensive scores can have a chance to compete for the championship. In fact, the most stable thing is that she also won the first place in the individual segment, but Song Huaying knew that with her strength, this was almost impossible. The reason we won the championship in the 5th episode was partly because of our exceptional performance, and partly because no one else was prepared. And now, everyone is obviously fully prepared for the battle for the championship. Just look at Qin Shui and you will know. It was the last one in the group before, but now it is also trying its best. Not to mention others. Song Huaying took a deep breath and calmed his turbulent emotions. They were all ready to fight hard, so wasn't he? Among the 6 singers present, she is not the most hardworking, but she is also one of the best. We've worked so hard for this moment. On the stage, Chi Nan, number 5, has already come on stage. Similarly, Chi Nan is also ready to give his all, and this time he performed at his peak level. Singing skills, skill, emotion, all filled up. He has fully demonstrated his current peak level and fully demonstrated what it means to be a candidate for the title of King of Kings. After Chi Nan finished singing the song, there was thunderous applause outside the stage, and even the entire bird's nest shook. The cheers and horse shouts lingered for a long time. Even the singers in the waiting area and the guest singers backstage all stood up and applauded. Shen Jun also stood up. It must be said that Chi Nan's singing skills at his peak were comparable to his singing skills in his previous life. He was a formidable rival. The applause and cheers lasted for a long time before finally dying down with the host's introduction. The host chatted awkwardly for a while, and when the atmosphere had cooled down, he said loudly, "Next, please welcome the singer, Song Hwaiying." Song Hwaiying has a lot of fans, and he performed well in the past 2 episodes, attracting many new fans. Many of the audience members came just for Song Hwaiying. Song Hwaiying still went on stage in a flowing long dress, and screams and shouts immediately rang out from the audience. Many fans excitedly waved the light boards in their hands. In the whole live broadcast room, 3 commentators were chatting. Song Hwaiying still has a large fan base. Yes, she has a tragic style. People who don't like this style won't like it at all, but people who do like it will love it to death. The fans are very loyal. It's just a pity she was ranked after Chi Nan. Chi Nan's performance this time really showed us what a superstar candidate is. Even if Lin Zijie came, he might not be able to suppress it. Song Hwaiying is at a disadvantage standing behind Chi Nan. Yes, the situation is not good. Let's see how she performs. And just as everyone was paying attention, Song Hwaiying, who stood on the stage, lowered his head slightly. He was not as nervous as expected, nor as stressed as expected. When she stepped onto the stage, her mood inexplicably began to calm down. Stand on this stage. The figure who had been practicing day and night during this period seemed to overlap with her. These figures seemed to be telling her that what she had done was good enough, so just sing with confidence. This made Song Hwaiying feel as if he had found confidence when he stood on the stage, and he no longer felt as light and fluttery as when he first stepped onto the stage. I feel inexplicably at ease. And when she heard the shouts and cheers of fans around her and saw the light board with her name on it flashing, Song Hwaiying's heart began to ripple. The blood in the body gradually began to flow faster, and Song Hwaiying felt his heartbeat slightly quicken. Not nervous, but excitement and excitement. Just like what Shen Jun said to her during rehearsal. "Sister Hwaiying, you've done well enough. You should enjoy this stage to the fullest." Yes, she is fully prepared for every performance. She shouldn't be stage-fearing. Instead, you should enjoy it, enjoy your own efforts, and enjoy your own success. Clang! As the prelude beat sounded, Song Hwaiying looked up, his eyes filled with calmness, the corners of his mouth slightly curved, and he picked up the microphone. The light singing voice instantly resounded throughout the huge bird's nest. "This time I will face it with determination. Willful intoxication. I don't care." The song No Regrets in My Past Life was released in 1993. It was also the first song written by Faye Wong herself. At that time, Faye Wong had already begun to show her unique and amazing style. This was also Faye Wong's peak period. This song has won the top 10 Golden Songs in Best Original Songs. It is one of Faye Wong's classics. And although this song is an old song from the 90s and the arrangement is full of old-fashioned Hong Kong and Cantonese characteristics, this song is actually very popular today. Both the lyrics and the music are timeless. When the previous Life TV series Prosperity was released, this song became popular again as an insert song. This is enough to show that this song is a classic. Coupled with Song Hwaiying's ethereal voice similar to Faye Wong's and her cool temperament, this opening instantly gave the song a soul. The bird's nest, which was originally noisy and bustling, suddenly fell into silence. It seemed as if no one had the heart to disrupt the ethereal sound and artistic conception. Everyone quieted down, concentrated, and began to listen attentively. At this time, in the whole live broadcast room, the 3 guests were still discussing Song Hwaiying's previous performance and the 2 songs. As a result, as soon as Song Hwaiying opened his mouth, all 3 of them were stunned. My eyes involuntarily turned to the show. Why is it so important for singing to have a distinctive voice? Because a distinctive voice is easy to remember and catch people's ears. Just like Faye Wong's voice, once you hear it, it's hard to forget. With Faye Wong's voice, coupled with special lyrics and music, the effect achieved is absolutely top-notch and unforgettable. Now, under the guidance of Shen Jun, Song Hwaiying's vocal skills have become closer to Faye Wong's voice. In addition, Song Hwaiying is now fully into the state and performs perfectly. The effect is naturally amazing. After hearing a line of lyrics, the three commentators in the whole live broadcast room kept their eyes on the song, but exclaimed in unison, "That sound!" Shen Jun, who was sitting backstage, felt relieved as he watched the live broadcast of the program. In fact, he noticed the slight worry in Song Huaying's heart, but to be honest, from Shen Jun's perspective in his previous life, although Song Huaying has not yet caught up with Fei Wang in his previous life, but her vocal technique and emotions have improved a lot. If the original Song Huaying was about one-third similar to Fei Wang, then the current Song Huaying has reached one-half similarity. Very high. Moreover, Song Huaying would not give up until he was exhausted during every practice and rehearsal. Even when he was eating or riding in the car, he would hum a tune to get in the mood. Song Huaying has already mastered the two songs Obsession and As Wish Comes True, so there is nothing to worry about. Song Huaying is definitely one of the most hardworking singers Shen Jun has ever seen, rarely seen in previous lives. Not to mention that Song Huaying has been famous for many years. So what he said to Song Huaying was not to comfort or persuade Song Huaying, but was true in what he believed from the bottom of his heart. Song Huaying has done well enough. She should enjoy this stage built for her to the fullest. When the singing started and the entire bird's nest fell into an immersed state of listening, Song Huaying on the stage was getting better and better. The more immersed you are, the more intoxicated you become. In the song Obsession, Fei Wang wrote about love, but it is different from normal love or bitter love. Through this song, Fei Wang expressed her determination and persistence in her choice in love. A different view of love. That is, even if she knows that the choice is wrong, she will still be firm and persistent regardless of everything. Don't care what others think, whether right or wrong, no matter the result. This is the view of love that Fei Wang wants to express in this song, free and easy yet real. To be honest, when this song was first released, its connotation and ideas were actually very advanced for that era. It's even so advanced that it's hard to accept. After all, before the millennium, people's views on love were still deeply influenced by the older generation. At that time, the love people pursued was loyalty and mutual support, rather than reckless love, which meant sinking even if there were mistakes. Therefore, the connotation of this song was very advanced for that era. Likewise, it won't resonate with most people. In fact, if it weren't for Fei Wang's top fame and incredible singing skills, it would be questionable whether this song would become popular back then. It's just that this song happened to coincide with Fei Wang's peak period. This is what made it a classic today. This song is not suitable for that era, which can be seen from the previous life. After this song came to the modern era, it became more and more popular among people, especially in the years before Shen Jun traveled through time. With the popularity of the TV series Manhwa, Obsessed became popular again, become a trend. It was even covered by countless singers later and became a hit on the entire internet. In fact, we can see something from here. This song written by Simi Bui was a bit ahead of its time for 1993. But for today's era, for love in today's era, but it is very suitable and appropriate. Be real, free and easy, and natural. Dare to love and hate, and love even if you are wrong, because this is the thought and view of love of young people today. If someone did this before the millennium, they would probably be called shameless. If someone were to do this in today's era, there would probably be countless people exclaiming and praising, "Sister is so handsome." The song Obsession fits the thinking of young people today, so this song has become popular on the internet after many years along with The Flowers, because it can resonate more with contemporary people. The same principle applies to this parallel world. The emotions and thoughts expressed in this song are the same as those of modern young people, so this song can resonate with people very well. At the beginning, most people were shocked by Song Huaying's voice that was as light as heavenly music and subconsciously kept quiet. But as the song gradually sounded and the lyrics were revealed one by one, Song Huaying's emotions became more and more about to burst out. Many people suddenly felt their hearts beating. It feels like the lyrics of this song were written by him. It touched her deeply. Very resonant. Whose heart should I use to understand? Even if it hurts. It's also my sorrow. At the climax of the chorus, Song Huaying's ethereal voice was like a sharp knife that stabbed into the hearts of every audience member. Countless audiences suddenly felt their breathing stagnate and their hearts twitched violently. An inexplicable sadness and relief suddenly surged in my heart. Some people even got goosebumps and trembled all over, feeling that the words were instantly written into their hearts. At this moment, low sobbing sounds gradually emerged from the silent audience. The director turned the camera to the audience and saw that many audience members had red eyes. Some audience members even covered their mouths and sobbed softly. Some viewers had their eyes dazed, as if they were lost in some memory and couldn't extricate themselves. The same is true for netizens and viewers who are watching the finals through the live broadcast. At this time, the program barrage has been swept by dense barrages. Countless people commented crazily on it. Sudden empathy. Wow, what a good song to cry about. Unwavering. Even if I'm wrong, I still want to love. July 23, 2025, Sunday Xiaomei, I still love you. When I heard my sister's song, I suddenly felt relieved. Damn, isn't that me? Wang Xian, did you hear that? Yes, this is my own sorrow. Why should I care about other people's opinions? The lyrics to this song are absolutely amazing. Ah, Sister Huaying is going to kill me. At this time, at the Jiangnan Film and Television Base, Zhang Ruanan, who was sitting in a nanny car watching the Peak Singer finals, heard the singing coming from her mobile phone. The whole person was suddenly stunned. Her eyes were reddened for no apparent reason. Zhang Ruanan took a deep breath, suppressed the emotions churning in her heart, and murmured softly, "Unrepentant." The same situation is happening all over the country at this moment. Now the Peak song has reached the highest playback volume on the entire network, and the number of viewers of the finals has even exceeded 100 million times. At this moment, countless people heard Song Huaying singing, and countless people were moved and touched by this singing. Even the three commentators in the whole live broadcast room were slightly stunned after Song Huaying finished the chorus, and then they looked at each other with some shock and emotion and said, "This song is so well written." At this time, Song Huaying on the stage was singing more and more absorbed and intoxicated. The singing skills accumulated and honed over the years reached their peak at this moment. He was like a fish in water, and the emotions he had been looking for all the time burst out. The stage became increasingly quiet, with only the sound of sobbing coming one after another. Final. When Song Huaying finished singing the last line, the music ended. The bright and flashing lights also froze in an instant. There was a brief silence in the huge bird's nest. It was so quiet that it seemed as if time was paused at this moment. Even the flashing light signs have frozen at this moment. Waiting area. The five singers who had finished their performance were originally listening to Song Huaying's singing. They vaguely heard the difference in the singing, but they could not see what was happening on the stage in the waiting area. All I can do is wait quietly. Now it was finally over, but the five people in the waiting area all looked at each other in astonishment, because they didn't hear any applause. There was no sound of cheering. It was as if the world suddenly fell silent. Applause and cheers are the only basis they can use to guess the singing level of the other singer. Everyone originally wanted to see what kind of applause Song Huaying would get. It makes it easier for them to guess the ranking. But the music on the stage had clearly ended, but they still didn't hear any applause. Qin Shui couldn't sit still any longer and asked in surprise, "Isn't it over yet?" At this moment, on the stage, Song Huaying maintained the final ending posture for several seconds, his eyes still somewhat blank. This is a manifestation of being completely immersed in the emotions. In the words of the actors, it means getting into the role. It is very important for a singer to find the emotion of a song and express the emotion of the song to the audience. Only a great singer can get into the role with such emotion. This is Song Huaying's current condition. It is not difficult to get into the role and then out of it, but it takes time. After a few seconds, Song Huaying, who was immersed in the role, finally came back to his senses. The vision gradually becomes clear. Song Huaying breathed a sigh of relief. He withdrew from the world of emotions and then bent down and bowed. Song Huaying's action was like a stone falling into calm water, which immediately caused ripples in the silent bird's nest, accompanied by Song Huaying's cheers and bows. The originally silent bird's nest was suddenly filled with deafening cheers and shouts. Song Huaying could hear them clearly from the stage. "Sister, kill me. Ah, it sounds so good, absolutely amazing. Song Huaying, I love you." Listening to the overwhelming cheers and thunderous applause from the audience, Song Huaying's mouth curled up slightly. "I feel completely relieved." Song Huaying picked up the microphone and said, thank you for your likes." This once again triggered even more intense shouts and cheers. This time the applause and cheers lasted for several minutes. Even when the host came on stage to make some awkward conversation, the applause did not dissipate. The applause was so intense that it rivaled the stage performance brought by Lin Ruodan and Qi Nan. The five singers in the waiting area all looked at each other at this moment, their faces becoming solemn. Just now they were wondering why there was no applause after the song was finished. They thought it wasn't over yet, or that something unexpected had happened. Even the singer who performed poorly was secretly delighted. If Song Huaying also made a mistake, and judging from the outside appearance, it was probably a very serious mistake. Maybe he won't be the last one by then. Song Huaying is at the bottom. Moreover, the problems he encountered on stage will not be exposed afterwards, because he has Song Huaying to support him anyway. If there are any problems, netizens will definitely criticize Song Huaying first. Singer number 2 was already a little happy and felt relieved. The result was unexpected. Before he could finish his breath, there was a sudden burst of hoarse shouts and thunderous applause in the gymnasium outside. The applause was astonishing. They could even feel the impact of the deafening applause in the waiting area. The ground around the stage seemed to be shaking under my feet. Very amazing. This made the five singers' faces change immediately, and they looked shocked. The ending effect is comparable to that brought by Lin Ruodan and Chi Nan. Although this is not enough to prove anything, the audience's applause is the best evaluation, judging by the current applause. Song Hwaying's performance this time is enough to surpass Tan Si, Qin Shui, and others, and be on par with Lin Ruodan and Chi Nan. How could the 5 people not be shocked? Although Song Hwaying won first place once, everyone in the industry is aware of Song Hwaying's situation, and many people never thought that Song Hwaying could break out again. Just like Qin Shui, after her extraordinary performance, she had a smile on her face the whole time she stepped off the stage. Because she feels that her performance has caught up with Tan Si, and with the help of Lin Ziji's singing, she may have a chance to surpass Tan Si and take the 3rd place. As for Song Hwaying was only at the same level as Tan Si, and she had also heard of Song Hwaying's backing singer Shen Jun, but she didn't take him seriously at all. Unexpectedly, before the singing session, Song Hwaying came up with a big one. It exploded directly. Now, her expected 3rd place seemed hopeless and she had to move down the rankings again. This made Qin Shui's face fall instantly. As for Tan Si, his face became even more gloomy. It's even a little blue. Before participating in Peak Singer, he was a veteran top-tier singer. Neither Qin Shui nor Song Hwaying could compare to him. As a result, since joining the show, everyone wants to step on him to get to the top, and Qin Shui alone has made him feel a great threat. Now here comes another Song Hwaying. Is he going to be last in this final? Tan Si took a deep breath and felt a little numb. Lin Ruodan and Chi Nan looked fine, but there was a bit more emphasis in their eyes. It was obvious that Song Hwaying's strength made them feel pressured again. Song Hwaying did not leave the stage because after the host visited the venue, he invited 5 other singers to perform. They will conduct a unified voting session. Voting is divided into on-site voting and online voting, and the total number of votes will be calculated in the end. As for the final championship ranking, the total number of votes for the individual segment plus the number of votes for the duet segment will be calculated. Now comes the personal segment. During the voting, the host was still chatting with the 5 singers, but the 5 singers were already a little absent-minded because they were all nervously waiting for the results. At this time, the several guest singers backstage all looked serious and watched the live broadcast on the screen attentively. The individual field segment is a key part of the final result. They came to participate in the competition, naturally hoping to get the best results, so they were all nervous. Soon, voting will end. There was no suspense in the announcement of the votes. After the voting ended, the results were announced on the big screen in order. Final. The first place in the individual competition was Chi Nan. Thunderous applause broke out at the scene, and the live broadcast room barrage was also shouting crazily, "Brother Nan is awesome." And the second place is Lin Ruodan. Song Hwaying ranked 3rd with a difference of 100 votes and failed to beat Lin Ruodan. When the results were announced, Lin Ruodan's expression remained unchanged, but she stared intently at Chi Nan, because in her eyes, Chi Nan was the only one who had the strength to compete with her for the championship. Song Hwaying lost the individual competition and had no chance of participating in the accompaniment singing segment, so there was nothing to worry about. The duet segment will be the final battle between her and Chi Nan. As long as she defeats Chi Nan in the duet segment, the championship and the final will belong to her. As for Song Hwaying himself, he was not too sad at that time. After seeing the results, Song Hwaying felt relieved. Because in her expectation, as long as she can get into the top 3, she will not be a big drag on Shen Jun, and they will have a certain chance to challenge the championship. Now he has successfully made it into the top 3, and is even only 100 votes away from Lin Ruodan. 100 votes, it's easy to overtake. Even the difference in votes from Chi Nan is not that big. Now we have not only a slight chance to win the championship, but a very great chance to win the championship. Song Hwaying believes that with the wonderful performance of Shen Jun and the wonderfulness of the song Ruyuan, he has a chance to surpass Lin Ruodan and Chi Nan. How could Song Hwaying not be excited about this? At this moment, she could already feel her heart beating violently. The championship is right in front of you. As for the other 3, singer number 2, as expected, ranked last. The results of Qin Shui and Tan Si are quite interesting. The number of votes between the two is also 100 votes apart. Tan Si is 4th and Qin Shui is 5th. This finally made Tan's breathe a sigh of relief. As long as I don't lose completely to Qin Shui and Song Hwaying, winning one is also a win. Qin Shui frowned, with an expression of dissatisfaction and unwillingness flashing in her eyes, and clenched her fists. She originally thought that she could beat Tan Si and Song Hwaying this time, but she didn't expect that she didn't win in the end and was still second to last. This made her feel dissatisfied. I performed so well. In the duet singing session, she must surpass Tan Si, surpass Song Hwaying, and at least take the 3rd place. After seeing the final results, the audiences online and offline felt that it was very reasonable. Only a few fans were still crying out that there was an inside story. Shen Yunking's home in Shanghai. At this time, the 3 of them were still watching TV. When they heard Song Hwaiying's ranking, they all breathed a sigh of relief, because they all knew that Song Hwaiying was at a disadvantage in the individual round of the final. So they never pinned their hopes on the individual singing segment. Their trump card was the duet singing segment, and it was Shen Jun. Now that Song Hwaiying didn't lose too many votes in his solo singing, he has a chance to overtake in the duet singing session, become the biggest dark horse. Chin Man took a deep breath and felt his heart beating very fast. He became a little excited. The same was true for Shen Yunking. Shen Anan asked somewhat boredly, "When will Dad arrive?" The little guy just wants to see his dad go on stage. Zhao Wanyi's family, who also live in Shanghai, breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the final results of the individual singing segment. Sun Lanfang, who had been holding a handful of melon seeds in her hand but hadn't eaten any, had a sneer on her already stiff face and ate some melon seeds with a happy expression. After spitting out the melon seed shells, he snorted sarcastically, "Not that great. I've been worrying for so long. I want to see what this pretty boy does." Sun Lanfang believed that she knew Shen Jun well, but she had never seen Shen Jun sing in all these years, so Shen Jun's ability was definitely not as good as those top singers. Even if he has talent, can he surpass the top veteran singers in such a short time? If Hanshi wants to support Shen Jun, it can only rely on Song Hwaiying to score more points in his personal segment. But now Song Hwaiying is ranked third. Tan Si behind is a top-tier singer, and Qin Shua's guest singer is Lin Zijie. These two groups can easily surpass the combination of Song Hwaiying and Shen Jun. So the results of Song Hwaiying and Shen Jun can already be guessed, either the second to last or the last. With this result, let alone praising someone, it would be embarrassing. Even if they used their top female star to praise someone, and ended up being last, Hanshi probably can't afford to lose face. If anything goes wrong, Shen Jun will definitely be blamed. Shen Jun's idea of climbing up the Hanshi ladder is likely to fail. Thinking of this, the smile on Sun Lanfang's face became even wider, and the tension that just had a stiff face and sweat on the forehead was completely gone. Sun Lanfang even started thinking about asking her old sisters to play a game of mahjong again, so that she could let them see whether her vision was right. Trash, just trash. It will never amount to anything. Zhao Wanyi, who was sitting at the bar, looked at the final results of her individual singing. Her expression remained unchanged, but she felt relieved in her heart. If Shen Jun really takes advantage of Hanshi's power to rise up, she will be the one to be embarrassed. Fortunately not. Zhao Wanyi raised the corner of her mouth slightly, drank the water in the cup in one gulp, then put the cup down and said, "I'm going back to the house." She also believed that she understood Shen Jun without watching the duet segment. Over the years, she had heard Shen Jun sing only a handful of times. Sometimes when she went to KTV with friends for dinner, Shen Jun always said that he sang out of tune and never sang. Just think about the level and you will know. And even if Shen Jun can he sing better than music giants like Kui Chu and Lin Zijie? Even Song Hwaiying can't compare to these people. So as long as Song Hwaiying loses, that means Shen Jun has no chance of turning things around. There was absolutely no need to watch the next game, it would just be a waste of her time. After saying this, Zhao Wanyi stood up calmly. Before going upstairs, Sun Lanfang shouted from below, "Let's resolve the custody issue quickly, and see if you can find a way to pin Shen Jun to death. He's always jumping around in front of me and annoying me." Zhao Wanyi left a faint sentence. "No." Then he went upstairs without looking back. At the Jiangnan Film and Television base, Zhang Ruanan, who was in the nanny car, suddenly cried out while holding her phone. Ah! The shout was not loud, but it was shocking enough in the narrow space of the nanny car. The agent who was working on the computer in the back seat was startled. He sat up with a jerk, and the computer in front of him was almost blown away. The agent looked panicked and shouted nervously, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" The agent looked at Zhang Ruanan, who was sitting in the front row with an extremely nervous expression, fearing that something might have happened to Zhang Ruanan. After Zhang Ruanan finished wailing, she sighed with a sad and heartbroken look and said, "Sister Song Hwaiying only took third place in the solo singing segment. If that's the case, Uncle might not have a chance to win the championship." Hearing Zhang Ruanan's words, the agent's face froze, and then he was speechless. The expression on his face almost said, "That's it. That's it." In the agent's opinion, isn't it natural that Shen Jun can't win the championship? Shen Jun is a person who just debuted and is still an amateur contestant. He has never been on a large stage before. How could he possibly win the championship on the professional stage of peak singer? Not to mention that today's finals have gathered so many industry giants, such as Kui Chu, Lin Zijie, and Qi Nan, who are all great singers. The small group of people at the top of the pyramid. How could a big boss who has made his name in real life let an amateur who just debuted win the championship? Isn't that the equivalent of slapping them in the face? It's perfectly normal for Shen Jun not to win the championship, so, what's so sad about this? The agent was speechless, but even though he was speechless, he still had to comfort the little ancestor, so the agent thought for a while and comforted him. Don't worry too much. Don't you always say that Shen Jun is amazing? What if Shen Jun is also a great singer? It's just that he's a low-key person and has never shown it in front of you. Maybe he's a hidden boss. Zhang Ruanan, who was originally still sad, suddenly paused, and a look of joy and a look of reasoning appeared on her pretty face. Zhang Ruanan even clapped her hands excitedly and said, "It seems so. My uncle once casually told me before that he's a great singer, but he's just too lazy to sing, and the uncle is really a low-key person. He obviously knows a lot of things, but he doesn't like to show off at all. Everything is very calm. Very mature." The more Zhang Ruanan spoke, the more excited she became. Her face even turned a little red, which made her agent stunned and his eyes widened. "No, she just said it casually. Why do you take it seriously?" The agent was even more speechless, but he could only go along with the boy and try not to make him angry again. So the agent's brain turned quickly and he echoed, "Right. I've been watching his news recently and I feel like he's a very low-key person. Maybe he really has some tricks up his sleeve. And you often hear the song Chong or Fei, Flying Bugs. It's sung very well, so Mr. Shen must be able to sing. Besides, Hanshi is such a big company, how could they just randomly hire someone to go to the bird's nest? There must be something up his sleeve. Maybe they are holding back a big wave." She almost believed what her agent said. Sure enough, after Zhang Ruanan heard this, she no longer felt sad as before. The whole person instantly brightened up a lot and nodded with a smile. "Right. Uncle and the others must be planning a big move." The agent standing by breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Zhang Ruanan regain his composure. One good thing about this little ancestor is that he is very easy to coax. On the stage, after the rankings of the first round of individual singing were announced, the 6 singers left the stage to prepare for the next round, and the special guests came on stage to perform. Dragon TV made a big investment this time, and the special guests for the halftime performance were all top singers, which made the whole audience excited and attracted countless viewers to exclaim that the tickets were worth it. Countless netizens in the live broadcast room wailed and regretted not going to watch it in person. Half an hour passed in a flash, and by this time the 12 singers had almost changed their makeup, hair, and costumes. Shen Jun walked to the waiting area. The staff had already arranged everyone's seats in the waiting area in advance. Each group of singers sat together in pairs, forming a semicircle in the waiting area. When Shen Jun came over, several people were already sitting in the waiting area. Qin Shui, Lin Zijhe, as well as the second singer and guest singers. However, Shen Jun didn't know any of them, so he didn't say hello. He walked straight into the semicircular area, found his seat and sat down. Originally, Qin Shui and Lin Zijhe were chatting in low voices. The same goes for the other group. When Shen Jun came over, the 4 of them raised their heads one after another when they heard the noise, but when they looked up, they were all stunned. It wasn't until Shen Jun sat down that he came to his senses. A slight shock flashed in the eyes of all 4 people. After looking away, they looked at each other. With Shen Jun's presence, the 4 of them stopped chatting and just sat quietly, only glancing at Shen Jun's position from time to time. At this time, the other singers had also made their preparations, and they walked into the waiting area one by one in a dazzling manner. Wait until they enter the waiting area. A strange scene appeared. Everyone who walked over looked toward Shen Jun's position at first glance, either astonished, or stunned, or dazed, or in admiration. Different expressions, but everyone was attracted to it. This situation continued until Song Huaying walked in. Song Huaying changed into a red fishtail slim long skirt at this time, which made Song Huaying's already elegant temperament even more elegant and brighter. Dazzling. Song Huaying walked over slowly. She was communicating with the staff beside her. When she walked to the waiting area and saw Shen Jun, she exclaimed, "Wow, Mr. Shen, so handsome." Shen Jun is handsome enough and looks very much like the star Xiafeng, a true male god. Otherwise, he wouldn't have attracted so many fans by participating in the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Shen Jun's popularity is now so high, and his appearance has played a big role. Many people suggested that Shen Jun make a movie, and many fans even directly said that if Shen Jun made a movie, they would definitely rush in without hesitation and give their full support. This is enough to show how handsome Shen Jun is. When Song Huaying first met Shen Jun, he was also amazed by Shen Jun's appearance, and at that time Shen Jun was still not well groomed. She was wearing simple casual clothes and her hair was unkempt. Including when Shen Jun was on the show Dad, he never took the time to dress up seriously. Other guests followed the accompanying makeup artists to do all kinds of touch ups and hair and makeup. Only Shen Jun always wears casual clothes, which are simple, casual, clean and neat. Just this makes people feel amazing. Not to mention that Mr. Shen cleaned it up from start to finish tonight. Because he was going on stage, Shen Jun changed out of his casual clothes today and put on a fashionable dark red suit with ink-dyed diamonds on the half body. It looks bright but not ostentatious, very fashionable and eye-catching. The lower body is pure black suit pants. Although it looks ordinary, it is full of design sense. Especially the particularly fitting style, which makes Shen Jun's long legs look straight and slender when worn with these suit pants. Sitting in the seat at this moment, with my legs slightly crossed, I can feel the length of these legs. The performance suit on Shen Jun was selected by Chin Man. Chin Man himself has a good sense of fashion, not to mention that he has been immersed in this industry for many years. She also often travels abroad to watch shows. So he has a unique vision, and the clothes are very suitable for Shen Jun. They not only do not break Shen Jun's low-key temperament, but also add a bit of brightness and nobility. Moreover, this is a high-end custom-made item that Chin Man specially obtained from the brand. In Chin Man's words, the bird's nest is such a grand stage, it must be dazzling. And also thought that Daddy looked extremely handsome in this outfit. And didn't even want Shen Jun to take it off, so Shen Jun decided to wear this outfit. Actually, he originally wanted to wear a Zhongshen suit. In addition to clothes, Shen Jun also put on makeup today, which made his already angular facial features look even more stunning, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. At the same time, I also did a 3:7 side-parted hairstyle. It shows Shen Jun's superior facial features more comprehensively, and at the same time, while making him look handsome, it also adds a bit of casual and cool feeling to Shen Jun. It matches his temperament very well. When applying makeup just now, the makeup artist also put in all his efforts and displayed his life's talent. After all, it is rare to come across a face as awesome as Shen Jun's. So after this set, Shen Jun's already handsome appearance increased by another 3 or 4 points. To describe it in one word is, handsome and stunning. No one can take their eyes off it. If Shen Jun's handsomeness before was low-key and gentle, then now Shen Jun's handsomeness is bold and noble. No wonder all the singers who entered the venue wanted to look at Shen Jun. At first, they thought that this was a star who had arrived for the halftime performance. It's really eye-catching. After Song Hwaying exclaimed, he took several photos with Shen Jun and said that he would post them on his Moments and social accounts after the game. Different from the lively atmosphere of Song Hwaying and Shen Jun, the other groups of guests were relatively silent, and many people looked at Song Hwaying coldly while he was talking and laughing. Qin Shui whispered, "What's the point of dressing so fancy?" As all the singers arrived and the halftime performance ended, the host on the stage came to the stage and said passionately, "Let's welcome singers Tan Si and Zhang Yuling." The game was already halfway through, and the entire bird's nest was already buzzing with excitement. 90,000 spectators were shouting in unison, "Tan's sweetheart princess! Ah, Yuling Yuling, I love you! Come on, Tan's!" The overwhelming shouts and cheers were even more exciting and shocking than the individual singing session in the first half. Even if you were sitting in the waiting area, you could feel the overwhelming sound waves outside. Everyone in the waiting area stared at each other, and Song Hwaying also focused and began to prepare. As a veteran singer, Tan Si's strength is unquestionable. Moreover, Tan Si is now very angry because he has been suppressed by Song Hwaying several times in a row. This made Tan's very unhappy. And now there is Qin Shui coming from behind, which makes Tan Si feel huge pressure. So this time, Tan Si sang with almost all his strength, and decades of singing skills and techniques reached their peak at this moment, pulled directly to the extreme, paired with a sweetheart princess who can be sweet or salty. The performances given by these two were truly a feast for the eyes. A thrilling performance. When the song ended, the entire bird's nest erupted in warm applause and cheers, and the entire stage was boiling. Looking at the boiling audience, Tans felt slightly relieved. This performance could be said to be the highest quality one he had performed in recent years. Both singing skills and emotions have reached the peak. It's better than the individual singing segment and the performance in previous episodes. Tans is quite satisfied with his performance. With the help of Zhang Yuling, the third position should be maintainable. Tan Si knew very well that he had almost no chance of getting first and second place. One was the combination of Qi Nan and Kui Chu, and the other was the combination of Lin Ruo Dan and Sheng Yao. These two combinations are a sure win no matter where they are placed. Looking across the entire music scene, there is almost no group that can compete with them. Therefore, the top 2 places were not something he could even dream of. Tans had already set his sights on the 3rd place. The top 2 spots are out of reach. The 3rd place must be won. As long as he can get 3rd place, no one can say anything, and he can even enjoy a lot of popularity in traffic. After all, losing to the first 2 combinations is understandable. The audience will recognize it and the fans will understand it. Therefore, Tan Si's goal in the finals is to bring down Song Hwaying and then suppress the rising dark horse Qin Shui. Song Hwaying shouldn't be a big problem. After all, the difference in votes between them in the individual singing segment was not that big, and Song Hwaying also had Shen Jun who was holding him back, so the votes in the duet segment would definitely not look good. The key lies in Qin Shui and Lin Zijhe. Lin Zijhe is a big trouble. While thinking about this, Tanisai left the stage with Zhang Yuling. The second singer came on stage next. The performance of the second singer was unexpectedly much better this time. Maybe because he had accepted his fate, the second singer did not feel any burden at all after going on stage. Coupled with the cooperation of the guest singers, the final effect was surprisingly good. Although it's not as exciting as the one Tans brought, it's still much better than the last round. Maybe. Who knows if they can beat Song Huaying's combination? Singer number 2 walked off the stage thinking this. Song Huaying's backup singer Shen Jun was seen as a soft persimmon by everyone, and everyone wanted to pick on him. The next to perform is the duo of Lin Ruodan and Sheng Ya. This duo is definitely a king bomb and one of the most popular duos tonight. So before this group even came on stage, there were already crazy shouts and roars from the stage. The live broadcast barrage was even more dense, full of words like, "Sister, kill me." And then, amid the boiling shouts, a beam of light suddenly lit up on the dark stage. Lin Ruodan appeared on the stage, and before the audience could cheer excitedly, a loud and clear singing voice instantly resounded throughout the stage. The sound is like a horse running in the wilderness, unrestrained and unruly. With one shout, the entire bird's nest became quiet in an instant. Then came the low and fast-paced murmur of singing, which sounded like chanting, or the low sound of waves. The singing goes from low to high, and the waves gradually reveal their edge to the world. On the stage, another figure of Sheng Ya also appeared on the stage. The two figures were like flowers on the high hills, and as lonely and proud as the snow lotus on the mountains. Stand opposite. The moment the two figures appeared, the audience in the entire auditorium and the entire bird's nest could no longer contain their excitement and started shouting wildly. The director pushed the camera to the audience seats, and each audience member had crazy expressions and was shouting at the top of their lungs. Some people even burst into tears. The barrage in the live broadcast room of the program was even crazier. The dense barrage passed by like a tide, and it was impossible to see clearly. And in the midst of everyone's madness, the darkness outside the center area of the stage gradually brightened, and then an accompaniment band dressed in traditional clothes and holding folk music appeared in front of everyone. These accompaniments include various traditional instruments, including erhu, yangqin, sheng, and even suana. There are also Western instruments combined. The entire accompaniment group was very eye-catching, with various instruments taking turns to perform, causing the audience to boil as soon as they appeared. After a few seconds of pause, Lin Ruodan spoke again. Lin Ruodan's singing skills are not inferior to those of the 12 singers in the audience. I'm afraid only Kui Chu can compete with her. He can even vaguely suppress Chi Nan. At this time, Lin Ruodan completely let go, and her amazing singing skills and ability made many audiences stunned, covering their mouths and exclaiming. And before the shock was over, Sheng Ya on the side also spoke again. Sheng Ya's strength is not inferior to Lin Ruodan at all. The same dashing, the same sonorous. Moreover, Sheng Ya's voice is deeper than Lin Ruodan's, and her chest resonance is stronger. If Lin Ruodan's voice is like a bird flying in the sky, then Sheng Ya's voice is like a horse on the ground. One up and one down, complementing each other. At this time, when all the singers in the venue heard Lin Ruodan and Sheng Ya start singing, they all gasped and looked a little shocked. Song Huaying sighed slightly and whispered to Shen Jun. Sheng Ya is best at folk singing, so her vocal function is very strong. Shen Jun nodded slightly, he also heard it. Judging from the current pitch of Lin Ruodan and Sheng Ya, an ordinary singer's skills would not be able to support it, let alone perform it so amazingly. This is the strength of a professional singer, at the national team level. It really should not be underestimated. Lin Ruodan and Sheng Ya on the stage got into the groove as they sang, their emotions high and their voices passionate, making the blood of countless audiences boil. Even someone in the program barrage said directly, "The two sisters' songs have reached the Qinghai Tibet Plateau." Soon, it was time for the last chorus of the song, which is also the climax of the song. At this moment, everyone's hearts have been captured by Lin Ruodan and Sheng Ya. The two stood facing each other, their aura fully open, and their singing skills soared. When the main song falls, after the music came to an abrupt end, a loud and extremely penetrating suana sound suddenly rang out. The sound instantly tore the entire bird's nest apart. It tore through the shouts and madness of countless audiences, rushed straight into everyone's heart, and made the already excited audience tremble all over. Some people even shuddered, their eyes widened, and they were stunned. In the waiting area, even Shen Jun had goosebumps all over his body at this moment. It must be said that the suana instrument, if used well, the singer can still hold on. That is definitely a king bomb. Wow! The sound of suana made the already boiling bird's nest even more boiling, like the boom of a bomb. The whole world was boiling. At this moment, accompanied by the sound of suana, Lin Ruodan and Sheng Ya's terrifying singing skills suddenly burst out. 4 lines of lyrics. Sound pressure confrontation. Strengthen. The emotions are even more intense. Resonance enhanced. The resonance of the head cavity turns into the resonance of the chest cavity, and the breath is supported. Then his whole body exploded. Emotional catharsis. Push hard and head straight for 5C. And it's an extremely long sustained note. Along with the loud explosion of this long note, the suwana on the stage sounded again, and the loud suwana sound instantly tore the stage apart. But what shocked everyone was, the sound of the suwana couldn't even drown out the voices of Lin Ruodan and Shengya, but instead they complemented each other. Shocking. Fear. This terrifying C-sharp, coupled with the sound of the suwana, made the scalps of countless people present instantly numb, and even gave them goosebumps all over their bodies. Some people were even stunned. Shocked the whole audience. Then, the tone turned back and slowly descended, and the breath sound plus the edge of the vocal cords slowly ended the song, like a sigh, and the song ended. A few seconds after Lin Ruodan and Shengya finished singing, the whole audience fell silent, and everyone was still immersed in the shock and impact brought by the two sisters just now. So strong. So scary. Whether it's singing skills, function, or emotion, the two sisters can be said to have exploded the most terrifying and powerful scene. The impact it brings to people is absolutely astonishing. If I were to use one word to describe their singing, it would have to be exhilarating. Still wanting more. It was not until a few seconds later that all the audience came back to their senses, and then the entire bird's nest was suddenly filled with thunderous applause and cheers. Wow! The whole audience was boiling. Many audience members even stood up excitedly, their faces flushed as they clapped wildly. Not only the audience in the auditorium, but even the singers backstage had stood up at this moment, all clapping with expressions of amazement. Even Shen Jun stood up at this time. I have to say that Lin Ruodan and Shengya may not be too famous, but their singing skills are absolutely famous. Even in Shen Jun's previous life, they would have been famous. Ranked. People like this deserve applause. Apart from being amazed and sighing, the people present did not show much expression, because the two groups of Lin Ruodan and Qi Nan could not compete at all. So there aren't too many ideas. At this time, the live broadcast room of the program was also in an uproar. The barrage of comments was crazy, and it was difficult to see clearly. Everyone was shocked by the audiovisual feast brought to everyone by Lin Ruodan and Shengya. Everyone once again witnessed the strength of top singers. In the whole music live broadcast room, the three guest commentators all stood up at this time, which showed their admiration and respect for the top singers. The three singers were equally excited and were discussing excitedly. They both played really well. They're both incredibly talented singers, and their abilities are incredible. If they were replaced by an ordinary singer, they wouldn't last half the show. Especially that suwana sound at the end. It gave me goosebumps. Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. What I feel even more is that the sound of the suwana didn't even drown out the other two's voices. That's the scariest thing. This time, Lin Ruodan and Shengya have already secured the championship. Now it depends on whether Qi Nan and Kui Chu can also give us a hearty performance. At this time the host interrupted and asked, "Where are the other singers?" The three review experts shook their heads. Lin Ruodan and Shengya are no longer on the same level as them. There is no comparison at all. The champion must be between Lin Ruodan and Qi Nan. King versus king. At this time, on the internet, as Lin Ruodan and Shengya finished their performance, countless marketing accounts and some official accounts all began to frantically release various hot news. Lin Ruodan and Shengya bring us their best performances in the finals. What is a powerful singer? Lin Ruodan and Sheng Hua once again. So this is the strength of the national team. Lin Ruodan and Sheng Hua have secured the championship in the Peak Singer finals in advance, and the title of King of Singers is well deserved. Qi Nan is under pressure. The overwhelming news on the entire network is attracting more and more people to click on Peak Singer, and making more and more people look forward to the finals of Peak Singer, especially the singing of Qi Nan and Kui Chu. Ever since Lin Ruodan and Shengya gave such a stunning performance, the entire audience, and even the entire internet, are now curious about Qi Nan and Kui Chu behind them. Can their combination defeat Lin Ruodan and win the championship? Can it also bring an audiovisual feast to the audience and let the audience feel the shocking strength of top singers again? Amidst this excitement and anticipation, contestants number 4 Qin Shui and Lin Ziqi appeared on the stage, because the excitement caused by Lin Ruodan and Shengya in the previous match had not yet subsided. So the two of them were a little affected when they went on stage. Lin Ziqi was fine, after all, he debuted early and had the strength, so he adjusted quickly and got into the feeling more and more. But Qin Shui's performance this time was not as good as when she sang alone. I was a little shocked by Lin Ruodan. My overall condition is not very good. Although I haven't made any mistakes yet, my emotional state and everything else are a little off. On this kind of pinnacle stage, any detail will be infinitely magnified. Any little problem will be caught. Not to mention the wonderful performances by Lin Ruodan and Shengya before, so many viewers noticed that there was something wrong with Qin Shui's condition. Many fans are still comforting themselves by saying that Qin Shui was affected by Lin Ruodan and others, so she was in poor condition. I'm afraid it would be the same if someone else took over. So it's understandable. But more passers-by shook their heads and sighed. When the song ended, even with the help of superstar candidate Lin Zijhe, the atmosphere among the audience was a bit low. Compared with the previous game, the gap between Lin Ruodan and the others is even more obvious. Qin Shui obviously noticed this. After she finished singing, her eyes were a little red and she bit her lips tightly to hold back her sadness. Lin Zijhe on the side had a dark face. He had rehearsed with Qin Shui so many times that he could naturally hear what Qin Shui was like in an instant. During the performance, he tried hard to lead her, but it was no use. How can you still be supported by the company with this? If the company hadn't approached him, he would never have participated in this kind of program. He lowered his own status to show support, but ended up getting fooled. What a waste of his feelings. Lin Zijhe complained in his heart with a dark face, then ignored Qin Shui and turned around to leave the stage. Qin Shui followed behind him, her eyes even redder. But Qin Shui couldn't show any expression on the stage, so she forced herself to walk off the stage. Before she even reached the waiting area, she had already started crying with her hands on her face. She cried so loudly that everyone in the waiting area could hear her. But apart from stopping their conversation, no one stood up and went over. I didn't seize the opportunity. Serves you right. And someone like Tanisai might be laughing in his heart right now. He originally thought that Qin Shui was a threat, but he didn't expect that this threat would collapse so easily. He was worried for nothing. Now that Qin Shui's singing has failed, and Song Huaying's singing has also failed, then the third place will definitely be his. Thinking of this, Tan's mouth curled up slightly. Third place is not a position to be happy about, but being third behind Qi Nan and Lin Ruodan is something to be happy about. Especially now that Lin Ruodan has exploded. If Qi Nan can explode again, the value of this game will be greatly increased. Third, that's pretty impressive. In the future, when mentioning Lin Ruodan and Qi Nan, we will inevitably also mention Tanisai, who ranks after the two. Then let the company issue a press release and hire some internet trolls to clean up the rumors. It was said that he was very strong, but unfortunately he encountered the outbursts of Lin Ruodan and Qi Nan, and was defeated in the end. It can also be regarded as a disguised way to increase his exposure and value. Maybe it will attract a lot of fans. So Tans is very satisfied. Qin Shui was just a small episode and it passed quickly, because now everyone's eyes and attention were focused on Qi Nan and Kui Chu. Qi Nan and Kui Chu. One is a popular top-tier singer, and the other is a veteran rock king. The combined number of fans of the two is even equivalent to 2/3 of the fans of the singers present. Absolute strength. The absolute top star. Countless people were originally curious about what kind of surprises the combination of Qi Nan and Kui Chu could bring to everyone, especially now that Lin Ruodan and Shengya have exploded. Now, looking at the 6 pairs of partners, only Qi Nan and Kui Chu can compete with Lin Ruodan and Shengya. The ultimate showdown. The entire industry and even the entire network are paying attention. This is definitely the most exciting showdown among the top singers tonight. Even when Qi Nan and Kui Chu appeared on the show, the number of views of the program began to skyrocket, breaking the record again. It reached a historical high. Everyone is waiting to see who will be the champion of tonight's final. As for Song Huaying and Shen Jun, it has been subconsciously ignored by everyone. Before the game started, people did not have much hope for this combination, and they were more there to watch the fun. Look at a joke. Originally, there were some fans of Song Huaying and Shen Jun who supported the two, as well as some passers-by. After all, appearance is justice. But with Lin Ruodan's outburst and the end of the shocking impact that Lin Ruodan brought to people, everyone gave up this idea. There's no comparison. Even if Song Huaying were to go up, he wouldn't be able to beat him. Not to mention Shen Jun. So what everyone is thinking now is that this group will definitely just show up and that's it, and they might not even be able to beat Qin Shui, who performed poorly. It is guaranteed to be the last one in the class. So there is no need to pay too much attention to it. It is enough to see the peak showdown between Lin Ruodan, Shengya, Qi Nan and Kui Chu in this final. Worth the price of ticket. It was worth their long wait. While everyone was thinking about this, the lights on the stage had dimmed, but the audience did not quiet down. Instead, it becomes even more boiling, because everyone knows that Qi Nan and Kui Chu are on the scene. Shouts and cheers broke out instantly, and the entire center of the bird's nest was now like a cluster of fire about to explode, and the excitement and tension had begun to burn. Just as the audience was excited, a low cello sound slowly rang out. As the cello sound rang out, the lights on the stage slowly opened like a curtain. The moment the lights turned on, the whole bird's nest suddenly boiled over. Wow! Countless people screamed and shouted wildly. As the lights came on, I saw an entire symphony orchestra sitting on the stage, and almost all kinds of musical instruments could be seen. Musicians dressed in formal attire sat on the stage, either playing the piano or the violin. Uniform. The visual impact looks very spectacular. No one expected that Chi Nan, Kui Chu, and their singing would be accompanied by an entire symphony orchestra. Big deal. This is more shocking than Lin Ruodan and Shengya's traditional bands. This made all the audience at the scene and the audience watching the live broadcast excited, and countless people felt an extremely excited feeling rushing into their hearts. Excited. Exciting. Brother Nan is awesome. Kui Chu ignited the whole place. Amidst the hoarse shouts, Chi Nan and Kui Chu, holding an electric guitar, made a handsome appearance, and then their deep and unique singing voices slowly sounded. Chi Nan can be called a candidate for the king of pop, a top-tier singer, so naturally his singing skills are amazing. Compared with the folk singing styles of Lin Ruodan and Shengya, Chi Nan's singing style is purely popular, that is, pop singing. Chi Nan is definitely the top master of popular singing. Whether it is the coordination of breath, the rhythm of accents, or the transition to head voice, it is all perfect. The tone is smooth and even the falling tone is amazing. Chi Nan's singing was not as explosive as everyone expected. Instead, it was as if he was narrating a story, except that his narration technique was very advanced. It's very pleasant to listen to. It's because Chi Nan has already integrated his skills into his voice. A guest in Hull's live broadcast room commented like this. After Chi Nan finished speaking, Kui Chu also spoke slowly. Kui Chu's tone was higher than Chi Nan's, and his voice was also a little hoarse. Not as insightful as Chi Nan, but it still sounds good. What surprised everyone was that Kui Chu's singing was also very leisurely, without the restlessness and excitement that everyone had expected. No! Where is the promised King Bomb? Why is it so dull? And is it all such a big fuss, just to sing a soothing song? Where's my high notes? Where's my rock? Mine blew up the whole place. Many people were a little confused, but a few audience members frowned slightly when listening to the lyrics because they understood something. Is Chi Nan's song about what happened during the earthquake last year? Last year, an earthquake occurred in the Lingnan region of China, killing hundreds of people, injuring thousands, and paralyzing the entire city. During this earthquake, something happened that made countless people cry. There was a school at the epicenter at the time. Class was in session when the earthquake occurred. The earthquake came so quickly that students and teachers had no time to escape. One of the teachers used his body to protect 4 students on the spot, and used his flesh and blood to build a life barrier for them. After the earthquake, people found the teacher's body and 4 students who were still alive under the body during the rescue. When everyone saw this scene, they were all shocked. The teacher's body was already covered in blood, and some parts were even bloody and mangled, but the teacher still protected the student under him with a protective attitude. Although these 4 students were injured, they survived. After this incident was reported, it immediately attracted the attention of people across the country. Countless people were moved to tears after watching it, and some people are still discussing it until this year. The incident involving this teacher is still being spread and remembered by people. Think about it. It has been almost a year since last year's earthquake. In a few days, it will be a whole year. So, is this song by Chi Nan and Kui Chu commemorating this story and this teacher? And as the lyrics became more and more, Chi Nan and Kui Chu's singing skills also included many crying techniques that occurred on the edge. It makes the sound even more sad. Even many people were infected by the trembling crying voice, frowning and looking sad. And just after a section of the main song narration, when it came to the chorus, the accompaniment of the symphony orchestra suddenly changed its style and suddenly became intense and high-pitched. Speed up the pace. Melody enhancement. The pitch is also enhanced. Chi Nan opened his mouth again, and this time it was a D5 high note, which was played instantly. Although the narrative feeling of the main song did not bring about amazing audio-visual effects, it captured everyone's attention. The crying technique in the video made countless people's hearts ache. In addition, many people have already realized the story that Chi Nan and Kui Chu wanted to tell in this song, so many people's emotions were aroused. And all of this is in preparation for the chorus that follows. The main song at the beginning is like the waves slowly pushing forward, one after another, seemingly calm, but a violent storm is about to accumulate. And the chorus is this sweeping storm. When countless people's attention was firmly grasped and their hearts were tightened, Chi Nan's sudden but not unexpected high-pitched voice. Crazy high notes. It was like a bolt of lightning suddenly struck in the dark world. With a loud bang, tear the entire dark world apart in an instant. The atmosphere on the scene reached its peak immediately. Everyone felt a tingling sensation rushing straight to their brains, and many people's eyes widened instantly. Many people commented crazily on the live broadcast room barrage. That's the feeling. Fuck, it finally feels good, it tastes just right. Excellent. Brother Nan exploded. Ah, that feels so good. Amidst the gradually rising excitement, Chi Nan's voice became louder and louder, his skills and emotions became more surging, and countless people who listened even began to have red eyes. The top-notch singing skills bring people unparalleled shock and impact. At this time, Kui Chu, known as the King of Rock, also began to exert his strength. Kui Chu's originally hoarse voice, combined with the story and content of the song, was very vivid. It even makes people feel involved in the story. Not to mention Kui Chu's top-notch singing skills, which made the song so fascinating that people were addicted to the song and the story. And this isn't even the duo's peak form, and the song is less than halfway through. After the first round of climax, the main song part resumes again, and the sense of narrative is restored again, but this time the narrative is more emotional. The pitch is also a little higher, and there are more techniques such as crying, vibrato, and pharyngeal sound. Therefore, the foreshadowing at this time is even more depressing and sad, and the entire bird's nest is even shrouded in inexplicable sadness. And in this sadness, when the whole atmosphere was filled with the singing of the two people, Chi Nan and Kui Chu's voices became louder and louder without them noticing. The sound pressure is also constantly increasing. The atmosphere at the scene became increasingly sad and intense, with everyone's eyes filled with tears and their expressions excited. Many people had tears in their eyes, they were moved, excited, and ecstatic. And at this moment, the main song ends again. The chorus is coming. This is the climax of the song. The movements of the symphony orchestra on the stage became faster and more intense, and the expressions of all the musicians became excited. The accompaniment of the song is like waves crashing in and becoming more and more violent. Rhythm strengthened. Chi Nan and Kui Chu's singing competition ability is also continuously improving. A powerful force filled their singing, making it more powerful, more inspiring, and even more sad. Everyone at the scene widened their eyes. Strengthened the confrontation again. Air pressure increases. And this is not over yet. The pitch of their voices became higher and higher. The inspiring singing enveloped the entire Bird's Nest Stadium, and everyone felt that their minds were captured. Superb singing skills, the sound pressure continues to increase, but the overall breath-sound balance remains very stable. The expressions and movements of Chi Nan and Kui Chu on the stage became more and more intense, and the surging emotions madly impacted all the audience present. And at this moment, the final climax. Chi Nan and Kui Chu looked at each other. Their condition had reached its peak at this moment. Their ultimate singing skills and surging body functions burst out. 5 Groups F. Pull up instantly. The super strong mixed high notes directly tore the whole audience apart. The ultimate penetrating power coupled with the surging emotions that surged to the extreme. As for the symphony orchestra on the stage, the layers of waves had already engulfed the entire bird's nest, and the violent waves completely erupted at this moment. Boom! With the two singers' explosive performance, the music, and singing on the stage, all of them exploded. It was like a powerful bomb was dropped on the entire stage, exploding instantly and causing a terrifying boiling sensation. Many audience members on the stage widened their eyes instantly. Some people even covered their hearts and felt their breathing stopped. Some people were even so excited and shocked that they suddenly stood up, their faces flushed, extremely excited and excited. At the same time, I am extremely sad. The story this song tells, the emotions it expresses, and the final sublimation. It was at this moment of the final climax, accompanied by the singing of Chi Nan and Kui Chu, that it slammed into everyone's heart. Let everyone feel the heart-wrenching sadness and speechless grief. Many viewers even burst into tears. There were also countless audiences shouting at the top of their lungs, with all kinds of emotions intertwined and spreading, turning the entire bird's nest into a boiling and exploding ocean. In this boiling ocean, Chi Nan and Kui Chu lowered their voices and sang in a weaker tone. In addition, the edge of the vocal cords creates a voice with strong emotions, and the two people's emotional vibrato slowly falls. It was like the sound of a piano that was venting its feelings. At this moment, it struck the last ending note with a clang. The trembling ending made the heartstrings of all the audience present tremble along with it. At this moment, the emotions of the story reached their climax. The audience, who had just been immersed in excitement, were now immersed in the finale. The whole person seemed to be instantly seized by a speechless sadness, and his eyes became inexplicably red. And those audience members who had already burst into tears, at this moment, as the song came to an end, were crying even more heart-wrenchingly. The whole person was completely immersed in the singing. At this moment, through the director's camera, you can see that everyone in the 90,000 audience seats is crying, and the sad crying sounds even spread throughout the bird's nest. Even if some people haven't cried yet, their eyes are red and their expressions are dull, they are still immersed in the impact of the singing. This emotion lasted for more than a minute. It was not until Chi Nan, Kui Chu, and all the musicians of the symphony orchestra behind them stood up and bowed that the entire audience finally came out of their sadness and shock. Then, thunderous applause broke out at the scene. One after another, the audience stood up, continuous into a piece. The excited and crazy applause and shouting were overwhelming and hoarse, covering the entire bird's nest and pushing the atmosphere to its peak. At this moment, the other singers in the waiting area also stood up. This is respect for a singer. It is also a recognition of a singer's ability. Chi-nan and Kui-chu are indeed the king bombs, and their every move can create a shocking scene that will leave everyone stunned. Listening to the thunderous applause outside, everyone looked moved and shocked, with undeniable recognition and admiration in their eyes. Too strong. One of the singers whispered something. I am convinced. They have nothing to say about losing to such a person. At this moment, all the audience watching the show were making crazy comments in the live broadcast room, and it was so crowded that it was almost impossible to see clearly. The content is full of words like awesome, so strong, king of singers, etc. Chi-nan and Kui-chu's singing made the whole internet boil. The ultimate feast. At this time, the ratings of Peak Singer across the entire network also reached its peak at this moment, accompanied by the climax of Chi-nan and Kui-chu. The network-wide viewership ratings directly set a new historical record. Unprecedented. There will be no one like him. All the staff of the program team also stood up excitedly and applauded wildly. Make history. Awesome. We did it. Creating a new historical record and achieving the best in domestic variety shows is the pursuit and goal of everyone in the program team. Dragon TV has invested so much money. Isn't it just to create history, and even make Top Singer go down in the history of variety shows? Let Dragon TV become the leader among provincial satellite TV stations. Make your position unshakable. And now, they have done it. At this moment, everyone in the program team was excited and breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the goal has been achieved, the pressure on their shoulders has been reduced a lot. The show Top Singer seems to be going smoothly, but the pressure from beginning to end is not small, especially in the finals. Spend 100 million to create a program. This is definitely the first time in the history of domestic variety shows, and the pressure can be imagined. Moreover, if such a large investment ultimately fails to achieve the expected results or even fails to recoup the investment, the losses will definitely be very serious. Although it will not cause Dragon TV to be unable to recover, it will still cause some damage. I'm afraid it will take a long time for Dragon TV to recover. Therefore, the pressure on everyone in the program team is naturally enormous, and many people in the industry are waiting to laugh at them. After all, it's such a big investment. Unprecedented. If we lose, it would be a joke. Fortunately, they won. The show achieved the expected effect. The entire internet was in an uproar as Chi-nan and Kui-chu finished their song, and countless related topics became hot searches. It even directly became a hot search. The entire internet was shocked and praised how awesome and wonderful this collaboration between Chi-nan and Kui-chu was. Even many professional musicians came out to discuss it. It is true that this time Chi-nan and Kui-chu really brought them an audiovisual feast, a classic, and even a god-level performance. So awesome. At this time, the three commentators in the whole music live broadcast room were all excited and analyzed the cooperation between Chi-nan and Kui-chu with admiration. As expected of the top singers in the country, the collaboration between the two of them is simply perfect for each other. Too strong. I haven't heard such an explosive performance in a long time. I almost cried when I heard that. It's mainly because the content of the song is so good, plus Chi-nan and Kui-chu's singing skills are so amazing, they brought it out to the fullest. Yeah, that 5F group just dropped my jaw. Too strong. I think the singing kings must be Chi-nan and Kui-chu. Of course, there are also people who support Lin Ruodan and Sheng Ya. After all, everyone has different tastes. Well, that's hard to say. Lin Ruodan and Sheng Hua are both good singers. It all depends on the audience's preferences. Not weak, but facing Chi-nan and Kui-chu, it's not enough. Who said that Lin Ruodan and Sheng Ya's singing skills are weak? Besides, I think their combination of traditional instruments is very impressive. As they were talking, the two guests in the live broadcast room actually started arguing. Another guest couldn't stand it anymore and said helplessly, "The outcome will be clear soon. Don't make any noise, the next group of singers will be on stage soon." However, after this guest finished speaking, the two guests who were arguing waved their hands and said at the same time, "Hey, it doesn't make any difference whether you watch the last group or not. Not interested." The same situation is happening inside the bird's nest at this time. After Chi-nan and Kui-chu left the stage amidst the audience's overwhelming cheers and shouts, the host came on stage with a smile on his face. After the show ends, the last group of singers will be invited to perform. The last group of singers is naturally Song Huaying and Shen Jun. However, just as the host was setting the stage and preparing to invite the two to come on stage, the audience continued to cheer. Everyone was still immersed in the shock brought by Chi-nan and Kui-chu just now. After all, the impact of this song just now was too shocking. For many people, their adrenaline levels are still surging and their emotions haven't calmed down at all. If they are then asked to focus on another thing, they won't be able to calm down at all. Many people also started discussing whether Lin Ruodan or Qi Nan would win in the end. The discussion was very intense. The noise was so loud and boisterous that many people stopped paying attention to what was happening on the stage. Because for many people, the combination of Shen Jun and Song Huaying is just a cameo appearance and has no significant meaning at all. Not interested at all. What they are more interested in is who will be the final king of singing. Therefore, many audience members acted as they pleased, which seriously affected the stage performance. Even the host's performance was greatly affected, causing the host to frown. Tried to control the situation several times, but to no avail. The host finally sighed helplessly, and after finishing a few words, he was ready to invite Song Huaying and Shen Jun to the stage. Shanghai, Shen Yunking's home. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening, but neither Shen Yunking nor Shen Anan went to bed. Instead, they watched the live broadcast intently. After seeing the situation at the scene, Shen Yunking murmured, "The situation is not good." Qin Man, who was sitting next to him, also had a very bad expression on his face. The situation at the scene was clear at a glance. The audience's attention was obviously attracted by Qi Nan and Kui Chu just now. I still haven't come back to my senses. Moreover, many people did not take Song Huaying and Shen Jun seriously at all. The current stage environment can be said to be extremely bad. If it were an ordinary singer, he might panic when he goes on stage, and at best he would only be able to perform 50 or 60 points out of 100 points. It is very unfavorable to Shen Jun and Song Huaying. This made Qin Man look very bad, and even a little angry. But it was no use for her to be angry now. She had no way to solve this problem. She could only pray that Shen Jun and Song Huaying could perform stably. Not affected. At this time, in the waiting area, except for Shen Jun and Song Huaying who were ready to enter, all other singers were in the waiting area, including Qi Nan and Kui Chu who had just finished the performance. At this time, Tan Si, Zhang Yuling and others were talking to Qi Nan and Kui Chu, and even some staff members were talking to Qi Nan and Kui Chu. They were all words of congratulations and praise. Few people cared about Shen Jun and Song Huaying who were about to take the stage. Qin Shui sat in her seat, looking at the situation in the waiting area and the continuous noisy and boiling sounds from the stage outside, her eyes flickering. She knew the situation on the stage outside very well. It would be difficult for a normal person to perform well in such a situation. Qin Shui's eyes flickered. It would be best if Song Huaying performed poorly. At this time, in the entrance channel, Shen Jun and Song Huaying could already clearly feel the atmosphere on the stage and the noisy and boiling sounds outside that never stopped. Song Huaying frowned and looked unhappy. She has a lot of stage experience and knew something was wrong without even seeing the situation. Shen Jun let out a sigh. The situation outside was indeed not very good, but it was just a small scene. He had seen all kinds of scenes in his previous life. When he first debuted in his previous life, he was even booed by the audience. So Mr. Shen looked normal and even stretched out a fist towards Song Huaying. Song Huaying was stunned for a moment, thinking of his previous actions, and then he came to his senses and bumped fists with Shen Jun, their two fists touching each other. Shen Jun smiled and said, "Sister Huaying, do you believe me?" Song Huaying looked at Shen Jun's confident and handsome smile, as well as his sincere and determined eyes, and her somewhat panicked heart inexplicably calmed down. Song Huaying smiled and nodded slightly. "Believe." Shen Jun returned a hearty smile. "Don't think too much. Believe in yourself, believe in me." As soon as he finished speaking, the host outside invited the two to come on stage, and scattered applause rang out on the stage. Most of the applause came from Song Huaying's fans and a few from Shen Jun's fans. This applause was incomparable to the applause for other people coming on stage, and it was even inferior to the applause for the second singer. The contrast is clear at a glance. At this time, many viewers who were still watching the live broadcast frowned. Many of them were passers-by, and they didn't care much about who the singer was, but looking at the situation on the scene, their expectations for the last song still decreased a lot. At this moment, all the lights on the stage slowly dimmed, and the instantaneous dark lights made the excitement and noise of the entire scene much quieter. Many people came to their senses. Oh, next song. Some people became more serious, while others were still discussing Qi Nan and the others, but in lower voices. And at the moment when the darkness fell, when the entire stage was still a little noisy, the soothing prelude syllables as expected slowly sounded. The reason why the song Ryuan has become a classic is not only because of Fei Wong's superb singing, but also because of the lyrics and music of the song. This song is top-notch in terms of both lyrics and music, and can even be said to be perfect. Very catchy. Very amazing. Sure enough, as the piano prelude slowly sounded, the noisy stage became much quieter again. Moreover, the entire stage was inexplicably filled with a sense of memories and narrative stories, and this sense of story was even stronger than that of Qi Nan and others in the previous round. The sound of the piano is like a flowing river, the long river of time, pulling everyone into memories. There is no lyrics, but it makes people feel the passage of time, feel the delicate emotions. Many of the audience members who were originally talking noisily or not paying any attention to the stage were startled when the prelude sounded. Then he subconsciously turned his head to look at the stage. Someone in the audience whispered to his friend. There's a strong sense of reminiscence. The noise in the audience became even lower. It could even be said that most people had chosen to shut up and listen to the next song with some suspicion. At this time, among the 3 guests in the whole music live broadcast room, the other 2 guests were still arguing about whether Chi Nan won or Lin Ruodan won. The 2 of them even talked about their past achievements on the stage, and they seemed determined not to stop arguing until they reached a conclusion. There are true feelings from the 2 guests here, but more importantly, it is because the number of viewers in the live broadcast room has skyrocketed at this time. More and more viewers are entering the live broadcast room. No gain, no early rise. Now that Chi Nan's performance is over, the hottest topic on the entire internet is who will win and who will lose. The discussion in the live broadcast room can be said to have provided many viewers with a way to vent their emotions. Therefore, it attracts more and more viewers, and the live broadcast room becomes more and more popular. When the director saw this situation, he directly notified the 3 guests through the headset and asked them not to stop and to continue performing. So until Song Huaying and Shen Jun came on stage, the 2 were still arguing, and it was getting more and more intense, and they even started to raise flags. The audience in the live broadcast room were having fun. Traffic is increasing rapidly. However, at this moment, a soothing piano sound suddenly came from the live broadcast room. No one noticed it when the sound first sounded, but as the piano music gradually became a song, an inexplicable narrative and sense of memory gradually spread throughout the live broadcast room. The argument between the 2 guests inexplicably calmed down. The 2 people looked at each other blankly. The sound of the piano really makes people feel calm and at peace, and it even brings a sense of soothing to the soul. Listening to the piano, my mood becomes smoother. Where does that sound come from? What's going on? At first, the 2 thought it was background music played by the stage control. When they were broadcasting live, the stage control would play various sound effects and audio effects according to the situation. Increase the live broadcast atmosphere. But isn't this music a bit weird and doesn't fit the atmosphere at all? The 2 frowned and were about to talk to the stage manager when they heard another guest pointing at the screen in the live broadcast room and saying, "From the show." The 2 of them came back to their senses. At this time, the live broadcast room was still playing the live broadcast of the Peak Singer program on the screen behind them. Now it was the turn of the last group of singers, Song Huaying and Shen Jun, a group of people who are just there to make up the numbers. Several guests didn't take it seriously at first, but now the feeling of the accompaniment, all 3 guests frowned and listened a little more seriously. It is at this moment, in this piano narrative that flows like a long river and recalls time. Suddenly a trumpet sounded. The sound of the horn is long, and carries with it an inexplicable heaviness and sadness of history, which instantly penetrates people's hearts like ice and snow in winter. Coupled with the soulful piano sound that is already full of memories and a sense of passing time. Number. With piano. The coordination of these 2 instruments reached its peak at this moment, instantly pulling people into the long river of history and back to the difficult times of the past. The profound history and delicate affection overwhelmed everyone like a wave at this moment. It made everyone subconsciously hold their breath. Look dazed. Hiss. One of the guests in the live broadcast room shuddered the moment the trumpet sounded, and goosebumps appeared on his arms visibly. This. Another guest also had his eyes wide open, and his whole body was filled with shock. In the past, countless netizens said that the song is Wish is the kind of magical song that can make people cry and burst into tears just by the first line of lyrics. Whoever listens doesn't speak, and whoever listens is quiet. In addition to Fei Wong's singing, the prelude melody is definitely the most important factor that can bring such amazing infectiousness. The seemingly ordinary tune is full of skills and design. The use of orchestration is the finishing touch. Without looking at the lyrics, just listening to the accompaniment of this song is enough to make people silent and bring tears to their eyes. This is the power of top composers. This situation is not only happening to the guests in Hull's live broadcast room, but also to the entire internet, the entire Bird's Nest venue, and the 90,000 spectators. There were some quiet rustling sounds in the audience. These sounds are very small individually, but when 90,000 people add them together, it is actually very noisy. But these noisy sounds, at the moment when the piano and trumpet sound, a moment of silence. Even at the moment when the trumpet sounded, when the long river of history completely engulfed everyone, the more than 90,000 spectators present actually gasped in surprise at the same time. The hiss sound even formed a wave in an instant, engulfing the entire audience. Many audience members in the audience were terrified and rubbed their arms, trembling all over. The whole person's eyes widened, looked dazed. At this time, the barrage of the program was originally full of netizens discussing who would win and who would lose, but as the prelude sounded, the entire barrage suddenly became blank for a moment. It was as if everyone was paused instantly. Then, after this moment of silence, a barrage of comments popped up like crazy. "Oh my god, this prelude is so beautiful. I gave you goosebumps. Why do I feel like crying for no reason? This accompaniment gave me a very strong sense of the passage of time, and I can't stop reminiscing. Yes, I felt like I was instantly pulled into the long river of history. It was that feeling of watching history turn in silence. Stop talking, it just went crazy. Absolutely amazing." Then, in this state of shock and excitement, a beam of light slowly lit up above the stage, and Song Hwaying, who had been standing silently, picked up the microphone. All the atmosphere created in the prelude is prepared for the singing. The composition of the song is Wish is very good, and the lyrics are equally impressive. The lyrics written by the talented Tang Tian are simple and plain, but full of emotion. Goes straight to the heart. That's why there was a shocking scene in the previous life where everyone who heard it cried. Not to mention that Mr. Shen has been taking Song Hwaying to review the countless stories of dedication of our ancestors these days. Sometimes Song Hwaying was so moved that she shed tears, so she definitely empathizes with the emotions in the lyrics. So as soon as you open your mouth, it's a king bomb. You are the long road, lights in the mountain fog, I am a child walking in your eyes. Just when everyone was still immersed in the amazing atmosphere and couldn't extricate themselves from the prelude, Song Hwaying's ethereal singing voice, which was almost like Fei Wang's, slowly rang out in the bird's nest and on the dark stage. This song does not have the boiling and restlessness of Qi Nan, Lin Ruodan and others, but instead flows slowly like a clear spring. Dull, ethereal, soothing. It's like a spring breeze blowing on your face, instantly soaking everyone's heart. It also made everyone's heart, which had been firmly captured by the prelude, palpitate at this moment. The already strong sense of memories in everyone's heart almost became concrete at this moment, and many people even felt that they were standing on the long river of history. Look back at the history. This song is like opening a path to history for everyone. And everyone felt that the moment Song Hwaying's singing voice sounded, it was just like what she wrote in the lyrics. This singing voice was a light in the fog. Although the stage was still dark at this moment, everyone felt that the light around Song Hwaying was extremely dazzling. Darkness is no longer dark. The lights are bright, guiding people through history. If Fei Wang's singing voice is the top level, most advanced and most distinctive heavenly sound, then the song As Wish is definitely one of the works that best showcases Fei Wang's singing voice. Why almost no one covered As Wish in the past life? It's because no one had Fei Wang's voice. So the cover version always feels a lot different. But now, Song Hwaying's voice is originally similar to Fei Wang's, and now her voice and pronunciation have become infinitely close to Fei Wang's under Shen Jun's training. So the song As Wish is definitely the most suitable song for Song Hwaying. It is also the song that best brings out the characteristics of Song Hwaying's voice. No doubt about it. As the song started, everyone in the audience was stunned, and they seemed to be captivated by Song Hwaying's singing. Some even looked sad, rubbing their chests with frowns on their faces. It's so uncomfortable. Why so sad? I suddenly feel like crying and I don't know why. At this time, the live broadcast of the program was filled with comments like this, all of which were exclaiming why they were inexplicably sad. Some netizens even had red eyes and burst into tears. At this time, Song Hwaying on the stage had stopped talking, with a smile on his face, and he turned his head slightly to look to his side. At this time, a beam of light lit up again on the dark stage, and the light slowly shone, illuminating another figure not far from Song Hwaying's side. See Song Hwaying's subtle movements and the lights on the stage at this moment. Everyone understood instantly. Song Hwaying's guest singer, Shen Jun, is about to appear. When the audience thought of this, they might not have much reaction, but countless netizens in the live broadcast room wailed, "No! Help! Don't ruin the song! It's so rare to hear such a beautiful song, don't ruin it! It's over! Please, can't Sister Hwaying be beautiful alone without Mr. Shen? I was just a little interested, but now I'm completely indifferent." Originally, everyone didn't say anything about the combination of Shen Jun and Song Hwaying, except that they looked down on them. After all, Hanshi Company did this, and it was obviously with Song Hwaying's consent. Except for some of Song Hwaying's fans who felt sorry for him, the rest of the people didn't care. But now let's finish listening to Song Hwaying singing. Although this song only has 2 lines of lyrics, these 2 lines and the prelude are so touching and moving. Suffice it to say, this song, as long as it doesn't fall apart later, will definitely be a masterpiece, even a classic. Absolutely an amazing song. Maybe it will bring a big surprise to everyone. So now many audiences have high expectations, looking forward to what kind of surprise and shock Song Hwaying's song can bring them. So when everyone saw Shen Jun was about to speak, I suddenly panicked. There were all kinds of comments shouting no flying around. Looking around, everyone was begging Shen Jun to shut up and asking Song Hwaying to be the only one to be beautiful. At this time, the audience also reacted, and the originally silent atmosphere of listening to the song was instantly broken, and a little low noise was heard again. And just when everyone was talking, resisting and rejecting, the light on the stage was completely lit. Shen Jun's figure completely emerged from the darkness, appeared clearly on the stage, and appeared in front of all the audience. And the moment Shen Jun appeared, the noisy scene suddenly became silent. All those who were talking noisily just now seemed to have their throats pinched in an instant, as if their fate was being strangled by the neck, and they were unable to speak. Such a big bird's nest, but completely silent. The bird's nest stage is definitely one of the grandest stages in China today, with dazzling lights and stunning choreography. It is even considered a first-class stage worldwide, but it looks good. In fact, many artists are a little afraid or worried about this kind of top stage, just like veterans like Song Huaying, who still feel a little nervous before going on stage. Because the grander and more stunning the stage, the more selective the audience. Not everyone is suitable to stand on this top stage, and not every artist can hold up such a stunning stage. Many times, this kind of stage will suppress the artist's aura and even compete for the artist's color. Not to mention that the grander the stage, the more spectators there are, the more tense the atmosphere becomes, and the greater the pressure on the entire environment. This makes it difficult for many artists to perform normally, let alone exceptionally well. The state is often depressed. This ultimately leads to a situation where the artists are not at all impressive when they go on stage. It may even appear very mediocre. Just like the stage of the Spring Festival Gala every year, the stage is full of flowers and is very lively, which makes many artists and even hosts appear very mediocre. Even after watching the Spring Festival Gala, you don't even remember there is such a person. These are some of the negative situations that the stage grand event brings to the artists, of course, for those top artists, such as Qi Nan, Kui Chu, Lin Ruodan, and others. These people have long been accustomed to the pressure and aura brought by the top stage, and they are confident enough in their own abilities. The bigger the stage, the better their condition and the more excited they are. However, Shen Jun is obviously not in this group. Although Shen Jun is famous enough and has achieved some results during this period. But looking around, none of them are related to the stage. And everyone is clear about Shen Jun's situation. He has been in this circle for less than a month and was a complete amateur before. Never been on stage. Not to mention performing on a top stage like the Bird's Nest. Therefore, everyone's expectations and judgments about Shen Jun are that it is very good that Shen Jun can perform normally without panicking on the stage. As for being outstanding, no one had considered this situation at all, not even thought about it. There is no such example in the entire entertainment industry. Even those artists who are gifted and supported by their ancestors have all been trained on stages of all sizes. You have to know that Korean trainees have to practice for several years, or even more than 10 years, before they have the chance to go on stage, and even then they may not be able to hold their own on stage. There are always a lot of problems when going on stage for the first time, and it is difficult to perform stably. Now you take a random person, train for a month, or even less than a month, and he goes straight to the biggest stage in the country. You tell me he can shine? It even surprises me. Who would believe it if I told them? Anyway, few of the 90,000 spectators present believed it, and not many of the millions of live viewers watching the show believed it either. However, at this moment, when Shen Jun stood in front of them, everyone looked shocked. To be precise, it's an amazing look. The lights in the sky interweave like a curtain, making the entire stage bright and dreamy. On this grand and dazzling stage, Shen Jun stands like a pine tree. Even on the boiling stage, one could vaguely feel the coolness and casualness around Shen Jun. What is most amazing is not only Shen Jun's casual temperament, but also Shen Jun's amazing outfit and stunning appearance at this moment. Many netizens know that Shen Jun is handsome. After all, a big reason why Shen Jun became popular on the show Dad was his good looks. But apart from the old fans who followed the show Dad, many netizens later were actually confused about how handsome Shen Jun was. No idea at all. After all, apart from appearing on the show, Shen Jun rarely appears in public at other times, and what is circulating on the internet are clips from the show Dad, and these slices are often already a bit patina. Therefore, many people lack a very intuitive feeling about Shen Jun's handsomeness. Moreover, even for old fans of the show Dad, the Shen Jun they saw at the time was the casual and relaxed Shen Jun who usually wore casual clothes. It is impossible to fully display Shen Jun's appearance and temperament. Therefore, these old fans have never seen how handsome Shen Jun is when he is forced to work. Now, they finally met. This sight made everyone stunned and shocked. Shen Jun was seen wearing a dark red suit with ink-dyed half-length diamonds. It was bright but not ostentatious, and it released all the handsomeness and edge that Shen Jun usually restrained. So handsome. The bright lights of the stage reflected on the rhinestones on the suit, and the suit was ironed and straight, making Shen Jun look even more noble. In addition, Shen Jun's somewhat cool hairstyle at this moment fully reveals Shen Jun's top-notch stunning facial features, adding countless charm to Shen Jun. The two long legs highlight Shen Jun's slender and straight figure, as cool as a pine tree. Handsome. So cool. All the audience members in the auditorium were speechless at the same time, and some even covered their chests with their hands. It was unbelievable. If they hadn't known that the person appearing this time was Shen Jun, Song Hwaiying's partner, they even suspected that the person who appeared was from Dragon TV or an idol star invited by Song Hwaiying. What a beauty! This temperament, this face. Even idol stars can hardly compare with him. So cool! Especially when Shen Jun appeared at this time, he was already immersed in the song His Wish. The emotion at the beginning of the song was inheritance. It's memories. So at this moment, Shen Jun looked into the distance with a slight smile on his lips. It seems to penetrate history. Look at our ancestors from afar, and tell them how prosperous and beautiful today is. This extremely emotional expression made all the audience stare blankly, especially those netizens who were watching the live broadcast of the program. As for the audience, there were actually more than 90,000 people in the auditorium, and the view from the back row was not very clear, so the impact is much smaller. But the camera in the live broadcast room was directly focused on Shen Jun. The world's top director directly used medium shots, close-ups, 360-degree surround shots. All kinds of shots were cut in turn. Shen Jun's 360-degree stunning appearance is displayed to the fullest. Especially when the camera was in close-up, the superior and stunning facial features and the deep and moving eyes made the hearts of all the audience watching the live broadcast suddenly beat. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room that were just frantically shouting for Shen Jun not to go on stage disappeared instantly. There was even a blank period of several seconds in the barrage. Everyone was directly controlled by Shen Jun for a few seconds. A few seconds later, when everyone had regained some resistance to Shen Jun's appearance and were able to regain their composure, the live broadcast room barrage turned into an extremely crazy scene. Oh my god, is this really what a human should look like? I'm going to blow it up. Ah, so cool. This is even more handsome than idol stars. Are you crazy? What kind of looks are these? They're too awesome. I declare that Mr. Shen is now my perfect match. Such beauty. Such temperament. Even if Mr. Shen sings a piece of shit, I'm willing to eat it. I thought Shen Jun was very handsome when I watched Dad, but I didn't expect that he would be so handsome after he was done. The comments in the live broadcast room were incoherent, without any logic, and were all filled with shock, astonishment, and amazement. Everyone was so shocked by Shen Jun's stunning appearance that they lost all their rationality. Even some male audience members couldn't help but say so freaking handsome. There were some relatively rational viewers who couldn't help but complain, what's the use of being handsome, can it make a living? Immediately afterwards, he was criticized by countless people. Many people said frankly that with Shen Jun's looks, even if he sang a piece of shit, she would still be willing to listen. Beauty is justice. Ever since seeing Shen Jun's face, everyone's tolerance and understanding toward Shen Jun seemed to have increased a lot in an instant. At this moment, Shen Yunking, who was watching the live broadcast at home, saw Shen Jun appear and the sleepy Shen Ainen jumped up instantly. Daddy! Looks like Daddy! Daddy is finally here! Daddy is so handsome! Shen Ainen's face flushed red, and she jumped high and clapped. Shen Yunking, who was sitting on the sofa, had a kind smile on his face. Qin Man, who was standing next to him, looked at Shen Jun who appeared in the camera and held his breath slightly. My heart is touched. Although she chose the dress, she also saw Shen Jun try it on. But now Shen Jun has a complete look, with slight makeup on his facial features, and with the dazzling lights and stage around him, Shen Jun has become even more charming. The impact of this charm made Qin Man's heart, which had not beaten for 30 years, start beating rapidly. Breathing is a little rapid. At this time, outside the Jiangnan film and television base, Zhang Ruanan, who was still in the nanny car, suddenly screamed. Fortunately, she covered her mouth in time, so that the scream was not too out of control. But Zhang Ruanan's eyes were wide open at this moment, flashing with amazing light. The little face is already red. The agent next to her sighed inwardly as he looked at Zhang Ruanan's blushing face. The girl's blushing face said it all. The agent glanced curiously at the tablet in Zhang Ruanan's hand, and happened to see the camera giving Shen Jun a close-up. His stunning facial features instantly caught the agent's eyes. The agent's heart skipped a beat and he forgot what he was doing. It took him a moment to come back to his senses. His expression was somewhat unbelievable and shocked, and he even had a surprising thought in his heart. Looking like this, it doesn't seem impossible. Although the agent did not object verbally to Zhang Ruanan's liking for Shen Jun, he was very, very opposed to it in his heart. I dream of making Ruanan give up. After all, Zhang Ruanan is a popular young actress, and the other is an ordinary amateur, who is also divorced. No matter how you look at it, it will not be good for Zhang Ruanan. When Zhang Ruanan spoke up for Shen Jun, she lost a lot of fans. So being with Shen Jun would definitely do more harm than good, there would be no benefit at all, so the agent was very opposed to it. But now, it's not impossible. At this time, there were many people who were shocked and unbelievable, just like the three commentary guests in whole live studio, who were originally attracted by the prelude of the song and Song Hwaying singing. They all listened more carefully. But when they saw Shen Jun was about to appear, they started complaining directly in the live broadcast room. The three of them are big names in the industry and are all music critics. They are usually very sharp-tongued in their words or comments, and are not afraid of offending people. So I speak very directly. Something like Shen Jun is a troublemaker, this song will be ruined by Shen Jun, Song Hwaying is finished, all kinds of vicious words. However, these venomous words stopped instantly when they saw Shen Jun. The three guests were stunned and couldn't say anything. It was not until a few seconds later that the three guests came to their senses and commented in disbelief on Shen Jun's appearance and temperament that were comparable to those of an idol star. It's rare to receive praise. But despite all the praise, the three guests still agreed that Shen Jun should just stand there and be a vase, and never say a word. Otherwise, the good impression just made will be completely gone. After all, appearance does not equal singing skills. However, since Shen Jun was on stage, and appeared just after Song Hwaying's 2 lines of lyrics, not to mention that Shen Jun had the microphone in his hand to his lips, obviously, he didn't intend to be a silent vase. Definitely have to sing. And there are quite a few lyrics depending on the situation. On the stage, Shen Jun completely ignored the expressions and thoughts of the audience around him, and did not have the nervousness and panic of a newcomer on stage. The experience from his previous life helped him find his state quickly. At this time, Shen Jun had begun to immerse himself more and more in the emotions of the song His Wish. The images of the martyrs' sacrifices and dedication kept flashing before my eyes. In an instant, Shen Jun seemed to have returned to decades ago, back to the time when the country was destroyed, the family was ruined, the mountains and rivers were broken, and back to the difficult times of poverty and hardship, when people could not raise their heads. Shen Jun was traveling back in the long river of history. At this moment, Shen Jun seemed to feel every vision and hope in history. Experience it for yourself. The surging emotions come out from my heart. With eyes that were becoming more and more affectionate, Shen Jun spoke. It's over. No. This song is going to be ruined. I don't have high requirements. He's so handsome, as long as his singing is good, it's definitely not listenable. Appearance doesn't equal singing ability. You're so handsome, why don't you go make a movie? Why are you ruining the music industry? The moment Shen Jun opened his mouth, the audience seats, the live broadcast room, and the commentators in Hull's live broadcast room all sighed and said in despair. However, just when everyone was discussing despair, or when these thoughts arose in their hearts, Shen Jun's affectionate and magnetic voice made people even feel warm memories. It was instantly transmitted through the microphone to the ears of 90,000 audience members. It reached the hearts of thousands of viewers who were watching the live broadcast at that moment. It has spread to thousands of households. You are the bright moon and the fresh breeze. I am the dream you care for. Whether we meet or not, I will embrace you for the rest of my life. If Song Hwaying's first few lines of lyrics are more of a leisurely and calm narration of an event, then the emotions of Shen Jun's lyrics are more progressive. Even more affectionate emotions, along with Shen Jun's magnetic and low, poetic voice, slowly broke into everyone's hearts. Shen Jun's voice is different from Fei Wang's. Moreover, there are big differences between male and female voices, so the techniques used when singing are also different. Shen Jun used more of Lee Ji-eun's singing style in his previous life. The voice is like a poet's narration, telling the story in a leisurely manner, yet full of ethereality. This sound was like a gentle breeze that instantly passed through everyone's heart, and the visual sense came to their face. The stories and emotions in the song were instantly filled to the brim. In an instant, many people seemed to hear the deep affection in the song and see the memories in the song, and the emotion and admiration in the singing. And more importantly, as Shen Jun sang the lyrics of Embrace Each Other for a Lifetime with emotion and skill. At this moment, many people seemed to really feel the overlap of time and space. They embrace history, hug people from history. It inexplicably touches people's hearts and makes their eyes soar. If the prelude of this song and Song Hwaying's ethereal voice make people feel the weight and passage of history, then Shen Jun's poetic singing voice made people feel all of this more vividly. It's like a real scene coming towards you. Accompanied by Shen Jun's singing, people embraced another time and space, another history. At this moment, the two time and space overlapped. A stronger touch and emotion comes to me. Everyone was shocked. Many people even trembled when they imagined the scene accompanied by Shen Jun's singing. The 90,000-seat auditorium, which was extremely lively and even a little noisy just now, visibly fell silent after Shen Jun opened his mouth. It seemed like everyone had been told to shut up by Shen Jun. 90,000 people. There was total silence. He could only stare with eyes wide open in astonishment at Shen Jun, who was slowly speaking on the stage. No one thought that Shen Jun could really sing, and he can sing so beautifully. This song, this emotion, this feeling, not inferior to his partner Song Hwaying at all. Many people even feel that Shen Jun's singing, like a poet's narration, is more beautiful, more touching, and more vivid. You know, before Shen Jun spoke, many people thought that Shen Jun was just a vase and a newcomer that Hanchi Company wanted to launch. Going on the Bird's Nest stage was just to take advantage of Song Huaying's popularity and stage presence. No one thinks Shen Jun can sing really well, not to mention singing Song Huaying. As for collaborating with Song Huaying to win the championship, or even bringing out a classic song, that's even more of a joke. But at this moment, the reality is right in front of us. Shen Jun can really sing, and he sings very, very beautifully. Many people opened their mouths, but felt bitter in their mouths and were shocked in their hearts, and they couldn't say a word. At this moment, the entire network was also shocked and excited as Shen Jun spoke. The number of people watching the live broadcast of the program was more than the live audience. So the barrage is crazy and overwhelming. Especially Shen Jun's stunning appearance attracted many fans, and many people were clamoring for Shen Jun to just be a good vase. Don't speak. But I didn't expect Shen Jun to speak. The live broadcast room of the program was simply silenced. All the comments disappeared the moment Shen Jun opened his mouth, as if the entire live broadcast room had suddenly lost internet access. The strange scene made the on-site director panic. He immediately panicked and asked the staff to check the network and equipment. Fortunately, a few seconds later, the overwhelming barrage of comments appeared again, and this time, all of them were filled with shock and amazement. What a divine voice. It's so beautiful. Amazing. Mr. Shen can actually sing, and he sings so beautifully. I knew it. Shen Jun's previous performance of Flying Bugs was so good, and this time at the Bird's Nest, it really didn't disappoint. What kind of immortal sound attack is this? Fuck. As soon as Mr. Shen opened his mouth, his head soared to the sky. Is this someone who can't sing? Why do I want to cry when Mr. Shen opens his mouth? The voice is so vivid. When Mr. Shen opens his mouth, I see my grandma. The dense barrage of comments came one after another, making it impossible to read them carefully. They were instantly drowned out by the comments behind them. It was enough to show the shock and amazement of the audience on the entire network at this moment. At this time, in the whole music live broadcast room, the three guest commentators were still discussing Shen Jun's appearance, saying that appearance does not equal singing skills. It's better for Shen Jun not to speak, if Song Huaying's song is to be ruined. As a result, the next second they heard Shen Jun singing. All three of them were stunned, and even the three of them stared at the TV with wide eyes at the same time. It seems like he wants to confirm who is singing this song. When they saw Shen Jun singing passionately with the microphone in the show, they were speechless for a moment. This is fake, right? One guest commentator even raised a question in astonishment, but was quickly suppressed by the other two commentators. The performance at the Bird's Nest must be live. Dragon TV wouldn't resort to such tricks. Hole is cooperating with Dragon TV, and the two companies are now inseparable, so naturally such a topic of public questioning cannot arise, so it was quickly covered up by the other two guests. Another guest also reacted and immediately started discussing with the other two guests. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, experts watch the details. The three guest commentators invited by Hole are all people in the industry, and their performances are more pleasant than those of ordinary audiences. They can hear more things, such as the emotions, melody techniques, and the use of singing skills. Although Shen Jun only sang 3 sentences, one could already hear a lot from him. And these things. This caused a huge uproar in the hearts of the three guests, because they heard from Shen Jun singing that Shen Jun's singing skills and techniques were comparable to Song Huaying. Very awesome. Especially the singing skills of the last line "Hug You" made the three of them feel a little numb. Otherwise, why would the audience find the song so beautiful and touching? Because the song is full of emotion and technique. Moreover, looking at Shen Jun's current emotions, the stability of his voice, and his state on the stage, Shen Jun doesn't look like a newcomer who has just stepped onto the stage. More like a seasoned veteran. This made the three of them look at each other in horror. There was an expression of disbelief in his eyes. They knew about every guest participating in the competition before the live broadcast. They were very familiar with Shen Jun's experience. They knew that Shen Jun had only debuted for half a month and had never been on a large stage before. But, could it be that Hanchi Company gave Shen Jun some intensive training? But it is impossible to achieve this level through intensive training in just half a month. All three guest commentators were speechless. The extreme contrast between Shen Jun's experience and his current performance on stage made the three people dare not draw conclusions easily. They could only leave a sentence in shock and panic. Look again. At this moment, on the stage, as Shen Jun's singing came to an end, Song Huaying and Shen Jun turned their heads to look at each other and smiled at each other. Although Song Huaying is much older than Shen Jun, she is still good looking and has good maintenance, so her stage makeup is gorgeous at this time. Not to mention Shen Jun, a handsome guy who shocked everyone as soon as he appeared. So when Song Huaying and Shen Jun smiled at each other, they were so eye-catching that many viewers screamed. The two smiled at each other. At this time, the beat just reached Song Hwaying's lyrics. Song Hwaying had a smile on his face and looked forward with tenderness in his eyes. It's like penetrating history and seeing another time and space. An ethereal and gentle voice slowly sounded. And I will love the world you love. May it be your wish. As Song Hwaying's ethereal voice rang out, the stage that had just been boiling became quiet again. Song Hwaying's ethereal voice inexplicably had a soothing effect. Let all the audience be touched and listen quietly. There is also a sense of transcendence, which brings everyone's mind into the heavy history. At this time, Song Hwaying walked to the center of the stage while singing. Stop! The song just ended. Then came Shen Jun's deep, poetic voice. If you were ever bitter than my sweetness, I want to live as. To sing a chorus well, it is not just necessary for the singer to be good, but also for the two singers to be suitable for each other. For a suitable singer, the singing effect is 1 + 1 2. But for singers who are not suitable or who don't match well, no matter how talented they are, the result of a chorus will probably be 1 + 1 2. For example, Previous Life. If you put Wang Sulong and Tan Weiwei together, it just sounds weird. Why were the three commentators in the whole live broadcast room shocked? Because in addition to Shen Jun's amazing singing skills, his singing voice is very compatible with Song Hwaying's. No discomfort at all. It wasn't until Shen Jun sang 2 lines that the audience reacted. Someone's changed. Mr. Shen's poetic narration and Song Hwaying's ethereal singing voice can be said to be a perfect match, capturing the ears and hearts of all the audience. Shen Jun also walked to the center of the stage while singing. At this time, the singing also arrived. I hope it will not be in vain and I will go forward bravely. The pitch is rising. Emotions are running high. Shen Jun stared ahead. Surging emotions gushed out along with Shen Jun's poetic singing. At this moment, many audiences felt their whole minds were captured while listening to the singing. The whole person seemed to follow Shen Jun's singing and stepped onto the long river of history, moving forward firmly. Many people were inexplicably stunned. I feel like there are infinite touching emotions gushing out in my heart. Before the audience could figure out what emotions were touching their hearts, they saw Song Hwaying and Shen Jun in the center of the stage looking at each other, with mixed emotions in their eyes. Although the pitch didn't rise again and even began to drop, the audience felt even more surging emotions rolling out with the two people's harmony. Every day in this prosperous era, the ethereal female voice and the poetic male voice interweave and overlap, bringing people an audiovisual effect that is even more amazing and touching. Combined with the foreshadowing of the previous main song, this descending chorus made everyone look stunned, and some even had tears in their eyes. My whole body started to tremble. It is obvious that the emotions in this main song part are not very tense, the singing is not very passionate or hoarse, and even the lyrics are not very gorgeous. Compared with the singing of Chi Nan and others, the main song of Shen Jun and Song Hwaying can even be said to be as plain as poetry. But it was this plain and poetic main song that made everyone feel deeply touched. All the emotions in my body are aroused. It even sang directly into everyone's heart. It seemed as if all the audience were enveloped in an inexplicable feeling of nostalgia and even sadness, unable to extricate themselves. The 3 guest commentators in the whole live broadcast room were all filled with shock that was difficult to conceal as Shen Jun and Song Hwaying finished their main songs. After holding it in for a long time, someone finally uttered 4 words in disbelief. Simplify the complex. At this moment, the live broadcast room of the program was filled with the same astonishment and disbelief, and all kinds of exclamations and praises filled the barrage, densely packed and overwhelming. And amidst this overwhelming barrage of comments, someone suddenly said, "Is this song about our ancestors and heroes? I feel like what they are singing about is the China of the past, the China that was building its way from scratch." Not only were there people discussing it in the live broadcast room, but as the first verse ended, most of the audience heard something. Live broadcast room. All major platforms. At this time, everyone was talking about this song. Shen Jun and Song Hwaying sang so well that many people were ready to change the show when they saw Song Hwaying and Shen Jun appear. As a result, I was instantly caught by Song Hwaying's singing. Then, she was immediately caught by Shen Jun's appearance, and then, she was directly immersed in the singing, and had already decided to leave. So when Shen Jun and Song Hwaying came on stage, the program's viewership, which had been declining, came to an abrupt halt and even began to rise rapidly. It's almost catching up with the number of viewers Chi Nan and Kui Chu just now. The director and staff who watched it were all shocked. So the whole internet is talking about it at this moment. In the countless discussions, everyone quickly figured out the meaning of the song, which was very clear and straightforward. The song sung by Shen Jun and Song Hwaying is definitely about the past of China or our ancestors. They are also the fathers of each of us. You and the lyrics are the former China, the former ancestors, and the former fathers. The I in the lyrics refers to our era and ourselves. The you and I in the lyrics are the relationship between our parents and us. The prosperous age is our world today. The images of roads and lights in the lyrics refer to our ancestors, and I, the child, refer to us. It is the hard work of our ancestors that has made our prosperity possible every day. This is the wish of our ancestors, and now, the wish has come true. At this point in the discussion, the entire network suddenly fell silent, and then many netizens were extremely shocked and stunned and commented crazily, "What the hell? I suddenly understand the name of this song. This prosperous age is just as you wish. As you wish. No wonder it's called As You Wish. I understand instantly. I already wanted to cry, and now that I know the meaning, I want to cry even more. What should I do? Ah, what kind of magical lyrics are these? What a magical song title. It's absolutely amazing. The storm is crying." Many netizens were listening to the program while chatting in online groups or chatting, so the online discussion spread across the entire network in an instant. In addition, with the support of Dragon TV and Hanshi Company, the discussion about this song and its title instantly became popular on the entire internet. In a moment, all the comments in the live broadcast room turned into a unified "This prosperous era is just as you wished." Overwhelming. At this time, the three commentators in Hull's live broadcast room also saw the live broadcast room's barrage, and they were all stunned at first sight. Is this prosperous age what you wished for? They haven't seen the online discussion, so they don't know the name of the song yet. But the three of them are experts in this field, and they are even music producers. When they saw the barrage, they pondered for a moment and suddenly understood. A prosperous age as you wish. As you wish. The three guests suddenly looked up at each other, their expressions filled with unconcealed shock. After a moment, someone murmured with emotion, "This song is incredible." Not to mention the bird's nest scene at this moment, with the end of the first verse, accompanied by the analysis of the lyrics by people on the internet, and the understanding of countless audiences themselves. At this moment, the more than 90,000 audience members at the scene were completely immersed in the emotions brought to them by the live singing. The song and the melody are already sad and surprising, not to mention that now the lyrics have been broken down for everyone to see. Everyone looked trembling, red eyes. Some people even started crying quietly. The moment the director's camera swept across, you could see many people in the camera covering their faces and sobbing, or looking at the stage with red eyes. And this is just the beginning. Just as all the audience were captured by the boundless emotions. Just when the entire bird's nest was transformed into a sea of emotions, making everyone sink and unable to extricate themselves, the melody of music continued to sound. Music extension. Speed up the pace. More vigorous emotions burst out along with the music. The lyrics and music of the song As Wish are both very powerful, but it has become a classic, even a symbol of an era, and is popular all over the country. It is absolutely inseparable from Faye Wong's amazing singing. Faye Wong's top singing skills and strength are fully demonstrated in this song. What people praised most was that she sang one song with almost similar lyrics but expressed three completely different emotions. Three techniques that greatly enhance the emotional level of this song. The first paragraph looks back to the past. It is more about tracing back and remembering the past history and ancestors, recalling the difficult times when we started from scratch, and being grateful for the contributions of our ancestors. The second paragraph is about passing on the torch. The wishes of our fathers have now been realized. The flowers that were once watered with blood, tears, and even lives have blossomed into a dazzling and prosperous flower. And we will also take over the burden of history from our fathers. Passing on the torch. Continued from generation to generation. Therefore, the emotions in this section are more progressive and high-spirited than the previous one, the emotions are more extroverted and more tense, and the melody of the music also speeds up at this moment. So when all the audience were still immersed in the touching emotions, a higher-pitched and passionate melody gradually sounded, and the rhythm of the music became faster. Compared with the narration in the previous paragraph, this melody obviously improved the rhythmicity. From the stillness of the first paragraph, it becomes the movement of the second paragraph. This structural design instantly captured everyone's attention, immersing all the audience in the ups and downs of emotions. It seems to be following the footsteps of our ancestors, marching ups and downs in the long river of history. Starting from scratch. Create great achievements. In addition to this, the pitch started to climb. As the pitch climbs, the music creates a distinct emotional progression, raising the emotions of all the audience at this moment. Let their minds and emotions gradually rise with the rising music. And just when everyone's mind and emotions began to rise gradually, and the whole person was firmly grasped by the music and emotions, Song Hwaiying's ethereal voice, similar to Faye Wong's, sounded just right. You are the long river of time, the sky of sparks. In this part of the singing, Song Hwaiying not only used his own ethereal voice, but also incorporated other techniques taught by Shen Jun. For example, the increase in chest resonance. The moment the four words, the long river of time, came out of his mouth, Song Hwaiying's ethereal yet chest-heavy singing voice instantly crossed everyone's heart. The enhanced chest resonance made the ethereal voice just now seem to have grounded. In an instant, the long river of time appeared before our eyes, and the burden of history seemed to be on everyone's shoulders, and Song Huaying's singing continued. I am the one who looks up to you and I will sing you into a song. As soon as this song came out, everyone was stunned. Many people even subconsciously looked up at the sky. At this moment, in the night of the bird's nest, countless people seemed to see sparks burning fiercely. Those were the ancestors who ignited themselves with their blood and tears. With a spark, a prosperous China was ignited. This made the suppressed emotions of many viewers reach a peak at this moment, and countless viewers burst into tears. Sobbing began to fill the entire bird's nest. If the emotions in the first section of his wish are restrained, then at this moment the emotions in the second section have begun to gradually show their edge. As Song Huaying's singing ended, before everyone could recover from their emotions, Shen Jun's poetic voice rang out. You are where I came from. It's also where my heart belongs. These two lines of lyrics were not particularly passionate, nor were they high-pitched, and Shen Jun spoke them in a low voice. But it made more people cry. Many people were extremely moved, their eyes red as they murmured the two lines of lyrics sung by Shen Jun. That's where I come from, where the heart belongs. The lyrics, without any embellishment of words, are like a sharp knife, piercing into everyone's heart with incredible accuracy, touching everyone at that moment, moved by it. If emotions are the most powerful thing to move the audience, then the feelings of family and country will always be the most touching emotion. This emotion has gone beyond personal feelings, but instead triggers a resonance in a person's blood. The power of Tang Tian's lyrics lies in her ability to use the simplest language to accurately penetrate everyone's heart and touch everyone. While everyone was still immersed in the resonance and touch brought by Shen Jun's two lines of lyrics, the emotions in Shen Jun's eyes surged out at this moment. His eyes gazed affectionately at the distant night sky, and his intense emotions rushed out along with the gradually rising scale. All roads in the world will lead to you. At this moment, everyone felt that time and space overlapped at this moment. They looked at their ancestors. I stand on this side of the road, and they stand on the other side. And this road is the prosperous era that has been achieved over hundreds of years and supported by generations. Let us walk together on this road to prosperity. We will meet eventually. The huge bird's nest became completely silent the moment Shen Jun said the word meet. Except for the continuous sobbing, the entire bird's nest became silent. All the sounds in the world were drowned out by boundless emotions at this moment. At this moment, when all the audience were engulfed in emotion, Song Huaying's voice, rising even higher and with even more surging emotion, sang, And I will love the world you love. May your wish be granted. The rhythm picks up again. The pitch rises again. The melody speeds up again. Let the whole emotional progression surge even more, sweeping everyone forward. As the emotions piled up and surged forward, Shen Jun and Song Huaying looked at each other, and the song, which was even more full of emotion, continued to lead people forward. I want to live your life. I hope it's not in vain. Willing to go forward bravely. 3 sentences. In one breath. The fast-paced melody, combined with Shen Jun's compact singing skills, instantly accumulates pressure on the voice, and then brings about a release and promotion of fuller and more tense emotions. Boom! In an instant, everyone's emotions reached a peak at this moment. Reached climax. Many people trembled at this moment. The extremely strong resonance made their breathing quicken, and their faces even flushed. Many people even heard a resonance from the depths of their hearts and blood along with Shen Jun's singing. And pride. It comes naturally. This is the prosperous era that our Chinese Emmy has inherited and created through the joint efforts of Emmy. And this prosperous era will continue to move forward in our hands. Keep on shining. Endless pride rushed into everyone's heart. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were red, not because of sadness or nostalgia, but excitement. It's pride. We can tell our ancestors loudly. This prosperous age is just as you wish. Your sacrifice was not in vain. Your efforts have not been wasted. Your hopes have now come true. And just as these words rang in everyone's hearts, the singing of Shen Jun and Song Huaying also rang in everyone's ears at the same time. Every day in this prosperous era. The first paragraph looks back to the past. The second paragraph passes on the torch. The 2 verses of lyrics lead all the listeners from the difficult times filled with smoke and arduous journey to the present revival in sight, and to the present prosperous era as desired. Everyone was immersed in the singing of Shen Jun and Song Huaying and couldn't extricate themselves. The strong resonance engulfed everyone's minds layer by layer. The whole bird's nest was silent. 10,000 people are lost. And at this moment, the song has not ended yet. As Wish has a 3-part structure, which tells a complete story. The first 2 parts are actually more of a prelude to the last part. Looking back to the past, passing on the torch, and then, it's about moving on. We will take over the heavy historical burden from our ancestors and carry on the past. The third paragraph did not give the audience much time to think. Following the surging emotions and strong resonance of the previous paragraph, the affectionate voices of Shen Jun and Song Huaying sounded at the same time. The mountains and rivers are safe and sound, and fireworks are just as usual, but you looked as you wished. Children. This verse cheered up countless people and brought tears to their eyes. Because at this moment, we answered our ancestors with the answer sheets in our hands and the earth beneath our feet. The mountains and rivers are safe. This prosperous era is as we wish. Everything in front of you is what you want and what I want. This bridge section is the soul of the entire song, instantly making the previously restrained emotions and thoughts surge out. Very powerful. Straight to the heart. As bridge sings, the emotions of the whole song become more extroverted and more tense. The voices of Shen Jun and Song Huaying also became more concrete and brighter. Emotions pile up fast. The melody rhythm quickly rises. The emotions of the entire song were instantly pushed to the peak. Many people know that the arrangement of the song Ruyuan is very strong. What makes it so strong? Now you can get a glimpse of it. Accompanied by the music with a rapidly rising bridge, string instruments, piano, and even a symphony orchestra join in. The integration of these instruments instantly makes the originally soft and tender arrangement become grand and magnificent. The magnificent arrangement instantly enhances the epic feeling of the whole song. The historical weight and sense of retrospection of this song almost reached its peak at this moment. Let all the people immersed in the singing feel as if at this moment, they are stepping onto the long river of history accompanied by the magnificent and heavy music. The long river of history rolls forward. The prosperous times are burning brightly as we wish. Countless scenes seem to come alive at this moment, constantly appearing before everyone's eyes. When many people heard this, their already red eyes became even more red and swollen, and some even shed tears unconsciously. And this is not over yet. In the grand epic narrative, the music also uniquely combines electronic sound effects, instantly drawing a ray of light on the magnificent river of history. Like a burst of flames. This flame is the flower of prosperity that is now in full bloom. The interweaving fusion of grand epic and modern electronic music instantly brings everyone an audiovisual picture of time and space interweaving. Make everyone's eyes dazed. The whole person seemed to have penetrated history and time directly, and gradually overlapped with the figures of ancestors from decades and hundreds of years ago. At this moment, a spark of hope ignited in everyone's heart. The emotional resonance in everyone's hearts was brought to the peak. At this moment, Song Huaying, who was singing the bridge, was even more emotional, and he directly changed the key and sang the last line of the lyrics. Push it higher. The high notes tear the bird's nest apart. The surging emotions rushed out. The extreme tension reached its peak at this moment. Then at the highest point of the rhythm, when the emotions reached their peak, the affectionate and passionate voices of Shen Jun and Song Huaying sounded at the same time, resounding throughout the bird's nest. This sound was like a cluster of burning flames, instantly lighting up the flower of prosperity in the hearts of countless people. It also ignited a strong resonance deep in everyone's blood. And I will dream the reunion you dream of. May your wishes come true forever. Go. Why does everyone like to listen to the song as wish? Everyone who hears it will be touched. Even hearing it makes me jealous. Because the emotions in this song have transcended the ego and sublimated into the greater self. Love for family and country. Inherited from our fathers. The sincere heart touches people's heart. It perfectly combines profound family and country feelings with delicate personal emotions, which is grand and touches people's hearts. Especially in today's peaceful times, when people's material lives are satisfied, they begin to pursue spiritual life. Not to mention that nowadays when people are increasingly pursuing national pride and patriotism, this song is like a handful of fire. It instantly ignited the emotions hidden in everyone's hearts and even in their blood. This kind of sentiment, no matter the age, gender, or style, only bloodline matters. So when Chinese people hear this song, they will have a strong sense of resonance, not to mention that everyone is living in this prosperous era now. It also allows everyone to experience it firsthand. Everyone present, and even all the audience watching the show at this moment, knows very clearly how this prosperity came about. This is the resonance that the times give us. Give us feelings. At the same time, it is also the responsibility given to us by the times. So at this moment, all the audience resonated strongly with the singing of Shen Jun and Song Huaying, and everyone looked excited. Many people even started humming along with Shen Jun and Song Huaying. Some people even stood up. They waved their glow sticks and fan cards excitedly, as if waving a flag. At this time, the singing has reached the end, which is also the climax. Shen Jun and Song Huaying's voices became more and more passionate, their orders became more and more frequent, and their emotions became more and more surging. At this time, the music began to become more grand and majestic, the emotions continued to intensify, and the long road of history in the song was completely concrete at this moment. Appear in front of everyone. It was at this moment that the climax reached its peak, and the high voices of Shen Jun and Song Huaying, almost shouting, resounded throughout the bird's nest. I will also see worlds you have not seen and write poems you have not written. The moon in the sky, the thoughts in my heart. You are always by my side. Every drop of blood and tears shed by our ancestors seemed to have transformed into endless energy and emotions at this moment, superimposed on the singing of the two. The surging, even burning singing voice instantly tore through the entire dark night. The long river of history is surging into the sky at this moment. Roaring, shouting. At this moment, all the audience present stood up excitedly, waving flags and cheering wildly. The majestic bird's nest is like a huge burning flame, one bit at a time. It's like a gathering of stars. Quickly burn the entire bird's nest. Swallow. This giant stage made of steel emitted a deafening tremor and whimper, as if answering the earth beneath its feet, answering the souls buried under this land. And in the bird's nest, amid the excitement of countless people and in the red eyes, the singing of Shen Jun and Song Huaying slowly came to an end. Appointment with you for a clear life. Like your young face. The singing ended, the magnificent music stopped, and the boiling crowd fell silent. Shen Jun and Song Huaying slowly raised their heads, and more than 90,000 viewers and even those who were watching the show also slowly raised their heads at this moment. Under the cover of night, a relieved smiling face seemed to appear. In a nursing home, an elderly man was leaning on the bed. Although his face was old, his posture was still straight. Like a green pine tree, no pressure can break it. At this time, the TV in the room was playing the Peak Singer program. In the program, Shen Jun and Song Huaying's soulful singing slowly came to an end. The director's camera pulled away from the affectionate eyes of Shen Jun and Song Huaying, and passed through tens of millions of viewers who were burning like sparks. Then the camera shot straight into the sky and quickly rushed over the bird's nest. When the camera looked down at the entire bird's nest from above, the boiling bird's nest looked like a cluster of fiercely burning flames. It also looks like a dazzling flower of prosperity. Dazzling. Infinite glory. The old man on the bed didn't know when his eyes had turned red, his expression was moved, and he kept repeating the touching song with some effort. The mountains and rivers are safe and sound, and fireworks are just as usual. After saying it countless times, the old man smiled, and tears began to flow from his eyes. The old man looked up into the void, as if he saw his old friends who had fought alongside him. Tears streaming down his face, he smiled and said, "Did you see that?" At the Jianchang Satellite Launch Center, when Shen Jun and Song Huaying took the stage, many engineers who had worked late shifts were leaving get off work one after another. After a busy day, several young engineers were very hungry, so they went to the base canteen together. There was not much communication along the way. Their energy had long been consumed by a whole day of busy work. Some people were even thinking about the problems that had occurred during the day while walking on the road. When they reached the cafeteria entrance, they all stopped, because there were a lot of people blocking the entrance of the cafeteria at this time. These people were old and young, and they were all engineers or technicians like the few of them. They came here for a midnight snack after their night shift. Many of them were acquaintances, and they were all standing at the door in a daze. Several young engineers were a little surprised, wondering why everyone was standing at the door. As they approached with doubt, a soulful song that made their blood boil and even moved them floated out from the cafeteria. The mountains and rivers are safe and sound, and fireworks are just as usual, but you looked as you wished. The song was like a knife, piercing people's hearts, making several young engineers stunned. They subconsciously looked into the cafeteria through the gaps in the crowd. They saw a singing program playing on the TV hanging in the cafeteria, but they didn't know who was singing. But the songs in the show were like flames, constantly burning their emotions. May your wishes come true forever. I will also see the world you have never seen. Write the poem you haven't written yet. When the moving and soulful voices in the show sang about seeing the world you have not seen and writing the poems you have not written, there were a few young engineers who had just arrived, and a crowd who had been standing at the cafeteria door for who knows how long. They all felt a strong electric current rushing straight into their brains, trembling all over. Some people even widened their eyes. Some older engineers even had tears in their eyes at this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed in shock, their fists clenched tightly without them noticing when. Everyone's expressions were moved, and they all murmured in unison, "Write the poem you haven't written yet." At this moment, in the Huila Film and Television base, the famous director Chen Kai suddenly slapped his thigh and said excitedly, "That's it. Let's use this song as the theme song for our movie." Chen Kai looked extremely excited at this moment, and even started dancing. If you look closely, you can even find that director Chen Kai's eyes are a little red. This year marks the 100th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. Last year, Chen Kai received the task to shoot a large-scale tribute film. It just so happens that the time node this year is very important, and the country also attaches great importance to it. In addition, market analysis shows that it is a sure profit, and there is also a famous director shooting it. So after this film was decided, it attracted a lot of investment, and the scale of investment was almost impacting the domestic film and television industry. In addition, the script was also written by everyone and it is very good. Not to mention the actors, they are all talented actors, including several movie emperors, plus some new generation traffic stars. The cast is very strong. The film has already been completed up to now, and now we just need to add some more shots based on the post-production editing and we'll be done. Seeing that everything is ready, companies from all parties are even ready to start promotion. But the theme song for this song has not been decided yet. This movie has a huge investment and a big cast. Both Chen Kai and the film and television company are striving for perfection and hope to do every detail well. When striving for the National Day holiday, it can surpass other films. You should know that tribute films are not only made by Chen Kai. As far as he knows, 5 tribute films for this year's National Day have passed the review. Coinciding with the centenary, the National Day box office is definitely a battle of the gods. All companies and directors are using all their means. So Chen Kai must be absolutely sure. We must strive for the best. He has confidence in the investment, filming, script and actors, but he has not yet decided on the theme song of the movie. It's not that there are no songs, but there is no suitable song. Since this film project was launched, many music companies and artists have invested in the work, and film and television companies, including himself, have specially asked him to sing. But the songs he listened to were all okay, but Chen Kai always felt that something was missing. Many songs have similar melodies and lyrics, and are almost the same as in previous years. He is tired of listening to them. Forget it after listening. It just doesn't touch my heart. Not to mention impressing him, so Chen Kai picked and chose but still couldn't find a satisfactory theme song. The stalemate has continued until now. The film is almost finished and is about to be reviewed, but the theme song has not been decided yet. Even the people in the company were anxious. The company said that if it really doesn't work out, they will just pick the tallest person from the short ones, since everyone else is about the same anyway. Chen Kai also knew that it would be a problem if he delayed any further. But he was not willing to give up in his heart. He put almost all his energy and talent into this movie, and vowed to reach the pinnacle of the film industry. Moreover, it is the 100th anniversary now, so if we do it well, it will be something that will go down in history. If you miss this time, the next time will be 100 years later. Where can he wait? But 8 out of 10 things in life are not as we wish. Seeing that the time for film review was getting closer, Chen Kai had no choice but to give up. Get ready to pick the tallest one among the short ones. But unexpectedly, there is always a way out. Today at the film and television base, he was bored and looked through his phone, and somehow he found the finals of The Peak Singer. Maybe I just want to see if I can find a suitable song because I don't want to give up. After all, he had heard of the fame of Top Singer and knew that it was currently the most popular and professional music stage in the country. Maybe he could find a good song. But I kept hearing Chi Nan and Kui Chu appear, but I didn't find a suitable song. Just when Chen Kai was about to leave the show, he heard the prelude of the song sung by Shen Jun and Song Huaying. It was just a simple prelude, but it immediately entered Chen Kai's heart. As soon as Chen Kai heard this prelude, countless images instantly emerged in his mind. In order to make this movie well, Chen Kai consulted a lot of historical materials and saw and heard countless things that he had never known before. He was also moved, sad and nostalgic for these stories. And now, all these scenes, some heroic and some silent, accompanied by the prelude of the song, instantly emerged in Chen Kai's mind. Chen Kai was stunned for a moment. The emotions like a wave instantly engulfed Chen Kai. Chen Kai had only one thought at that time. This is the song. This is the song he is looking for. It can bring people back to the difficult times and touch their hearts as soon as they hear it. But Chen Kai came to his senses and calmed down, because he had just listened to the prelude. What if the content of the song later did not fit in with the story? What if it starts well but ends badly? It's not like he hasn't encountered this situation before when choosing the theme song. The beginning was amazing, but the latter part was weak, and the second half had nothing to do with the first half. So after Chen Kai calmed down, he suppressed his inner excitement and continued listening. Chen Kai was very nervous at the time. Because I finally found a suitable song, what if it's not suitable? So when listening to it, Chen Kai kept saying in his heart, it has to fit. It has to fit. Even if the latter part isn't amazing, as long as it can maintain the quality of the beginning, it's fine. Then, in this complex emotion of excitement and nervousness, Chen Kai heard Song Huaying speak and heard Shen Jun speak. Then Chen Kai's mind was firmly grasped. He even forgot about choosing the theme song and was completely immersed in the singing. Can't help myself. Especially when the song reached its climax, Chen Kai's eyes became red. Although he was not a heavy smoker, he felt his mouth was dry at that moment and wanted to take a puff of cigarette to relieve his surging emotions. After Chen Kai finished listening to the whole song, I was still in this state of pride, nostalgia, and reminiscence, unable to recover until I took a few deep breaths. And then there was this opening scene. Chen Kai was extremely excited at this moment, because he was very sure that the song His Wish was the song he wanted. Chen Kai said anxiously, Contact Song Hwaiying. No, contact that guy. Chen Kai knew Song Hwaiying, but he had no idea about the new face Jun Shen. A staff member on the side added. Yes, contact Mr. Shen. Chen Kai clapped his hands and immediately arranged for someone to contact Shen Jun and Song Hwaiying. It's no wonder Chen Kai is so anxious, because Chen Kai has a hunch that not only he is eyeing this song, but other directors or film and television companies are also eyeing this song. Chen Kai's prediction was correct. Just when he was looking for someone to contact Shen Jun and Song Hwaiying, several film and television companies or directors encountered the same situation. Anyone who has made a mainstream movie will be moved after listening to this song. Therefore, many directors and companies who received the news began to find people to contact Shen Jun and Song Hwaiying, trying to get this song as soon as possible. All of a sudden, the film and television industry was in turmoil. And just when the song His Wish created a sensation, the thunderous applause and cheers in the Bird's Nest Stadium lingered for a long time. Like huge waves rushing into the sky, wave after wave hits the entire Bird's Nest. The applause and cheers lasted for nearly 10 minutes before slowly ending. It was louder than any other group of guests. So when the other guests and contestants came on stage, their faces all turned a little ugly when they heard the deafening roar in their ears. He looked at Shen Jun and Song Hwaiying, who were standing in the center of the stage with a complicated expression. Two handsome men and beautiful women stood in the center of the stage with dazzling figures, surrounded by bright lights and audiences cheering for them. Shi Nan and Lin Ruodan looked at each other. They both sighed softly and shook their heads slightly. It was originally a battle of dragons and tigers, but unexpectedly, Cheng Yaojin appeared in the end and suppressed everyone with his unstoppable momentum. Just looking at the madness of the audience around is enough to tell who will be the champion tonight. Although the two were disappointed, they were convinced. When they heard the song His Wish backstage, they were amazed. This song deserves to be the champion. They were convinced of their defeat to this song. Tan Si on the side smiled bitterly. He thought he was safe this time, but unexpectedly he was suppressed by Song Hwaiying again. However, when he thought about Lin Ruodan and Chi Nan being suppressed, Tan Si felt much better. This showed that it was not that he was weak, but that his opponents were too strong. Qin Shui, who was standing at the end of the team, clenched her fists, looking somewhat unwilling and even resentful as she stared at Song Hwaiying and Shen Jun. If it weren't for Mr. Shen, Song Hwaiying is just at the same level as her. Why? Why can Song Hwaiying win the championship while she can only be ranked last? If she had Shen Jun, then the championship is hers. Qin Shui, who was filled with anger and resentment, didn't notice the look in Lin Ziji's eyes when he accidentally saw her while standing next to her. Lin Ziji frowned slightly and took 2 steps to the side quietly. As everyone had different expressions, the host came on stage, locked the scores, and soon began to announce the rankings. It is still announced from back to front. The 6th place is an unknown singer. The 5th place is Qin Shui and Lin Ziji. The 4th place is Tan Si and Zhang Yuling. The 3rd place is Lin Ruodan and Sheng Ya. The 2nd place is Chi Nan and Kui Chu. The 1st place winners are Song Hwaiying and Shen Jun. Let us congratulate you both. No suspense. The moment the host finished speaking, more than 90,000 spectators in the Bird's Nest stood up and applauded. The deafening applause and cheers resounded throughout the Bird's Nest again. Bright lights. Amidst the brilliant fireworks, Shen Jun and Song Hwaiying stood in the center of the stage, smiling at each other. This scene, along with the live broadcast of the program, was instantly transmitted to everyone's eyes, and countless audiences shouted and cheered wildly. Live barrage popped up crazily. Well deserved. A talented man and a beautiful woman. A match made in heaven. Even the 3 guests in the whole live studio could not help but shake their heads and sigh. Well deserved. At this moment, at Shen Yinking's house, after watching Shen Jun and Song Hwaiying win the championship, Shen Anan, who had been sitting there all night, could no longer sit still. Shen Anan excitedly rushed towards Qin Man. Ah, Daddy! Daddy is number 1. First. Mr. Shen is first. Qin Man held Anan, the excited little kid, in his arms, his eyes still greedily gazing at the shining Shen Jun on the stage. I can't take my eyes off it. Shen Yinking on the side looked at Shen Jun standing in the center of the stage with a smile. Contented. At this time, in a hotel near the Jiangnan Film and Television base, Zhang Ruanan, who had already returned to the hotel, did not remove her makeup or change her clothes. She just sat cross-legged on the bed holding a tablet, staring. When she saw Shen Jun finally win the championship, she screamed and jumped up from the bed in excitement. When the agent came in, he saw Zhang Ruanan jumping on the bed like a madman. My little ancestor. The agent was so scared that he quickly pulled all the curtains in the room. In the Jiangnan TV building, the night was dark and the office was empty. Lin Jia was still sitting at his workstation, watching the program on his phone. Lin Jia smiled and muttered to himself, Brother June is Brother June. This night, Peak Singer finally came to an end. but the glory and brilliance brought by the top singers continue to ferment. The top singer of this night completely achieved the goal set by Dragon TV before, and it can even be said that it far exceeded the expected goal. Because of the sudden appearance of Shen Jun and Song Hwaying, the ratings of top singer directly jumped to the first place in the entire network at the last moment, even surpassing CCTV. The number of viewers, the highest number of online users, the number of comments, the popularity on the entire network, and so on, all set new historical records. People in the industry were stunned by what they saw. Even the program director of Dragon TV didn't expect this and was grinning from ear to ear at this moment. Such hot ratings naturally brought about extremely enthusiastic discussion, not to mention tonight's top singer. Battle of the Gods. It was already a very hot topic. Countless fans are arguing with each other online, it's so intense. Related topics one after another rushed to the hot search, such as Lin Ruodan and Shang Ye join forces, Sister kills Crazy, Kui Chu returns to the arena, Chi Nan and Kui Chu join forces. The topic immediately became a hot search. This evening's hot searches were almost all dominated by topics related to the top singers, and all other topics avoided the spotlight and dared not show up. However, all these hot topics, when Shen Jun and Song Hwaying came on stage, all of them were swept away. What followed was Shen Jun and Song Hwaying's overwhelming popularity on the entire network, appearing on the hot searches and directly dominating the hot searches. Ever since the show between Shen Jun and Song Hwaying started, especially the moment Shen Jun appeared on the stage, topics related to the two of them began to climb like a rocket on the hot searches. Shen Jun's stunning beauty. The song As Wish is amazing. There is also the ultimate stage brought by the two partners, and countless people resonated with and were touched by the song As Wish, etc. There are so many topics to talk about, especially when the entire network was not optimistic about Shen Jun and Song Hwaying. Shen Jun emerged as a dark horse and crushed many great players. This is jaw-dropping, and there's so much to say. So when Shen Jun and Song Hwaying appeared on the scene, topics related to the two of them immediately set the entire internet on fire, especially the discussion about Shen Jun, Shen Jun's appearance, Shen Jun's talent, Shen Jun's singing skills. Everyone was discussing it crazily, and the more they dug, the more attracted they became to Shen Jun, causing the public opinion to not subside for the entire night. On the contrary, the trend is getting worse. The next day, I opened the internet and saw, wow, the topic has changed. But not much has changed. The topic changed from the discussion between Shen Jun and Song Hwaying last night to a one-man show by Shen Jun alone. Because there wasn't really much to discuss about Song Hwaying, everyone just congratulated and praised him and that was it. But Shen Jun was different. The more we dig into Shen Jun, the more topics we will find. And everyone knows that the song Ruyuan is Shen Jun's original work, so naturally the attention on Shen Jun is higher. Shen Jun occupies half of the current hot search list. If you look at the short video platform, 6 or 7 out of 10 videos may be discussing Shen Jun or something related to Ruyuan. For example, the top 3 popular videos on the short video hot search list are all Shen Jun. The first video has now reached over 1 million views, has been forwarded by major official media, and has become a hit on the entire internet. The music used in the video is As Wish sung by Shen Jun and Song Hwaying, and the content of the video is some major historical events specially edited by the blogger. The founding ceremony of the People's Republic of China in 1949. 50 Years of Resistance, 1997. Each major historical event is accompanied by a series of pictures that are either grand, sad, exciting, or difficult, and are precisely integrated with every beat of As Wish. Frame by frame, scene by scene, it depicts the hardships of this country's century-long struggle. At this moment, the long river of history becomes concrete with the singing, flowing into the hearts of every Chinese. So after this video was released last night, the number of likes and comments started to skyrocket. When I clicked on the comments, they were all full of comments like "I burst into tears" and "I feel so sad." The video comments even crossed over the 4 words in unison, as if they were relaying. It looks very shocking. In addition, a photo ranked second on the hot search list. Clean and nothing. There is only one photo. A photo of Shen Jun on stage. In the photo, Shen Jun stands handsomely and majestically on the grand stage, with bright lights and gorgeous fireworks beside him, and countless audiences standing up and shouting wildly, surrounded by a sea of stars made up of glow sticks. Just one glance and everyone can't take their eyes off. The title of the photo is just 4 simple words, sinking into my heart. This photo has almost reached 1 million likes. What is even more shocking is the number of comments on this photo, which is even higher than the number of comments on the first video. It's even worse than that. When you open the comments, you'll find that they are all praising Shen Jun's stunning beauty, or just madly calling him husband and brother. There are also many comments with pictures of last night's stage, from long shots to close-ups, densely packed throughout the comment section. Show Shen Jun's stunning beauty to the fullest. Under these comments, there is a unified and neat title, which is Shen De Wo Xin. Shen Jun had accumulated quite a few fans before, but compared to them at this moment, they were nothing. There was no comparison at all. If we say that Shen Jun's previous fame barely met the standards of a traffic star, although it was very empty, so how famous is Shen Jun now? It can definitely be called a top stream, genuine product and reasonable price. No one can question it. The number of followers on Shen Jun's social media accounts is now almost reaching 40 million. Looking at the entire entertainment industry, it is a remarkable existence. There are even professional fan clubs on the internet, and the fans' unified name is Shendewoxin. As for the third popular video on the short video hot search list, it is also related to Shen Jun, but this video is a bit off the mark. Because this video has nothing to do with Shen Jun's looks, nor is it related to his Wish or Peak singer, but it is related to Shen Jun's ex-wife. Last night, many fans were digging up Shen Jun's experience and information, and then they found the news of Shen Jun's divorce that had been revealed before. Old fans will definitely know this news, but new fans are not very clear about it. However, all the fans were so excited that when they saw the news of Shen Jun's divorce, there was no abuse or boycott like before. On the contrary, many fans feel sorry for Shen Jun. People on the internet are all feeling sorry for their brother and husband. In the words of fans, it is better to get divorced, as it will benefit them. Many fans were angry and distressed, and speculated what kind of woman was so blind as to choose to divorce Shen Jun. There are many fans who share this idea. After all, Mr. Shen is now handsome and talented, and is definitely the epitome of a male god. So some fans searched for information about Shen Jun's ex-wife on the internet. The result was unexpected. They actually found it. At first, fans found the photo of the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau that was leaked by someone. In the photo was Shen Jun's ex-wife, a woman wearing sunglasses. When public opinion first arose, everyone's attention was on Shen Jun, and the public opinion at the time was not very heated. So not many people dig up information about the woman in sunglasses. But things are different now. Shen Jun's fans are trying to find out the truth about Shen Jun's ex-wife, and the popularity is too high. It is now almost a national topic. So the identity of Shen Jun's ex-wife, the woman in sunglasses, was quickly exposed. Zhao Wanyi, Shen Jun's college classmate, now the president of EMI Records. No, is Zhao Wanyi blind? This is the comment with the most likes among the topics related to Shen Jun's ex-wife. There are already thousands of comments discussing this topic. Originally, everyone thought that Mr. Shen's ex-wife would be an outsider, but I didn't expect it. He is actually an insider. This made countless netizens unable to understand. It can be seen from the previous dad program that Shen Jun is good at both housework and cooking, and is good at taking care of his daughter at home. Why would such a good man get divorced? In addition, Shen Jun is both good-looking and talented. His looks are comparable to Xie Feng, especially the brilliance he displayed on the peak stage last night, which made countless netizens say that no one in the entire entertainment industry can compare to him. Not to mention Shen Jun's talent. Harry Potter is being urged to be updated by countless netizens. Grave Robbers Chronicles directly made Juzhu magazine popular, and now it has become Juzhu's signature product, ranking first on the best-selling list. There is also Sound and Rhythm Enlightenment, which is said to be favored by professors of Jingcheng University. So talented. This is just about writing books, not to mention the songs written by Shen Jun. Flying Insects, Back in Time, Red Beans, As Wish. Every song is a classic and a hit. Looking at the entire music scene, this is an outstanding existence. Now Shen Jun has proved his talent with his own strength, and now everyone in the industry admires him. Such a man. How could Zhao Wanyi get divorced if she is not blind? Not to mention that Zhao Wanyi is an insider in the industry and the president of a record company. Information dug up by netizens even shows that EMI Records is now on the decline. The entire company is in turmoil. This new artist who was just launched some time ago invested a lot of manpower and resources, but ended up not making any splash and was easily crushed by a children's song by Shen Jun. Looking around the entire company, there are no artists who can take the lead. If this continues, it won't be long before EMI disappears from the industry. In this situation, everyone didn't understand Zhao Wanyi even more. If there is no divorce. With Mr. Shen's talent, he was able to make Song Huaying famous, so why can't he make the artists in Zhao Wanyi's company famous? Just releasing a few songs can make EMI artists popular. Not to mention that Shen Jun's current fame and traffic is comparable to the traffic and fame of the entire EMI record company combined. As long as Mr. Shen is in charge, EMI Records can win without any effort. But even in this situation, Zhao Wanyi chose to divorce Shen Jun. What kind of a trick is this? Countless people found it difficult to understand, and in the end it could only be concluded that Zhao Wanyi was blind. This incident caused a lot of uproar, and it almost surpassed Shen Jun's own topic. The whole internet was discussing it. So when Zhao Wanyi drove to the company the next day, as soon as she got out of the car, she felt that the way the company employees looked at her was not right. Moreover, many employees were whispering about it behind their backs. Zhao Wanyi frowned, her expression as cold as ice as she walked into the company building in her high heels. After seeing Song Huaying take third place in the individual competition of Peak Singer yesterday, she stopped watching. Song Huaying just took third place, and Shen Jun must be last. No need to watch. She was completely relieved. Last night, Zhao Wanyi had a rare good night's sleep and slept until morning. Last night, Sun Lanfang went out to play mahjong until midnight and was still sleeping in the morning. Since Zhao's father retired, he has not paid much attention to the news in this regard. So no one in the family knew what happened last night. Zhao Wanyi didn't take what happened in the morning to heart. After all, there were so many people looking at her in the past, and she was already used to being stared at. But not long after going to work, Zhao Wanyi frowned. Because from the beginning of work today, all the employees in the company looked at her inexplicably with strange expressions, and sometimes they didn't even pay attention to their work. When Zhao Wanyi went to the restroom, she encountered several employees talking in a low voice together. As soon as she entered, everything became as quiet as a chicken. Fled in all directions. It's like seeing something horrible. This made Zhao Wanyi's heart beat uncomfortably, and her brows furrowed. So after going to the toilet, Zhao Wanyi directly called her secretary into the office, took a deep breath, and asked in a deep voice, "What happened to the company today?" Unexpectedly, the secretary looked at her in surprise when he heard this, and asked hesitantly after a while, "You don't know yet?" Zhao Wanyi saw the secretary's expression and words, and her brows furrowed even more, even forming a shape. She became a little irritated. What on earth is going on? Zhao Wanyi tapped the table lightly, frightening the secretary so much that he immediately said in a panic, Last night, the news of your divorce with Mr. Shen was exposed by netizens, and there were some unpleasant comments online." Zhao Wanyi's expression froze when she heard this, and her heart skipped a beat. He immediately waved his hand to send the secretary away, then quickly opened his computer and searched the internet. Her affair with Shen Jun had been exposed before, but it didn't have any impact on anyone. Only Shen Jun was cyberbullied by netizens. And it's been so long since this happened, how could? And it was at this time. Zhao Wanyi inexplicably thought of last night's Peak Singer. This made Zhao Wanyi's heart beat uneasily. I even felt a little panicked for some reason. No. Mr. Shen must have made a fool of himself again, and netizens are scolding him. It has nothing to do with me. Zhao Wanyi comforted herself in this way, and the search results finally popped up on the computer in front of her. She simply searched for Shen Jun's ex-wife, and then countless topics popped up. The most popular topic at the top of the page is Zhao Wanyi blind? When Zhao Wanyi saw this topic, she felt the blood in her body rushing to her brain instantly, and her whole body froze in place. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Zhao Wanyi's fingers holding the mouse were trembling, and she clicked on the topic in disbelief. She had never expected that within one night, the online reputation of Shen Jun would be reversed, and she was instead scolded for being blind. It's not Mr. Shen making a fool of himself at all. Instead, Shen Jun was a huge success on the Peak Singer last night, even winning first place. Nowadays, even the entire network is discussing praising Shen Jun, and then calling her stupid and blind. Looking at the news on the internet and the various abusive words that were hard to bear to look at, Zhao Wanyi's delicate face turned visibly into frost. His eyes were filled with endless anger, and a bit of mad panic. Impossible. How is this possible? Shen Jun did not pay attention to the online public opinion. After the Peak Singer ended, Shen Jun rejected Song Huaying's invitation to return to Shanghai together. I came to CCTV alone. Shen Jun came to Beijing for two things, one was to participate in Top Singer, and the other was to record the song The Lone Brave. The fire department has already signed a contract with Shen Jun. The promotional video is almost finished, and now all that's missing is Shen Jun's theme song. Now that he happened to be in Beijing to participate in Peak Singer, Shen Jun was too lazy to make a second trip. He wanted to finish it quickly because he had to go back to accompany an AN. I wonder if Anan cried because she couldn't see him these 2 days. Shen Jun was thinking about the appearance of Shen Anan, the little cat, when he heard a very loud and excited shout from a distance. Teacher Shen. When Shen Jun heard this, he looked over and saw a boy with a crew cut running towards him quickly. The buzzcut boy ran over quickly, still panting a little. Without time to catch his breath, he smiled at Shen Jun while panting heavily. Teacher Shen, have you been waiting for a long time? Shen Jun smiled. Just arrived, just call me Mr. Shen. The buzz-cut boy grinned and nodded. Okay, Mr. Shen, I'll take you in. The boy with the crew cut is Xiao Lin from the fire department's publicity department. He was shocked by Shen Jun's song The Lone Brave Man. Ever since listening to The Lone Brave Man, Xiao Lin has been full of admiration for Shen Jun. He volunteered to lead the way this time. Now that he finally saw the real person, Xiaolin was naturally a little excited. And there was another reason why Xiao Lin was excited, that was that last night Shen Jun won the championship in the final of Top Singer and won the title of King of Singers together with Song Huaying. He also watched the entire show last night, and he really liked the song His Wish and was even moved to tears. Today he even heard many people on the fire department discussing this song. After all, the prosperity achieved was also due to the efforts of the fire department, so they could empathize with the situation even more. Many people in the fire department have a very good impression of Shen Jun, who wrote the song His Wish, and think that Shen Jun is very amazing. Xiao Lin is the same. That's why I was particularly excited after meeting Mr. Shen today. The two of them quickly entered the building and headed straight for the recording studio. At this point, the studio was already packed with staff. Everyone stood up and greeted Shen Jun when they saw him. Teacher Shen. Today Shen Jun is no longer the Shen Jun he was half a month ago, and almost everyone in the industry knows him. The Peak Singer competition made Shen Jun completely famous. Can write and sing, an all-round singer. Still the top stream. Who in the industry dares to be rude? Now many people in the industry have started contacting Wei Zheng, Shen Jun's agent, and are trying to find ways to arrange songs for him. Some even found Hanshi Company. No way. Mr. Shen is so popular now. This made Shen Jun feel helpless. There was no point in saying anything, so he could only nod with a stern face and enter the recording studio. Shen Jun was already familiar with the song The Lone Hero, and his singing skills had almost returned to the level of his previous life. So it was very quick to record. It took a few tries to get it done. At the same time, some shots that might be used in the promotional video were reshot. I was busy for almost the whole morning. When Shen Jun was invited to have lunch at noon, he had to talk hard to refuse. He was anxious to return to Shanghai to accompany an AN. Shen Jun originally wanted to just deal with it casually and then fly back directly. Unexpectedly, just as I walked out of the CCTV gate, the phone rang again. The phone number note was Tang Shuyi, a professor at Beijing University. Ever since he handed sound and rhythm primer to Tang Shuyi last time, Mr. Shen has not paid much attention to matters in this regard. According to Tang Shuyi, he wanted to include prosody enlightenment in the textbooks of primary and secondary schools and popularize it nationwide. Mr. Shen is very supportive. He also hopes that the culture of his previous life can take root in this world and bring some help to the world. Is it done? Shen Jun thought about it and answered the phone. Tang Shuyi's voice on the phone was very hesitant, and he didn't explain clearly in the end. After hearing that Mr. Shen was at CCTV, he immediately said that he would come to pick up Mr. Shen and talk to him in person. After hanging up the phone, Shen Jun raised his eyebrows slightly. Judging from the way Tang Shuyi spoke, this matter probably involved some problems. Not long after, Tang Shuyi drove over. It was the first time that Shen Jun met this professor from Beijing University. He was not tall, thin, and even a little gaunt. He wore a pair of glasses on his cheeks. It is consistent with Mr. Shen's impression of scholars and professors. Tang Shuyi learned from the phone that Shen Jun hadn't eaten yet, so he got in the car and took Shen Jun back to his home. My wife is very good at cooking, try it. Before eating, let's eat some dog food first. While eating, Shen Jun finally understood the general situation from Tang Shuyi's hesitant and incoherent words. Shen Jun slowly said, "So, what I'm saying is, there's nothing wrong with sound and rhythm primer, but I'm not qualified enough to be included in the textbook. Is that right?" Tang Shuyi nodded immediately. "Yes, that's probably it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with sound and rhythm primer. Our teachers at Kyoto University all praised it highly, and the people from the Poetry Association also recognized it. You're just younger." After Tang Shuyi explained it briefly, Shen Jun immediately understood what was going on. What about this ranking of qualifications? He knew in his previous life that some circles rely on seniority to make a living, but he didn't expect to encounter it in this life. Shen Jun frowned. He didn't want to get involved in these trivial matters. It doesn't matter if he can't do it, he doesn't rely on this for a living anyway. However, Tang Shuyi seemed to have noticed Shen Jun's attitude and said cautiously, "I asked someone about this matter. It's not that there's no way. You're good at everything now, except for your qualifications. As long as you make up for this, you'll be fine. This aspect is also easy to solve." Tang Shuyi's wife jokingly said. Yes, old Tang almost lived in the Poetry Association because of this matter. He made countless trips. Looking at Tang Shuyi's earnest and sincere eyes, and the words of his wife, Shen Jun did not say the words of refusal. He sighed slightly and asked, "Seniority, how do we resolve this?" Tang Shuyi was very confident. "I asked the Poetry Association, and they said you just need to win a prestigious award. There's a poetry festival happening in Hangzhou soon. You can go and participate. If you win a prize at the festival, you can make up for your seniority." Shen Jun frowned. "Can winning an award make up for your qualifications?" Tang Shuyi nodded firmly. The president of the Poetry Association told me that as long as I can win an award, my qualifications will be no problem. By then, the Poetry Association will push Sound and Rhythm Primer up, and it won't be a problem for it to be selected as a textbook. Shen Jun still frowned. Based on his experience of seeing dirty things in his previous life, this matter seemed unreliable no matter how he looked at it. Is the literary world so easy to talk to? Shen Jun hesitated. Did the president of the Poetry Association say that himself? Tang Shuyi nodded. Yes, I looked for him several times, and he finally told me in person. As long as I can win the award, I can make up for my qualifications. Shen Jun pondered for a moment and asked, what kind of competition is that in Hangzhou? Tang Shuyi had prepared a lot, and immediately took out a few printed materials and said, this is Ancient Rhythm Brilliance Hangzhou Poetry Festival. Shen Jun took the information about the poetry gathering and took a quick look at it. The poetry gathering was very formal and there was nothing wrong with it, but Shen Jun frowned. Especially when Shen Jun saw a bunch of organizers such as CCTV, Federation of Literary and Art Circles, universities, etc. When Shen Jun heard about the 500,000 yuan bonus and the Hangzhou Culture and Tourism contract, he took out his mobile phone and searched on the internet. Then he saw more relevant information. More than 100,000 people participated. A poetry event. Thousands of people from universities across the country have signed up. Rising stars in poetry are participating. A famous poet decides to enter the competition. Wait. After quickly reading this information, Shen Jun sneered in his heart. As expected, the Poetry Association is bullying honest people. As soon as he saw the specifications of this poetry gathering, he knew that this was definitely a very high-end, very professional, and very difficult to win award large-scale competition. How could a newcomer like him easily win a prize in this kind of competition? It's not that Shen Jun lacks confidence. If Shen Jun didn't have the memories of his previous life, it would be almost impossible for him, a newcomer, to win a prize in such a national event, no matter how talented he was. It's like saying you're good at studying. Then the teacher will set a goal for you to get the first place in the National College Entrance Examination. Just kidding. If it were a city or provincial competition, it might still be possible, but a national event, and especially this Hangzhou Poetry Festival, obviously attracted everyone in the poetry world. Those famous or unknown, professional or folk, everyone comes to get involved. If you want to win the award, you have to be one in a million. Outshines all poets in the country. The Poetry Association calculated that Mr. Shen would not get the award, so they used this condition to deal with Tang Shuyi. Mr. Shen felt that it was probably because Tang Shuyi had been going to the Poetry Association again and again, which made the people in the association a little annoyed, so they made up such an impossible condition. And who knows, the Poetry Association might have already made plans for the content of the textbook submitted, and the cake has already been divided up. After all, it's a one-size-fits-all thing, so how could it be Tang Shuyi's turn? Especially in the literary world where seniority is everything, how could it be the turn of Shen Jun, a newcomer who appeared out of nowhere? The Poetry Association is determined to bully Tang Shuyi, an honest man. Tang Shuyi was a typical honest man, and he didn't understand the twists and turns of the association. In addition, Tang Shuyi had great confidence in Shen Jun, so the scene before us happened. Tang Shuyi really thought highly of him. Shen Jun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Looking at Tang Shuyi, who was full of confidence and carefully explaining the competition situation to him, Shen Jun sighed and did not tell Tang Shuyi these dirty things. Instead, he listened carefully to Tang Shuyi's explanation. Although he had few contacts with Tang Shuyi, he could see that he was a true scholar and a man who got things done. Otherwise, he would not have come out to support Shen Jun when Shen Jun was cyberbullied. Although it seems now that Tang Shuyi was too honest that time, he didn't think too much about it and unintentionally helped Shen Jun. But whether intentionally or unintentionally, Mr. Shen did accept Tang Shuyi's favor. Tang Shuyi's missing person notice helped Mr. Shen a lot. Moreover, Sound and Rhythm Primer was written by Mr. Shen. Tang Shuyi is not seeking profit or fame now, and is busy running back and forth. Mr. Shen also saw it all. It's impossible not to be moved at all. There should be more honest people like Tang Shuyi in this world. More people who do practical things. He used to have no ability and no way out, and could only watch the world turn upside down, but now he has the ability. He couldn't bear to see someone like Tang Shuyi fall into the mire. Isn't it just a poetry reading? Isn't it just surpassing all the poets in the country? The fledgling newcomer Shen Jun may not be able to do it, but Shen Jun, who has mastered the classics of thousands of years of cultural heritage in his previous life, can do it easily. Let the Poetry Association see who is bullying whom. He wanted to see the expressions of those despicable people at that time. So after Tang Shuyi explained the content of the competition to Shen Jun for half a day, and analyzed and praised Sound and Rhythm Primer for Shen Jun for half a day, facing Tang Shuyi's hopeful eyes, Shen Jun nodded. No problem, I'll join. Tang Shuyi's expression was a little cautious. Although he hoped that Shen Jun could participate in the poetry gathering, he he was never the kind of person who would force anyone to do anything. If Shen Jun was unwilling, fine. The worries in his heart did not appear. After hearing Shen Jun's agreement, Tang Shuyi, who was obviously in his 50s, jumped up like a child and hugged Shen Jun tightly. Ha ha ha, there's a chance to report it. There is hope for the inheritance of ancient poetry. Shen Jun was startled by Tang Shuyi's sudden hug and subconsciously tried to struggle out. But when he heard Tang Shuyi's heartfelt laughter and sigh, Shen Jun stopped struggling and then patted Tang Shuyi on the back. Tang Shuyi's wife looked at the happy Tang Shuyi with a smile in her eyes. The Hangzhou Poetry Festival has now begun and is currently in the registration and preliminary selection stage, because the Hangzhou Poetry Festival is a big event and is open to the whole country. According to some media reports, the number of registered people has reached more than 100,000. The actual number of people is definitely not that high, but it is definitely not small. After all, for the sake of the 500,000 yuan prize, everyone who sees this message will probably give it a try. Therefore, the Hangzhou Poetry Festival has a preliminary selection stage, and only those who pass the preliminary selection can participate in the formal poetry festival. The preliminary selection is very simple, just write a poem related to Hangzhou. Genre. Theme. There are no content requirements. As a typical representative of the misty Jiangnan region, Hangzhou also has famous scenic spots such as West Lake and Qiantang River, and has been loved by literati and poets in the past. Therefore, the poems written about Hangzhou in the previous life were countless and as numerous as the hairs on a cow. Shen Jun can come up with a lot of them just by thinking about it. However, in order to avoid shocking Tang Shuyi, Shen Jun still pondered for a while in Tang Shuyi's study, and then made some revisions before he wrote a poem. In the preliminary selection, Mr. Shen did not choose any famous classics, he just picked one at random. However, every poem that has been passed down from the past life to the present day is a masterpiece. So after Shen Jun showed the ancient poem to Tang Shuyi was stunned and called him a genius. Tang Shuyi's eyes were shining when he looked at Shen Jun from behind. He insisted on dragging Shen Jun to discuss the creation of ancient poetry. When Shen Jun left Tang Shuyi's house, the sky outside the window was already dim. It was only after Shen Jun showed Tang Shuyi his return ticket that Tang Shuyi was willing to let Shen Jun leave. Otherwise, Tang Shuyi would have thought of letting Shen Jun stay. The return ticket was secretly bought by Shen Jun while he was thinking about ancient poetry in his study. Shen Jun was quite helpless about this literary maniac. Tang Shuyi sent me to the airport. Shen Jun couldn't refuse and could only nod. By the time we boarded the plane back to Shanghai, it was already dark. The Shanghai airport was brightly lit. Shen Jun got off the plane at around 9 o'clock and walked out of the airport with the crowd. As soon as he left the airport, Shen Jun heard a loud and soft shout, "Daddy!" When Shen Jun looked up, he saw Shen Anan, who looked like a little carrot, rushing towards him with short legs, her little face full of excitement and happiness. When he saw the person in front of him, Shen Jun suddenly felt that all the fatigue from being busy for so many days and the tension on the plane disappeared. The whole person relaxed instantly. Shen Jun pushed the suitcase slightly open, took a few quick steps forward, put his arm around Anan, and lifted the little carrot head up into the air. Chakal. And Anne's clear laughter echoed throughout the hall. This caused all the passengers or their families who were getting off the plane to look at him with envy. Qin Man was also looking at the two people, one big and one small, in front of her with a smile. Shen Jun hugged and kissed her to ease the longing in his heart. Then he held Shen Anan in one hand, dragged the suitcase with the other, and followed Qin Man out of the airport. Qin Man came by car. Qin Man's car was not the Maserati supercar like Zhao Wanyi's, but a black G-Class that looked very domineering. When he saw the car, Shen Jun thought he had taken the wrong road. Unexpectedly, Qin Man took out the key and clicked it twice, then opened the car door and got in with his long legs. Shen Jun was stunned by what he saw. Wow! Muttering softly, Shen Jun carried Anan into the car. The black G-Class quickly sped out of the airport and headed back towards the center of Shanghai. Everyone was laughing in the car. Shen Jun was having fun with Anan, but unexpectedly Shen Jun asked casually, "Have you missed your dad these days?" As soon as these words came out, Anan, who was originally smiling, suddenly pouted, and her big grape-like eyes were immediately filled with a layer of mist. "Daddy!" Shen Anan asked for a hug pitifully. Seeing this, Shen Jun's face was full of heartache, and he quickly hugged Anan in his arms and comforted her. This was the first time in Anan's life that she had been separated from Shen Jun for such a long time, so when they were in Beijing, Shen Jun was extremely worried. But every time I video call Qin Man, the little guy is smiling, including the meeting at the airport just now. This made Shen Jun feel relieved. It seems that this little guy is holding on by himself. This made Shen Jun even more distressed. He immediately coaxed Anan with guilt. After coaxing him for a long time, the little guy's golden beans finally stopped falling out. What made Shen Jun laugh and cry was that when he said that he would not participate in these activities in the future and would accompany Anan, the little guy pouted, looked at Shen Jun with big watery eyes, and shook his head and said, "Daddy, join us, handsome." Because she had just cried so hard, her words were choked and hoarse. It took Shen Jun a while to understand what she meant. I burst out laughing. "Daddy looks good." The little guy cheered up a little, blinking his big eyes. Shen Anan had never seen Shen Jun wearing formal clothes and standing on the stage since she was a child. This was the first time. I didn't expect the little guy actually liked it. Shen Jun nodded and Shen Anan's little nose teased her. But if Dad attends, he won't be able to accompany Anan. What should I do? Shen Anan frowned, her face full of confusion. After biting her fingers for a while, she said in distress, "Then, Daddy can bring Anan along." The little girl probably thought of the time when Shen Jun took her to participate in the filming of the Dad program, so she came up with this idea. Shen Jun laughed. But what if Anan can't participate in some programs? Shen Anan hesitated for a while and said distressfully, "Then let Sister Mainyan accompany Anan." The little guy's voice was crisp, and he had a stuffy nose after crying. Chin Man, who was driving, couldn't help but want to tease Anan, so Chin Man said, "But Sister Manman still has to manage the company. If she accompanies you, she'll earn a lot less money every minute." The little guy frowned when he heard that. His face looked troubled. Seeing Shen Anan's sad face, Shen Jun and Chin Man couldn't help laughing and couldn't suppress the smile on their lips. Unexpectedly, just as the two were laughing, Anan's eyes lit up, as if she had thought of a good idea. Then the two heard Shen Anan nodding and saying happily, "Then let Daddy make money for Sister Mainyan. Sister Manman can come and accompany me now." After saying this, he clapped his hands happily, as if he was happy about his own wit. Shen Jun didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and touched Shen Anan's little face. "You really are Daddy's leaky little cotton-padded jacket." Chin Man, who was driving in the front seat, did not respond, but just curled her sexy red lips slightly, then stepped on the accelerator, and the G-Class roared into the traffic in front. The three of them ate some food on the way, and when they got home it was already past 11 o'clock, and Shen Anan fell asleep in the car. Shen Jun held the unconscious Shen Anan in his arms and said goodbye to Chin Man softly. "Be careful on the road. Send me a message when you get home." Shen Jun didn't think much about it, but he was a little worried seeing Chin Man, a girl, coming home so late, so he subconsciously gave her a few words of advice. Chin Man nodded expressionlessly, stepped on the accelerator and drove into the darkness. Shen Jun carried Shen Anan upstairs. No one had lived in the house for several days, and it felt strangely deserted. Shen Jun changed the bedding and boiled some hot water to wipe Anan's face and feet. Anan slept like a pig throughout the whole process. On the other side, Chin Man arrived home in half an hour. Chin Man's home was not like Shen Yunking's home. The decoration of the whole house tended to be low-key and minimalist. It looks even more deserted. When Chin Man returned home, the lights in the house automatically turned on, gradually illuminating the entire room. The stars and the moon are high outside the window. Chin Man didn't rush in. Instead, he leaned against the door and took out his cell phone. Chin Man bit her red lips and opened Shen Jun's chat box, but her fingers did not move for a long time. The lipstick on her red lips was almost eaten clean. Chin Man then slowly typed a few words. "I'm home now." After thinking for a while, Chin Man deleted the I again and sent it. "Home." Chin Man's long wavy hair fell down like a waterfall, and she pursed her red lips as she looked at the chat box on her phone. A few minutes later, a message popped up on the phone. "Shen Jun, go to bed early." Chin Man stroked her wavy hair and curled her lips. "The same to you." When he came back this time, Shen Jun rested at home for a few days. Even though the outside world was in an uproar, Shen Jun never showed up. Since the finals of The Peak Singer, other singers have been busy releasing new albums, participating in activities, etc. Actively open for business. Only Shen Jun. It's like it disappeared. There was no news for several consecutive days, which drove countless fans crazy. In the end, Song Hwaying couldn't hold on any longer, because all the fans who couldn't find him flocked to Song Hwaying's social media account. What's even more outrageous is that someone went to Chin Man's social account and asked him to hand over the person. After obtaining Shen Jun's consent, Song Hwaying posted a message on his social account, which roughly meant that Shen Jun participated in The Peak Singer just to help. "Thank you for your likes, but Shen Jun has no plans to debut or participate in subsequent activities. He also has to take care of his daughter Balabala." Song Hwaying's explanation immediately caused a huge wave in the entertainment circle, and the entire entertainment circle was boiling. Because now Shen Jun's traffic can be called a top-tier one, and looking at the entire entertainment industry, there are very few who can compare with him. If Mr. Shen were to do business at this time, fame, power and wealth would all flow like water. Unexpectedly, Mr. Shen was actually planning to quit while the going was good? Taking care of your daughter at home? This was something that no one had expected, and one could only say, talented but willful? In addition to the entertainment industry, Shen Jun's fans are also excited. Shen Jun's social media accounts now have nearly 50 million followers, and his fans on the entire internet are countless. Many people were looking forward to Shen Jun's business, but Shen Jun disappeared. This made countless fans go crazy. Fortunately, an account called Junin Studio finally came out and released an announcement, which calmed the boiling entertainment industry and fans a little. Junin Studio was the studio that Shen Jun asked Wei Zheng to help set up. The announcement first stated that this was Shen Jun's official studio, and secondly informed fans and friends that although Shen Jun had to take care of his daughter, he would still participate in any projects or activities he liked in the future. Please stay tuned, fans and friends. After a detailed explanation, the furious fans were finally calmed down. In an office building near the Hanxi studio, the two designed fonts of Junin were hung on the outside wall. In the room, Wei Zheng looked at Shen Jun helplessly and sighed deeply. If you have anything to say, just let me do it. Why are you bothering teacher Song Huaying? Do you know that the fans are going crazy? Shen Jun nodded in embarrassment. Could he say that he had forgotten about the agent? After signing the contract with Wei Zheng, Shen Jun was busy practicing singing with Song Huaying, and then went directly to the capital. After being busy for so many days, he even forgot that he had an agent. It was only after Wei Zheng saw Song Huaying's social updates that he found Shen Jun, and Shen Jun finally remembered it. If you have anything in the future, tell me first. Wei Zheng held his forehead with his hand. He truly realized how unreliable he, as a boss and artist, was. This boss is very talented, but I have no ambition at all. I still have to create a new account as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Wei Zheng immediately said to Shen Jun, "By the way, I've been eyeing a new guy lately. I want to sign with our studio." Shen Jun nodded. "You can handle these things as you see fit." He was determined to be a hands-off boss and delegate all these matters to Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng sighed. "But now we have a problem." Shen Jun raised his eyebrows and looked at Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng said briefly, "This newcomer recently entered the public eye through a singing talent show. She has a very strong vocal talent and comes from a musical family. The singing is very infectious and has unique style. So many companies in the industry are getting in touch, and even a few giants are trying to sign this newcomer. This includes the company I used to work for, Prologue." When Wei Zheng said this, Mr. Shen understood. This newcomer is now a hot commodity, everyone wants him, even industry giants like Suyuan have joined the game. No wonder Wei Zheng said he encountered some problems. This is not the point. Compared with giants like Suyuan, Junan Studio, which was founded less than half a month ago, is just a small shrimp. Even including Shen Jun doesn't seem enough. It's not even on the same level. The top-tier companies and other companies all have even numbers. Moreover, whether it is industry resources or benefits, Junan can't compare with Suyuan now. I don't know where Wei Zheng got the confidence to want to poach Suyuan's employees. Shen Jun frowned slightly. "Can you handle this?" Wei Zheng smiled and looked at Shen Jun. "Isn't this you?" Mr. Shen is Wei Zheng's confidence. With the talent that Shen Jun has shown now, no one can resist being moved. Ever since the announcement of Junin Studio and that he was Shen Jun's agent, his phone has been nearly blown up by calls. They are all people who want to cooperate with him or build relationships with him. As a gold medal agent, Wei Zheng naturally knew how to take advantage of Shen Jun's fame, so after The Peak Singer ended, Wei Zheng used his connections to find this newcomer. Then he used Shen Jun's big promises to intercept the newcomer who was about to sign a contract with Suyuan. Even newcomers are very interested in Junan. But the newcomer put forward a condition, which was to ask teacher Shen Jun to write a song for her based on her characteristics. Only after reading the song could she decide whether to join Junan. Write a song? Shen Jun raised his eyebrows. "Yes. Write her a song and she'll decide. She really likes the songs you wrote, and she's very interested in joining Junan. And this newcomer is incredibly talented. Judging from my years of experience in the industry, this newcomer is sure to become a big hit. When she becomes famous, you will be completely liberated." Wei Zheng was very good at making big promises, and he knew exactly what kind of big promises Shen Jun liked. After he finished speaking, the hesitation on Shen Jun's face disappeared, and he immediately said, "Find me some of her old songs." He does have a lot of songs in his head, but it's hard to say whether they're suitable. Okay. Wei Zheng was well prepared. He immediately turned on the computer in the studio with a smile, and the singing of the newcomer soon rang out in the empty studio. When Shen Jun heard the singing, he said in surprise, "Relieve it." Mr. Shen's voice was not loud and mixed with the music. Wei Zheng did not hear clearly and asked doubtfully, "What? Fine." Shen Jun waved his hand, suppressed the astonishment in his heart, and listened to the song carefully and seriously. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. Almost the same sound. So similar. Wei Zhang was about to play some other songs for Shen Jun to listen to, but he saw Shen Jun waving his hand and saying, "No." Then Shen Jun looked at Wei Zhang with a complicated expression, and couldn't help but sigh. "Your vision is indeed good." Wei Zhang chuckled. "Yes or no? This girl has a very distinctive voice and strong skills, like an iron lung. If I come across a good song, it will definitely become a hit in the future." Wei Zhang had no idea that the two of them were talking about completely different things. After laughing, Wei Zhang became serious and asked nervously, "Can you write?" The girl has agreed, all she needs is a song from you. Shen Jun said in his heart, "This is too much to write about," but his face was calm and he nodded. When Wei Zhang saw Shen Jun nod, his eyes suddenly brightened, and the tension and anxiety on his face subsided. He immediately said, "2 days is not enough time, this little girl is so popular. I'm worried that if we delay any longer, something might happen. If we delay any longer, the girl might be snatched away by Preface or another company." Then Wei Zhang heard Shen Jun say directly, "Need not." As he said this, before Wei Zhang could react, Shen Jun had already hummed a tune and started looking for paper. Then, in Wei Zhang's extremely astonished eyes, Shen Jun bent over the desk and wrote a song with complete lyrics and music. Mr. Shen put on the pen cap and pushed the paper to Wei Zhang. "All right, okay." Although Wei Zhang had heard Qin Man say that Mr. Shen was very fast at composing songs, with ideas flowing freely, he could write and sing as soon as he opened his mouth. But what I heard is what I heard. Witnessing it with my own eyes at this moment, I am still a little stunned. Wei Zhang felt that he was mentally prepared for Shen Jun's musical talent, but now this mental preparation was shattered. It took me a while to come back to my senses. Wei Zhang swallowed his saliva, hesitantly picked up the paper in his hand, and read out the title of the song. Foam. Dang Lily is the newcomer favored by Wei Zhang and many giant companies. Dang Lily, who comes from a musical family, has shown top-notch understanding and talent for music since childhood. She has created many works before she even reached adulthood. If it weren't for academic and family reasons, Dang Lily might have made her debut before she was even an adult. Dang Lily is also from Shanghai. At this time, at Dang Lily's home in Shanghai, the agent looked at Dang Lily helplessly and advised, "The contracts between Preface and 1988 are very sincere. My aunt, what are you still hesitating about?" The agent was very helpless and even a little anxious at this time. Ever since Dang Lily came into the public eye, she immediately became the target of competition among many music giants. In order to sign Dang Lily, these giant companies offered very generous contracts. Not to mention the newcomer Dang Lily. Even top singers would be very excited to see this kind of contract. And you have to know that Preface and 1988 are both top companies in the industry. Making stars is as easy as drinking water. As long as you sign with these two companies, you don't have to worry about your future development. For example, Lin Ruodan is an artist from 1988 company. These two companies can almost be said to occupy half of the music industry. Everyone else is looking forward to joining, but Dang Lily is now hesitant. This is almost beyond the time given by the two companies for consideration. So the agent is very anxious. Dang Lily looked at her anxious agent, her expression unmoved. She scrolled through her phone and said calmly, "Wait until Junan gets the news." Junan. When this name was suddenly mentioned, the agent was stunned for a moment, and it took him a while to react. It was Junan's studio, the studio opened by the rising star in the industry, Shen Jun. The agent frowned and said directly, "I didn't tell you not to contact Junan. That Wei Zhang guy is full of nonsense. He can even make the dead look alive. If you listen to him, you'll definitely suffer. Besides, Junan's studio has only been established for less than 2 weeks. It's even a question whether it can survive in this industry. What are you doing in a studio like this?" Although Shen Jun is in this studio, to be frank, Shen Jun does seem to be very popular now, but this is only temporary. Without a company, without capital, without connections, you're definitely doomed. And judging by the public opinion these days, they don't even know how to run a studio. It's a completely makeshift troupe. Junan's studio has no future at all. Once Mr. Shen becomes unpopular, the studio will probably go bankrupt. Instead of joining such a studio, you might as well open one yourself. What a waste of opportunity. If you miss out on these two companies, you'll regret it. The agent has experienced ups and downs in this industry for so many years, and has seen many artists who became popular overnight. But it is only a temporary success. Without capital and connections, it will fade away sooner or later. Not to mention that Shen Jun doesn't even know how to operate. Junan Studio, this kind of studio is obviously a makeshift team. Maybe it was opened by Shen Jun on a whim, or he was tricked by Wei Zhang. There is no future at all. This kind of company that is just playing around will be burned to ashes at the slightest disturbance. It is totally incomparable to the industry giants such as Prologue in 1988 that have been established for decades. It's not that the agent looks down on Junan's studio. If we consider it from a practical point of view, Junan Studio cannot be compared with Preface in 1988 at all, at least its risk resistance is not good enough. Dang Lily is a new artist making her debut, and now is a critical period. You must choose a reliable company instead of gambling with your future. However, after hearing what her agent said, Dang Lily remained expressionless. She only raised her eyebrows slightly and said in a nonchalant tone, "Regret it if you want." This sentence left the agent speechless. He opened and closed his mouth several times, but couldn't squeeze out a word. Finally, he let out a long sigh. "Shut up." Other people may not know Dang Lily, but her agent who has been with her for many years knows this girl very well. The little girl is just 19 years old this year. She looks quiet and well-behaved. But the real Dang Lily is very rebellious. During school, Dang Lily had done things like skipping classes and dating more than once, and was considered a habitual offender. Moreover, Dang Lily comes from a musical family. How could her family be short of connections and companies? But the little girl chose not to use them. "I insist on going out on my own." She had a big fight with her family because of this. Her family was waiting for Dang Lily to go back and beg them, but Dang Lily said that she would rather starve to death outside than beg her family. Anyway, he was a very rebellious and stubborn child. Therefore, once Dang Lily has made up her mind, she can rarely change anything and can only remain silent. Not long after the two finished talking, Dang Lily's phone suddenly rang. Dang Lily looked at the phone and a smile suddenly appeared on her calm face. After answering the phone, Dang Lily shouted, "Brother Wei Zheng." It was Wei Zheng who called Dang Lily. After Wei Zheng got Shen Jun's new song, he first expressed his admiration and then called Dang Lily. "I'm afraid that if I'm any later, Dang Lily will be snatched away by other giant companies." This was the target he had spent a lot of time to find. Since Shen Jun couldn't be relied upon, the studio could only rely on Dang Lily's new account. "Hello Li, the contract hasn't been signed yet, right?" Wei Zheng went straight to the point. He had spent a lot of effort to win over Dang Lily, otherwise he would not have called her so affectionately. The agent standing next to Dang Lily was so angry that his nose widened when he heard Wei Zheng's voice on the phone. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Dang Lily glaring at her. The agent shut up again. Dang Lily smiled and said, "No, I'm not waiting for news from Brother Wei Zheng. What does Teacher Shen Jun say?" One is Brother Wei Zheng and the other is Teacher Shen Jun. Although they sound very friendly, the difference in their words is instantly highlighted. One is courtesy and intimacy. One is admiration from the bottom of my heart. Wei Zheng had no objection at all. He wished Dang Lily would worship Shen Jun more, so that it would be easier for him to sign people. Wei Zheng laughed heartily and said, "With your brother Wei Zheng taking action, is there anything he can't handle? I played your work to Shen Jun, and he liked it very much. He thought you were very talented and would definitely become a top star in the future." Wei Zheng said a lot of things. If Shen Jun thought about this, he would have a question mark in his mind. When did he say these words? Dang Lily was very impressed by this and asked in surprise whether it was true or not. Wei Zheng patted his chest and guaranteed it with a solemn oath. Wei Zheng was a veteran who had been in the circle for many years, so it was natural for him to deal with someone like Dang Lily who had just joined the circle. After a short while, he had Dang Lily smiling happily. Finally, Wei Zheng said, "The song Shen Jun wrote for you is ready. I'll send you the demo later. Please listen to it first. Mr. Shen thinks highly of you and spent several days writing a song for you. See if you like it." As soon as Dang Lily hung up the phone, her agent, who had been holding back for a long time, finally spoke out. Li, this Wei Zheng is full of nonsense. You can't believe a single word he says. He just thought you were too young and lied to you." Dang Lily said indifferently. "I know. She grew up in a musical family and was exposed to a lot of things in the industry, so she naturally wouldn't be deceived so easily. As long as the song is true." Dang Lily thought of her grandfather's previous evaluation of Shen Jun. At that time, Song Huaying participated in the semifinals of The Peak Singer. Song Huaying sang a song called Red Bean. Dang Lily still remembers that after Song Huaying finished singing, her grandfather, who was watching TV, said with a solemn expression, "This is incredible." Dang Lily thought that Grandpa was saying that Song Huaying sang very well, but she didn't expect Grandpa to say, "The lyrics and music of this song are quite good. That young man is quite something." That was the first time Dang Lily noticed Shen Jun. At that time, Dang Lily was very puzzled and didn't know why her grandfather praised Shen Jun so much. "You have to know that my grandfather has been in the music industry all his life. He is knowledgeable and rarely praises others. Even very few people can catch his eye. For example, Dang Lily, although very talented, is just average in her grandfather's eyes." Dang Lily naturally became curious about Shen Jun. "I only found out the details after asking my grandfather. It turns out that my grandfather was not only interested in Shen Jun's Red Bean, but also in Song Hwaying's first song Those Years in a Hurry. In my grandfather's words, Song Hwaying's voice is very distinctive, but it is quite difficult to master this voice or even fully display the characteristics of this voice. Most songs can't do this, and most musicians don't have the ability to do this. But Shenjun not only did it, but also helped Song Hwaying's strength to reach a higher level, bringing out Song Hwaying's voice characteristics to the fullest. It's like a match made in heaven. This is quite rare in the music world. Not only one song, but Mr. Shen actually wrote 2 songs for Song Hwaying in a row. Each one is a classic and suitable for Song Hwaying. That's pretty impressive. And then there were the 2 songs in the finals, not to mention the song His Wish, which made my grandfather cry when he heard it. Grandpa once said that there would be no second Mr. Shen in the entire music industry. If nothing unexpected happens in the future, Shen Jun's achievements will be amazing. As for how far we can go, even Grandpa can't say for sure. Dang Lily didn't remember anything else, but she only remembered one thing, that is, Shen Jun was very good, and there was no one else like him in the entire music industry. Since we want to cooperate, then naturally choose the most powerful cooperation. Although there are many talented people in the music industry now, most of them are seniors, and it is difficult to get cooperation opportunities even with the support of giant companies. But Shen Jun is different. Shen Jun took off. Junin Studio has just been established. If you join at this time, you will become a veteran. It will definitely be convenient to cooperate with teacher Shen Jun. In Wei Zhang's words, you are the only one in the studio, who else should Mr. Shen support if not you? So when Dang Lily stepped into this circle, she already had a goal in mind. Then she got the contact from Wei Zhang as she wished. Everything that follows follows. However, although Dang Lily has a clear goal, she is not an impulsive person. It is impossible for her to sign to Shen Jun blindly just because of a few words of praise. Dang Lily made a request. That is to let Shen Jun tailor a new song for her and see if Shen Jun is as good as Grandpa said. While Dang Lily was thinking about this, Wei Zhang's demo was also sent to her, along with the lyrics and music. Dang Lily clicked on it immediately. Foam. Dang Lily muttered the somewhat strange song title. I clicked on the demo casually, and as soon as I clicked on the demo, a sharp and even harsh prelude sounded instantly. This sound should be the sound of a piano. But unlike the normal soft sound of the piano sound of this prelude is very sharp, like nails piercing into the heart. It makes one's eardrums buzz and the whole body tense. Dang Lily's pupils shrank, and before she could react, Shen Jun's voice rang out. Shen Jun's singing this time is different from the singing on the stage of The Peak Singer. It does not have the magnetic and low voice when singing His Wish. Instead, it has a bit more hoarseness and sharpness. It's like a raven flapping its wings in the darkness, or a branch swaying in the wind at night, a little low and a little piercing. But Dang Lily had to admit that Shen Jun's singing skills were indeed very impressive. Whether it is the feeling of fulfilling a wish or the feeling of the song, both are very catchy, and Dang Lily inexplicably likes the style of this song, even though it's just a prelude and a line of lyrics. But Dang Lily just feels that it is very suitable for her. Shen Jun's singing continued. The bubbles in the sun are colorful. It's like I'm happy even though I've been cheated. As soon as the second line of lyrics came out, Dang Lily was stunned. Shen Jun's singing was still ringing. What is right and wrong? Your lies. A minute later, the demo was finished, but Dang Lily fell into a long silence, as if she was frozen in time. Always maintained the same posture. It was not until half an hour had passed that Dang Lily breathed a sigh of relief and moved her body, which had been stiff the entire time. If you look closely, you can see that Dang Lily's eyes are a little red. The whole person's expression was a little depressed. Dang Lily pursed her lips. Before hearing this song, she had worried about what would happen if Shen Jun wasn't as talented as her grandfather said, and what if he couldn't write a song that suited him. After all, Dang Lily's voice is very distinctive, pleasant to listen to, and memorable, but it is also difficult to match with songs. Just like Song Hwaying. If it is a more suitable song, then it will be unstoppable, but if it is an inappropriate song, then it will be terrible. This is also the reason why Dang Lily chose Shen Jun. Only a great and talented musician can discover the maximum potential of a singer, and Shen Jun is such a person. Dang Lily also had concerns before. But after listening to this song, Dang Lily's worries completely disappeared, because this song was very, very suitable for her. It can be said to be tailor-made. Whether it is the style of this song or the singing skills, even the content of this song, both are very suitable. Dang Lily finally understood the meaning of the name of the song at this time, Bubble. Love is like bubble, fragile and easy to break. Isn't this her own emotional experience? Dang Lily has been rebellious since she was a child. She started dating in high school and just broke up with someone a while ago. She was the one who was dumped. Dang Lily's people-pleasing personality, which she developed from being raised by strong parents, often led to her being cheated on and let down in relationships. So the song Bubble really touched her heart. Perfect for you. Moreover, this song is very difficult and tests singing skills. Isn't this a song tailor-made for her? Even Shen Jun's agent, who had always been pessimistic about him, fell silent after listening to the song, with a look of shock in his eyes. It's Junin. Dang Lily made the decision directly. She believed in her own intuition and her grandfather's judgment. The next day, a piece of news went viral on the internet. The news was an announcement from Junan Studio, which stated that Junan Studio had signed a contract with Dang Lily and welcomed Dang Lily to join the Junan family. Junan Studio is very popular now because of Shen Jun. After all, Shen Jun is not working, so everyone can only run to the studio to urge for updates, so during this period, the number of fans following Junan Studio has reached nearly 10 million. In addition, Shen Jun's popularity has not yet dissipated, so as soon as Junan Studio released the announcement, it instantly triggered heated discussions among countless netizens. Originally, many fans thought that Shen Jun had some new activities. I got excited for a bit, but I didn't expect that it was just a newcomer. Moreover, Dang Lily is a newcomer and doesn't know many people, so the fans will gradually disperse after discussing for a while, and the popularity will quickly drop. However, the popularity of this announcement on the internet quickly declined. However, within the industry, the popularity of this announcement has not decreased, and it has even been widely discussed. Although Dang Lily is a newcomer and may not be well known to the public, everyone in the industry knows that there is a newcomer with extraordinary talent, being fought over by major companies. This is the hottest news in the industry in recent days, and countless people are paying attention to it. No one is not jealous of Dang Lily. After all, Dang Lily's talent is there. As long as she manages well, she will be at least a first-class singer. However, no matter how jealous they are, everyone knows that the other giants have already made their move. Then it's none of their business. After all, who can compare with giants like Preface or 1988? Their resources and benefits crush everyone else. Even if they really snatch people away, no one can withstand the revenge from the giants. They can easily kill a bunch of small companies with just a little boast, so companies that want to poach people have to consider their own strength. Everyone knows that no company dares to take on the two giants. Therefore, Dang Lily's final destination will definitely be the two giants, Preface and 1988. It depends on which of these two giants can seize the opportunity. Everyone is already waiting to see the show. It is rare to see two giants competing for talent. As a result, after waiting for a long time, Dang Lily was intercepted by Junan Studio. As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused a huge uproar in the industry. Everyone in Junan Studio naturally knew who it belonged to. Mr. Shen, the latest top stream. No one expected that Dang Lily would eventually join Junan. Although Shen Jun is very popular now, the traffic in the industry is always changing. It may be yours this year and his next year. No one can guarantee that traffic will always be there. So even though Shen Jun became extremely popular, no one in the industry took Junan Studio seriously. In the eyes of everyone, this is just a studio for fun. Unexpectedly, Dang Lily, a promising newcomer, actually joined Junan. This is simply a misguided move. If Dang Lily joins a giant company, she will have no problem becoming a top-notch company in the future. But joining Junan, it all depends on gambling. People couldn't understand why Dang Lily would join Junan, and they couldn't understand where Junan Studio got the courage to snatch people from the mouths of the two giants, Preface and 1988. Although Shen Jun is very popular now, he is not as good as old giants like Preface and 1988. I don't even know how many top stars have come out of their company. No matter how popular Shen Jun is now, if he is put in there, it will only create a small wave at most, and there is no way he can be compared with him. Many people in the industry lamented. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Someone else sneered and said, he's really a newbie, he has no brains at all. Having offended two major industry giants at once, everyone can easily imagine what kind of storm Junan Studio will face next. I'm afraid it won't be long before Mr. Shen is finished. If Shen Jun had used the popularity to quietly develop his studio, there might still be a chance for him to rise, but now he has directly offended two giants. Even if Shen Jun is popular enough now, it will be difficult for him to withstand the revenge of the two giants. Unless the giant has a good temper. But is this possible? Let's not talk about the interception issue for now. The rise of Dan Junan Studio is a potential threat to the two giants. After all, the market is so small. If Junan is doing well, then other companies will naturally earn less. If Junan develops honestly, the two companies may turn a blind eye and wait until Junan really takes off before taking action. But now Junan is firing directly at them. How could the two companies remain indifferent, not to mention that Dang Lily was a promising talent that both companies were optimistic about, and she was suddenly snatched away by Shen Jun. The top management of both companies were furious. I heard that both CEOs have said we should wait. In a restaurant, Wei Zheng frowned and said, The other people sitting in the restaurant were none other than the protagonists of today's industry opinion, Shen Jun and Dang Lily, who were having a dinner party at Junan's studio tonight. Celebrating Dang Lily's joining, the trends in the industry were discussed at the dinner table. After Wei Zhang finished speaking, he looked at Dang Lily with some concern. "I'm afraid you'll be in trouble when the competition I arranged for you to participate in comes. I'm just worried that these two companies will be shameless and allow top singers to participate in the show." After signing the contract with Dang Lily, Wei Zhang immediately started to work for Dang Lily, although Wei Zhang had already withdrawn from Preface Company. But the connections within the industry are still very strong. In addition, Hanshi also made some efforts behind the scenes, so Dang Lily was quickly arranged to appear on a music variety show on Jiangnan TV. Ever since Dragon TV's Top Singer became a huge hit, there have been a lot of music variety shows emerging across the country, and they are all top projects from various stations. The program on Jiangnan TV is called Who is the Singer? A music competition variety show similar to Top Singer is an S-level program in the station, and its level is even higher than the new program that Lin Jia started after joining Jiangnan TV. In addition, the Jiangnan TV platform is a very good opportunity for newcomers like Dang Lily. Wei Zhang also took great pains to arrange Dang Lily to be in the show, just waiting for her to come to the fore through the show and then reach the public. In Wei Zhang's plan, this was the key to Dang Lily's popularity. But now, according to Wei Zhang's information, Preface and 1988 Company might be going to do something small. Wei Zhang is afraid that the giants will be shameless enough to stop Dang Lily. Although Dang Lily is a very talented person, she does not have much experience now, and the contestants of Who is the Singer are all second-tier singers. It is very suitable for Dang Lily to level up and then step on second-tier singers to become a first-tier singer. But if the giant company is shameless and allows the company's first-line singers or super first-line singers to bully children, then Wei Zhang will be really worried. That's why I'm worried at this time. However, after Wei Zhang finished speaking with concern, the two people in front of him just kept eating the hot pot in front of them, as if they didn't hear what he said. Wei Zhang was helpless. "I said, did you hear me?" Amidst the rising smoke from the hot pot, Shen Jun and Dang Lily, who was sitting opposite him, looked up at the same time. Shen Jun first said calmly, "Don't worry." Dang Lily followed closely behind. "We'll beat them if we come here." The two of them spoke one sentence each, and their tacit understanding was perfect. After they finished speaking, they looked at each other and smiled. It's not that Shen Jun is arrogant. It's the combination of GG plus Bubble. Not to mention the first-line singers, you can even meet super first-line singers. Especially today, Shen Jun also listened to Dang Lily's singing skills in person. Although she has not reached the peak of GG's singing skills, she already has the charm of GG back then. In a word, whoever comes will do it. If these companies are really shameless enough to cause trouble, Shen Jun didn't mind letting Dang Lily step on a few top players to get to the top, which just saved a lot of trouble. He became a first-line star as soon as he debuted. Sounds good. As for Dang Lily, she is young and energetic. Now she has a classic song that is a perfect match for her. Dang Lily has been eager to try it out. So when Dang Lily heard what Wei Zhang said, instead of being worried, a fighting spirit rose in her eyes. "You guys, hey." Wei Zhang was speechless, but looking at the state of the two parties involved, he felt much more relaxed about the actions of the two companies and was no longer so worried. Sure enough, in just a few days, just after Dang Lily officially announced her participation in Jiangnan TV's Who's the Singer, Preface and 1988 Company followed suit and announced the news that their own artists would be participating in the competition. Moreover, the participating artists from the two companies, Preface and 1988, are all top singers. You should know that all the contestants of previous Who is the Singer were second-tier singers. After all, this show has not yet reached the popularity of the peak singer. If you come from a first-tier city, that would be lowering your own value. In the past, Jiangnan TV couldn't invite them even if they wanted to, but now two of them came at once. There is no need to say who the two companies are targeting. All I can say is, Dang Lily is in danger. Seeing this scene, the entire industry started talking about it. Many people said that Dang Lily's choice was wrong and Junan was definitely not a good choice. What they said at the beginning might come true. Junan can't be compared with these two behemoths at all. Many people lamented that the talented Dang Lily died just after her debut, and wondered if she would suffer a serious blow, never recover. However, Shen Jun and Junan Studio, who were at the center of public opinion, did not make any move, allowing the online public opinion to boil over. Junan might be busy withdrawing from the competition. Someone sneered. Many people think that Shen Jun and Junan were afraid to speak out in the face of the blatant suppression in public opinion from the two giants, and they were completely afraid, or panic. I'm now trying to find a solution, or a way to withdraw from the competition. After all, it seems that only by withdrawing from the competition can Dang Lily be saved. Otherwise, when the competition really starts, Dang Lily will probably lose miserably. However, what no one expected was that by the next day, there was finally movement from Junin Studio, including Shen Jun. But this movement caught everyone off guard. The next day, both Shen Jun and Junin Studios accounts posted a message simultaneously. Shen Jun. Juzhu magazine is now on sale, so friends who want to read the Grave Robbers Chronicles can go ahead and buy it. Junan Studio. Congratulations, then forward Shen Jun's information, and then wish the boss a big hit in his new book at Shen Jun. Everyone originally thought that Junan was preparing to respond to yesterday's public opinion, but unexpectedly, the message it released was completely unrelated. He completely ignored the heated public opinion in the music industry. Instead, he went to the literary world. August 1st. The latest issue of Kyushu magazine is now on sale. After seeing the news, some people remembered Shen Jun's identity as a writer and marveled at his talent, while others bluntly said that Shen Jun could no longer make it in the music industry. I dare not respond directly. Dang, Lily is so unlucky to follow such a boss. But no matter how the music industry debates, Shen Jun's book fans are extremely happy, just like it's Chinese New Year, and they directly pushed the news of Shen Jun's tweet to the top of the hot search list. Once again, the public witnessed Shen Jun's influence. Ever since the first issue of Juzhu magazine was released half a month ago, many people have been looking forward to Grave Robbers Chronicles. After a long wait, today they finally got their wish. Brothers, charge. Ah, the latest chapter of Grave Robbers Chronicles. Do you know how long I've been waiting for this? The flowers I waited for have all withered. It's finally out. I thought I'd never come back from the music scene. I'm so scared. I thought Jun Shen was obsessed with the glamorous world of the entertainment industry and had forgotten about us book lovers. Thank you, Mr. Shen, for remembering the way here. Woo woo woo, it's finally out. Got it, got it. The quality of Grave Robbers Chronicles plus Shen Jun's fame made Juzhu magazine popular again. This time, Juzhu magazine prepared to print 1 million copies. However, within 2 days, all 1 million copies of the magazine were sold out. Directly broke the market record. Shocked everyone. Originally, other companies in the magazine industry wanted to join forces to encircle Shen Jun and suppress the arrogance of Juzhu Publishing House. After all, Juzhu magazine has become a rising star in the publishing and magazine industries along with the popularity of Grave Robbers Chronicles. There is even a trend of becoming a leader. This made all publishing houses and magazine companies sit still and they started discussing how to encircle Juzhu. Stop Kyushu's development trend. However, just as they took action, Juzhu magazine soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed, and they couldn't even get a foothold. I can only sigh in despair. In the end, Juzhu magazine sales exceeded 5 million copies in just 1 week, completely breaking the domestic magazine sales record of the past decade. Be the first. Shen Jun's name has once again become known to countless people. Grave Robbers Chronicles has quickly become the most well-known IP adapted in China. Several things happened during this period. The first was that director Chen Kai contacted Wei Zhang and eventually obtained the right to use the song as Wish for a fee of 1 yuan. As Wish has officially become the theme song of the tribute film and will be released during the National Day release of the movie. In addition, Shen Jun received a notice from the court. The lawsuit with Zhao Wanyi is about to begin. However, Shen Jun no longer has anything to worry about this lawsuit. He has earned enough money to raise his daughter. Not counting the money earned from Hanshi's songs, the royalties from Grave Robbers Chronicles are now enough. Shen Jun is not short of money now, and has also hired a professional lawyer. At this time, the two were talking about the lawsuit in Junin's studio, and the lawyer said, I have learned about your ex-wife's relationship with your daughter and her basic situation. Considering your daughter's wishes and your own situation, winning this lawsuit should be no problem. The other side can only seize on public opinion to attack. Shen Jun shook his head. That's not a problem. Because he had just received the news that the fire-themed promotional video from some time ago had been completed and approved. It will be promoted nationwide soon. By then, his golden body will have been completed. It is completely invincible. No matter how hard Zhao Wanyi tries, she will never win this lawsuit. Shanghai, Zhao Wanyi's home. She didn't go back to the villa because as soon as she did, Zhao Wanyi could hear Sun Lanfang's hysterical cursing, which made her even more annoyed. Ever since Shen Jun won the Peak Singer title, not only the company employees started talking about her. Sun Lanfang was also subjected to crazy complaints from the group of older ladies, and on the night when Shen Jun participated in the competition, Sun Lanfang went out to play mahjong halfway through. While playing mahjong, he spent a lot of time disparaging Shen Jun. He said that Shen Jun was a waste and couldn't get up even with the help of President Hanshi, and so on and so forth, and he talked all night long. Unexpectedly, when I turned on the TV the next day, the sky seemed to have fallen. And because all of Zhao Wanyi's information was dug out by netizens, neighbors and relatives who were previously unaware of Zhao Wanyi's situation all came forward. All kinds of regrets, sighs, or even ridicule. Sun Lanfang's face turned pale after hearing this, and she didn't even dare to go out in the past few days, afraid of meeting acquaintances. Sun Lanfang, who was full of anger and had nowhere to vent it, took it out on Zhao Wanyi and Zhao's father, and even had a big fight with Zhao Wanyi. At that time, Zhao Wanyi was busy and came home very late. She was already exhausted. As a result, when she got home, she heard Sun Lanfang say in a sarcastic tone that there was no point in her being busy. Can't even keep an eye on a man. It's like I've been blind for so many years. If I had known Shen Jun was so powerful. This kind of sarcastic words were directed directly at Zhao Wanyi. Zhao Wanyi was also in a bad mood these days and couldn't sleep at night, also feeling angry. Moreover, half of the reason why she divorced Shen Jun was because Sun Lanfang always kept telling her that Shen Jun was not good at this and that. This fire was largely started by Sun Lanfang. As a result, Sun Lanfang has now cleared herself of all charges and appears quite innocent. Zhao Wanyi was infuriated on the spot and had a fight with Sun Lanfang in the middle of the night. If Zhao's father hadn't come out to stop them in time, the two of them would probably have started fighting. After the quarrel, Zhao Wanyi moved out directly. She had a lot of assets, naturally not just one house, so she just found an empty room and moved in. Live here these days. At this moment, Zhao Wanyi was in the room, looking haggard. The dark circles under her eyes that even foundation couldn't cover were particularly noticeable. Sun Lu was standing in front of him and said hesitantly, Mr. Shen has also hired a lawyer. Based on Mr. Shen's current situation, although we can seize the opportunity of public opinion, the probability of winning is almost zero. Or, Lawyer Sun wanted Zhao Wanyi to withdraw the lawsuit or settle the case privately. After all, there was no chance of winning the case now. Keep fighting. Even if we can't win, we have to fight. However, Zhao Wanyi gritted her teeth and said with a look of resentment, she would never withdraw the lawsuit. If she did, wouldn't that mean she lost to Shen Jun? She will never give up. Even if she loses, she won't let Shen Jun win so easily. She wants Shen Jun to remember her forever. I'll add another million and let your lawyers figure it out, Zhao Wanyi said with gritted teeth. Sun Lu looked embarrassed. This lawsuit was difficult to win, but since he wanted to pay more money, let's think of a solution. What else can Sun Lu do? He can't win with his daughter, and he can't win with his family conditions now. He can only make a fuss about the fact that Shen Jun is deeply affected by public opinion and his reputation is damaged. This is the only possible point. It is also the only place where there is a chance to turn the tables. However, after Lawyer Sun and the law firm behind him had spared no effort to collect countless negative comments and public opinions about Mr. Shen, they finally got a little information. A piece of news that caught them off guard instantly went viral on the internet. The latest fire safety promotional video jointly produced by China Central Television and the State Fire Administration was released, and it caused an uproar on the internet as soon as it was released. Countless netizens have commented directly online. It's amazing. This promotional video gives me the feeling of a blockbuster movie. This is the first time I've truly understood the firefighting industry. Love it, love it. It was filmed so well, I was so moved I burst into tears. I just realized that the fire department has the highest number of casualties every year. Shocking. It made me burst into tears. The fire department is going to do something big this year. In the promotional video, the firefighters' training, dispatching, disaster relief and various rescue operations were captured vividly. The rhythm is smooth. No dragging of feet. It's a watch that makes people unable to take their eyes off it, and they are also deeply moved and shocked. For the first time, people can know the stories and blood and tears behind firefighting in such a real and comprehensive way. Great shot. Anything produced by the central bank must be a masterpiece. In addition to being well filmed, many people also keenly discovered that the theme song of this promotional video is particularly beautiful, and it can move all the audience so much. This theme song definitely accounts for half of the credit. Blow up on this theme song. I think it's better than any pop music on this year's charts. What the hell, what song is this? This song, along with the music, is a tear-jerking anthem. No, I can't listen to this song. It makes me want to cry. This song is so good. It describes the blood and tears of firefighters so vividly. Yeah, especially the line who says only those who stand in the light are heroes. It gave me goosebumps all over my body. And that war, fight, makes my blood boil. I jumped out of the bed just listening to it. Countless people were discussing the song in shock, because they found that the song was so well written, as good as today's pop songs, and the content was extremely relevant to firefighting, and many ordinary heroes. Every word made them tremble all over and went straight to their hearts. Is it someone who invited you? There aren't many people in the music industry who can write songs like this right now, right? I think we should have invited those retired artists, because they are the only ones who have the ability to do this. I don't think so. This tune is very popular. It must be a musician who is active in the music scene today. Could it be Lin Fan? Or Wang Sun? Both of them are top musicians in the music scene today, and are even called hit songmakers. Just as everyone was talking and speculating, the promotional video was nearing its end. At the final scene, everyone finally saw the music producer. The end credits read, theme song The Lone Brave. Singer, Shen Jun. Lyricist, Shen Jun. Composer, Shen Jun. The musician of the theme song was not anyone they guessed, but Shen Jun. Moreover, this series of actions by Shen Jun shocked everyone, leaving all the netizens who saw it stunned and dazed. Is it reasonable? No one expected that the creator of this song was Shen Jun, and Shen Jun was responsible for all the aspects of writing lyrics, composing music, and singing. But considering Shen Jun's performance on The Peak Singer, this makes sense. In addition to being shocked, Shen Jun's fans were ecstatic. They were eagerly waiting for Shen Jun to open a business, but there was no movement. Unexpectedly, Shen Jun quietly made it big. Everyone came to listen to the music. The already popular promotional video was also directly added to the hot search list. In less than a day, the fire safety promotional video directly rushed to the top of the hot search list, with over 100 million views on the entire network. A result that shocked everyone. Looking at the entire history of fire protection propaganda, there has never been such explosive results. However, with the popularity of Mr. Shen and the quality assurance of CCTV, it is normal for the promotional video to achieve this result. With the popularity of fire safety videos, fire safety knowledge and the stories behind fire safety are becoming known and understood by more and more people. In addition, the theme song of this promotional video, The Lone Hero, has also become popular on the internet and has been rated by countless people as the most suitable song for firefighting. The perfect song for an ordinary hero. Countless people cried while listening to this song, and The Lone Hero quickly reached the top of the hot song list on the Chinese music charts. Unique in the spotlight. And the author of this song, Shen Jun, was naturally mentioned again. Shen Jun, the former top singer, has been dominating the hot searches for several days. Just when he was about to be removed from the list and his popularity was gone, he ended up being on the hot searches again. The industry was also stunned. And because the promotional video performed unexpectedly well, the State Fire Administration issued a certificate to Shen Jun the next day. Fire Protection Ambassador. Officially certified, fair and honest, and stated that they would contact Mr. Shen for future firefighting cooperation. The fire department made a lot of money this time. Shen Jun not only provided a classic song, but also provided a surge in traffic, which allowed the fire department to directly take the first place in this promotion. The other comrades in the unit who saw this were envious and jealous. I wish I could catch Shen Jun right now, invite him over and let Shen Jun compose a song for them too. However, Shen Jun is now in a semi-disconnected state, and the only person who can be contacted is the person in charge of Junin Studio, Shen Jun's agent Wei Zheng. However, Wei Zheng's reply was that Mr. Shen was busy recently. As for how long the busy work will end, it is still uncertain, so everyone can only sigh and go home. Wei Zheng was not lying, Mr. Shen is really busy now. Busy beating people up. In Junin Studio, the usually calm Shen Jun rolled up his sleeves, revealing the muscles developed through years of fitness training, and chased a figure in the office. The figure fled in panic, wailing as he ran. Brother Jun, listen to my explanation. Brother Jun, give me a chance. The wailing and fleeing figure was none other than Lin Jia, who had gone to Jiangnan TV. At this moment, Lin Jia was being chased by Shen Jun and was in a miserable state, gasping for breath. While running, he was hit twice by Shen Jun. After hitting Lin Jia on the head twice, Shen Jun finally stopped, lowered his sleeves, looked at Lin Jia coldly and said, "Go ahead. I want to see what you have to say." Lin Jia was sweating profusely. Seeing that Shen Jun had finally let him go, he came over with a shy smile and said, "Brother Jun, it's not that I don't want to do other shows. But there's no chance. Look, that singer you told me about before is all good, but it conflicts with Top Singer, and Jiangnan TV is already working on Who's the Singer. If I were in charge of the project, I would definitely not approve it. And that Running Man. This program is good, but it needs talented people. Staff, top stars. I can't hire them with my current fame and capital, and I'm not familiar with the staff at Jiangnan TV. Funds are limited. And that thing called actors, please take your place? Jiangnan TV isn't like Hunan TV and Dragon TV. It doesn't have as many connections with actors. I can't even invite 4 judges. Resources are limited." At the end, Lin Jia looked depressed and said with a grieved expression, "So I can only do this kind of low-cost program." After hearing this, Shen Jun sneered. "So this is why you're into romance? Why did Shen Jun take action? Because he just found out that Lin Jia had been waiting for so long to go to Jiangnan TV, and the new program he came up with was actually a dating show. He told Lin Jia so many program ideas from his previous life. As a result, this guy didn't do Running Man, wasn't a singer, wasn't an actor, and didn't do Roast Conference, but he came up with a dating show. How could Shen Jun communicate with Lin Jia calmly? What's more, he had already promised Lin Jia that he would participate in the new program and support him when the time comes to take down Hunan's satellite TV together. This kid is back now just to invite him to participate in the show. Only this guy could come up with the idea of letting a divorced uncle with kids participate in a dating variety show. Lin Jia was still standing aside with a shameless smile on his face, acting like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and was ready to use any means to drag Shen Jun over. In fact, Lin Jia didn't think about doing a dating variety show at the beginning. He was indeed restricted in many ways at Jiangnan TV. After all, he had just arrived and his resources were limited. He couldn't organize any big events. He originally wanted to organize a Tuko conference. But after making up his mind, Lin Jia thought that there was no room for Brother Jun to display his talents in the Tuko conference. Shen Jun has a casual personality and will never complain about others. If he really looks down on others, he will just say it directly. As for complaining about himself, not anymore. Therefore, there is no room for Jun Ji to show his talents at the Tuko conference. Lin Jia's current wish, in addition to wanting to create another hit program to slap Hunan province in the face, is to let everyone see Jun Ji's talent. Mr. Shen is willing to support me unconditionally. Naturally, he would also return the favor and use his own methods to push Shen Jun to a higher position. So Lin Jia wanted to create a program that would be popular and could showcase all of Shen Jun's talents. For this reason, Lin Jia also thought carefully about what Shen Jun could do. Based on his understanding of Shen Jun over the years and their daily chats and bragging, he currently knows that Shen Jun can sing. Now the whole network knows that Shen Jun can sing, but Lin Jia feels that it is not enough. He is just a top singer and has not even discovered 1/10 of Jun's talent. We still have to rely on him. In addition, Shen Jun can play musical instruments such as piano, guitar, and drums. Lin Jia has seen Shen Jun demonstrate these skills several times over the years. Not inferior to professionals at all. Moreover, Mr. Shen can write books, compose poems and couplets, and his literary talent is very good. By the way, his handwriting is also very good, whether it is with a hard pen or a brush, it is very good. Lin Jia once asked Shen Jun to write Spring Festival couplets for him, and acting. It was thanks to Shen Jun that his graduation project won the Excellent Graduation Project Award. She can also cook and is very caring, Lin Jia was recalling while eliminating inappropriate programs. In the end, the only option left that could show off all of Jun Ji's skills was the dating variety show. So, Lin Jia started a dating show. He is definitely the man behind Shen Jun's success. Moreover, he successfully used Shen Jun to lure Zhang Ruanan. This little girl has been plotting against Brother Jun since college, but Brother Jun may not have noticed, but he saw it clearly. So I tried it this time, and sure enough, I was hooked. In this way, with the support of two top stars, Shen Jun and Zhang Ruanan, the exposure of this program will definitely be enough, and secondly, it can fully display all of Jun Ji's 18 martial arts. Kill two birds with one stone. Absolutely perfect. Now the only question left is how to get Shen Jun to agree to participate in this program while saving his own life. Even though our show is a dating shows don't require the guests to be paired up in the end, right? There must have been quite a few guests who didn't make it through in the end. Brother Jun, just go and take it as a formality. Just do the tasks you have, and don't worry about anything romantic with the female guests. Don't think of it as a dating show, just think of it as a travel show where everyone can go out and have fun together. It's simple, isn't it? Besides, it's not easy to get by in the TV station these days. Resources are limited and competition is fierce. This is my first show. If I don't achieve anything. Brother Jun. Lin Jia cried and acted poor, groveled, fawned, and flattered. He used every trick in his book and talked for more than half an hour. Shen Jun finally uttered a soft ha. Next time something like this happens, I'll kick you back to Jiangnan. Lin Jia was not annoyed at all, and just smiled shamelessly. Brother Jun wants to kick that, it's not just a matter of a word. After laughing, Lin Jia asked tentatively. So that means, you agreed. Shen Jun sighed, picked up the contract that was originally thrown on the desk quite helplessly, and quickly signed his name, then threw it to Lin Jia. Lin Jia immediately took the contract with a smile on his face. Thank you, Jun Ji. Then I'll go back to Jiangnan first. See you there in 2 days. After saying that, he ran out of the studio with the contract, as if he was afraid that Shen Jun would go back on his word. Shen Jun was so angry that he laughed. After Lin Jia left, Shen Jun shook his head helplessly. The reason why he was angry just now was not because Lin Jia asked him to participate in a dating variety show. To him, all variety shows are actually the same. Just like Lin Jia said, there is no need to talk about dating variety shows. Just treat it as a travel program and complete the tasks. As for talking about love, just stay out of it. The reason he was angry just now was because Lin Jia hosted a dating show. In Shen Jun's opinion, a dating show was not actually the best choice for Lin Jia. Dating variety shows may be popular, but it is difficult for them to produce hits. It is simply not comparable to phenomenal shows like Running Man and Singer. So Shen Jun was angry at first because he felt that Lin Jia did not consider it carefully. But what Lin Jia said also makes sense. Although he didn't work in a TV station, he knew that Lin Jia had just joined Jian in TV. Although he had achieved some success before, it would definitely not be smooth sailing. Maybe it's just like he said, since he can't get any particularly good resources, dating variety shows are his only choice. When Shen Jun understood this, he calmed down. Besides, now that it has come to this, Shen Jun has to help Lin Jia even more, otherwise it will be very difficult for the dating variety show to become popular, not to mention that Lin Jia doesn't have any good resources. Although Shen Jun doesn't like business, he is also aware of how popular he is now, and he can help Lin Jia by relying on his popularity. Thinking of this, Shen Jun agreed. When the time comes, try your best to use your popularity to support Lin Jia's program. After helping Lin Jia gain a foothold in Jiangnan TV, I will let this kid create his own hit shows like Running Man and Actor. A few days after Lin Jia left, the custody lawsuit between Shen Jun and Zhao Wanyi went to court. There were no surprises in this lawsuit, and Shen Jun won easily. After the end of The Peak Singer, Shen Jun's reputation improved a lot and public opinion reversed. Zhao Wanyi's lawyer, Sun Lu, and the law firm behind him spent a lot of effort to find a lot of negative online reviews about Shen Junggong when he first debuted. I was originally thinking of using these to attack Shen Jun, but unexpectedly, after Sun Lu and his team spent a long time looking for negative reviews, the fire safety promotional video was released and it became a hit on the entire internet as soon as it was released. Countless people were moved by the promotional video, and countless people were moved by Shen Jun's theme song. Some people even commented that Shen Jun is the musician who understands firefighting the most. Many firefighters even publicly thanked Shen Jun, saying that this song is written into their hearts. Not to mention that Shen Jun also obtained the official certified title of Fire Protection Ambassador. In a short while, the positive reviews about Shen Jun on the internet skyrocketed, and there were almost no negative comments from black fans. Occasionally, some black fans would show up, but they would be instantly driven away by Shen Jun's fans or passersby. Look at the public opinion on the internet. Lawyer Sun and the law firm behind him felt like the sky was falling. Originally, Shen Jun only had the influence of public opinion left to rely on, but now they have gone through so much trouble to find the information and then tell them. The problem has been solved. Lawyer Sun and the law firm behind him were completely devastated. When it came to the formal lawsuit, they almost went through the motions, listening to Shen Jun's lawyer's crazy speeches throughout the whole process, and then they won easily. Zhao Wanyi's face turned blue at that time. Sun Lanfang even started a scene in court and was finally carried out. At this point, Ann's custody issue was completely settled, and Shen Jun's last worry was also resolved. Shen Jun finally had some free time. Every day he would spend time with Anan or visit teacher Shen Yunqing. His life was very leisurely. During this period, Shen Jun also bought a car, which he had wanted to buy for a long time. The Shanghai stock market is too big, and it's not convenient to go out every day, especially after Anan starts school. It will be inconvenient to go to and from school. I didn't buy a particularly nice car, so I bought an electric car worth about 500,000 yuan, which is similar to the one in my previous life. It is very intelligent and comfortable. It is enough for daily transportation and picking up Anan. Having experienced the extravagance and decadence of his previous life, Shen Jun now doesn't care much about these things and is content with having enough. However, this kind of free time only lasted for 4 or 5 days. On August 9th, the Who is the Singer competition hosted by Deng Lily, the top singer of Junan Studio, is about to start. The number one sister is the title Deng Lily gave herself. After all, there are only 2 people in Junan Studio at present, and she is the only female, so isn't she the number one sister? So Deng Lily gave herself a title. Who is the Singer is an S-level program and the main program promoted by Jiangnan TV now, with huge investment. And because Top Singer made music variety shows popular this summer, the music variety show market is very hot now. It's the first one in August. Coupled with the participation and hype of top singers from 2 major companies, Preface and 1988, Who's the Singer has become popular before it even airs. He has the potential to be the successor of The Peak Singer. Many netizens are paying attention to it online, and countless viewers are eagerly waiting. In addition to the attention of netizens, countless people in the industry are also watching with wide eyes, not only to see whether Who is the Singer can take off. People are more concerned about seeing Deng Lily's debut after joining Junan. Who is the Singer is the debut show of the talented Deng Lily. It is also the key stage for Deng Lily to truly debut and face the public. If this stage performance is good, Deng Lily's subsequent development will be much smoother. Moreover, if Deng Lily can win an award or a ranking, then her value will naturally increase, and she may even be able to directly reach the fame of a second-tier singer. So this debut stage is very crucial. But It will be extremely difficult for Dang Lily to succeed in her debut this time, because in addition to the fierce competition in Who is the Singer itself, there is also the siege of Dang Lily by the two giants, Preface and 1988. Ever since Dang Lily was snatched away by Junan, the two giants have arranged for first-line singers to come out and encircle Dang Lily. The difficulty of Dang Lily's debut increased sharply. Although Dang Lily is a talented person who showed her brilliance right from the start, to be precise, she is still a newcomer with almost zero stage experience. If he were to compete on the same stage with second and third-tier singers, he might be able to make up for the gap with his own talent. But winning the championship is also very difficult. After all, those who can become second-tier singers are not ordinary people, although the singers on The Peak Singer are often top-tier singers. Second-tier singers don't even have the chance to participate. But this does not mean that second-tier singers are weak. The Peak Singer is the top and most professional stage in the industry, while Who is the Singer is just like a supernova stage. Different specifications. There's no comparison. A second-tier singer can already become the #1 singer in Zhao Wanyi's Emmy record company, even support a small company. Therefore, it is very difficult to defeat second-tier singers in a debut performance. If Dang Lily was not a gifted person, no one would even dare to think about it. And now, in addition to solving the difficulties of the competition itself, Dang Lily also has to face the siege of the two giant companies, Preface and 1988. The siege of two first-line singers. It directly brought the competitiveness of Who is the Singer to the forefront of the industry. For an ordinary newcomer, this is a death debut, with no chance of struggle at all. Even though Dang Lily is a gifted monster, maybe he has the potential to be a second-tier singer. But when faced with two top-tier singers who are coming in with great momentum, there is no comparison at all. They are not even on the same level. It's like playing a game. As soon as you enter the novice village, you will be asked to fight the boss alone. What's the point of this? Not being eliminated is the best performance. Therefore, many people in the industry want to see whether Dang Lily can withstand the siege of Preface in 1988 tonight, and whether she will be forced to exit in disgrace. If Dang Lily's stage debut fails, the value of Junin Studio will plummet. Jiangnan TV at this time. It was a little after 4 in the afternoon, 3 hours before the evening competition started. Dang Lily finished her final rehearsal and walked to the lounge. In the lounge, Shen Jun and Wei Zhang had been waiting for a long time. This competition is Dang Lily's first stage performance, so Wei Zhang attaches great importance to it. In addition, Shen Jun's dating variety show is about to begin, so he came along. Cheer up the little girl so that she doesn't have to fight alone. Dang Lily was in good condition during the rehearsals, but she was still a little nervous. After all, she would soon face the siege from both Preface and 1988. Even though Dang Lily has a big heart, she still feels a lot of pressure at this moment. How about it? Wei Zhang stood up and went to meet him. Dang Lily rubbed his face, exhaled lightly and said, "Good." Shen Jun on the side smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, it's nothing for a top singer." He naturally knew about the Preface and the 1988 siege, but how many top singers had GG defeated with this song in his previous life? Even several top-tier players were defeated. Shen Jun has great confidence in Dang Lily. Dang Lily, who was originally a little nervous, felt much more at ease after hearing Shen Jun's words. Ever since Shen Jun wrote a song Bubble for her, the little girl has been extremely adoring of Shen Jun recently. Since Shen Jun said it was okay, that's definitely no problem. Dang Lily immediately smiled and raised her fist to bump with Shen Jun. This was something Song Huaying revealed in an interview with the media some time ago. She said that when she participated in Top Singer, Shen Jun gave her great confidence in this way. So the fist bump became popular following the interview. Dang Lily started learning immediately. Shen Jun was amused by the little girl and touched one of hers. However, just as the three of them were talking and laughing, a harsh voice directly broke the atmosphere between them. "Isn't this our agent Wei? How come our renowned gold medal agent is now reduced to waiting in the lobby? How about we go sit in our prologue lounge?" Several figures came over from behind. Zhou Kai, the music director of Preface Company, who was wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, sneered at this time. The moment he saw Zhou Kai, Wei Zhang's face turned cold. Behind Zhou Kai were the singers sent by Suyan Company to participate in the competition, Chen Yan and her assistant. Chen Yan, Preface, a first-line singer of the company. And he is one of the strongest players in the first-line team of Prologue. He is not very good-looking, but he has great singing skills. When he debuted, he was also known as a gifted person. It's just that he hasn't released any hit songs in all the years since his debut, so he is stuck at the first-tier level. But all he needs to become a super first-tier star is the right opportunity. The dispatch of Chen Yan shows Su Yan's determination to encircle and suppress Dang Lily. But think about it, first Wei Zhang had a falling out with the Preface, and then Junin intercepted Dang Lily. This is just a combination of new and old grudges. Wei Zhang stepped forward and blocked Dang Lily behind him. Seeing Chen Yan following behind Zhou Kai, his expression darkened. Don't worry about it. Zhou Kai still had a sneer on his face as he glanced at Dang Lily. What's the use of having good talent? If you don't have a good brain, your life will be like this. After saying that, Zhou Kai glanced at the angry Wei Zheng and Shen Jun beside him, and said with a sneer, one or two of them are not smart, and they are all gathered together. I don't know what kind of rubbish company this is. Hearing this, Wei Zheng's eyes flashed with anger. After taking a deep breath, Wei Zheng looked directly at Zhou Kai and said coldly, is the preface qualified to say this? They've fallen to using top singers to bully newcomers. Is this the style of the preface? Worse than trash. And you, scum. Zhou Kai was playing with a diamond-studded lighter in his hand. He didn't get angry when he heard this. He just chuckled disdainfully. He. It's better than some people. Have you considered yourself carefully before competing with Suyin for someone? Zhou Kai said this lightly, ignoring the furious Wei Zheng, and walked into the studio with a few people behind him. Dang Lily, who was originally cheerful, now frowned, her face full of anger. How could they do this? Brother Wei Zheng, don't be angry, wait until I beat them up on stage. Then they will be humiliated. I'll avenge you. Wei Zheng took a deep breath, looked at Chen Yan who hadn't even glanced at him the entire time, and then said to Dang Lily in a serious tone, brother, please do me a favor. Dang Lily immediately straightened up and replied, Brother Wei Zheng, you say. Wei Zheng's tone was somewhat heavy and bitter. Help me defeat Chen Yan. Dang Lily's eyes were filled with fighting spirit, and she responded directly, no problem. I will definitely beat the preface and show these idiots who look down on others a good lesson. Dang Lily was not clear about some things, so she could not accurately understand the meaning of evidence. Shen Jun, who had been silent the whole time, added, Chen Yan was once an artist brought up by your brother Wei Zheng. After signing Wei Zheng, Shen Jun naturally learned about some of Wei Zheng's connections with Suyin. After all, when a gold medal agent leaves, there must be a lot of hidden secrets involved. Wei Zheng did not elaborate too much, only saying that he was not doing well in writing the preface and he could not stand the style of some people. These certain people should be referring to Zhou Kai and others just now. To be honest, Shen Jun also looked down on this kind of person. He was a typical villain who had succeeded. He looks gentle and refined, but judging by how much Wei Zheng dislikes Zhou Kai, he might actually be a scoundrel who has done countless disgusting things. Just like what happened to the first-line singers this time, how shameless would one have to let first-line singers bully newcomers? Let's talk about Chen Yan. That is the first-line singer who came this time. Wei Zheng also told him about this person, because Chen Yan was discovered by Wei Zheng. It is also said that Chen Yan was ostracized when she first debuted because of her plain and even ugly appearance. If Wei Zheng had not discovered this gem, Chen Yan would probably have been forgotten by the public. So Chen Yan was very grateful to Wei Zheng. And Chen Yan has also worked hard, climbing higher and higher over the years. Except for a few hit songs, the others are already close to the top tier. As for a hit song, it all depends on luck and cannot be forced. Chen Yan is just one step away from becoming a top-tier player. As a result, Wei Zheng and Suyin had a falling out at this time, and Wei Zheng left in anger. When Wei Zheng left, he asked Chen Yan if she wanted to leave with him. By then, with Wei Zheng's status as a gold medal agent and Chen Yan's fame as a top star, they will be very popular wherever they go. Wei Zheng even thought about using this to start his own company. But when Wei Zheng found Chen Yan, who was usually grateful to Wei Zheng without words, actually rejected Wei Zheng directly. Then he turned around and signed with other agents. At that time, Wei Zheng did not say who Chen Yan signed under, but looking at it today, it must have been signed under Zhou Kai. Although Wei Zheng did not explain in detail, with Shen Jun's experience in his previous life, he was able to quickly figure out the whole thing. Wei Zheng's angry departure must have something to do with Zhou Kai. And the artist he discovered turned around and joined Zhou Kai after he left. And considering Chen Yan's position in the company and her relationship with Wei Zheng, it's impossible for her to be unaware of the conflict between Zhou Kai and Wei Zheng. I can only say that Wei Zheng was miserable enough. He was directly stabbed by the person he trusted the most. I'm afraid I didn't feel this heartbroken when he left in anger. After hearing what Shen Jun said, Dang Lily was stunned for a moment. However, the girl came from a musical family and was knowledgeable. She immediately understood the key point and said indignantly, Brother Wei Zheng, don't worry, I'll take care of it. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the highly anticipated Who is the Singer program officially started. The competition process of Who is the Singer is similar to that of Top Singer, except that there is an additional guest commentary session and voting session. On-site voting, the votes are added up by the commentators and the audience. Ever since the live broadcast of Top Singer became a huge hit, all subsequent music variety shows have been broadcast live, focusing on authenticity. As soon as the show started, countless people flocked into the live broadcast room. Music variety shows are very popular nowadays, and many viewers love to watch them. Moreover, there are two first-line singers participating in the competition. Many viewers in the live broadcast room commented, "I didn't expect Yunyan to participate." Yeah, all the artists from both Preface and 1988 are participating. I wasn't interested in this show at first, but I didn't expect the production to be so good. Looking forward to the performances of all the singers. Come on, Yunyan. Support her. She deserves to be number one. Come on, Lu. With top singers competing, the other singers are under a lot of pressure. Barrages of comments flashed across the live broadcast room, and the camera panned across the dark stage, across the audience seats waving glow sticks, and then cut to the backstage seats. At this moment, the image of the backstage seats also appeared on the big screen in the studio. The first item of the program is to draw the order of appearance. At this time, the 8 singers in the backstage seats were all ready and sitting in their own seats, including Dang Lily. After the host finished his introduction, he asked the staff to bring up a lottery box. Signal all singers to draw lots. The order of appearance will be based on the order of the draw. The order may seem unimportant, but it is crucial for stage appearances. If you are drawn to be the first one, or behind a great singer, it is a big deal. It will all be very bad. During the top singer competition, Shen Jun and Song Huaying were almost influenced by Qi Nan and others at first. Especially now that there are 2 more first-line singers on the stage, everyone was already a little panicked, and now they are all a little hesitant, fearing that they will be picked behind the 2 first-line singers. So there was a situation where after the host finished speaking, no one moved for a long time. The second and third-tier singers didn't dare to move, and the 2 first-tier singers looked indifferent and disdained to move. In the end, Dang Lily snorted lightly, walked over quickly and took one. The host immediately breathed a sigh of relief, as it almost caused a stage accident. Dang Lily shows the serial number. Number 5. Not a bad order. Dang Lily also thought it was good and smiled at the camera. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room all noticed Dang Lily. Dang Lily was very young and beautiful, and her generous personality instantly attracted many people's likes. Who is this little girl? It's so open and generous, I like it. Yeah, unlike some of the green tea girls in the entertainment industry who are so shy. He must be a newcomer. I think her name is Dang Lily, a newcomer. I heard that he's an artist from Junin Studio, the same studio that Shen Jun works at. This is the first time that Dang Lily has entered the public eye. So far, things are going well. Many people on the internet have said that they like this little girl very much and are looking forward to her performance. After Dang Lily finished drawing lots, it was as if a switch was turned on, and several second and third tier players who had been afraid to move just now stood up and started drawing lots. After the second and third tier singers all stood up, the 2 first tier singers Chen Yan and Lu Ying slowly stood up. As soon as they stood up, the staff had already handed them the lottery box. In the audience, Wei Zheng sneered when he saw this scene. Shen Jun also raised an eyebrow. Although he was not good at other things in the entertainment industry, he was better than anyone else at playing with empty reputations and status. What were the main C, number 1, number 2? You can publish a book. The host began to announce the order of several people one after another. However, when the order was announced one by one, Wei Zheng's face in the audience suddenly became very ugly, and even Shen Jun frowned. Because the order of all second and third tier singers has been announced at this time, the order of only 2 first-line singers has not been announced yet, and at this time, the only remaining positions on the field are 4 and 6 before and after Dang Lily's number 5 position. In other words, the positions of these 2 first-line singers must be 4 and 6. It just happened to sandwich Dang Lily in the middle. This is definitely the most deadly position on the field. Wei Zheng, who was sitting in the audience, had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He could not suppress the anger in his eyes and slammed the armrest of the table and chair beside him. Prologue. It must be the prologue's doing. Damn it. Soon, the host announced the serial numbers of the 2 first-line singers. Really? Chen Yan from Preface Company is number 4. Lu Huishan from 1988 Company is number 6. The 2 of them just happened to sandwich Dang Lily, who drew position 5. 1 in front and 1 behind, 2 first-line singers. When this order was announced, all the singers in the backstage seats were stunned for a moment, and then looked at Dang Lily with sympathy. The worst position on the field was to line up with these 2 first-line players, but Dang Lily actually made all the hits. Even the audience couldn't help but utter a low ah when they saw this sequence, and soon there was a murmur of discussion at the scene. The same is true for the barrage in the live broadcast room. Dang Lily is young, beautiful, and generous, which makes her quite popular with some audiences. Everyone is looking forward to Dang Lily's performance. As a result, Dang Lily was drawn between 2 top singers. There are so many music variety shows nowadays, and most netizens know what this order will face. During the last top singer, Shen Jun and Song Huaying were influenced by Qi Nan and others. Qinan excited the whole audience, which resulted in the audience falling silent for a long time when Shen Jun and Song Huaying appeared on stage. If it were an ordinary singer, it would have collapsed long ago. Only Shen Jun and Song Huaying could hold their ground on the stage and successfully win the championship. After the final of Top Singer ended, a blogger commented on this matter specifically, analyzing how difficult it was for Shen Jun and Song Huaying to win the championship. So now many viewers who like music variety shows know it. The little girl who was caught between two top singers is probably doomed. There's Chen Yan in front and Lu Huishan behind. It's like a wolf in front and a tiger behind. This little girl is probably going to be in trouble. After Chen Yan finishes singing, the little girl will definitely be affected. This girl has such bad luck to be ranked behind the top singers. And there's Lu Huishan behind her. The scoring will be very unfavorable to the little girl. What a pity. Many viewers in the live broadcast room expressed regret, but did not say much. After all, Deng Lily was a newcomer with few fans, so naturally no one spoke for her. At most, I can sigh that I'm just unlucky. Zhou Kai, who was also in the audience at this time, pushed his glasses and curled his lips into a sneer. Wei Zhang was looking for Zhou Kai in the crowd. Although the host guaranteed that the draw was fair, the order was too coincidental. Given Wei Zhang's experience in this industry, this is definitely not a coincidence. Especially in the current situation of the preface and the blatant encirclement and suppression in 1988. It was definitely intentional on their part. They just wanted Deng Lily, wanted him, wanted Junin to lose miserably, without any chance of recovery, and wanted to trample Junin under their feet. He didn't expect Su Yan to be so shameless and use such despicable means. Wei Zhang looked angry and quickly found Zhou Kai, who was sitting in the VIP area. At this time, Zhou Kai also looked at Wei Zhang with a sneer. It seemed as if he wanted to see Wei Zhang's reaction. Their eyes met. Then, under Wei Zhang's angry eyes, Zhou Kai curled the corners of his mouth, made a throat-cutting gesture in an extremely provocative manner, and then chuckled and turned his head. Damn it! Wei Zhang was already a little angry, and Zhou Kai's provocation made him instantly furious. But before Wei Zhang could make any move, Shen Jun had already put his hand on Wei Zhang's shoulder. Wei Zhang only heard Shen Jun say calmly, "Don't be impatient." Shen Jun casually glanced at Zhou Kai, who was sitting high in the audience seat in the distance. He naturally saw Zhou Kai's provocation just now. Shen Jun snorted lightly. He won't be able to jump around for long. Hearing Shen Jun's calm yet sarcastic voice, Wei Zhang's anger calmed down a lot. He took a deep breath and sat down steadily. At this time, the order of the backfield has been announced. Compared to the sympathy of others and the vague hostility and disdain of the two first-line singers, Deng Lily herself was very calm. Don't care about your order. He even raised his eyebrows at the two top singers, then sat back in his seat with his arms folded. The game will start soon. Although the contestants of Who's the Singer are mainly second and third-tier singers, the whole show is still very interesting with the powerful stage design and stage setting. The competition was equally fierce, and almost every singer brought out his or her best skills. The audience applauded and cheered non-stop. In particular, Who is the Singer also has a musician review segment, with a total of 10 music guests, all of whom are music critics or musicians in the industry. After each singer finishes, the guest commentator will give his or her comments. Moreover, it seems that these guest commentators are what Jiangnan TV wants to attract topics, so the comments of each guest commentator are very sharp and incisive. Some people even said directly to the singer, "I don't like your songs. In my opinion, your songs are just rubbish." He made a second-tier singer cry on the spot and walked off the stage with tears streaming down his face. The audience couldn't help but exclaim, "The show effect is maximized. The viewing effect it brings is naturally very strong." Thanks to the quality of the program itself and the topicality of the guest commentators, Who's the Singer actually made it to the hot search list not long after the competition started. The related comment topics have even been on several hot searches, and they are the talk of the town. The ratings have skyrocketed. Although it has not reached the level of a hit like Top Singer, it still ranks first among variety shows in the same time slot. More and more people are clicking on this program. At this point in the show, the third singer had just finished singing, and when the show was at its most popular, Chen Yan from Preface Company came on stage. First-line singers are naturally different from first-line singers. As soon as Chen Yan came on stage, the entire audience was filled with screams, and countless people held up light boards, looking extremely excited. And countless comments were floating across the live broadcast room. "Come on, Yin Yan. Ah, Yin Yan is so beautiful today. Crush. Once Yin Yan appears, who can compete with her? There's no one in the whole arena who can fight." Jiangnan TV is finally getting better. They were able to invite our Yin Yan to appear on the show. Amidst the boiling shouts and barrage of comments, the stage lights came on, and Chen Yan, holding her exclusive red microphone, slowly began to sing. Chen Yan was initially rejected or looked down upon because of her appearance. The fact that he was later discovered by Wei Zheng and has reached where he is today is entirely due to his own strength. Chen Yan also has a nickname among her fans. It's called Sister Reality. That is to say, many singers dare not sing with the microphone on when participating in activities, but Chen Yan always sings with her real voice no matter how big or small the event is. The main focus is on truth. This is enough to show how strong Chen Yan's singing skills are. After all, when Chen Yan first debuted, she was also known as a gifted person. Strong rival. This is exactly how Chen Yan can be described. Chen Yan is a very talented person. The songs she sings are quite difficult, so she is loved by some veteran fans. This time, Chen Yan chose an extremely difficult song, as if it was specifically targeting Dang Lily, so that people could take a good look. Who is the talented monster? And Chen Yan's song selection this time is very exciting. Mixed with a bit of rock style, coupled with Chen Yan's high notes spanning 6 or 7 degrees in her showmanship, the whole stage became lively as soon as Chen Yan opened her mouth. Boiling. Carnival. Finally, when Chen Yan sang the chorus, the whole place went crazy, and countless people waved their arms and shouted wildly along with Chen Yan's chorus. At the end, Chen Yan ended with an astonishing high note. At this moment, all the audience members at the scene widened their eyes, and even the 10 guest commentators who had always had indifferent expression showed shock. Countless people are intoxicated by the impact and wave brought by Chen Yan's singing. Can't help myself. The performances of the first few singers were pretty good, but as soon as Chen Yan came on stage, the gap instantly became apparent, and all the singers who had performed before were eclipsed. Even the audience had forgotten what songs the previous few people sang. Everyone was immersed in the carnival brought by Chen Yan. This is why she cannot be ranked behind the first-line singers, because the singers who perform after her will have to face the residual influence brought by Chen Yan, and the sharp contrast with Chen Yan. Ordinary singers simply can't bear it. At this time, in the program director's room, a staff member looked at the rising data on the computer and shouted, "It's broken the peak ratings." This exclamation immediately made the entire director's room boil. Countless people looked at the data on the computer in surprise, only to see that the peak ratings, which had just reached its peak, rose again. Just after the first 3 singers finished their performance, the ratings of Who's the Singer have reached the first place among the programs of the same period. For Jiangnan TV, this is already a pretty good result, although it cannot reach the phenomenal hit of Top Singer, but it's also a small explosion. The result was unexpected. This is not the end yet, the ratings are still rising. This excited everyone in the studio, including the director, and the chief director even contacted the station leaders directly. Increase publicity. Create topics. Maybe. Who is the Singer can create a new record for Jiangnan TV. In the boiling and carnival audience, Shen Jun said lightly, "The singing is okay. That is to say, it is okay." Shen Jun had such a high vision in his previous life that he could see Chen Yan's situation at a glance. Chen Yan has good talent, but she relies too much on her talent. This song is almost entirely about showing off her skills, without any emotion or rhythm. If it weren't for her talent, she would have been able to perform well. The singing is garbage. The upper limit has been reached. However, the guest commentator on the scene had a completely different opinion from Shen Jun. When Chen Yan finished singing, the guest commentator began to comment. Different from the previous sharp criticism, the 10 guests' comments were almost all praise and admiration. There was even a guest commentator named Wang Sijie who excitedly shouted, "Chen Yan, you are the future of Chinese music." This Wang Sijie is the guest who previously bluntly said that another singer's performance was rubbish. His comments on the previous 3 singers were all very sharp and merciless. No singer can listen to Wang Sijie's comments with a smile. Some people have even given Wang Sijie a nickname online, Judge of the Music Industry, whose mouth can kill. Moreover, although Wang Sijie's comments are sharp, they hit the nail on the head and are relatively accurate. Coupled with his sharp tongue, he has attracted many fans. No one expected that this judge of the music industry whose mouth could kill people would give Chen Yan such a high evaluation. The audience was in an uproar. The barrage is full of Chen Yan's fans' carnival. Next comes the voting session. There will be 10 guest commentators during the voting session, and each vote in the hand of the guest commentator will have a tenfold bonus. This is equivalent to 10 tickets per person, for a total of 100 tickets. There are another 200 audience members and 200 tickets. 300 votes in total. After each singer finishes singing, votes will be cast. When all singers have finished singing, the number of votes each singer has received will be announced. The singer with the most votes will win. Voting will close soon. Judging from the enthusiasm of the audience and the likes of the guest commentators, Chen Yan's votes will definitely not be low, maybe even number 1. And the next person to appear was Dang Lily. She heard Chen Yan singing and the situation on the scene in the backstage, and her expression became a little solemn at this time. Chen Yan is indeed not to be underestimated. Dang Lily took a deep breath and walked onto the stage in the darkness. Although Chen Yan's voting had ended at this time, as mentioned before, all the audience were still immersed in the atmosphere brought by Chen Yan. Everyone was talking in low voices and couldn't calm down at all. The 10 guest commentators sitting in the most prominent positions on the stage were all whispering to each other, especially Wang Sijie, who was discussing something with the guest commentators next to him while talking and laughing. He was gesturing with his hands, attracting the attention of many viewers. He didn't take Deng Lily, who was about to appear, seriously at all. This made Wei Zheng's teeth itch, and he wanted to go up and seal Wang Sijie's mouth. The live broadcast room was also discussing Chen Yan's performance just now, especially Wang Sijie's words, which directly brought Chen Yan to the hot search. At this time, the live broadcast room was almost dominated by Chen Yan's fans. Only a few people said, "It seems that little girl has arrived." These were the audience members who were attracted by Deng Lily at the beginning of the show, but they were few in number. And in the midst of this chaotic noise, with everyone's indifference, Bubble, a classic song that was sung all over the streets and alleys in the previous life, continued. It sounded for the first time in this world. The prelude of the song Bubble can be said to be a bit weird, a heartbeat that makes people feel suffocated. The sound of the piano is as sharp as a nail. It's totally different from other songs, which are either lyrical or intense, but it is full of absurdity and weirdness. But it was this absurd prelude that immediately quieted the noisy scene. The audience and guest commentators were originally whispering to each other, and then a heartbeat sound that made one's chest suffocate suddenly sounded. The heartbeat sound seems to come from everyone's heart. Very depressing. Very suffocating. Everyone shut their mouths in shock. Then, before everyone could react, the next second, there was a sharp piano sound that sounded like a nail, piercing into people's hearts. This sound even caused people to frown physiologically. He looks a little uncomfortable. Everyone's expressions were filled with surprise and they all looked up at the stage. Just as they looked up, the prelude sounded. The dark stage slowly opens. The blue-green light, which was full of dreams and a bit absurd and weird, was flickering. Deng Lily stood alone under this absurd light. With the absurd lighting and stage, Deng Lily's appearance instantly caught many people's attention, and many people at the scene whispered, "It feels quite good." The dense barrage of comments in the live broadcast room also died down for a while, and many passers-by said, "This young lady is so touching. Love it, love it. This feels a bit weird. The prelude makes me feel so uncomfortable. I feel good." Just as everyone's attention and cameras were drawn to Deng Lily, Wang Sijie, sitting in the guest commentary booth, sneered softly, "Crooked ways." Then Wang Sijie turned around and looked at Zhou Kai in the audience in the distance. Wang Sijie nodded slightly at Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai curled the corners of his mouth, and then the two of them looked at each other. No one noticed. At this moment, when the sharp piano sound fell again, a beam of cold light instantly enveloped Deng Lily in the dazzling light. Deng Lily didn't look up, she was already immersed in her emotions. At the moment when the lights and piano music faded, Deng Lily's somewhat low and hoarse voice slowly rang out. "The bubbles in the sun are colorful." All the audience, including the guests in the commentary booth, fell silent upon hearing this. Deng Lily's voice was not hoarse, nor did it have many ups and downs, but it was just a low singing voice like a sigh. Accompanied by the breathtaking piano sound, it instantly hit everyone's heart. Everyone felt a sense of sadness for some unknown reason. At this moment, Deng Lily's emotions spread to her heart. The emotional experience of being abandoned and cheated on for many years made her completely devote herself to the lyrics. The low sigh and hoarse voice vividly portray the sadness of a heartbroken person. Looking at Deng Lily on the stage, everyone felt that the little girl had a sense of brokenness, which made everyone feel a little distressed. Just when everyone was immersed in the crushing feeling of the main song, the melody of the accompaniment music gradually accelerated. The rhythm is instantly enhanced. The pitch simultaneously rose, from the low note at the beginning to the middle range in an instant. Deng Lily slowly raised her head, and her deep voice suddenly rose. "I should have known that bubbles would burst at the first touch." If the song that just started was like a blunt knife slowly rubbing everyone's heart, making everyone feel a little suffocated. At this moment, Deng Lily's singing is like a sharp knife. As Deng Lily's eyes pierced everyone's heart, the sound even made those who had been playing with their phones or were bored in the audience sit up straight in an instant. Moreover, compared to the audience's involvement, the 10 guest commentators present all widened their eyes slightly and looked at Deng Lily on the stage in shock. Even Wang Sijie, who had initially disdainfully ignored it, frowned at this moment. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Because compared to the excitement of outsiders, these insiders can better hear what is contained in these lyrics. It's not just a change of pitch and rhythm. And Deng Lily's control over sound is extremely precise. Deng Lily switched directly from her real voice to her falsetto in these few lines of lyrics, so smoothly that it was almost impossible to notice. And this falsetto. Several guest commentators looked at each other. The falsetto that Deng Lily displayed at this moment was as light as a feather, but as sharp as a scalpel, exuding a sharp metallic feel. It was like the faint vibration of a guitar string, weak and fragile, but under Dang Lily's ultimate control, it seemed to be at ease. One of the commentators couldn't help but exclaimed in a low voice, "Isn't she a newcomer? How is it possible? How can her transitions between true and false voices be so smooth? And how can her control over the edges of her vocal cords be so strong?" The guest commentators were all shocked at this moment, even a little horrified. Compared to the unfamiliarity of the audience, those of them in the industry had more or less heard of Dang Lily's name. "I know he's a very talented newcomer, but..." No one told them that Dang Lily's talent was so strong. The switching between true and false voices and the control of voice that Dang Lily displayed on the stage at this time were not even inferior to those of ordinary first-line singers. I've even had a glimpse of the style of a top-tier singer. This is more than just a simple description of talent, this is simply a monster. At this time, all the singers in the backstage also changed their expressions and looked shocked. Originally, everyone was congratulating or talking to Chen Yan and Lu Wuxian, thinking about building relationships. No one has ever paid attention to Dang Lily. After all, in their opinion, Dang Lily was surrounded by the preface in 1988, and had no way to survive, so she was not worth their attention at all. The top singers in front of them are more worthy of their attention. If they can establish a relationship with them. Then, just as everyone was complimenting Chen Yan and Lu Wuxian, they heard a strange prelude coming from the stage. They rehearsed separately during the rehearsal, and no one had ever heard Dang Lily's songs. It was also the first time for me to hear the backstage singers. In order to show off in front of Chen Yan, one singer even said something very disdainful. "What the hell is that singing? It sounds terrible." Then, not long after, everyone heard Dang Lily's stunning falsetto, like a scalpel, resounding across the stage. The moment the voice came, the backfield was silent for a moment. Even Chen Yan, who had been indifferent, sat up straight with a serious expression. The singer who had spoken mockingly at the beginning had his face turning blue and red, and he felt uncomfortable all over, sitting on pins and needles. At the same moment when Dang Lily's silky falsetto sounded, Zhou Kai, who was typing quickly on his mobile phone in the audience, suddenly looked up. The sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth froze on his face before he could retract it. When Dang Lily just came on stage, Zhou Kai was contacting several media outlets, preparing to start media hype after Dang Lily finished singing. These media outlets have all received preface announcement fees, and as soon as Dang Lily finishes her singing, overwhelming negative information will instantly sweep the entire internet. They even had a title already planned. Things like "Newcomer's Debut Fails," "Shen Jun is Out of Ideas," "Musical Genius," "Crushed by Preface," "Shocking," "Junin Studio's First Artist Leaves the Stage in Tears." As soon as Dang Lily finished her performance, they started publishing these articles all over the internet, and at the same time, combined with Wang Siji's comments on the spot, they completely portrayed Dang Lily as an artist who was nothing. By the way, step on Shen Jun and Wei Zhang and ruin their studios. Let them know what the consequences are for going against the preface. Not everyone can go against the preface. Zhou Kai was just dealing with this matter. At that time, he proudly assured several media outlets that Chen Yan would definitely take first place and Dang Lily would have no chance of turning things around. Unexpectedly, he had just said this. Dang Lily on the stage gave him a big surprise. Zhou Kai suddenly clenched the phone in his hand, and his face turned dark in an instant. Dang Lily's talent is very strong, comparable to GG in the previous life. When Shen Jun got this card in his hand, he naturally had to train GG to his peak state. Otherwise, Chun Chun would have wasted Dang Lily's talent. So after signing Dang Lily, apart from accompanying in an everyday, Shen Jun spent the rest of his time going to the studio to help Dang Lily practice singing. After spending more than a week, Dang Lily finally mastered the ultimate weapon of Zheji from her previous life. The ultimate in vocal control. Enjoy the smooth transition between true and false voices. So at this moment, Dang Lily is no longer the Dang Lily who just started out. Her functions are still the same, but under the training of Shen Jun, Dang Lily's singing skills have reached the level of GG when she first stepped onto the singing stage. This level is not high, but on the stage in front of you, you can kill them all. Listening to Dang Lily's smooth and flawless transition between true and false voice on the stage, Shen Jun smiled and applauded. At this moment, all the audiences were shocked, but after they came to their senses, they began to applaud. For a moment, the entire stage was boiling. And the surprises that Dang Lily brings to everyone have just begun. Amidst the increasingly intense applause, and the rising pitch and melody, Dang Lily's falsetto pierced people's hearts even more. Then it fell down with a loud bang of drums. The accompaniment had somehow changed from the previous single piano sound to passionate string music, and the passionate and boiling accompaniment suddenly rose. Dang Lily holds the microphone in one hand. He clenched one fist and exerted force, as if to gain leverage, and then suddenly exerted force with his entire body, and then swung his clenched fist fiercely, accompanied by the roar of string music and drums. Then, an extremely powerful force suddenly burst out from Dang Lily's seemingly thin and even skinny body. This power burst out directly from the dantian, and the diaphragm exerted force violently. The air flow rushes straight up. The real voice, falsetto, and mixed voice rushed up, and a high pitch that stunned everyone directly tore through the entire studio. It's all bubbles, a flash of fireworks. At the same time, as this passionate high note sounded, the absurd and dreamy light tones on the stage disappeared instantly. It was as if at that moment, I was torn apart by Dang Lily's loud voice. Directly split the absurdity of reality. At this time, Dang Lily was so emotional that veins on her neck and forehead popped out due to the force she exerted. The surging emotions, along with the passionate high notes, went straight into the hearts of every audience member. All the audience members were captivated by Dang Lily's stunning voice and surging emotions. As Dang Lily continued to sing at a higher pitch, the climax came. Love is just a bubble. It's my fault for not seeing through it. That's why I'm so sad. This line of lyrics is accompanied by Dang Lily's superb singing skills, especially the ultimate listening experience brought by Dang Lily's high notes while using the combination of real and virtual sobs at the edge of her vocal cords, and Dang Lily's heartfelt, real, and strong emotions. It seemed like a kind of sorrow and helplessness, unable to get the love. Countless disappointments and cries were all shouted out at this moment along with Dang Lily's high notes. This shout was like an electric current, sweeping across the entire scene in an instant. When the camera swept across the more than 200 audience members at the scene, almost half of them opened their eyes wide and were stunned. There were also a few audience members who looked sad, covering their mouths, with red eyes and tears flowing down unconsciously. Dang Lily's singing pierced their hearts. Most of these people are trapped in love. At this moment, they only feel that their emotions and their hearts are being dissected by this little girl on the stage. Empathy reached its peak at this moment. Some audience members were so excited and carried away that they stood up and covered their mouths and cried as Dang Lily sang her high notes. And this is not a minority. One after another, the audience members who were moved by Dang Lily's singing stood up. The audience seats of more than 200 people gradually became connected. At the last moment, almost everyone stood up and looked at Dang Lily on the stage with expressions of shock or grief. At this moment, Dang Lily's high note ended, the accompanying piano suddenly paused, and the entire stage was silent for a few seconds. You can hear a pin drop. All the audience even subconsciously held their breath, not daring to disturb Dang Lily, who was immersed in her emotions. Then, under everyone's gaze, Dang Lily suddenly withdrew her strength, and the whole audience fell silent. Dang Lily's emotional a cappella slowly rang out on the silent stage. The bubbles under the rain burst at the touch. The extreme control of the edge of the vocal cords, and the emotions that were slightly out of control, made Dang Lily's voice at this moment wander between anger and gulping. It is full of loneliness and solitude, which makes everyone feel distressed when they hear it. At this moment, all the audience members who stood up, especially the female audience members, covered their mouths with some unbearable pain, their shoulders shaking. The male audience also had tears in their eyes. I'd rather you were silent. Finally, with Dang Lily's sigh and the low, gulping sound that seemed both relieved and helpless, the song slowly ended. Obviously, the last scene is not that shocking or exciting, but the low, sobbing, fading singing was more powerful than the deafening shouts, like the waking of insects in spring, making people tremble all over. It's like a blank space, dragging everyone into the mood of the blank space. It's so addictive. Overwhelmed by sadness. The entire scene was silent for a long time. It was not until half a while later that everyone came back to their senses. They wiped their tears while clapping and shouting wildly. The whole place was filled with thunderous applause. Even the studio was shaking. By the time people on the internet came to their senses, the situation was no worse than on the scene. While Dang Lily was singing, the comments in the live broadcast room were flooded with countless crazy comments, and everyone was commenting on who this little girl was. The singing is so beautiful. Superb. There are countless comments of praise or empathy. And when the song reached its climax, especially with Dang Lily's silky transition between true and false voices, and the subsequent iron lung-like breath and super high notes, the entire internet exploded. Everyone was shocked by Dang Lily's singing skills, and many people were asking who she was. Even the topic of the strongest dark horse appears in who is the singer had already rushed to the hot search list before Dang Lily finished singing. It attracted countless people to watch. When Dang Lily finished her song, countless people on the internet were moved and shed tears by her singing. The live broadcast room was directly flooded with barrages. And when Dang Lily finished her performance, the camera director seized the opportunity and cut to a close-up of Dang Lily. When Dang Lily finished her speech with a final sigh, her eyes had turned red and crystal tears filled her eye sockets. Dang Lily was so moved by the singing that she could no longer hold back her emotions, so at the end of the song, she subconsciously bit her red lips and raised her chin slightly. Raise your head to prevent tears from flowing. It was an unintentional action and expression, but full of a sense of brokenness and loneliness, that the director quickly caught and pushed a close-up. So at this moment, all the viewers on the internet saw this touching scene. Countless people held their breath. I was afraid of disturbing this beautiful scene. After Dang Lily finished her singing, even the lighting teacher was stunned for a moment until thunderous applause broke out from the audience. The lights on the stage were immediately restored. The absurd and broken cold light disappeared, and the soft warm light enveloped the stage, which also calmed Dang Lily's emotions a lot. Dang Lily took a deep breath, took 2 steps forward, and then bowed. After bowing, when Dang Lily looked up, she happened to see Shen Jun and Wei Zhang sitting in the audience, and immediately smiled at them. Shen Jun smiled and gave Dang Lily a thumbs up. The version just sung by Dang Lily has already reached GG's singing level. In Shen Jun's opinion, there is no problem in crushing the singer who just sang the preface. Just look at the audience's reaction. The little girl performed well. After receiving Shen Jun's praise, Dang Lily smiled even more brightly. The broken feeling in her body disappeared, and she regained her previous youthful beauty. It attracted a lot of attention. Moreover, the program director was very good at capturing the camera. At the moment when Dang Lily and Shen Jun made eye contact, the director had already pushed Shen Jun's camera onto the big screen. There was an uproar at the scene, and many people shouted excitedly, "Jun Shen! It's Mr. Shen!" Shen Jun's popularity has not subsided yet, and Shen Jun's handsome and stunning face is truly unforgettable, so the moment everyone saw Shen Jun, they recognized him immediately. After she finished shouting, many people realized that the little girl on the stage seemed to be from Shen Jun's studio. After Junan's studio signed the contract with Dang Lily, it posted an announcement online, but not many people paid attention to it at the time. Now they all recall it. Suddenly, people became more excited, and some even said directly, "No wonder it sounds so good, it turns out it's from Shen Jun's studio." Countless viewers in the live broadcast room were also excited, and many of them recalled that when Dang Lily first sang, the song information flashed by. This song seems to be written by Shen Jun, right? No wonder. Many people understood it. It's no surprise that Mr. Shen could write such a song with his talent. At this time, in a very quiet villa in Shanghai, an old man slowly said, "I'm telling you to rest assured, but you still don't believe it." At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting opposite the old man looked at Shen Jun on TV and sighed. "I'm not worried about Lily. If you look closely, you'll find that this old man and the middle-aged man look a bit similar to Dang Lily. They are Dang Lily's father and grandfather. Their daughter went out to make a living in the world, and even though she had some conflicts with her family, how could parents just sit back and do nothing? Especially when they learned that Dang Lily had signed with Junan, had a falling out with Suyin in 1988, and was being besieged by the two companies, her family was very worried. Dang Lily's father even wanted to help, but in the end they were stopped by the old man, who told them that nothing was wrong and told them not to worry, and just speak directly and tell them not to worry. The old man's word is final and he is very authoritative at home. That's why Dang Lily's father resisted the urge to help, but still worried. I don't even know where the old man gets his confidence from. Today is the day when Dang Lily's show starts, and the whole family gets together to watch Dang Lily's show. After Chen Yin appeared, Dang Lily's father couldn't sit still anymore and wanted to get up and call the company to mobilize resources for help. As a result, the old man pulled him back and let him sit down. Then Dang Lily's father waited anxiously for Dang Lily to appear, and then gave him a big surprise. Dang Lily grew up with them, and they knew Dang Lily's level very well. She had good talent, but had not yet been polished on the stage. A little undercooked. But now Dang Lily is like a polished treasure, emitting dazzling brilliance. Although there is no complete transformation, the improvement is still huge, especially since Dang Lily has only been away for a short time, less than half a month. Such a big improvement in just half a month. And this song, it's tailor-made for Dang Lily. At this moment, Dang Lily's father looked at Shen Jun with a lot of surprise, and even a little fear. Dang Lily's grandfather shook his head and sighed. "I didn't expect that my old friend, after all these years, still has such a good eye for people." At this time, everyone's attention on the stage had returned to Dang Lily, and the host briefly interviewed Dang Lily. Then it's time for the guest comments. The 10 guests began to comment one after another. Although the requirements of the guests were very high and their words were very sharp, it was difficult for everyone to say a bad word about Dang Lily. After all, Dang Lily's performance just now was obvious to all. So strong. He doesn't look like a newcomer at all. Therefore, the comments from all the guest reviewers were mainly praise, with a few suggestions. Wang Sijie is the last guest commentator, and is also jokingly called the commentary boss by countless audiences. This is the last level, and anyone who wants to pass Wang Sijie's level will have to work hard, except for the previous Chen Yan. At this time, while other guest commentators were commenting, Wang Sijie frowned and looked at Zhou Kai sitting in the audience with a somewhat unpleasant expression. He thought he was just taking on an ordinary job, commenting on a newcomer. The harsher the review, the more money the preface gives. This is not a difficult task for Wang Sijie. After all, he can even make second-tier singers cry, let alone a newcomer. So Wang Sijie readily agreed. Moreover, the newcomer to be reviewed is sandwiched between the prologue and 1988, which will definitely affect his performance. Wang Sijie had even thought of his comments long ago, and he would start with a sharp remark that Dang Lily's mentality was too bad and she was not suitable for the stage at all. It can directly make this little girl who has never seen the world cry, get money easily. But Wang Sijie never expected it. This little girl named Dang Lily is so fierce. Not only did it not perform poorly under the pressure of the two giants, Prologue and 1988, but it actually exploded. Moreover, the talent and singing skills that Dang Lily just showed were comparable to those of a mature singer. Wang Sijie suddenly felt a little tricky. This job is now a hot potato. If things go wrong, it will result in the ruin of one's reputation, and with the current popularity, it will definitely cause public controversy. But he had already taken on the job, and the preface Zhou Kai was sitting in the audience, so Wang Sijie felt like he was in a dilemma. He found Zhou Kai and tried to make eye contact with him, but if that didn't work, he would give up. But unexpectedly, Zhou Kai's eyes were cold, and even a little resentful. He shook his head in denial and raised a finger to point upwards. Wang Sijie understood it instantly. Add money. This. Wang Sijie gritted his teeth and did it. Since the preface costs money, it is worth losing some reputation. Besides, Dang Lily is a newcomer and Junan Studio is a makeshift subsidiary. How can it be compared with Prologue Company? Even if something really happens, there is Preface Company to save him. Moreover, this time he would help Suyin even if it meant damaging his reputation, and Suyin would definitely not treat him unfairly in the future. Thinking of this, Wang Sijie's panic had completely subsided, and there was even a hint of pride in his eyes behind his glasses. Soon, it was Wang Sijie's turn to comment. The previous commentators all praised Dang Lily or were optimistic about her future development. Dang Lily also looked very happy. Although she is confident in herself, no one doesn't like to be praised. And after listening to the guest commentator's words, Dang Lily also breathed a sigh of relief, and the same was true for Wei Zheng in the audience. They all breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, when it was Wang Sijie's turn, unlike the previous guest commentators who were polite and smiling, Wang Sijie sneered after picking up the microphone, and then looked at Dang Lily with a sharp expression. Contestant number 5 sang quite well indeed. The atmosphere at the scene was also very good, and you could tell it was very young and energetic. After laying the groundwork for a few sentences, Wang Sijie suddenly said coldly, "But, IMHO, that's not how the song is sung. Being young and energetic, shouting and screaming at the top of your lungs doesn't necessarily mean a good song or good singing skills. I was talking to contestant number 5 before, Dang Lily, right? I've heard about your talent before. People in the industry are saying there's a newcomer with great talent. I had high hopes, but now it seems you have some talent, but not much. All I can say is, you can't sing at all." As soon as Wang Sijie finished speaking, the whole venue was instantly in an uproar. Everyone looked at Wang Sijie in astonishment, as well as Dang Lily on the stage who was a little caught off guard. Dang Lily originally thought that the song she sang was fine and everyone was praising her, but unexpectedly, Wang Sijie suddenly appeared. I didn't expect that Wang Sijie's comments would be so harsh, so sharp. Saying that a singer can't sing is worse than taking his life, and it is the strongest blow and impact on the singer. Although Dang Lily had heard about some situations in the entertainment industry since she was a child, she had never experienced it personally, let alone encountered such a situation in such a highly tense environment as the stage. So Dang Lily was stunned for a moment. When the camera was pointed at Dang Lily, one could still see the astonishment and disbelief in Dang Lily's expression. Isn't that a bit harsh? I think the little girl sang very well. Although the singing voice is indeed loud, it's not as bad as the guest commentator said, right? There was a debate all over the place online and on site. At this moment, in the audience, Wei Zheng, who had already breathed a sigh of relief, sat up straight with a thud, his face as black as charcoal. He thought everything was fine, but he didn't expect this to happen at the end. Wang Sijie is the last guest commentator and is quite famous. His words will definitely affect the subsequent voting results. This is very disadvantageous for Dang Lily. Shen Jun, who was sitting next to him, also had a cold face at this time. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked sharply at Wang Sijie who was talking on the stage. Chen Yan, who just shouted at the top of her lungs, showing off her skills without any emotion, is a god. When you come to Dang Lily, you can't sing? Shen Jun laughed angrily. He originally thought that it was shameless enough for the two companies to send top singers to encircle Dang Lily, but he didn't expect that there were other tricks waiting here. As soon as Wang Sijie opened his mouth, Shen Jun knew where this person's butt was sticking out. This is obviously not a normal comment, but a preface or a trick played by the two companies in 1988, waiting for Dang Lily. Shen Jun retracted his gaze, took out his phone and sent a message to Qin Man. Sister Qin, please help me check the relationship between Wang Sijie, Suyin, and 1988 company. After the fight, Shen Jun thought of something else. By the way, some media outlets should be releasing press releases about Dang Lily later. If so, please help me check the relationship between these media outlets and these two companies. See if there's any cooperation between them. Since these two companies have other tricks up their sleeves, there must be more than just one guest commentator, and there will definitely be subsequent actions. Shen Jun had seen a lot of these things in his previous life. At this time, Wang Sijie on the stage was still talking. Your singing does sound very emotional, but I want to tell you that an emotional outburst doesn't mean screaming at the top of your lungs or hitting high notes. High notes are meant to complement your emotions, not just show off your skills. Looking at the music scene, there are so many seniors, like Mr. Song, Mr. Tan Si, etc. They are all people who really care about their hearts. So you'll hear they rarely hit high notes. Instead of being like you, with this talent, you can't wait to come up and blow up the place. Don't other singers know how to sing high notes? But why not? Because technique is only a supplement to emotion, a tool. Feelings are the most important thing. If you do this, I will just feel noisy. The uproar and discussion in the audience became more and more boiling, enveloping the entire studio in a buzzing voice. Dang Lily on the stage turned a little paler, and her brows were furrowed. The host did not stop the show because the ratings of the show were still rising sharply. The director team had not anticipated Dang Lily's appearance at all. They thought Shen Yan was at the peak of ratings, but they didn't expect that after Dang Lily appeared, the ratings actually climbed again, especially when Dang Lily finished singing. The ratings of the show at that time even broke the ratings record of Jiangnan TV. The entire director team was ecstatic, and before everyone could react, a scene appeared of Wang Sijie criticizing Dang Lily, and the ratings that had already broken the record began to climb again. It's gone up again. More and more people are attracted to click on the program or watch the program, and even debate the program. Seeing that the program even has a chance to reach the level of top singer, how could the director let the host interrupt this segment? It's good to be controversial, because controversy means ratings. This was also their original intention in designing this section, and now it seems that this section is very successful. As for the singer's mentality, what's it to them? At this time, Dang Lily on the stage listened to Wang Sijie's words with a pale face. Her mind was still a little confused. This was the first time in her life that she was criticized so harshly on the stage. At this time, Wang Sijie had not finished speaking. Seeing Dang Lily's face turn pale, Wang Sijie smiled in his heart. He, an old hand, couldn't control a newcomer? Wang Sijie was already in the mood. At this moment, the music judge had his aura fully open. He cleared his throat and said directly, "And this one is called Bubbles, right? It sounds good at first, but this song is just like your lyrics, like bubbles that burst when blown, empty and boastful. There's no substance to it, just a bunch of incomprehensible lyrics. Songs aren't written like this." Wow! As soon as Wang Sijie finished saying this, the whole scene was in an uproar, and countless people were boiling. No one expected that Wang Sijie not only criticized Dang Lily for not being able to sing, but even criticized Bubble for not being a good song. And what this means is that you can't write songs even if you write lyrics. Everyone's eyes widened immediately, their eyes filled with looks of anticipation for a good show. Because by now, everyone already knows that the song Bubble sung by Dang Lily was written by Shen Jun. The lyrics and music are all written by Shen Jun. Wang Sijie actually said that Shen Jun can't write songs? This explosive news exploded in the crowd like a depth bomb, leaving everyone stunned and shocked. Shen Jun has already proved his talent through Top Singer, although no one is optimistic about Shen Jun's studio. But no one denies Shen Jun's talent. The songs that Shen Jun wrote for Song Huaying are still on the Chinese music hot list, and the song The Lone Brave Man has been sung all over the country recently. Everyone can hum a few lines. A well-deserved pop hit. Now I don't know how many people or companies want to ask Shen Jun to sing a song for them, but they can't get him. And now, Wang Sijie actually said that Shen Jun can't write songs. Someone exclaimed directly in the live broadcast room. Fuck. After Wang Sijie said this, the program director quickly found Shen Jun in the audience and gave Shen Jun a close-up of his face. Shen Jun didn't expect that he would be involved. He stopped chatting with Qin Man, put away his phone calmly, then crossed his legs, leaned back slightly, and looked at Wang Sijie. The camera cuts over at this moment. Shen Jun's face, which made everyone exclaim in surprise when seeing it, was directly displayed on the big screen and appeared in front of all the audience watching the live broadcast. Wow! Seeing this face, everyone's first reaction was to exclaim, then discuss in low voices. Shen Jun looked at Wang Sijie indifferently, with no expression on his face, but his eyes were a little cold. When the audience saw the scene, many people immediately exclaimed, "So handsome! Shen has my heart. As expected, he's the one I like, so handsome. Why do I feel like I have a domineering CEO vibe? So cold, heart. Ah, Mr. Shen, look at me." A bunch of Shen Jun fans exploded in the live broadcast room. Everyone didn't expect to see Shen Jun performing on Who is the Singer, and they immediately became excited. At this time, Wang Sijie and Shen Jun looked at each other. When Wang Sijie first saw Shen Yunbing's cold and indifferent eyes, he felt inexplicably panicked, but then he calmed down. No matter how powerful Shen Jun is, can he be more powerful than Preface Company? So Wang Sijie looked back without showing any weakness, and Dang Lily, who had been a little dazed, also came to her senses, especially when she heard Wang Sijie criticizing the song Bubble. The little girl's face became visibly angry and anxious. She liked this song very much, and she had invested a lot of energy and emotion in it. So Dang Lily picked up the microphone and said, "That's not what you said at all. I never thought about showing off my skills with this song. I was really into it when I sang it. And this song is about the heart of someone who's been heartbroken. It's very real, not at all empty as you say." However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Wang Sijie. Wang Sijie spread his hands and said helplessly, "Everyone doesn't have everyone's opinion. This is just my advice and opinion. You don't have to accept it, but please respect it." Dang Lily was furious at Wang Sijie's helpless expression. However, Wang Sijie directly said, "I'm done with my review, let's move on to the next one." He didn't give Dang Lily any chance to speak at all. He just put the microphone down and acted like he didn't want to listen anymore. Dang Lily could only hold back her grievances. The host immediately came over to smooth things over and then started the voting. When voting, Wang Sijie looked like he was shaking his head and sighing. I wonder who he was doing this for. Moreover, when voting, the other guest commentators on the scene were obviously more hesitant, and the audience also started discussing in a low voice, obviously influenced by Wang Sijie's comments. Dang Lily's eyes were red. In the end, the little girl walked off the stage with red eyes and biting her lips. Anyone could see the grievance in her heart. And this matter is far from over. Just after Dang Lily stepped down, several press releases suddenly appeared on the internet. Unsurprisingly, these articles were all discussing Wang Sijie's comments on Dang Lily. The article first pointed out Wang Sijie's qualifications, and then expanded and extended it based on Wang Sijie's comments, which was well-reasoned and well-founded. It even analyzed Dang Lily's singing skills and emotions from a professional perspective. The article concludes that there is nothing wrong with Wang Sijie's comments. Although Dang Lily is talented, she can't sing. What a waste of talent. The article ends with some regret. And at the end of the article, it also talked about the incident in which Dang Lily publicly refuted Wang Sijie and was told by Wang Sijie to respect her. The words implied that Dang Lily was disrespectful to her seniors and was a bit youthful and frivolous. As for whether Shen Jun can write songs, the article avoids talking about it at all. At first, the people watching the show were a little hesitant to listen to Wang Sijie's comments, but after seeing the series of articles online, there are also well-reasoned comments in the article, as well as Dang Lily's disrespect for her predecessors. Gradually, public opinion on the internet began to change, and many people began to agree with Wang Sijie's comments, believing that Dang Lily was a complete waste of talent. When I heard this song, I thought the little girl sang it very well. Yeah, I was really moved by it at the time, but looking back now, I think I was really trying too hard. Those high notes make me physically ill. Rubbish song, rubbish singing, nonsense. Why do I feel like I sang okay? I feel quite emotional. How much is the one upstairs? Take me with you to make money. All of a sudden, a large number of comments emerged on the internet, which were a mixture of good and bad reviews, making people very confused, but it was certain that Dang Lily's reputation was damaged. In the studio, 1988 company's singer Lu Huishan came on stage. Lu Huishan performed very stably, like a first-line singer, not affected by Dang Lily at all. Moreover, after Lu Huishan finished, when the guests were commenting, Wang Sijie praised her again, and there was no trace of the sharpness and ruthlessness when he just criticized Dang Lily. After all, Wang Sijie knows very well who he can and cannot offend. And when all the singers have finished singing, the host invites all the singers to go on stage together, and then it is the final crucial moment. Final scores announced. When Dang Lily came on stage, her expression had calmed down, but her eyes were still a little red and her lips were tightly pursed. Obviously she was not calm yet. At this time, the host announces the scores starting from contestant number 1. The competition scores are jointly scored by 10 guest commentators and 200 live audiences. Each guest has 10 tickets, which means 10 points, for a total of 100 points. Each audience member has 1 ticket, for a total of 200 points. The final thing to look at is the total score. The full score is 300 points. The scores of the first 3 contestants were announced one after another. These 3 are second and third tier singers, and their final scores were all over 200. Player number 1 hasn't even reached 200 points. Soon, it was contestant number 4, Chen Yan's score. The first thing to be announced was the scores from the guest commentators. When the scores from the guest commentators were announced, the whole audience was in an uproar. Because Chen Yan's guest commentator scored 90 points. The full score for the guest reviewers is 100 points, which means that except for one guest reviewer, the other 9 guests all voted for Chen Yan, almost got full marks. Chen Yan smiled and bowed to express her gratitude to the guest commentator. Then the audience scores were announced, and the audience scores on the big screen rose rapidly. In the end, the number stayed at 159 points. A pretty high score. This means that Chen Yan won 3/4 of the audience's points. Chen Yan's final score, which is the combination of guest commentators and audience scores, is 249 points, highest score of the game, far surpassing the top 3 singers. The gap even exceeded that of contestant number 1 by more than 50 points. The difference is like heaven and earth. At this moment, Chen Yan's dominance as a first-line singer is fully displayed on this stage. After the scores were announced, Chen Yan was quite satisfied. She smiled and bowed to all the audience and guest commentators present to express her gratitude. There was a sudden burst of warm cheers at the scene, and many audiences were shouting wildly. There were also Chen Yan's fans waving their light boards crazily. The 10 guest commentators were also looking at Chen Yan with smiles. In the audience, Zhou Kai, who gave the preface, also had a smug smile on his face, and clapped loudly along with the audience. Wei Zheng, who had been paying attention to Zhou Kai's actions, snorted coldly when he saw Zhou Kai's smug smile. Gnashing of teeth. The villain succeeds. At this time, countless people in the live broadcast room also said with emotion, A-list singers are A-list singers. The difference in their abilities is huge. They're the ones who will crush you on this kind of show. Chen Yan is too strong. Can you please not let top singers participate? There's not a single one who can compete. If they come, they'll just crush us. I think it's good for top singers to participate. That way there's competition, and competition brings pressure. Otherwise, the show will just get worse and worse. But when the A-list singers come, no one can beat them. I originally thought that girl number 5 was pretty good and could compete with the top stars, but after hearing what the commentators said, didn't the guest commentator say that number 5 relies on talent? Without talent, she's nothing. How can a newcomer like her be compared to top-tier singers? Newcomer number 5 is definitely no match for the top players. And since the guest commentator said so, there must be something wrong. It's the 5th now, let's see what the score is. Discussions were going on in the live broadcast room barrage, and it was exactly number 5 on the stage, which was the stage for announcing Dang Lily's score. Dang Lily's face looked a little bad at this time, with the corners of her mouth turned down, and she looked a little unhappy. After all, she had just been targeted by the guest commentator, and no one would be happy. At this time, the host announces the scores of the guest reviewers. Dang Lily tightened her grip on the microphone. She was originally very confident in herself, but after what Wang Sijie did, Dang Lily became a little less confident. I felt a little flustered. The same thing happened to Wei Zheng in the audience. When he saw Dang Lily's score announced, he nervously gripped the armrests of his stool. Keep your mouth tightly closed. Only Shen Jun on the side still had a calm expression. He didn't even look at the score on the big screen, but continued chatting with Qin Man. He had just asked Qin Man to investigate something and found out something. Dang Lily's guest score is. The guest scores on the big screen suddenly stopped, and finally the score stopped at 60 points. A pretty good score. Compared with the first 3 contestants, Dang Lily's guest score is not low, but compared with number 4 Chen Yan's score, it is not good enough. It's not even on the same level. The moment she saw this score, Dang Lily bit her lip and her face turned pale. Wei Zheng also slapped the armrest suddenly and cursed. Oh shit. When the comments first started, the guest reviewers praised her more, but now only 6 people voted for Dang Lily. The reason is self-evident. At this time, Wang Sijie, who was sitting in the commentary guest seat, slightly curled the corners of his mouth. In addition to attacking Dang Lily, his words were naturally intended to suppress Dang Lily's score. Zhou Kai had told him at the beginning that he must find a way to ruin Dang Lily's score. Now, the goal has obviously been achieved. Zhou Kai in the audience laughed even more unscrupulously. When he saw Dang Lily's score, he just chuckled without any concealment. Everyone knows the contradiction between the preface and Junan, so there is no need to hide it. This chuckle made Wei Zheng's face even darker. Then, amidst everyone's different expressions, the host continued to announce Dang Lily's audience score. In just a few seconds, Dang Lily's audience score finally stopped at 146 points, a score that was also somewhat unexpected. It's not that the score is high, but that the score is unexpectedly high. 146 points was already the second highest audience score among the 5 contestants whose scores were announced on the spot, second only to Chen Yan's, and the difference was only more than 10 points. Not pulled apart much. This score made Dang Lily's face look a little better, and also made Wei Zheng's face look a little less unhappy. In the audience, after Zhou Kai saw Dang Lily's audience score, a sinister look suddenly flashed in his eyes behind his glasses. It was because he asked Wang Sijie to cause trouble that Dang Lily's score was lowered. If there was no Wang Sijie, this Dang Lily, Zhou Kai took a deep breath. He absolutely could not let Dang Lily rise, nor could he let Wei Zheng rise again. Although Dang Lily received decent ratings from the audience, her total score, including the guest comments, was only 206 points, similar to the first 3 second and third-tier singers. For an ordinary newcomer, this result is acceptable. After all, he achieved second or third-tier results right after his debut and was not crushed, which is already a pretty good result. But for Dang Lily, this result was simply unacceptable to her. Purse your lips tightly. Netizens watching the show were also discussing Dang Lily's results in the live broadcast room. I thought this little girl would have good grades, but I didn't expect her scores to be this low. Didn't the guest say she can't sing at all? It sounds a bit noisy. And the songs are so weird, I can't listen to them. I actually like it. I don't know why the score is so low. Just like Wang Sijie said, it might sound okay to us amateurs, but for professionals, it's not so good. He has some talent, but that's all he can sing. Also, the girl's expression seems quite defiant. Just like what people say online, she's quite young and frivolous. That's pride. If you polish it more, maybe it will be fine. There have been countless discussions online, and Dang Lily's current achievements and performance seem to confirm Wang Sijie's comments. It also confirms the evaluations in those press releases. The talent is okay, but I can't sing at all. And he is so arrogant even at such a young age. The scores of subsequent singers were also released one after another. Lu Huixin also demonstrated the dominance of a first-line singer, and her final total score was only 1 point different from Chen Yan, got 258 points. As for the remaining singers, they are all hovering around the 200 score line. When everyone's results were out and the rankings appeared on the big screen, it was clear at a glance that Chen Yan and Lu Huixin were leading by a landslide, formed the first echelon. As for the remaining singers, they were all 40 to 60 points behind them, and it looked like a fight between noobs. So when the ranking appeared on the big screen, there was an uproar in the audience, and everyone looked at the score difference in shock. There was a lot of discussion. Chen Yan and Lu Huixin on the stage were smiling and looked very calm and confident. As for the other second and third-tier singers, they all lowered their heads slightly, looking a little unhappy. After all, everyone worked so hard for a long time, but now they have all become supporting roles and clowns for others, which makes no one feel good. The same was true for Dang Lily. After the ranking was announced, Dang Lily ranked 5th. Not bad. But Dang Lily felt that this result was extremely eye-catching, and even made the little girl's eyes red. After the ranking scores were announced, the more than 2-hour program was finally recorded and all the singers left the stage with the host's introduction. The audience also began to leave one after another. As soon as the show ended, Wei Zheng stood up with some concern. "Let's go backstage." Shen Jun nodded. He was also a little worried about Dang Lily. What happened today is not uncommon in this circle, but the little girl encountered this situation on her first stage, and she must be feeling very aggrieved. The two quickly walked to the backstage and entered after showing their ID. Before putting on makeup backstage, all the singers were putting on makeup, looking a little tired and silent. Only the sounds of talking and laughing could be heard from Chen Yan and Lu Huixin's dressing rooms from time to time. Chen Yan and Lu Huixin's dressing room is also the largest dressing room, which can accommodate more than 10 people. The rest of the people have a small room. The levels are clear. Just as Wei Zheng and Shen Jun were walking backstage, they happened to run into Zhou Kai, who was also there. Zhou Kai was surrounded by a large group of people, unlike Wei Zheng and Shen Jun, who were alone. When the two groups met, Wei Zheng suddenly became angry. Wei Zheng was almost unable to bear the new and old hatreds, so he stopped the way and said, "Zhou Kai, I didn't expect you to be so shameless now. How dare you use such despicable tactics on a newcomer?" After hearing Wei Zheng's words, Zhou Kai's expression remained unchanged. He even smiled and said puzzledly, "Where do you get that from?" Wei Zheng angrily rebuked, "Why are you pretending here? Isn't Wang Sijie yours?" Zhou Kai sneered, "He. What evidence do you have? Don't put such a big accusation on me right away. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. If it doesn't meet your expectations, you start blaming others? There are so many guest commentators who didn't vote. Are they all my Zhou Kai's people? How come I didn't realize when I became so powerful?" Zhou Kai laughed sarcastically, and after he finished speaking, everyone around him burst into laughter. Wei Zheng's face turned ashen. Just as I was about to say something else, I heard Zhou Kai say lightly, "A good dog stays out of the way." Since Wei Zheng, Wei's agent, wants to make the headlines so badly, then we, the preface, must naturally satisfy him. Photography teacher. The photographer from the prologue steps forward with his camera. At this time, a lot of people gathered around. Seeing this, Wei Zheng could only take a deep breath and take a step back. Zhou Kai snorted with disdain and walked past Wei Zheng and Shen Jun. When he passed Shen Jun, Zhou Kai paused and said with a sidelong glance, "Musical genius, nothing more than that." With a chuckle, Zhou Kai led his men away, leaving behind only Wei Zhang with a sullen face and Shen Jun with a cold expression. It took the two of them a few minutes to find Dang Lily backstage. Dang Lily was letting the makeup artist remove her makeup with her eyes closed. She seemed to have heard the sound of someone entering the room, so she opened her eyes. The eyes are a little red. Moreover, the little girl's mouth corners were turned down, and she looked unhappy. Wei Zhang and Shen Jun both felt a little uncomfortable seeing this. Although Dang Lily had not been with Junan for long, the young girl was young and lively and very likable, and had a good relationship with both of them. At this time, Dang Lily also saw Wei Zhang and Shen Jun coming in. When he saw Wei Zhang, Dang Lily shouted weakly, "Brother Wei Zhang." When Dang Lily saw Shen Jun behind Wei Zhang, her expression paused, and then her whole face visibly fell, and her eyes turned red. Dang Lily was sad. Besides not getting the expected results, she also felt very sorry for Shen Jun. The songs written by teacher Shen Jun are so good, and these days, Shen Jun has been working tirelessly to guide her. I even said that I would get a good result for Shen Jun on the stage, but I didn't expect that I would only get 5th place in the end. This made Dang Lily feel very uncomfortable. I feel very ashamed of Mr. Shen's appreciation of me. So the moment she saw Shen Jun, the emotions that Dang Lily had been suppressing suddenly collapsed, and tears flowed down her face. Wei Zhang and Shen Jun were caught off guard. Although Wei Zhang was old, he had no experience in coaxing people, and the little girl was obviously crying because she saw Shen Jun, so Wei Zhang immediately looked at Shen Jun for help. Shen Jun sighed, stepped forward, patted Dang Lily on the head and said, "Don't be sad. You sang very well. In my opinion, you performed very well this time, exceeding my expectations." Hearing what Shen Jun said, Dang Lily looked up and asked, "Really, Teacher Shen?" Shen Jun smiled and said, "Real." The performance was fantastic, especially the transitions to the high notes were incredibly smooth, better than usual practice. And the emotional investment was very strong. I was moved listening to it from the audience. It can be said to be a perfect performance. Wei Zhang nodded hurriedly. Yes, I was deeply moved by what I heard. He sang really well, better than any other artist I've ever managed. The words of the two, especially those of Shen Jun, were very meaningful. After listening to them, Dang Lily's mood improved significantly, but she hesitated. But that review said that I can't sing. Dang Lily's eyes were bloodshot, tears were still flowing, and her voice was choked. She was obviously hit hard. Dang Lily spoke, but Shen Jun did not speak immediately. Instead, he asked the makeup artist to leave the room first. When there were only 3 of them left in the room, Shen Jun snorted coldly and said directly, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I've had people investigate. Behind this Wang Sijie is Zhou Kai, the one behind the preface. The preface is directed at your brother Wei Zhang and me. You have suffered an undeserved disaster." Shen Jundu has already asked Qin Man to investigate thoroughly. Although he does not have such resources and abilities, he has Qin Man by his side. Although Kinman Company is not as good as Suyuan, it is also considered a large company in the second tier of the industry. Qin Man's resources are quite powerful. After hearing what Shen Jun said, Wei Zhang was the first to speak. Wei Zhang was a little surprised. Real. Although he guessed that it was Suyan's doing, he had no evidence and could do nothing to Suyan, so he could only retreat on the road. But if there is evidence, then it will be more feasible. Shen Jun looked at Dang Lily and Wei Zhang who were staring at him eagerly, and nodded with a sneer. Rest assured. He won't be able to run rampant for long. If Junan was a large company, similar in size to Hanshi, or an old company, then Zhou Kai would definitely be much more cautious in doing things. At least the other party won't be able to catch you doing anything. Everything I do will be more considered, and I won't act rashly. However, Junan is not. Strictly speaking, Junan is not even a company. In the eyes of Zhou Kai and even the top management of Preface, Junan is just a makeshift team set up by a lucky traffic guy named Shen Jun. Nothing at all. No resources. No background. There is only that pretty good traffic, but that guy named Shen Jun doesn't know how to make use of it at all. All of this seemed like a joke to Zhou Kai, just like children playing house. With this mentality, Zhou Kai naturally looked down upon Junan and Shen Jun, which made him act even more unscrupulously. Do elephants worry about being attacked by ants? However, Zhou Kai did not expect that one day, Shen Jun was not an ordinary traffic star. He did not take advantage of this huge traffic just because he was too lazy to use it. And it's not like he doesn't have any resources or background. Putting aside his relationship with Qin Man and teacher Shen, let's just say that he helped Song Huaying win the title of King of Singers on Peak Singer, which raised Song Huaying's status to a higher level in one fell swoop. Just based on this, Mr. Shen is a guest of honor at Hanshi Company. Song Huaying is the key to Hanshi's development in the second half of the year. Shen Jun has completely saved Hanshi. He managed to pull the Hanshi, which was going downhill, back uphill. Not to mention that Shen Jun is also an all-round musician. The outside world may only have a vague idea of how amazing Shen Jun's talent is, but many people in Hanshi Company know how talented Shen Jun is, a genius of the ages. The outside world may have always thought that Shen Jun wanted to climb the big tree of Hanshi, but many people in Hanshi wanted to climb the big tree of Shen Jun from the bottom of their hearts. If you can get close to Mr. Shen, you will win without any effort. Many people who have worked with Shen Jun have never felt so comfortable. So now Hanshi is almost unable to respond to Shen Jun's requests, not to mention that Qin Man is also here. It's no exaggeration to say, Hanshi's resources are Shen Jun's resources. So when Wang Siji directly broke off relations, that was when the preface was exposed, and he was instantly caught by Shen Jun. But what good would it do them to know? In the car returning to Preface Company, in addition to Zhou Kai and Chen Yan, the other person in the car was Wang Siji. At this time, Zhou Kai chuckled. There was some worry in Wang Siji's eyes. After all, what he did this time was a bit obvious. If someone carefully checked, it would not be difficult to find his connection with the preface. Zhou Kai glanced at Wang Siji's worry and curled his lips. The follow-up has been arranged. I will definitely make them die. Go back and have a good sleep. When you wake up tomorrow, you will still be the judge of your music world. Maybe it will become popular again. After hearing Zhou Kai's words, the worry in Wang Siji's eyes finally disappeared, especially Zhou Kai's last sentence made Wang Siji feel a little happy. Okay. If there's anything Mr. Zhou needs later, I'll be there at your beck and call. Zhou Kai is the music director of Preface, and director is also the general manager. After hearing Wang Siji's words, Zhou Kai's smile widened, and he pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and said, Okay, let's go back. Understood, Mr. Zhou. Wang Siji got out of the car with a smile. That evening, not long after Who Is the Singer ended, some press releases gradually appeared on the internet. These press releases analyzed and discussed the performance and situation of the contestants of Who Is the Singer. If someone pays close attention, they will find that many of the comments in these press releases are blaming the young singer Dang Lily. What about being young and frivolous, being ignorant of the immensity of the world, wasting talent, Junan not being able to train new people, etc.? And before long, these press releases exploded across the entire network and directly became a hot topic on the internet. Subsequently, several topics related to Dang Lily appeared on the hot searches. It exploded directly. Moreover, the titles of these topics are more eye-catching than each other, and the content is becoming more and more sharp. The newcomer is young and frivolous and contradicts industry seniors. Learn morality before learning skills. Where does Dang Lily's arrogance come from? Choice is more important than talent. Who is to blame for Dang Lily's failure? Dang Lily, including the Junan studio behind her, quickly became a hot topic, and more netizens began to join the discussion. In addition, many netizens captured some of Dang Lily's performances on the stage of Who Is the Singer? And none of these videos are complete videos. These are some very simple videos. For example, Dang Lily looked very aggrieved on the stage, and her performance when she contradicted Wang Siji, as well as her expression of unwillingness when the scores were announced. All these pictures were captured by someone and posted online, and taking it out of context. More and more netizens who are unaware of the truth have been misled and started to follow the online trend to comment and attack Dang Lily. Dang Lily's reputation collapsed. In the end, even Dang Lily's behavior when drawing lots backstage was criticized by countless netizens. When the lot was drawn backstage, the second and third tier singers didn't dare to be the first to draw, while the two first tier singers sat back and did not make any moves. Dang Lily saw that everyone was in a stalemate, so she chose the first one. At that time, many people thought Dang Lily was generous. As a result, influenced by the online rhythm, it was actually regarded as the behavior of Dang Lily being young and frivolous, arrogant and disrespectful to her predecessors. It caused a lot of scolding. Seeing that Dang Lily and even Junan's reputation began to collapse rapidly, the Junan Studio account, which had been inactive, released a video. The video content is a program clip, which specifically includes the comparison between Wang Siji's comments on Chen Yan and Dang Lily. There is no content, only comparison. The contrast between the two people is obvious at a glance, the praise for Chen Yan and the crazy criticism of Dang Lily. Especially in the video, Wang Siji's comments on Dang Lily were very sharp, and Dang Lily's red eyes made many people feel sympathy. In addition to releasing this video, Junan Studio also released a sentence. Where's the fairness? It was a very simple sentence, but everyone understood what Junan meant, which was to question whether Dang Lily was treated unfairly by the program. If you look at this comparison video, it's really possible. Not to mention that this kind of program often involves shady dealings or behind-the-scenes manipulation, so many netizens speculated whether Wang Siji was bribed by the preface. Dang Lily's incident has already become a hot topic, and many people are watching it. Joe Kai, who had already returned to the company, naturally saw the news released by Junan's studio. When he saw this news, Joe Kai laughed twice. He is now absolutely certain that Mr. Shen has no brains at all. In this industry, as long as there is no proof, even the dead can be said to be alive. Can shouting injustice turn defeat into victory? Does he think that all netizens are honest and upright? Can you redress him? Are you here to make people laugh? Soon, Suyin Company and Wang Siji both responded online. The general meaning of the two parties is that there is no relationship between them. Wang Siji is a musician invited by Jiangnan TV station, and Suyin's participation in the program was a temporary decision and there is no connection between them. And Wang Siji also directly criticized. One is a newcomer who just debuted, and the other is a veteran first-line singer. How can the two be compared? Does Junan mean that their new singers can be comparable to top-tier singers? Stop fooling yourself, okay? The reviews are so contrasting, but instead of thinking about your own problems, you're looking for problems with the reviewers. Finally, there are 4 big characters. There's no cure. Since Wang Siji has already fallen out with Dang Lily, there is naturally no need for him to remain calm, especially now that Suyin is backing him up. This wave might just make his popularity soar again. After the preface and Wang Siji finished speaking, the public opinion online changed again, especially Wang Siji's words were deeply recognized by many people. These people have never heard the song sung by Dang Lily, but they know her. Newcomers just can't be compared with top singers. This comparison is simply self-humiliating. So after Junan's announcement was released, it was quickly attacked by more cyber attacks, with many people directly cursing on Junan's account. I used to like Mr. Shen quite a bit, but I didn't expect him to be so brainless. Although I support Mr. Shen, comparing a newcomer to a top singer, can you please stop being so ridiculous? Is it floating? It's hilarious. How dare you ask that? All kinds of sarcasm and insults filled Junan's account, and the topic of Junan is deceiving itself even directly became a hot search. It attracted many people to come and watch. There are also many companies in the industry that are paying attention to this matter. After all, as a rising star, Junan's studio poses a potential threat to many companies. So everyone wants to see how Junan's studio will respond to this incident. At the same time, look at Shen Jun. Is he a potential threat or a lucky traffic winner? However, the facts told them that Shen Jun was just a lucky traffic guy and posed no threat at all. Especially when seeing the fair questions released by Junan's studio, many people in the industry were shocked. No one expected that Shen Jun would be so naive. Ask netizens for fairness? What else can netizens do besides rubbing salt into wounds and following the crowd? This response was simply insane, and as a result, everyone in the industry's attention toward Shen Jun plummeted. At this moment, in the Junan studio, the expected anger and silence did not appear. Wei Zhang and Dang Lily looked at Shen Jun with some surprise. They actually issued a notice denying it. Can we publish this information next? Shen Jun nodded with a curled lip. Wei Zhang immediately snorted coldly and said with a sneer, I want to see if their faces hurt. As he spoke, Wei Zhang clicked publish, and Junan Studio released another message with a lot of content, including text and pictures. These contents are exactly the evidence that Shen Jun asked Qin Man to help search for. Proof of Wang Siji's collaboration with Suyin. Among them are Wang Siji's past collaboration with Suyin, exchanges between Wang Siji and Suyin company staff, and even photos of Wang Siji and Zhou Kai having a private meal before the game. These materials are enough to thoroughly prove that Wang Siji is the one who wrote the preface. It's a done deal. Shen Jun had obtained the information a long time ago, but he was not in a hurry to release it. Instead, he set a trap and prepared to give preface a slap in the face. Shen Jun had been in this industry for so long in his previous life, and he knew too well the insidious practices of these companies and these people. If he directly released the evidence, Wang Siji and Preface Company would definitely make all kinds of excuses. As long as they think, they can always find a reasonable explanation. Even the two parties can directly admit that they have cooperated, but cooperation does not affect the fairness of the competition. This industry is best at confusing the public. Since the preface thinks Junan is not a cause for concern, then Mr. Shen should lower their vigilance and let Wei Zhang raise fair questions online first, pretending to know nothing, looking very stupid and naive. Then wait for Su Yan and Wang Siji to deny it. As soon as both parties deny it, Shen Jun will take out the information in his hand and give them a severe beating. Let both parties watch helplessly as they get beaten. Do you really think he is a little white rabbit who knows nothing? Isn't Wang Siji good at talking? Shen Jun hoped that Wang Siji would mock him a few more times. The more proud he was now, the more uncomfortable he would be in a moment. As for netizens being led astray, Mr. Shen is going to take advantage of netizens' guilt to bring greater public backlash to Su Yan and Wang Siji. Since we have to do it, Shen Jun will naturally not show mercy. All these twists and turns are left over from his previous life. Sure enough, after Junan's studio released the latest news, the entire network was in an uproar, and countless people stared at the proof released by Junan's studio in amazement. If Junan's questioning just now seemed like that of a naive fool who knew nothing, this time, Junan's proof is like a seasoned hunter, delivering a fatal blow that pierces Wang Sijie and Suyan's weak spot. Each proof is detailed and rich, with pictures and text. Even some of Wang Sijie's collaborations with Suyuan in recent years, as well as the holdings of the company behind Wang Sijie, are all listed. Don't give Wang Sijie and Suyan any chance to change their minds. So sophisticated. Everyone was stunned. Wang Sijie, who was lying at home, had just mocked Junan again. He was browsing his phone with a refreshed mind, looking at his crazy growing number of fans. Dealing with Junan's studio is effortless, so easy. Wang Sijie even wondered if there could be more Junan. Then in Wang Sijie's fantasy, he saw the latest news from Junan's studio. The moment he saw the news clearly, his eyes widened instantly. Sitting up directly from the bed, Wang Sijie shouted in astonishment. How is this possible? Wang Sijie flipped through page after page of messages, his face began to turn pale visibly, and his fingers even trembled as he scrolled through the messages. In the end, Wang Sijie swallowed hard, got out of bed, put on his coat and rushed out, heading towards the prologue. At this time, Zhou Kai, who was speaking at the beginning, naturally also saw the latest news from Junan. The moment he saw the news, Zhou Kai instantly understood. They just let Junan fool them. Junan looked like a fool when he questioned Gongping just now. It turned out that he was playing them for fools. He was setting a trap for them. The corner of Zhou Kai's mouth twitched, and a hint of sinisterness and rage flashed in his eyes. At this time, Wang Sijie called. Zhou Kai answered the call, and Wang Sijie's somewhat flustered voice came from the other end of the phone. Listening to Wang Sijie's flustered speech, Zhou Kai took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and sneered with a sinister look in his eyes. Does he think he can turn things around like this? Even though public opinion online began to reverse, Zhou Kai felt nothing but anger in his heart, not panic. Because Junan is not enough to make Zhou Kai panic. Even if things go a little wrong, even if Junan doesn't know how it obtained this information, or even made it public, would it be useful to obtain this information? Do they really think that they can overthrow the preface and bring him down with this information? It's ridiculous. Preface, having been in this industry for 40 or 50 years, I have seen all kinds of storms. Mr. Shen's methods are nothing but trivial. Nothing to worry about at all. It is wishful thinking to think that this is the magic pillar that needs to be stabilized. What made Zhou Kai angry was not the reversal of public opinion, but Junan's current actions. In Zhou Kai's view, it was like refusing to accept a toast and then being punished. I don't know where he got the courage to confront the preface. Ants want to challenge elephants? Act recklessly. Since Junan dared to provoke him, Zhou Kai wouldn't mind killing Junan without a burial place. Thinking of this, Zhou Kai's eyes suddenly showed an extremely sharp and sinister look. He picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank it in one gulp. At this moment, inside the hotel, Shen Jun looked out the window at the night scene. A cold light flashed in his eyes. This is just the beginning. Just when public opinion online began to reverse, Shen Jun's personal account released a video, which contained a clip of Deng Lily singing a complete song, crystal clear. Online public opinion has been raging until now, with many people following the crowd, but few of these people have watched the complete Deng Lily singing video. I have no idea about the quality of the song bubble. I just saw the public opinion online, and then saw some video clips taken out of context, so I followed the trend of online violence. In his previous life, Shen Jun was very clear about traffic and the power of public opinion. It was an extremely sharp blade, and a brainless blade at that. If Wang Sijie and Zhou Kai can use it, then Shen Jun will naturally be able to use it too. So when the online public opinion reversed, Shen Jun immediately posted Deng Lily's singing video on his personal account. The reason why he uses a personal account is because his current personal account has more followers, which means that he will be exposed faster. Secondly, the people who follow his personal account are mainly fans, and many of these fans are people who support Shen Jun for no reason. He can be regarded as a staunch supporter of Mr. Shen. Then these fans will naturally be more tolerant and supportive of Deng Lily, this newcomer under Shen Jun. Really? Not long after Shen Jun released the video, he gained countless fans. These fans saw the video released by Shen Jun for the first time and thought that Shen Jun had started business, so they started watching the video excitedly. It turned out that the person in the video was a young girl. Just when everyone was confused, a girl's singing voice was heard in the video. The slightly weird and catchy prelude, as well as Deng Lily's iconic voice and singing skills, instantly caught the ears of many people. By the time everyone came back to their senses, the video had already ended. Everyone looked dazed, and many even had red eyes. They looked extremely sad and painful, as if they were immersed in the singing and couldn't extricate themselves. At this time, everyone also reacted and realized that this girl should be Deng Lily, who was the focus of public opinion tonight. that young and frivolous newcomer. Tonight's hot search list is full of topics related to Dang Lily, which also involves Shen Jun in Junin Studio. Naturally, Shen Jun's fans are all paying attention to it, so I understood it instantly. After figuring it out, many people were confused. Isn't this a good song? At this time, the comments section below the video has started a debate. Many people think that the singing is very nice, and some people even said that it made them cry. The little girl's singing skills are amazing. Those who can click on the video first are definitely fans of Shen Jun, and they are people who pay more attention to Shen Jun. These people were already very fond of Shen Jun. Similarly, they naturally would not have any hostility or contempt towards Dang Lily. So all these people listened to the song with full concentration. Then I was attracted by the song and Dang Lily. All of a sudden, it received rave reviews. Shen Jun has more than 50 million followers, and even if 1/10 of them give positive reviews, that is still a force that cannot be ignored. So these positive comments instantly covered the entire comment section. At the same time, it swept the internet. At this point, public opinion on the internet had already reversed, and when these positive reviews came flooding in, it immediately accelerated the reversal of public opinion. It is obvious to the naked eye that Dang Lily's reputation has recovered a lot. Some people on the internet have started to recommend the song Bubble, and many people even directly forwarded and shared the video released by Shen Jun. But it's not over yet. Shen Jun has seen all kinds of tricks in his previous life, so he will definitely not let it go so easily. After releasing the video, Shen Jun immediately wrote a press release. This press release did not contain much content and mainly analyzed Dang Lily's talent and strength. Then he described in great detail the capital and power of the preface. Looking at the whole text, it is filled with one core content. That is the collision of talent and capital. Moreover, Mr. Shen also pointed out in the press release that, judging from the current situation, talent can never defeat capital, and the entire internet has become the spearhead of capital. And Dang Lily, who represents talent, will suffer a miserable failure. At the same time, Shen Jun also raised a desperate question in the article: if talent cannot defeat capital, then how can ordinary people make a name for themselves? Wei Zhang and Dang Lily were stunned and shocked after reading Mr. Shen's article. Wei Zhang even swallowed his saliva and said, "Sure enough, scholars kill without using knives." After being shocked, Wei Zhang quickly posted Shen Jun's press release on the Junin Studio account. The title of the article was "This Summer, Talent Lost to Capital." As soon as the article came out, it immediately caused an uproar in the already heated public opinion. The public opinion impact of the whole incident has skyrocketed again. Why did Wei Zhang say that Mr. Shen killed people without a knife? Because Mr. Shen's writing was so powerful. In the article, Mr. Shen talked about Dang Lily, Junin, and talent, but he was also talking about ordinary people with dreams. Shen Jun portrayed Dang Lily as a representative of ordinary people, and describing the preface as capital, the capitalist villain that stifles talent and prevents countless ordinary people from making a name for themselves. Moment. Let the entire website be on the opposite side of the preface. This society is full of various contradictions, such as poverty and wealth, capital, and the ordinary people, and these contradictions can be seen at any time. It's just that it wasn't so obvious before, and no one pointed it out directly. And what Shen Jun is doing now is intensifying the conflict. The preface uses public opinion, so why wouldn't he use it too? This is a trick that has been used to death in the previous life, but it works every time. As the article was published, public opinion became increasingly heated. In just one night, this incident was directly upgraded to a phenomenal national topic, hotly discussed across the entire internet. Under the guidance of Shen Jun's article, almost the entire network stood on Dang Lily's side, because Dang Lily represents ordinary people. It's Volkswagen. This resonated with countless netizens. The preface that stood against Dang Lily and constantly suppressed Dang Lily became the villain's capital and was cursed and attacked by countless netizens. By the next morning, preface stock began to plummet. Wang Sijie, who suppressed Dang Lily on behalf of the preface, was also subjected to crazy online violence, with all kinds of traffic topics flooding the entire network, such as, "The judge of the music industry is actually a capitalist hijacker," "Exposing the black industry chain," "How capital stifles talent, and famous musicians become accomplices." Various topics flooded the entire internet, and Wang Sijie's reputation collapsed directly. He became the rat that everyone wanted to beat overnight. Shen Jun's press release and the sudden and drastic reversal of public opinion stunned everyone, especially those in the industry. Originally, after seeing Shen Jun's initial actions, everyone in the industry immediately reduced their attention on Shen Jun. I think Shen Jun is just like that. Junan Studio cannot develop at all. Unexpectedly, in less than a short while, the whole incident took a drastic turn. Dang Lily's reputation has actually improved. The preface was hit by public opinion. This made everyone a little unbelievable and stunned. Exposing the relationship between Wang Sijie and Suyin could only mean that Shen Jun had resources and connections. For example, Chin Man, this is not surprising to everyone. But the subsequent press release made everyone in the industry break out in cold sweats and be extremely shocked. After reading this press release, everyone increased Shen Jun's level of danger and potential competition to the maximum. This article is so informative. If anyone still regards Shen Jun as a lucky traffic guy, he will die without knowing how he died. Just like Wang Sijie. When Wang Sijie opened his eyes the next day, the sky seemed to have fallen. Ever since his relationship with Suyin was exposed, Wang Sijie rushed to Suyin and found Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai still didn't take Shen Jun seriously at that time, but after getting angry, he began to use the resources of the preface to counterattack Dang Lily and Junin. The preface resources are indeed very strong. After Zhou Kai announced it, public opinion online instantly calmed down. Then the two of them felt relieved. In addition, it was already late at night, so Zhou Kai handed the matter over to the staff of Preface Company, and the two went back home to sleep. Unexpectedly, the capital of the preface is indeed very strong. But no matter how strong you are, you can't be stronger than all the netizens on the internet. Under the bombardment of countless people across the internet, the preface public relations department collapsed. Then when Wang Sijie and Zhou Kai woke up in the morning, the whole sky had changed. Zhou Kai was called directly to the company by the company's director. When Wang Sijie arrived, Zhou Kai had just come out of the conference room. Wang Sijie hadn't even washed his hair and looked extremely disheveled. When he saw Zhou Kai, he rushed over and shouted, "Mr. Zhou, save me. Boss Zhou, I'm done." Wang Sijie's reputation was completely ruined overnight, and he now doesn't even dare to open the internet. Zhou Kai was already in a bad mood. Preface, the stock price has plummeted now, and in the meeting just now, the directors directly scolded him. One director even said frankly that if the impact of this incident was too great or could not be resolved, then he, Zhou Kai, would not have to stay in the company. Zhou Kai's mood was already extremely bad, and now seeing Wang Sijie crying, he was even more annoyed, especially when Wang Sijie called him Mr. Zhou. Zhou Kai's eyebrows jumped, and he quickly looked up and looked around. He saw his colleagues watching from a distance. Zhou Kai took a deep breath and shook off Wang Sijie's hand. "Shut up. You don't have to act like your mother has died. Can't the preface protect you?" Having said that, he pulled Wang Sijie into the office. After entering the office, Zhou Kai directly untied his tie, picked up the water cup on the table and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking the water, Zhou Kai slammed the cup down heavily, and the whole desk shook. The loud noise made Wang Sijie shudder. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" Zhou Kai cursed a few times and kicked the desk hard to vent his anger. He never thought that Junan, whom he didn't take seriously at all, would end up like this. A series of measures really threatened the prologue. After venting his anger completely, Zhou Kai finally calmed down a little. He took a deep breath and sat directly on the office chair. Zhou Kai's eyes were a little red. Covered in bloodshot, it looked somewhat sinister. Wang Sijie looked at the somewhat crazy Zhou Kai and dared not even breathe. He could only swallow his saliva silently. Just when the room was quiet for a moment, there was a sudden knock on the office door. Zhou Kai suppressed the anger in his eyes and shouted, "Come in." The person who came in was Secretary Zhou Kai. "Director, this is the Junin trend you asked me to pay attention to." When he came this morning, Zhou Kai was worried about missing something, so he asked his secretary to collect all of Junan's current developments. Now let's get back to the task. Zhou Kai took the document, waved his hand to let the secretary come out, and then quickly looked through the document. Although he was criticized by the board of directors this morning, he has been a veteran of Preface for many years after all, and he has created so much benefit and value for Preface. Therefore, Suyin would not touch him easily. He called him to the meeting this morning just to give him a warning. After the knock, he is still the music director of the prologue. I still have the resources of the preface in my hands. So what he has to do now is to restore public opinion, reverse the reputation of the preface, and then restore the plummeting stock price. This is the only way to secure his position in the preface. Otherwise, Zhou Kai quickly scanned the information, and suddenly his eyes paused. He quickly swept his finger across a line, and saw that the line of words read, "Dang Lily's Bubble will be on the Chinese music chart at 8 o'clock this morning." Zhou Kai quickly opened the Chinese music charts. This morning, all the participating songs from last night were already online on the Chinese music charts, including Chen Yan's songs. Because of Chen Yan's fan base, the song reached the top 20 as soon as it was released on the charts and is rapidly moving towards the top 10. Dang Lily's Bubble is currently hovering around 50th place. Seeing this, Zhou Kai's eyes suddenly flashed with ruthlessness. It was wishful thinking for Junin to turn the tables. He would never let Junin succeed. In that case, let's start with the list. He still controls the resources of the prologue and can continue to operate it. And with Chen Yan's fan base, it is not difficult to defeat Dang Lily on the list. No matter how Junan's reputation has changed, as long as Chen Yan's songs can firmly suppress Dang Lily, then Suyin will not lose. The list is enough to prove that Chen Yan's songs are indeed better than Dang Lily's. As long as we lose to Preface twice in a row, nothing Junin says will be of any use. At most, we can only say that there is a problem with Wang Siji's comments. At that time, the worst that can happen is that we just give up on Wang Siji, and the Preface can completely escape from public opinion. All problems will be solved by themselves. Thinking of this, a light suddenly flashed in Zhou Kai's eyes. Glancing at Wang Siji, who was panicking beside him, Zhou Kai quickly made arrangements. In the hotel, Shen Jun was eating breakfast while video chatting with Qin Man and an An. During this time, he came to Jiangnan TV, so Anan had to entrust the work to Qin Man and teacher Shen again. Fortunately, Anan has now gotten used to staying at Qin Man's house. At this time, Qin Man and Anan were also eating breakfast. Anan's big eyes were still a little confused and he was yawning. Seeing this, Shen Jun asked, "Anan, what time did you go to bed last night?" Hearing Shen Jun's words, Anan blinked her eyes and paused. Before she could speak, Shen Jun continued, "Your Aunt Mainian has already told me, so tell me the truth." Hearing Shen Jun's words, Anan's eyes instantly widened to the size of grapes, and then she looked at Qin Man, her face full of disbelief and panic. "Sister Manman, how could you tell tales? We agreed on that." Anan pouted and said with a somewhat anxious and flustered look. Qin Man saw Anan's appearance and glared at Shen Jun in the video. Then he touched Anan's little head and said helplessly, "Little fool, your dad is scaring you." After saying that, he patted Anan a few times, and after comforting Anan, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Shen Jun with a sharp look. "Don't play this kind of joke with Anan, or Anan won't believe me." Shen Jun laughed helplessly. Okay. Afterwards, he coaxed the two of them, one big and one small, with various assurances. When Anan had eaten and drunk enough and went to change clothes, Qin Man picked up his phone and said with a much more serious expression, "Prologue will not let this go. Have you seen the Chinese music hot songs chart? I heard rumors this morning that Preface is preparing to hit the charts. Many companies in the industry are prepared to avoid it and dare not confront the Preface. I'm afraid this time it's also aimed at you." Hearing Qin Man's words, a hint of coldness flashed across Shen Jun's eyes, and he curled his lips and said, "Waiting for him to come." He has been following the developments of the Preface, so he is naturally aware of the situation on the Chinese music hot songs chart this morning. All the songs from last night's Who is the Singer are on the list. The rest of the people were lingering at the end, only Chen Yan's song started to soar since morning. The momentum is unparalleled. Obviously it is aiming for the #1 spot on the hot song list. The purpose of Suyin hitting the charts during such a precarious time is very clear, and that is to target him. Qin Man nodded. "Handle it carefully. Feel free to contact me if you need any help. Sorry to bother Sister Qin." After a few simple words, the two hung up the phone. Shen Jun quickly finished his breakfast. Just as he finished his meal, Wei Zheng knocked on the door and entered the room in a hurry. As soon as he came in, he said, "Preface has started to hit the charts, and Chen Yan's new song has already made it into the top 10 of the hot song list. This is coming for us." Wei Zheng finally breathed a sigh of relief after today's reversal of public opinion, but he also expected that the Preface would not give up the struggle so easily, so he started paying attention to the Preface situation when he woke up in the morning. Sure enough, something strange was discovered. Looking at the tone of the Preface, Wei Zheng understood instantly. Preface is prepared to let the work speak for itself. Now the direction of Preface's reputation has almost been nailed down by Shen Jun, and now the contradictions are intensifying. If you confront netizens at this time, it will obviously be more trouble than gain. So the Preface is to prepare to find another way and sneak into Chenkang. Save the country in a roundabout way. If the quality of Chen Yan's works is really good, then there is no such thing as suppressing newcomers. So when he saw this situation, Wei Zheng immediately came to find Shen Jun. Through Shen Jun's series of actions last night, Shen Jun is now the mainstay in Wei Zheng's eyes. He is no longer the hands-off boss he used to be. Wei Zheng even thought last night that Boss Shen is a really good guy. Although he seems unreliable at ordinary times, he is really capable when something goes wrong, and it can really be solved. What happened last night seemed very simple, but only an old veteran like Wei Zheng who has been in the industry for more than 10 years would understand it. How difficult was last night? Facing an industry giant like Preface, and especially in an inherently unfavorable situation, turning the tide against the odds is something that ordinary people simply cannot do. Even the veteran Wei Zheng couldn't do it. Otherwise he wouldn't be forced to leave. However, Shen Jun turned the tables with just a few words and a series of moves, as easy as drinking water. Hit the Preface's weak spot hard. This vision, this sense of proportion, this brain. Wei Zheng had hardly ever seen someone as extraordinary as Shen Jun. Not only was he extremely talented, he also knew every twist and turn in the business world so well. Does this leave any chance for others to survive? So starting from last night, Wei Zheng's attitude towards Mr. Shen has upgraded to admiration. If something goes wrong, you can always find Mr. Shen. So he came. Really? As soon as Wei Zheng finished speaking, he heard Shen Jun sneer. Then stop him. After hearing what Mr. Shen said, Wei Zheng hesitated and said, but the preface obviously spent a lot of money, and the promotion and publicity were done to the extreme, and with Chen Yan's personal traffic, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with. Wei Zheng had worked in the preface industry for more than 10 years and was very familiar with its strength and operation. Preface, if they want to rush to the top of the list, there is almost no company in the industry that can stop them. Only 1988 and Dawn, which are also among the top 3, have the strength to do so. This is the strength and fame of the 3 giants in the industry. Just look at how fast Chen Yan is rising on the list now. Zhao Wanyi once thought it would be difficult to top the list no matter how hard she tried. For the prologue, it's a no-brainer. However, Shen Jun curled the corners of his mouth, without any worry on his face. Compared to the preface, Junan's studio does not have many resources now. Even with the addition of Hanshi, it is not enough. But now that public opinion has exploded, traffic is the biggest resource. What we need to do now is to transform public opinion into a boost to the rankings. Marketing. In this regard, Shen Jun had played it all out in his previous life. That morning, amidst the heated public opinion, a piece of news from the preface first ignited public opinion across the entire network, causing the already heated public opinion to boil again. The news in the preface only said one thing, which was congratulations to Chen Yan for her new song entering the top 10 of the Chinese Music Hot Songs chart. In an instant, the entire network's attention was drawn to the Chinese Music Hot Song chart. After a night of excitement, people finally realized that all the songs from last night's Who is the Singer were listed on the Chinese Music Hot Songs chart. Chen Yan's new song is far ahead of other singers and has already reached the top 10 of the Hot Song list. Different rankings on the Hot Song list correspond to different potentials. The top 10 on the Hot Song list is enough to show that Chen Yan's song is a good pop music, has the potential of fire. The songs of other singers are still hovering between 40 to 60, and Chen Yan is far behind. This also includes Dang Lily's song Bubble. Although Bubble has also been improving along with the video released by Shen Jun before, the speed of improvement is far slower than that of Chen Yan. And just after the preface released the congratulatory message, just when the public opinion on the entire network turned its attention to the Chinese Music Hot Song chart, suddenly, countless comments and press releases comparing Chen Yan's songs and Dang Lily's songs flooded the internet. The dominance of top singers, first on stage, first on hit songs. Chen Yan's new song is undoubtedly the best. Divine song hits. Chen Yan's new song enters the top 10 hot songs in less than 24 hours. The initial press releases were relatively restrained, but as more and more press releases appeared, the titles and contents of many of them became increasingly sharp and direct. Capital suppresses talent? Who is the talent? Talented singer at a glance? The answer will be revealed on the Hot Songs chart. It's not the crying child who gets the milk, the audience has a sharp eye. It was a huge hit, the whole internet was raving about it, but it only reached number 40 on the Hot Songs chart. Is this talent? It is clear at a glance that these sharp press releases are naturally referring to Dang Lily and Chen Yan. After all, the fact that their capital has suppressed their talents is still high on the hot search list. Originally, everyone's attention was attracted by the preface, especially now that public opinion was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes subconsciously turned to Chen Yan and Dang Lily. It's just that no one has thought of comparing the two yet. However, with the appearance of these press releases on the internet, especially these sharp ones, everyone's attention was directly focused on Chen Yan and Dang Lily. After all, I started comparing in my mind. Especially the implicit and implicit meaning of these press releases suggests that the audience is being deceived and real talents are being suppressed, with a conspiracy theory tone that has caused many netizens to start discussing it. The popularity exploded. Topics related to who is the real talent directly rushed to the hot search list, attracting countless people's attention. As the popularity of related topics exploded, the reputation of the preface, which was about to collapse on the entire internet, unexpectedly experienced a slight reversal. And just after these press releases, many artists from Preface Company began to speak out one after another. As a giant in the industry, the Preface Company has many artists under its umbrella, including several top-tier singers, and even more first-tier and second-tier singers. When these artists spoke out together, a huge wave of public opinion was formed instantly. The public opinion that capital suppressed talent, which was originally designed by Shen Jun, was directly shattered, and public opinion was reversed again. This time, netizens directed their criticism at Junan. After all, the results on the Chinese Music Hot Songs chart are now clear at a glance. You can tell at a glance whose songs are more popular. This result cannot be fake. One is in the top 10. One is at the end after 40. The contrast is obvious. Plus the support of countless well-known artists. So all netizens began to wonder who the real talent is. Countless netizens who felt they were deceived directly began to attack and slander Junan's studio and singer Dang Lily. For a while, public opinion on the internet was extremely chaotic. At the preface company, Joe Kai, who had been looking grim for the whole morning, finally breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the reversal of public opinion online, with the corners of his mouth raised high. After feeling frustrated for a whole morning, Joe Kai finally got his revenge. He felt so refreshed and proud that he even wanted to laugh out loud in the office. Wang Sij-hee, who had been sitting nervously for the whole morning, immediately stepped forward with a smile and said, "Boss Joe really has some tricks up his sleeve. I thought it was over, but I didn't expect Mr. Joe to solve it so quickly." As expected of Mr. Joe. "Mr. Joe, why don't you take advantage of this opportunity to kill Junin?" Joe Kai was in a good mood now. Wang Sij-hee's words made the smile on Joe Kai's face even deeper. After hearing this, Joe Kai's face showed a sinister smile, and he said directly in a stern voice, "They must die." As he said that, Joe Kai slammed the table hard. The incident at Junan caused Joe Kai a lot of trouble. Although the matter has been almost resolved now, the board of directors' impression of him has been very bad. I'm afraid it won't be his turn to get a promotion in the future. It can be said that what Junan did this time directly ruined his promotion prospects. It would be a miracle if Joe Kai could endure it. He was determined to take advantage of this opportunity to destroy Junan and force it to get out of this industry completely. Just when Joe Kai was feeling proud and vowed to kill Junin, several makeup imitation videos were quietly uploaded to the short video platform. Those who posted the videos are all big internet celebrities in the short video field. So not long after the videos were released, these makeup imitation videos gradually became popular. These makeup imitation videos imitate the stunning close-up of Dang Lily's last performance on the stage of Who is the Singer? Wearing a long dress with rhinestones, with her chin slightly raised, her delicate makeup was filled with infinite sadness, and a tear slowly fell from her eyes. The bright lights above make this teardrop shine as bright as a diamond. It adds infinite charm. The name of this imitation makeup is called Tears of Foam. As soon as a few makeup imitations were released online, they immediately received a lot of likes and comments because of their stunning makeup and visual impact. Many people were amazed. "It's so beautiful. What kind of makeup is this? I want to blow it up. Ah, that look, that expression. Sister, kill me. I feel a little sad for some reason. The feeling of brokenness is so strong, it's so sad to see. This makeup and background music make me want to cry for some reason." Moreover, the official short video website quickly launched a makeup imitation topic #FoamTears. More and more people saw this imitation makeup, and more well-known internet celebrities joined the ranks of imitation makeup, making the related topics directly on the short video hot search list. The number of views has reached 100 million. As the imitation makeup became popular, the stage video of the original owner of the imitation makeup, Dang Lily, also became popular again. Especially the last scene was edited by countless internet celebrities and bloggers and spread wildly on the internet. The number of likes for a single video has reached 1 million. There is also the song Bubble that follows the imitation makeup, which also became popular on the entire internet. Many people felt inexplicably sad and heartbroken when listening to the song. Many people are looking for the full version of this song on the internet. This also led to the rapid rise of Bubble on the Chinese music charts. At present, there are more than 100 million netizens who have heard this song online. Even if a little of this traffic is allocated to the music itself, it will be enough to push Bubble to rise quickly on the Chinese music hot song chart. So after the makeup imitation video went viral, the song Bubble jumped from the initial 40-odd places to the 20th place on the Chinese music hot songs chart. It seems that it is about to break into the top 20. And this is just the beginning. With the explosion of the makeup imitation video and the fermentation of the song, another topic soon became a hot search on the internet. The topic is called #BubbleSavedMe. The topic comes from a girl's oral narration. The girl in the video has tears in her eyes and tells her love story with a sad expression. This love story is just like Dang Lily's song, like a bubble, bursting in an instant. When love breaks down, girls fall into unspeakable sadness and pain, and even develop problems such as depression. In the end, they even consider death. However, just when the girl was stuck in an emotional quagmire and couldn't get out, Dang Lily's song Bubble is like a ray of light that instantly illuminates her world. Dang Lily's singing voice is full of emotion and power. It was like a sharp blade that directly pierced through the iron wall of her mind and allowed her to walk out of the quagmire. So Bubble saved her. Bubble made her understand love and gave her the strength to break out of her cocoon and become a butterfly, allowing her to be reborn. As soon as this video was released online, it sparked a lot of discussion. In addition, the topic #FoamTears imitation makeup is still high on the hot search list, so topics related to bubbles have their own traffic and quickly climbed to the top of the hot search list. Many netizens got to know the song Bubble through this video. In the comments section of the video, many netizens said that they could relate to it, saying that they had also been trapped in love, and this song helped them get out of it. And there are many such topics. There were even many netizens who followed the topic of this video and directly posted their feelings about the song. various heartwarming videos and emotional essays are all over the internet. All of a sudden, the popularity of the topic #BubbleSaveMe began to soar rapidly, and it was even about to surpass the popularity of the topic #BubbleTears. After all, imitating makeup is just a visual impact, and people will be amazed at most after seeing it, but #BubbleSaveMe involves the emotional aspect, especially the emotions described in the song Bubble. Many people can empathize with it. Coupled with the human curiosity, people will take a look at similar essays and videos, so the popularity of this topic is rising. It even became popular on the entire internet in the blink of an eye. Everyone who saw it was stunned and shocked. The ranking of Bubble on the Chinese music hot songs chart has also soared again. The public opinion influence brought about by the two hot topics directly caused the song Bubble to soar on the hot song chart at a rocket speed, from the initial 40 to the top 20, who became the first hot topic. Now that the two hot topics are trending all over the internet, the ranking of Bubble is rapidly approaching the top 10. Then, amidst everyone's stunned expressions and looks of shock, Bubble's ranking easily broke into the top 10. Everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. Especially those in the industry widened their eyes and gasped. The hottest event in the industry these days is the dispute between Suyuan and Junan. Not only people outside the industry are watching it with excitement, but people inside the industry are also watching it with excitement. Especially the rounds of reversals are really eye-catching. People were sometimes shocked by Shen Jun's talent, and sometimes by Su Yan's energy. Until today, Su Yan exerted his full strength and directly allowed Chen Yan to enter the hot song list, instantly reversing public opinion and even damaging Junan's reputation. At this point, everyone thought that the matter was settled, and no matter how capable Shen Jun was, he was powerless to save the situation. After all, at this point, the next competition is about resources and energy. Shen Jun is a lonely man, and there are only 3 people in Junan's studio. How can they be compared with the preface company that has stood for decades? If we compete on resources and energy, Junan will definitely lose. In this battle, Junan no longer sees any chance of winning. However, being able to force preface to this extent, people even heard that preface held a board meeting for this, and the stock price plummeted a lot. Junan is already quite good. However, just when everyone thought the dust had settled, Shen Jun gave everyone another big surprise. Not only did Shen Jun not surrender, but he launched a counterattack again under the full siege of the prologue, and what was even more unexpected was, Shen Jun actually counterattacked successfully. In this situation where he was bound to lose, Shen Jun actually still had a way out. Through several hot topics, it instantly became a hot search, and then the hot search traffic was fed back to the song, directly making the song Bubble popular. In the blink of an eye, it reached the top 10 of the hot song list. You know, in order to reverse public opinion, Suyan has now hired internet trolls and self-media to engage in crazy marketing, mainly focusing on the fact that Chen Yan's grades are better than Deng Lily's and that she is more talented. If Deng Lily really overtakes Chen Yan, then all the investment made by Suyan during this period will be wasted, and there is even the possibility of backlash from public opinion. This is definitely not what the preface wants to see. At this moment, all the people watching in the industry were shocked or sighing with emotion. They could never have imagined that Shen Jun could actually find a way to survive in a desperate situation. Even the prologue can be pushed to this level again. This person. It's really amazing. At this time in the preface company, the originally proud Zhou Kai now had a dark face. There were a pile of things on the floor of the office, all of which were smashed to the ground by Zhou Kai in anger. He could never have imagined that even at this point, Shen Jun still had a chance to turn the tables. How is this possible? In order to make Chen Yan's song reach the top 10 of the hot song chart, Zhou Kai put in a lot of effort and even mobilized a lot of company resources. For example, let all the artists in the company support and speak out. These are all important resources of the company. Zhou Kai mobilized these resources in order to completely destroy Junan. Normally, he has no authority to use them. This time he specifically applied for it. The effect of these resources is naturally good, and Chen Yan's ranking has risen instantly. But he never expected it. Junan actually caught up and even made it into the top 10 of the hot song list. There is only less than 4 places left from Chen Yan. When Zhou Kai saw this scene, he became furious and even a little panicked. What if Deng Lily's ranking really surpassed Chen Yan? Then all his efforts now are in vain. Not only will the previous public opinion backfire again, but it will also backfire even more severely. Moreover, if he fails to produce a good result after mobilizing so many resources of the company, then his future in the company will be over. Thinking of this, Zhou Kai was shocked and angry. Damn it! We must not let him come up. Continue to mobilize resources. We must suppress him. Chen Yan must take first place. Zhou Kai frantically mobilized the company's available resources and energy, and Chen Yan's ranking also rose steadily, from the initial 10th place to 5th place. Looks like pretty good results. But take a look at the list. Deng Lily's ranking is also rising, and unlike Chen Yan's steady rise, Dang Lily's ranking now jumps one place every few minutes, and her rising speed is still like riding a rocket. Dang Lily's ranking moves up almost every few minutes as it's refreshed. After Chen Yan reached the top 5, she was obviously powerless to continue. Even with the resources of the preface, she could not climb up. After all, the songs in the top 5, either they are hit songs or songs by other giants like 1988, they are not afraid of Chen Yan at all. So Chen Yan was directly blocked from the 5th place. I can't get over this hurdle no matter what. It would be nice if the top 5 could really stop all the songs. However, when Zhou Kai refreshed the list for the last time, the 5th place song instantly became Bubble, and Chen Yan's song had been squeezed to 7th place. And this is not over yet. For Chen Yan, it is difficult to squeeze into the top 5, but for Bubble, it is like entering an empty land. 4th, 3rd, 2nd, less than an hour. Bubble directly topped the hot song chart. At the moment of reaching the top, everyone in the industry was speechless. Zhou Kai from the preface company slumped down in his chair with a look of despair on his face. Later, some people said that the moment Bubble topped the Chinese music hot songs chart, it was the beginning of the peak of Junan Studio. The incident between Suyan and Junan lasted for several days and caused a lot of controversy. In the end, Suyan lost miserably, both in terms of reputation and ranking results. The final result ended with the company demoting Zhou Kai, blocking Wang Sijie, and publicly apologizing. However, after this incident, the reputation of Preface Company collapsed, its stock price plummeted, and the entire company even fell into considerable turmoil. If it weren't for his strong foundation, I'm afraid Junan Studio would have pulled him down from the top 3. Even if it managed to hold on in the end, Preface's current strength and reputation are far inferior to before, and it is even more incomparable to 1988 and Dawn, which are also among the top 3 companies. Moreover, there are many second-tier companies in the industry, such as Hanshi, which are eyeing the Preface with eager eyes. I want to use this opportunity to bring down the prologue. Even the entire industry was shaken by this incident. As for Junan Studio, this incident completely made Junan Studio famous, and made Junan Studio, which was initially ignored, become a rising star in the industry. Countless people are paying attention. Especially Shen Jun behind Junan Studio, has attracted countless people's attention. In this incident, Shen Jun not only showed his talent in music, but also displayed his amazing IQ, a brain that can crush the Preface Company. Everyone saw the cause and effect of this matter clearly, including the means used by the two sides during the confrontation, which were exposed by countless people. The more I understand, the more shocked I am by Shen Jun's methods. Being able to use public opinion to suppress the preface of one of the 3 major works without any resources or energy, the means used are truly admirable. Shen Jun also became famous in one battle. As for Dang Lily, there is no need to say more. When #BubbleTears became a hit on the internet, Dang Lily's road to the top had already begun. After Bubble firmly secured the top spot on the hot song chart, Dang Lily's fame is even not inferior to that of first-line singers. Many people even said that Dang Lily succeeded in getting to the top by stepping on Chen Yan, and all of Chen Yan's efforts, including her past glory, became a dowry for Dang Lily. Now, the only thing Dang Lily lacks from being a true first-line singer is her works. After all, Dang Lily only has one song now, Bubble. It is amazing that a song can reach this level. It is difficult to find a second one in the entire industry. So although Dang Lily is famous now, her foundation is still lacking. But it can be foreseen that as long as Dang Lily performs well in subsequent stages, then when the first episode of Who is the Singer ends, Dang Lily will definitely reach the first-class level. Becoming a top singer in the industry may not be a history, but he is definitely the youngest first-line singer in recent years. As for whether Dang Lily can perform well in the future, no one thinks there will be any problems. After all, Shen Jun is standing behind Dang Lily. Is this the song Li is going to sing next episode? In the hotel, Shen Jun handed the song he had already written to Wei Zhang and Dang Lily, and Wei Zhang asked curiously. Shen Jun nodded. Dang Lily picked up the song and read out the title softly. Reciprocal? The next episode of Who is the Singer will start in a week, so after the Jiangnan incident was over, Wei Zhang took Dang Lily back to Shanghai first. Dang Lily is very popular now, and there is some business to negotiate. So Shen Jun was the only one left in Jiangnan City. Oh, and there is also Lin Jia. Lin Jia's dating variety show is about to start recording, which will also be a live broadcast. Shen Jun came to Jiangnan this time mainly to record Lin Jia's dating variety show. As for Dang Lily's matter, it was resolved easily. Lin Jia has been in a good mood recently because the station's Who's the Singer has been a huge success, and its popularity is catching up with Dragon TV's Top Singer. It even ranked first in ratings in the same time period. You should know that Who is the Singer is broadcast at 7 o'clock on Saturday night, which is the time when the flagship programs of various broadcasters are broadcast. Prime time. Who is the Singer was able to take first place in the primetime ratings, which can be said to have directly broken the record of Jiangnan satellite TV since its establishment. Moreover, this program gave the leaders of Jiangnan TV great hope, the hope of joining the first echelon of satellite TV. CCTV is a non-competitive TV station. The first tier of satellite TV stations is firmly controlled by Dragon TV and Shonen TV, and other stations can only look up to them. There is no chance to rush forward at all. Jiangnan TV has good resources and money. The leaders who took office in recent years are eager to make some achievements, and reforms have already been implemented in the station. The purpose is naturally to impact the first echelon. There was little success in the past few years, but now the popularity of Who is the Singer has given everyone in the station hope. This is the closest they are to the first echelon. Therefore, the station leaders want to take advantage of this opportunity and popularity to let Jiangnan TV strive to break into the first echelon position. To this end, the station has increased investment and budget for many programs. Many potential programs have benefited from this and have been advanced in schedule. For example, Lin Jia's love variety show Falling in Love has also been upgraded from the initial S level to the SS level, which is second only to the highest level. It is considered as the key project of the station in the later period. Originally, there was no plan for Falling in Love to be advanced this time. After all, this was the first dating variety show in China and the prospects were unclear. During the internal review, most people feel they will lose money. Not optimistic. But who made Lin Jia have the ability to sign Shen Jun, and there is also a popular young actress who is going to participate. Who doesn't know Shen Jun now? Shen Jun's popularity is almost top tier, not to mention Zhang Ruanan. The popularity of these two people combined is equal to the total popularity of other programs. The leaders of the station took a look. Wow! With this guest configuration, it would be unreasonable not to advance the schedule. After all, none of the shows Shen Jun participated in have failed, and Shen Jun himself is a hot topic. Even if this dating show doesn't become a hit, it should be able to cover the bottom line. So the leaders of the station took a gamble. The release date of The Fault in Our Stars was moved up, and the investment and budget approval were increased. At this moment, Lin Jia's wallet was completely bulging. With money in his pocket, Lin Jia was naturally not satisfied with the previous guest configuration. A good horse deserves a good saddle, and Jun Ji deserves the top star. This is the correct way to open this dating show. Lin Jia was not worried at all about whether the top star would steal Shen Jun's limelight after his arrival, but was worried about whether the top star could withstand Shen Jun's talent. Supporting actors also need to be capable. Therefore, Lin Jia, who was rich and powerful, relied on his financial offensive and the support of Jiangnan TV to directly attract several suitable candidates, directly raise all the configurations of the show Falling in Love to the highest level. Now the show is ready. All that's left is the broadcast. 6 days have passed since Who is the Singer? On Friday night of the second week of August, Jiangnan TV's latest love variety show Falling in Love will be launched online. As the variety show second only to Who's the Singer on Jiangnan TV, the launch of Falling in Love was naturally coordinated with the entire network's publicity and promotion. And it's the first dating variety show in China. The Fault in Our Stars has attracted a lot of attention before it was even released, and even triggered a small wave of public discussion. People are a little curious about this novel variety show. After all, we have seen people singing, dancing, being funny, and even taking care of children, but falling in love on the show is unheard of. Not to mention that the people they are dating are all popular stars. You have to know that for celebrities, falling in love is almost a taboo topic, and no celebrity dares to get involved easily. At the very least, it will cause powder loss. In serious cases, your reputation will be ruined. Therefore, when the three keywords of celebrities, programs, and dating are combined together, they naturally bring traffic, and the program has become a hot search as soon as it starts to be promoted. Now that the program has officially started, the topic has become extremely popular. The show has just begun, and countless viewers have already flocked into the live broadcast room. At this moment, the expressions of many netizens are like Granny Lou entering the Grand View Garden. Where are the people? Where are the people? Where are they? It's unheard of for a popular star to be in a relationship. It's fake. I guess it must be a script, just like the hype of CP. I'm a little curious about how the show will develop. This is my first time seeing a dating variety show, and I'm really looking forward to it. I want to see if celebrities' love lives are the same as ours. By the way, does anyone know who will be participating in the show? The program comments gradually began to discuss the participating guests, because Lin Jia wanted to maintain the mystery of the program, and it was also another form of publicity. So from the beginning of the program promotion until now, no contestant has been announced. So the audience has no idea who is participating. I just noticed that during this period, there were often smoke bombs on the internet revealing the participation of certain celebrities, and these smoke bombs piqued the audience's emotions. So when the show started, many people couldn't wait to see if their favorite actors would participate. Soon, the show began with a very romantic opening. It was obvious that it was a dating show because the entire program frame was filled with pink bubbles. When the show started, Lin Jia appeared in front of the camera and briefly explained the rules and settings of the show to everyone. As soon as Lin Jia appeared, the number of comments suddenly increased a lot. Many viewers have watched the original Where Are We Going, Dad? So they are relatively familiar with Lin Jia. Many people watch Falling in Love just for Lin Jia. Everyone knows the quality of Where Are We Going, Dad? If it weren't for the incident with Hunan Provincial TV station, Where Are We Going, Dad? Would probably be the first phenomenal program of the year. The status is unquestionable. Even though it has stopped, there are still many people watching and discussing the show online. Some even say that Lin Jia's Where Are We Going, Dad? Has ushered in a new era of variety shows and kicked off an era of phenomenal hit variety shows. No matter how popular Top Singer is, people cannot ignore the original Where Are We Going, Dad? Lin Jia, who created the show Where Are We Going, Dad? Is naturally known and liked by more people. Many people came here just for Lin Jia. Heartbeat is Lin Jia's first show after his departure. A month has passed. Moreover, at a time when phenomenal variety shows are born and major TV stations are competing for the spotlight, this is Lin Jia's work after a month of dormancy. Can it bring people a brilliant result? Can you break out of the siege? This is what the audience is most curious about. Therefore, director Lin Jia himself is a hot topic and has attracted many audiences. Just after Lin Jia quickly introduced the program rules and settings, the program officially began soon. The first to appear was the male guest participating in the program. Lin Jia invited a total of 4 male guests and 4 female guests to this show. These 8 guests will be paired up in pairs in the later stage to form 4 CPS. The first to appear are the 4 male guests. The recording location of this program is Jiangnan International Convention and Exhibition Center. The entrance of the Convention and Exhibition Center is decorated with a romantic red carpet and heart-shaped decorations. As the music for the guests' appearance started, a car drove up first, then parked the car and opened the door, all in one go. A long leg stepped out of the car. In order to maintain the mystery of the guests, Lin Jia specially arranged for all the photography teachers to start shooting from the lower body and back, so the audience can only see a pair of straight and long legs at this time. Lin Jia's arrangement can be said to have piqued the audience's curiosity. With the appearance of this long leg, the program barrage began to speculate wildly. Who is this? With such long legs, this must be an actor, right? I think it's Lu Kaiming. Isn't he recognized as having long legs in the industry? Maybe there are quite a few good singers too. The design of these shoes is very eye-catching and must be haute couture. This must be an actress. The brand of this shoe, isn't it Shuechun? Then, amid the discussion and curiosity of countless viewers, the camera gradually moved up, and soon the upper body appeared in the camera. Then, a handsome face appeared that met the standards of today's young and handsome guys. The moment this face appeared, the comments section of the program was boiling. It's Joe Subai. Subai. It's Joe Subai. Oh my god. The show actually invited Joe Subai. By Suxing, assemble. Subai, we love you. Isn't Joe Subai filming a drama? Why is he participating in a variety show? That's great, we can see Subai open for business again, and it's our turn to talk about the licking love. Amid the crazy shouting in the barrage, Joe Subai's name also appeared on the program screen at this time, and a very cool comic card introduction appeared. Joe Subai, the popular young idol, popular actor with high traffic. 3 years after his debut, he has starred in 3 phenomenal Ancient Idol TV series. The number of followers on social media accounts is nearly 70 million. He is definitely one of the most popular stars at the moment. Just look at the craziness of the barrage nowadays. The barrage is so dense that it can't be stopped at all. Especially when Joe Subai smiled at the camera, the entire comment section exploded and countless people screamed. It wasn't until Joe Subai entered the waiting area that the barrage of comments calmed down a little. But the audience is still very excited, on the one hand because of Joe Subai's participation, and on the other hand they are now full of curiosity about the subsequent guests of the show. Although they guessed that Lin Jia's first show after his comeback would definitely not be simple, they did not expect that Lin Jia and Jiangnan TV would be so generous. The guests were the top stars invited directly. The first one is Joe Subai, so who are the following guests? And if the male guests are all of this level, then the female guests must not be any worse, right? At this point, countless people became curious about the show. The show's ratings began to grow rapidly after Joe Subai appeared. Why do many programs now like to invite top stars? Although it costs a lot of money, the effect is very direct and the ratings are at least guaranteed. Moreover, top stars are generally pleasing to the eye in everything they do. Especially for dating variety shows, if you don't choose handsome men and beautiful women, what will the audience watch? What's so interesting about ordinary people falling in love? But Lin Jie is still not satisfied with the current ratings, because his goal is to reach the ratings of Where Are We Going, Dad? And defeat the Hunan satellite TV program. So when the program staff were a little happy, Lin Jie's expression remained very calm and he said calmly, "Let the next guest come on stage." Soon, the second male guest appeared. It is also full of mystery, and the male guest's outfit is not as formal as Joe Subai's. Instead, it looks trendy and has a strong personal aesthetic. This is definitely not an actor. She must be a singer, and there must be only one person with such a bold and trendy style of dressing. Is it Zhang Shen? No way, it can't be Zhang Shen. Fuck, did the production team even invite Zhang Shen over? Then, to everyone's curiosity, the guest's true face appeared in the camera. He was still a very handsome boy, but this boy's handsomeness looked more ruffian. A pair of drooping eyes makes him look even more sharp. His hair color is just like his clothing style, full of personal characteristics. But this strong color does not make this person look rustic, but very trendy. Oh shit, it's really Zhang Shen. Wow, even Zhang Shen is here. What a grand show. Come to think of it, at this age in the music world, the only people who can sit with Joe Subai are Zhang Shen and a few others. Love it, love it. I really like Zhang Shen's uninhibited style. I just watched their band's concert a while ago and I loved it. The key is there a female guest who can suppress Zhang Shen? Zhang Shen, what are women? Women only slow down my piano playing. At this time, Zhang Shen's comic card and introduction also appeared on the program screen. Zhang Shen, lead singer of Deep Sea Band, well-known pop music singer. The song has won the Gold Award, Chinese Pop Music Award and more. A powerful singer. If we look at the current pop music scene, then Deep Sea Band and its lead singer Zhang Shen are definitely one that cannot be avoided. After 5 years of debut, he became a dark horse and won the first place on the Hot Song chart right after his debut. Afterwards, he topped the Hot Songs chart for 6 consecutive months at his peak, making him a representative example of someone who reached the peak as soon as he debuted. Today, the Deep Sea Band has become one of the top bands in the country. As for Zhang Shen, because of his strong personal style, he has attracted countless loyal fans. It can be said that Zhang Shen's traffic is not inferior to Joe Subai at all. This made the audience watching the show even more excited. They never expected the show to be so grand. These are just 2 guests. It has already made countless audiences feel like they have been injected with chicken blood. There are 6 more guests coming up. This, Jiangnan TV is so generous. Lin Jie's first show after his comeback must be promoted. Oh my god, I'm so excited for the show now. I wonder who will be next. It's just like opening a blind box, and all the prizes are king bombs. Amidst the exclamations and shock of countless people, the third guest's car had already arrived at the entrance of Jiangnan International Convention and Exhibition Center. The same long legs stepped on the red carpet. The program's barrage of comments started to guess wildly, and then while everyone was guessing, a face that looked a little cold appeared in the camera. Xia Yao. The production team actually invited him. Oh my god, this guy doesn't participate in variety shows, why is he here? Maybe I'm old enough that if I don't fall in love, no one will want me anymore. Are you guys up there trying to make fun of me? Xia Yao doesn't have to worry about having a girlfriend even though he's 40. Do you know the value of being a dominant figure in the entertainment industry? So cool. It's a model face. There's Joe Subai, Zhang Shen, and Xia Yao. What should I do if I suddenly want to participate in the show? Director Lin, please take a look at me. Can I join in too? I'm dreaming upstairs. Xia Yao's anime profile and introduction appeared on the program screen. Xia Yao, young actor, Mr. 3 billion box office, participate in many classic films. If Joe Subai is the top traffic star, then Xia Yao is the same, except that one focuses on TV dramas and the other focuses on movies. Moreover, Xia Yao has been in the industry longer and is a little older, now he is 30 years old. However, with his domineering face, he is still loved by countless fans, and it can be said that he is popular among people of all ages. The number of fans is not inferior to Joe Subai, even more loyal than Joe Subai's fans. The movies he has participated in have even set an amazing record of breaking domestic pre-sale box office records. That's why Xia Yao's appearance triggered such a heated discussion. He is really too popular. And there is Joe Subai, Zhang Shen, and Xia Yao. All 3 of them are top stars in their respective industries, and they are all very handsome. Now they are all gathered in one show. How could the audience not go crazy? How not to be ecstatic? Some people even exclaimed in amazement at the various national treasures and even called their friends to watch the show. Now, this show is simply a visual feast. The show's ratings soared to the peak after Xia Yao appeared on the stage. It has even reached the top tier of ratings for Friday's concurrent programs, with ratings second only to a veteran program on Hunan Satellite TV and a program on Dragon TV. Terribly strong. Some staff members in the program group kept exclaiming, "Director, the ratings are up again. Reaching the top. We are now lagging behind Hunan Satellite TV and Dragon TV. It has already reached the top ratings tier." The show's ratings have even attracted the attention of the station's leaders. Looking at the current situation of falling in love, it might become the second Who's the Singer. This also excited the leaders of the station. If the station really releases 2 programs that are in the top ratings tier, then it will be just a matter of time before Jiangnan TV joins the top tier of satellite TV stations. So the leaders of the station directly increased the publicity and promotion budget of The Fault in Our Stars. Lin Jie remained calm about all this. It was within his expectations that the program could achieve this result, and Lin Jie knew very well that this result was definitely not the upper limit of the program, because Brother June hasn't appeared yet. When Shen Jun appears, especially when the subsequent program segments especially designed and arranged begin, the ratings of the program will definitely explode again. By then, he will definitely push Shen Jun to the altar. At the same time, he will also bring down Hunan Satellite TV. At this boiling moment, Xia Yao had already walked into the waiting area. Zhou Subai and Zhang Shen had already taken their seats. When the 3 of them met, there was a hint of surprise in their eyes. Obviously, none of them expected the other party to come, but the surprise was only for a moment. The 3 of them nodded as a greeting, and then Xia Yao sat down. All 3 of them remained silent, waiting for the 4th person to arrive. Outside the exhibition center, the car carrying the 4th guest slowly stopped in front of the red carpet. The camera was aimed at the car door, and it was opened. The show's viewers are all guessing who the final guest will be. Now looking at the situation of the first 3 guests, the program obviously plans to use an all-star lineup, and they are all top stars, so everyone is full of curiosity about the 4th person. Who are the other top single celebrities under the age of 30 in the entertainment industry? Zhang Sui-ai? The internet is down upstairs, right? Zhang Sui-ai's kids are already in elementary school. Could it be Lu Ming? Lu Ming is also quite handsome, and his traffic is very popular nowadays. Lu Ming isn't the top star, he's still a bit behind the other 3. Speaking of which, are there any other top single stars in the entertainment industry who can be compared to these 3? Right? Maybe it's Fu Yun. Fu Yun is already in her 30s, she shouldn't be participating in this kind of show. Who on earth is it? Get off the bus, get off the bus. While everyone was arguing, the 4th guest in the car had already opened the door and got out. The camera also scanned from the lower body, and a pair of long legs directly caught everyone's eyes. What long legs? Damn, these legs are so long, they look longer than Zhou Subai's legs. This guest is definitely not short. Who are the tallest celebrities in the industry? Just when everyone was guessing, the camera cut to the guest's upper body, without showing his face, only revealing his figure that looked very good even in clothes. The whole person is very straight, just like a green pine tree, and the shoulders are very broad. It must be so comfortable to lie in this embrace. With this figure, it's definitely all muscle when he takes off his clothes. Love it, this figure is simply invincible, especially the proportions, just like a model. At this time, the 4th guest's entire body except for his face has been exposed, and his body proportions made many viewers drool. Who is this? Fans, come and claim your idol. Oh my god, with this figure and proportions, who is this top star in the industry? By the way, is no one paying attention to the guest's clothes? Someone suddenly said in the barrage, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. Everyone came back to their senses from the guest's figure and said in some surprise, "You're here in casual clothes? And the color is a bit plain. Is it so plain? Compared to the 3 guys in front, this guy looks like he's here for a tourist. This is what I wear for my after-dinner walk. Don't mention it, it looks neat and tidy, and quite handsome. Try wearing it on someone else upstairs. That's absolutely the most rustic thing you can do. By the way." Someone suddenly paused. Casual wear, model proportions, tall, and it's Lin Jie's show. Don't you think it's a little familiar? One commenter said hesitantly. As soon as the commentator finished speaking, someone in the audience suddenly thought of something and exclaimed in the commentator's comments, "Oh shit, could the 4th guest be?" Someone has already typed out in the barrage, "Jun Shen? No way. This can't be possible." But the person who likes to wear casual clothes the most in the circle is Shen Jun, right? There is no one else besides him, right? And with this figure, Shen Jun has a model figure. When Dad was first released, some people thought Shen Jun was a model. The comments were filled with shock. After all, no one had ever thought that Shen Jun would participate in this program. After all, Shen Jun. Before everyone could finish their thoughts, the camera of the program had already cut to a medium shot, and the face of the 4th guest finally appeared in front of the public. It's really Mr. Shen. It's really him. But think about it, Lin Jie and Shen Jun have such a good relationship. How could Lin Jie's show not be called Shen Jun? The guest who appeared in the camera was none other than Shen Jun. At this moment, Shen Jun had a smile on his face and simply waved at the camera. There was an immediate exclamation in the barrage. Mr. Shen is handsome again. Ah, Mr. Shen is finally out for business. This face is simply amazing. Isn't it that only Mr. Shen's face can compare to Xia Yao's? Shen Jun was already walking quickly towards the exhibition center, while the program comments were still full of discussions. Someone said thoughtfully, "In terms of looks and popularity, only Mr. Shen can be compared with the three of them." However, this was not the topic of everyone's debate. After the excitement and astonishment, someone hesitantly asked, "Isn't Mr. Shen already married?" Yeah, being married and still participating in a dating show, this is the focus of many people's attention in the show. After all, everyone is clear about Shen Jun's situation. They know that Shen Jun has been married and has a daughter. Falling in Love is a dating variety show. Although Shen Jun is of a suitable age, his personal situation is not suitable for this show, right? So many people are confused or even resistant. However, as soon as someone raised doubts, someone else directly refuted. "We're already divorced, okay? Yeah, so I can't come and participate if I'm married? Mr. Shen is single now. Doesn't it mean you can participate in this show even if you're single? What? Discrimination against divorced people? Besides, Mr. Shen's qualifications are good looks and traffic, and he's not inferior to the first three guests at all. Why can't he participate?" Most of the people who spoke first were fans of Shen Jun. Now the number of fans of Shen Jun's personal account has reached nearly 60 million. The number of fans is amazing, and there are countless die-hard fans among them. Many of them were just watching the show, and they didn't expect that Shen Jun also participated in the show. It was a big surprise. After all, Shen Jun has been out of work, so they can't chase after him even if they want to. However, just when they were happy, they saw someone questioning Shen Jun, and many fans hope that Shen Jun can find new happiness. So as a fan of Shen Jun, how could I bear it? I immediately started to explain and refute on Shen Jun's behalf. However, apart from fans, most of the audience watching the show are passers-by, so many people are still resistant to letting Shen Jun's fans refute, and many people really think it is inappropriate. At the same time, because Shen Jun's fans' explanations and rebuttals were too passionate, they immediately aroused the disgust of many people, and some even got angry and started to criticize directly. "You shouldn't be on this kind of show if you're married. Dating variety show, Shen Jun's wedding is already over, why is he still joining in the fun? You're an old bacon, and you're trying to pretend to be young and fresh. You're so shameless. Yeah, why not just find some single celebrities? Why do you have to find someone like this who's divorced? Is it funny that this kind of person comes on the show?" Although Lin Jia and Shen Jun have a good relationship, it's too disgusting to force him to praise her like this. "I won't watch it anymore, it's a rubbish show. Goodbye." People have this rebellious mentality. The more fans refute, the harsher the passers-by curse. Moreover, there are many fans of other stars or black fans of Shen Jun mixed in, constantly stirring up trouble in the live broadcast room. As a result, after Shen Jun appeared, the ratings of the show actually dropped. Everyone in the program crew can intuitively see the program ratings, especially after Shen Jun appeared, the ratings directly fell from the end of the arc. Very obvious. The show's ratings had already reached its peak when Xia Yao appeared, and were even just a little short of Dragon TV's ratings. Originally, everyone thought that by the time the fourth guest arrived, they would be able to surpass Dragon TV and challenge the status of Shonen TV. Unexpectedly, the finishing touch got stuck, and it started to decline. This made many program staff subconsciously look at Lin Jia. After all, everyone in the program crew knew that Shen Jun was the guest directly confirmed by Lin Jia, and also the guest invited by Lin Jia himself. At first, some employees also said that Shen Jun was not suitable for the program, but Lin Jia denied it at a glance. As a result, this situation has occurred now. As a result, Lin Jia still looked calm, without any sign of impatience. It's as if the data in front of me doesn't exist, because Lin Jia had been mentally prepared. After all, Shen Jun's situation was different from that of other guests. Even though Shen Jun was not yet 30 years old, he was still not as old as Xia Yao. However, Shen Jun has had marriage experience after all, so participating in a dating variety show will inevitably cause some public opinion turmoil. All of this was within Lin Jia's expectations. He had been in this industry for so many years, it was impossible that he could not have anticipated these situations. And these are not problems, because once the program officially begins and Jun Ge starts to show his abilities, all doubts will be silenced. Don't rush, take your time. So when he noticed the looks from the staff around him, Lin Jia remained calm and simply said, "Keep an eye on the camera. Have the female guests prepare to appear on stage." The staff of the program team agreed one after another and then started to get busy with the work at hand. On the other hand, Shen Jun was not clear about the situation on the internet, but he could guess a little. He even told Lin Jia about it after coming to Jiangnan. Let him prepare for the next step. After all, there are too many topics about him, which can easily cause public opinion storms. He himself didn't care about the public opinion. Since he had decided to help Lin Jia, Shen Jun would not back down halfway. I'm just worried about affecting Lin Jiahe's program. After getting off the car, Shen Jun did not stay for long and walked directly into the International Convention and Exhibition Center. The layout of the Convention and Exhibition Center was very romantic at this time. There is pink everywhere. Shen Jun walked along the red carpet into the waiting area and saw 3 guests who had arrived earlier than him. Shen Jun took a quick look and didn't recognize any of them. He has been busy taking care of Anan in recent years and has not paid much attention to the entertainment industry. At most, he knows a little about the music industry, and the 3 people in front of him have all become famous in recent years. Shen Jun naturally didn't know any of them. He simply nodded politely and sat in the last remaining seat. Although Shen Jun didn't know the 3 people in front of him, the 3 people in front of him all knew Shen Jun. After all, Shen Jun had been very popular in the past 2 months. Especially the conflict between Zhou Junan and the preface caused a lot of controversy. Shen Jun is already a celebrity in the entertainment industry. Seeing Shen Jun come in, the 3 of them had different expressions. Zhou Subai frowned slightly, crossed his arms, and looked at Shen Jun, who was sitting down with a scrutinizing look. Xiaoyao still had a cold expression, without any major fluctuations. On the other hand, Zhang Shen, who was a bit of a scoundrel, raised his eyebrows slightly after seeing Shen Jun, with a hint of curiosity in his eyes, and tilted his head and said, "Hello, I'm Zhang Shen." Shen Jun was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect someone to greet him. He replied politely, "Hello, I'm Mr. Shen." Zhang Shen smiled. "No. Great job on the prologue." As he said that, Zhang Shen gave Shen Jun a thumbs up. Shen Jun raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Zhang Shen in surprise. On the one hand, he was surprised at how good this guy was at socializing, and on the other hand, he was surprised. Can I talk about the preface in public? He wasn't surprised that Zhang Shen knew about this, but this guy. The cameras are on in the waiting area now, and everyone has a microphone, so Zhang Shen's words have been broadcast directly. I'm afraid this will cause a lot of public opinion. Is this guy just straightforward by nature, or is he deliberately setting a trap for him? There are all kinds of people in this industry, so it's hard to judge directly. If this guy is really that straightforward, then you can get to know him. If you dig a hole for him. Shen Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of thought flashing in his eyes. At this time, there was indeed a discussion on the internet. Originally, everyone was still arguing about Shen Jun's participation in the show, and then they heard the conversation between Zhang Shen and Shen Jun. Although there are only a few words, they are very informative. It instantly attracted everyone's gossip and calmed down the debate a lot. What did Zhang Shen mean? About the prologue, what's that? I feel like I've caught some gossip. Can any big shot tell me about it? Looking at the look in Zhou Subai's eyes, this matter is definitely not simple. Is there any big boss who can tell me about it? Although the incident between Junan and Suyuan caused a lot of controversy, the impact was ultimately limited to the industry, so netizens outside the industry were not very clear about it. But netizens are not short of people with great powers, so someone soon found out the whole story and then briefly told it online. The fact that Shen Jun single-handedly overturned the preface instantly became a hot topic on the internet. Countless people were stunned. It's even a little unbelievable. After all, the gap between the 2 sides was too big. Unexpectedly, Shen Jun was able to defeat Su Yan and even make Su Yan apologize. No wonder Zhang Shen said that. If it were them, they would also be very impressed. After this interruption, the audience's resistance to Shen Jun was reduced a little, and there were fewer arguments in the program. Soon, it was the female guest's turn to appear. The appearance of the male guest has piqued everyone's curiosity. Now when it is the female guest's turn to appear, the ratings of the show have skyrocketed again. Even viewers who don't like watching variety shows paused for a moment, wanting to take a look at the female guest who appeared. The male guests are of this level, so the female guest shouldn't be too bad, right? Soon, the first female guest appeared. A young and beautiful figure briskly got out of the car and smiled brightly at the camera, instantly causing everyone on the show to exclaim, "What a nice view! Angels descended to earth. So young and beautiful. Director Lin really didn't let me down. It's worth it." I knew the female guest would have a surprise, and sure enough, my heart is pounding. It's worth it that I waited so long. At this time, Shen Jun in the field was also slightly surprised, because the young and beautiful figure who got off the car was none other than, it was Zhang Ruanan, whom I hadn't seen for several years. The first female guest to enter at this time was Zhang Ruanan. Zhang Ruanan's overall appearance has not changed much from a few years ago. She is still very beautiful and youthful. And the temperament is more confident and more enthusiastic. Jang Ruanan has that first love face. She doesn't look very bright and beautiful, but she is a beautiful woman who is very memorable and can easily win people's hearts. The reason why Lin Jiabi invited Jang Ruanan was because of Jang Ruanan's pure first love face. After Jang Ruanan entered this circle, her first role that became popular was also the first love white moonlight type of role. Jang Ruanan is often called the white moonlight by countless fans. Jang Ruanan was dressed very simply today, with a sense of a college girl, but her delicate facial features and fair skin made the clothes she wore look several levels higher. Jang Ruanan happily made a yet gesture towards the camera at this moment. Her smile was so sweet that many viewers couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, it's so beautiful. The white moonlight has arrived, whoa, my white moonlight is actually participating in a dating show. Director, I want to sign up too." I didn't expect Jang Ruanan to be invited. She's one of the most popular young actresses right now. This face is so awesome, so young and beautiful, I can't help but smile like an auntie. Such long legs, such fair and tender skin, sizzle sizzle. Everyone was amazed at Jang Ruanan's beauty and shocked at the production team's generosity. They never expected that the production team would be so generous this time. Including Jang Ruanan, there are already 5 top stars. This show is quite interesting. Director Lin is awesome. How much money did this cost? I can only say that Jiangnan TV is awesome. At this time, Jang Ruanan had finished greeting everyone and walked towards the waiting area. The waiting area for girls and boys was separate, and the two would not see each other. Moreover, the male guests who enter first can see the female guests, but the female guests who enter later cannot see the male guests. Jang Ruanan walked into the empty waiting area, picked an empty seat and sat down, then swung her long legs as white as lotus roots and winked at the camera. Countless viewers were instantly shocked. In the boys' waiting area, Shen Jun looked at Jang Ruanan's playful appearance and curled his lips unconsciously. This girl's personality hasn't changed much after not seeing her for a few years. This made Shen Jun feel less unfamiliar. At this time, after Jang Ruanan took her seat, the second female guest's car also stopped in front of the red carpet. As soon as the car door opened, countless audiences exclaimed, "Fuck, what long legs! Is this broadcastable? AHH, my sister's legs are murderous. These long legs make me drool." In the camera, a long, smooth, white leg stretched out directly from the car. It was as smooth as jade and almost blinded many people's eyes. Following the camera upwards, there is a super sexy mini skirt. So spicy. What a great figure. Oh my god, who is this sister? The camera is on the net, revealing a slender waist with even a six-pack. Before the audience can react, the camera moves up again, passing through a wave of curves, and finally stops on a beautiful face. It's Wen Yuxi. No wonder she has such a great figure. It's Wen Yuxi. Milkshake, milkshake. Ah, the milkshakes are here. I suddenly envy the male guests on the show. What should I do? My goodness, this figure, is this something a human can have? Lick the screen like crazy. The cheap production crew is such a stinky guy. After watching the male guest, I thought the female guest was lucky, but I didn't expect it was the male guest who was lucky. At this time, when Yuxi's comic card and introduction appeared on the program screen, even the comic strip can show how curvy Wen Yuxi's figure is. She has a devilish figure. West of Wen, member of a Korean girl group. She has a hot body and is known as the woman with the best figure in the entertainment industry. Good at singing and dancing. After returning to China, he reached the top in just a few years. Now there are over 100 million fans on the entire network. Wen Yuxi's personality is just like her figure, also quite hot and spicy. After getting off the car, she blew a kiss directly to the camera, and her seductive eyes made all the audience lose themselves. After a brief stop, Wen Yuxi walked quickly into the waiting area with his long legs. Seeing Jang Ruanan who came in first, Wen Yuxi greeted Jang Ruanan with a smile. "Hello, I'm Wen Yuxi." Compared to this, Jang Ruanan seemed much more introverted. Jang Ruanan stood up and responded with a smile. "Hello, Jang Ruanan." The two shook hands briefly, and when Yuxi sat down next to Jang Ruanan, the two sat side by side, one beautiful and the other young, looking pleasing to the eye. Director Lin has an amazing vision. I'm looking forward to the guests coming up next. I can't imagine what the visual effect would be like with 4 top beauties together. Did Director Lin just pack up all the beautiful women in the entertainment industry this time? While everyone was discussing, the third female guest arrived. As expected by the audience, the subsequent female guests were also top beauties. As soon as the third female guest got off the car, someone exclaimed, "Su Nangxing? Holy crap, the show even invited this melancholy princess. Ah, I'm going crazy. My favorite singer is Su Nangxing. Nanfan knows what I mean. Su Nangxing, I love you. So beautiful." Su Nangxing is the most beautiful woman in the music world. The look in Princess Melancholy's eyes is so heartbreaking. Why does she look so broken? I love you, I really want to hold you in my arms and comfort you. Dreaming upstairs? The appearance of the third guest instantly made the already boiling barrage of comments even more exciting. Countless people were shouting and exclaiming wildly, and the barrage of comments was barely visible. One after another. Su Nangxing, the melancholic princess of the music world. 3 years after debut, he became a top-tier singer. Not only is she talented, but her looks are also impeccable. Beautiful face, and a clear temperament like a white swan. He has given several god-level stage performances, especially one of them, the uncontrollable feeling of brokenness in Su Nangxing's eyes deeply captured the hearts of countless people. So Su Nangxing is called the melancholy princess. A person with top-notch appearance and talent. Before Shen Jun made his debut, Su Nangxing was considered the fastest rising artist in the entertainment industry, but this record was broken by Shen Jun later. Therefore, the number of Su Nangxing's fans is also very impressive. The moment Su Nangxing appeared on the stage, the barrage of comments on the show exploded. Su Nangxing's personality was completely different from Zhang Ruanan and Wen Yuxi. After getting off the car, he didn't greet the camera, but just nodded slightly. Then he hurried into the waiting area. As soon as he entered the waiting area, he saw that 2 people had already taken their seats. Su Nangxing paused, a conflicted look flashed across his face, and he bit his lips lightly. Wen Yuxi, who was chatting with Zhang Ruanan, saw the newcomer coming in and immediately stood up and greeted him. Hello. Wen Yuxi's greeting made Su Nangxing's face more tangled and hesitant. Su Nangxing bit her lip and replied softly, hello. The sound was so soft that if the audience hadn't been wearing a microphone, they probably wouldn't have been able to hear it. Seeing this scene, many viewers laughed directly. Su Nangxing is too introverted. Ah, the baby is so cute, hold the baby tight. I can now experience firsthand what it's like when a socially active person meets a socially anxious person. Su Nangxing is a well-known socially anxious person. Apart from being able to display his full aura on stage, his daily life is like a little white flower that has not been exposed to wind and rain. They are particularly prone to shyness and social anxiety, and are even embarrassed to speak in front of many people. One viewer speculated, I seriously doubt that Su Nangxing's participation in the dating show was due to her agent asking her to practice social skills. Don't talk about it upstairs. That's really possible. Su Nangxing has been in the entertainment industry for 3 years now, but it seems like he doesn't have many friends in the entertainment industry. This character is too introverted. It would be good to participate in a dating show to hone his skills. The audience guessed correctly that Su Nangxing came to participate in this show in large part because he was deceived by his agent to improve his social skills. After all, Su Nangxing's personality is really worrying. So the agent has been trying to train Su Nangxing's character and find a way to get Su Nangxing to participate in this show. Su Nangxing is an introvert, but fortunately Zhang Ruanan and Wen Yuxi have good personalities, especially Wen Yuxi, the community leader, who did not let the atmosphere become dull. Su Nangxing was pulled to sit by Wen Yuxi. She sat somewhat uncomfortably on the pink chair. Immediately afterwards, the 4th female guest appeared. The 4th female guest's appearance was no less impressive than the other 3 guests. As soon as she appeared, the barrage of comments started to exclaim, nice high heels. Ah, a completely different style from the first 3. She feels like a queen. As the audience was talking, they saw a pair of rhinestone high heels falling to the ground, followed by 2 slender ankles, and above the ankles was a cheongsam. The curvy figure is highlighted by the cheongsam and is presented to the audience through the camera. Ah, cheongsam. What a nice view. This figure is simply amazing. This cheongsam is truly charming yet elegant. Then a bright face appeared in the camera. When seeing this face, countless viewers exclaimed, Su Yu, Sister Yu is here. No wonder I said this temperament looks a little familiar. It turns out to be Su Yu. Cheongsam beauty. Hong Kong beauty. Sister is so royal, I love you so much. Su Yu, A-list actor. She once won the 100 Flowers Award for Best Actress. Because she likes Cheongsam and her figure is very suitable for Cheongsam, she is called the Cheongsam beauty. Moreover, Su Yu's temperament is more like that of a Hong Kong-style queen, with a sense of grandeur and brightness. She is a goddess in the hearts of many people. Su Yu is also the most famous one among the 4. Su Yu's personality is neither as passionate as Wen Yuxi nor as reserved as Su Nangxing. She smiled and nodded at the camera gracefully, then walked into the waiting area with a graceful figure. The 3 people in the waiting area stood up and shouted enthusiastically when they saw the people coming. Sister Yu. Zhang Ruanan and Wen Yuxi both knew Su Yu, but Su Nangxing just followed them around in confusion and mumbled softly. Su Yu was also humble. She greeted everyone with a smile, then asked everyone to sit down. At this point, all 4 female guests are present. At this time, the program camera also captured the 4 people sitting in the same frame at the right time. In the picture, 4 top beauties sat side by side, each with a different temperament. Her smile is as sweet as a flower, and she looks like a group of flowers competing for beauty. Even the romantic scene around it was instantly dimmed. Countless audiences shouted, "This scene is amazing." The four of them have completely different temperaments. I'm dazzled. Ah, love it. Director Lin is amazing. He hired four great people. Absolutely beautiful. Just for this scene, I have to keep chasing it. The first one is mine, the second one is my father's son, and the third one is my grandfather's grandson. Visual critical attack. I declare that the best variety show of the year has arrived. Lin Jia's vision is indeed good, mainly because he is rich, so the four female guests he chose are all top beauties. Not only were the audiences of the show excited, but the picture of the four of them together directly rushed to the hot search list the moment the show was broadcast. The topic is hashtag the four beauties of domestic entertainment gathered together. The topic content was nothing special, just a video of about 10 seconds, but it was this video that directly triggered the hot search. The four people in the video are so eye-catching. Everyone who sees it will exclaim, "How beautiful." With the popularity of hot searches, more and more passers-by were attracted to watch the show, which led to another surge in the ratings of the show. When the four beauties appeared, the show's ratings had already returned to its previous peak, and even got one step closer. At this point, it's really just one step away from being in the top tier of ratings. Seeing the ratings catching up, all the staff of the program team became excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Lin Jia remained calm and said in an orderly manner, "Prepare for the second stage." Soon, the program moved on to the second part. The second segment is called the Heartbeating House. The process is very simple. Each guest enters the room alone and the host will ask a question. Soon, the first male guest, Jo Subai, stood up and entered the room. The room is also decorated in a romantic atmosphere. The host sits opposite and the question is very simple: which of the four female guests do you like more? Wow, so direct. I don't know why I feel a little nervous. Of course Jo Subai's favorite female guest is me. Choose Su Yu. What a great figure. Wen Yuxi has a good figure, okay? If you call me, I'll choose Wen Yuxi. Before Jo Subai could answer, the audience had already started arguing. While the audience was arguing, someone hesitantly said, "Jo Subai will definitely choose Zhang Ruanan, right?" Jo Subai's last drama was with Zhang Ruanan, and the two of them had a strong CP feeling. Jo Subai once publicly expressed his affection for Zhang Ruanan, so he will definitely choose Zhang Ruanan. Soon in CP, go for it. Many viewers had watched the previous drama of the two and shouted excitedly, while some fans of Zhang Ruanan said calmly, "Nanfan is the only beauty, don't get involved." Some people also made rational analysis. This segment may seem ordinary, but it's a huge pitfall. No matter what you choose, you'll offend the other three guests. It's very tricky. So Jo Subai's choice of Zhang Ruanan is the most suitable one. After all, the two of them have worked together before, so it can be explained. Yes, Jo Subai chose Zhang Ruanan as the most suitable person. I wonder how he would choose Zhang Ruanan. Then, amidst the audience's noisy debate, Jo Subai, who had just entered the Heartbeat House, smiled at the camera and raised his eyebrows handsomely. "I believe many of my friends can guess who I will choose." Jo Subai didn't keep anyone in suspense and said directly, "Zhang Ruanan. I came here this time just for Ruanan." As soon as Jo Subai finished speaking, the program's comments exploded. "Ah, CP fans are ecstatic. Seeing Sunan again, so excited. They were already very sweet in their last drama. I hope they can reach new heights of sweetness on this show." Jo Subai and Zhang Ruanan previously collaborated on a hit TV series, in which they played a couple, so many viewers are their CP fans. Now that they heard Jo Subai's straightforward words, they naturally became excited. In just a short moment, the topic of Jo Subai confesses to Zhang Ruanan became a hot search, sparking considerable public opinion online and attracting more people to watch the show. The show's ratings skyrocketed again. The staff of the program were all very excited at this time. Judging from the current situation, it won't be long before the ratings of Heartbeat will surpass the first tier. Only Lin Jia from the program crew frowned slightly after hearing Jo Subai's words. Jo Subai is a guest selected by the program team because of his suitable age and because he starred in a hit TV series last year and currently has high traffic. In addition, he is handsome, so he was chosen as a guest by the program team. At first, Lin Jia took a quick look and thought the conditions were good, so he decided on it. But he didn't expect this to happen. But think about it, scandals and CP hype are not the most popular tricks in the entertainment industry, but also the favorite tricks of Huazhong Company behind Jo Subai. Jo Subai agreed to participate in the show, probably just for Zhang Ruanan. Was he creating a love rival for Jun Ji out of nowhere? Lin Jia frowned slightly. But the show has already started, and he can no longer adjust the guests. Moreover, the Huazhong forces behind Jo Subai are not weak, and Lin Jia cannot easily contend with them. Never mind. Let Brother June handle it. No matter who is right or wrong, as long as Brother June is willing to take action, it is not a problem. Besides, it would be good if someone could stir up trouble. Maybe it could arouse Jun Ji's desire to win and make him show some strength. Lin Jia was worried that Shen Jun had heard what he said before. Chun Chun is here to travel, so having Joe Subai is a good thing. Thinking of this, the program has reached the second guest segment. The second guest is the unruly Zhang Shen. Zhang Shen is sitting in the heart-beating house with his legs crossed. At this moment the host was asking him, "Why did you choose to participate in this program?" Zhang Shen didn't think about it and raised his eyebrows. "I'm just free. I heard that one of the guests here is a powerful colleague, so I came over to meet him." As Zhang Shen finished speaking, the audience burst into laughter. As expected of Brother Ziosa, "It's just fine. I wonder what the female guest thinks after hearing this." It's confirmed, Zhang Shen is a straight man. Others come to date, but Zhang Shen comes to meet colleagues. There seems to be nothing wrong with that. Love it, so dedicated. It's really my happiness to like such an idol, doghead. I burst out laughing. Zhang Shen should change his name to Funny Brother from now on. No, Jingyi brother. Brother Jingyi. The barrage of comments was filled with jokes from the audience. Zhang Shen's straightforward answer really made the audience burst out laughing. After more than 10 seconds, someone changed the subject and asked, "So who is this colleague?" At this time, the host in the Heartbeat House also asked, "Who is the colleague you want to meet?" With Joe Subai's process, the audience knows that this part is asking Zhang Shen who he has a crush on and which female guest he wants to choose. The audience guessed. This is so easy. There are only two people traveling with us, one is Wen Yuxi and the other is Su Nangxing. Wen Yuxi debuted in a girl group, but seriously speaking, she's still a little behind Zhang Shen. Besides, Zhang Shen is the lead singer of the band, and Su Nangxing also sings. So Brother Jingyi must be coming for Su Nangxing. It should be right. Okay, Brother Jingyi came up and attacked Little White Flower. Shocking. An industry veteran is trying to take on a newbie. Is this a disgrace to the industry or is it moral? Although we're in the same industry, our personalities are quite different, aren't they? I feel like Zhang Shen and Wen Yuxi are a good match, right? Yeah, an old oil man like Zhang Shen and a white flower like Su Nangxing don't match at all. I feel so sorry for the Little White Flower. Little White Flower is about to be ruined. Why is what's being said upstairs getting more and more? While countless viewers were speculating, Zhang Shen didn't try to be mysterious at this time. He just pondered for a moment and said, "Jun Shen." There were a few viewers who predicted the card and commented directly. "I just said it was a Little White Flower. Little White Flower. Noob." However, as soon as they published it, they were shocked, etc. What? Brother Jingyi, what are you talking about? Holy shit. What did I hear? Ah, Jingyi brother, who are you looking for? Mr. Shen? Aha. Mr. Shen, thank you. I really exploded. Absolutely amazing. Jingyi brother is really eclectic. No way. Is Jingyi brother one? I don't understand what the above person is saying. What does one mean? Is there a zero? At this time, not only the comments were shocked, but even the host of the interview was shocked, and the director deliberately gave the host a close-up shot. After Zhang Shen finished speaking, the host lady's face showed an expression of astonishment. What are you talking about? Can this be broadcast? Combined with Zhang Shen's serious expression, it is extremely funny. It instantly made countless audiences laugh out loud. If you don't know, you'd think I'm watching a comedy. Zhang Shen is confirmed, humorous brother. It's hard for the host lady. Moreover, this scene quickly became a hot topic. Although it did not reach the level of Joe Subai's confession, it was still closely following it. At this time, the hostess had come back to her senses and said hesitantly, "Teacher Zhang, for this segment of our program, we need you to choose a female guest you like. You have to choose one of the 4 female guests just mentioned." Afraid that Zhang Shen didn't understand, the host lady added a few more words. "It's so funny. I'm so worried that Zhang Shen won't understand." At this moment, Zhang Shen understood what the host said and suddenly said, "Female guest? Not yet, let's see. Can I not choose?" As soon as Zhang Shen finished speaking, the barrage of comments started to make fun of him. "Zhang Shen, Mr. Shen is my true love. Love, loyalty. I hope lovers will eventually get married. By the way, isn't anyone curious about why Zhang Shen came for Shen Jun?" The hostess had regained her composure and said with a professional smile, "Sure. But the female guests prefer the boys who take the initiative." However, Zhang Shen just waved his hand when he heard this, and then asked, "Is it over?" The barrage burst into laughter again at this time. "Zhang Shen, don't waste my time, I'm going to find Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen is my true love." The hostess looked helpless, but she had no choice but to smile professionally. It's over. Just return to the waiting area the same way you came. Zhang Shen nodded, crossed his legs, and stood up handsomely. The director gave a handsome shot of Zhang Shen's back as he walked towards the waiting area. As a result, netizens made a spoof comment. Jun, I'm here. Before Zhang Shen even reached the waiting area, the topic of Zhang Shen confesses his love to Shen Jun had already become a hot search, right after Zhou Subai confesses his love to Zhang Ruanan. Moreover, the topics of the two men, Zhang Shen and Shen Jun, were obviously more explosive, and immediately attracted a lot of onlookers. It even has a trend of becoming the #1 trending search. The show continued, and the next guest was Xia Yao. Xia Yao didn't talk much, and he was much more normal. When he heard the host's question, Xia Yao pondered for a moment and said, "Su Yu." Then no more words were said. Why do fans like to call Xia Yao boss? Because Xia Yao's speaking habits are really like those of a boss. Some even say that Xia Yao only needs to be more restrained when playing the role of a boss. Because Xia Yao is typical and rarely has a cold face. Although he is quiet and has a cold face, he has a lot of fans, even comparable to Zhou Subai's fan base, and many of them are die-hard fans. Just take advantage of Xia Yao's trick. Moreover, the pairing of Xia Yao and Suyu is also considered pleasing to the eye by all the audience. One is a domineering president, and the other is a beautiful queen. It's simply JJ literature coming into reality. The popularity of both of them is very high. After Xia Yao finished, it was Shen Jun's turn. If an uninformed person saw Shen Jun, they would only think that he was a steady and handsome boy in his early 20s. They would never imagine that Shen Jun had been married for many years or even divorced, and had a daughter. Many unfamiliar viewers exclaimed a few times when they saw Shen Jun, "Who is this guest? So handsome." However, when seeing the two words Shen Jun in the barrage, many people reacted instantly. After all, Shen Jun's name has been very popular on the internet in recent days. A divorced person coming on this show? Out of place. I'm an old man. Yeah, you're already that old, and you still have the nerve to participate in the show. And it is so pitiful, having such a father. Many black fans started to criticize him directly in the barrage, which triggered another wave of chaos between black fans and fans. The topic of Shen Jun's participation in falling in love also gradually became a hot search. It was just torn off. Shen Jun took his seat, and the hostess asked the same question as before, first asking why Shen Jun participated in this program. Shen Jun did not expose Lin Jia's shortcomings, but simply said, "Lin Jia told me there was a program that was perfect for me, so I came." A fan in the barrage laughed and said, "Brother is urging me to get married. I wish I had a brother like this. No, I have to at my good-for-nothing son." There are also black fans who still spray, "I just said it was the director who was promoting me." That's really hard praise. You eat in such an ugly way. Doesn't Jiangnan TV care? Anyone can come and participate? Report it. Rubbish show, rubbish director. Unlike other guests, the barrage of comments would not escalate to the point of cursing no matter how noisy it was. However, after Shen Jun appeared, the barrage of comments was extremely polarized. Many people think that since Mr. Shen is so old and divorced, he should not join in such fun, it would be embarrassing. Some people also think that Shen Jun is about the same age as the other guests, and since he is divorced, doesn't that mean he can't pursue new happiness? The fight in the barrage is fierce. It even started to spread online. Finally, a black fan cursed fiercely. The director can't promote it even if he tries hard. No female guest would choose him. Who would choose a divorced man? Blind. Aren't the others nicer? Why, are you so anxious to be someone else's mother? Shen Jun is very popular nowadays and has countless fans, but naturally he also has countless black fans, or people who don't like what Shen Jun is doing now. At the same time, many fans of other guests also added fuel to the fire. The incident caused a stir on the internet. At this moment in the heart-beating house, the host had already led the audience to the next question with a smile, which was which of the 4 female guests did they like more. To be honest, among the 4 female guests, Shen Jun didn't know any of them except Zhang Ruanan. Moreover, he didn't intend to really fall in love when he participated in this show. He also knew his identity and didn't want to let Zhang Ruanan down. So Shen Jun pondered for a moment and said, "Can I choose neither?" The hostess gave the same answer as Zhang Shen, but Shen Jun smiled indifferently. "It doesn't matter. That's it." After saying that, he left the heart-beating cottage. A lot of comments popped up in the barrage. "No, I think Shen Jun and Suyu are a good match. Yeah, the two of them are about the same age. It's also possible to be with Zhang Ruanan. Didn't Zhang Ruanan say before that knowing Mr. Shen, this can be considered as an old relationship, right? It's also possible with Su Nangxing. Shen Jun writes the song, Su Nangxing sings, and we can even have a duet. It's perfect." However, as soon as these fans finished speaking, fans of other CP fans started to boycott them crazily. Xiaoyao and Suyu are a match made in heaven, please stop messing around. Sun Nan is the best match, no third party is needed. Does Mr. Shen still have the nerve to look for Little White Flower? Are all of Mr. Shen's fans so shameless? Then there was another wave of crazy tearing. In other words, Shenjun now has a large enough fan base, and many of them are die-hard fans. Otherwise, with the momentum of online attacks, Shenjun would probably end up like before. Notorious. Even though you scold and criticize me now, Mr. Shen's reputation has not been affected much. Instead, it is rising steadily. The topic of Shenjun participates in falling in love has also become a hot search, and is gradually rising under the influence of public opinion. At this point, the show has come to the female guests. There is no heartwarming selection process for the female guests, but just simple questions about the reasons for their visit and their ideal types. Compared with the selection of male guests, the selection of female guests is not very interesting. However, when Zhang Ruanan opened his mouth, all the audience watching the show were excited. The female guest did not enter the room alone like the male guest. Instead, all four of them were in the waiting area, and the host asked the question directly. There is no order, whoever wants to speak can speak. After all, there is nothing explosive about this topic. It is just to let the four people get to know each other better and break the ice. After hearing the question, all the female guests fell into deep thought, except Zhang Ruanan. Zhang Ruanan didn't think at all, she just picked up the microphone and smiled at the camera. I came here for one person. Zhang Ruanan's confident voice was instantly transmitted through the microphone and mic to everyone's ears, including the scene, the program crew, and all the audience watching the show. Everyone's eyes widened at this moment. Even the other three female guests widened their eyes slightly, looking extremely curious. Ah, who is she here for? Nanfan knows what I mean. Ruanan is so brave and open-minded. I love her so much. Is Ruanan here for Joe Subai too? Ah, absolutely amazing. Could this be the legendary two-way rush? How romantic. It hit me hard. Oh my god, how romantic. Is Sunin going to make this public? The hit TV series that Joe Subai and Zhang Ruanan collaborated on last year had a huge influence, and the CP clips of the two of them were spread all over the internet. Not to mention Joe Subai's confession before, so now Zhang Ruanan and Joe Subai's CP group is very popular, and now it has reached the top 3 hot searches. So when Zhang Ruanan said this, many people's first reaction was Joe Subai. Zhang Ruanan came here just for Joe Subai, and Joe Subai also came for Zhang Ruanan. This kind of romantic scene of two-way running makes many people have an orgasm in their heads instantly, and they have even imagined countless plots. Suddenly everyone went crazy. Ruanan still doesn't know that Joe Subai has confessed to her. If she knew. When recording these two segments, the male and female guests didn't know each other, so Zhang Ruanan didn't know what happened to the male guest. It is this setting that makes countless people excited. So romantic. It's so happy to run in both directions. Catch. At this time, the hostess also showed a surprised expression on her face, but after the Zhang Shen incident, the hostess quickly controlled herself. Can you tell everyone who it is? Zhang Ruanan took up the topic, a hint of embarrassment appeared on her face, and she pursed her lips and said, I won't mention the specific name. Everyone will know later. Although Zhang Ruanan didn't say anything, the comments were still very excited. No need to say it. We all understand. So happy. I really want to see what happens next with this couple. The host nodded and did not ask any further questions. This setting would make the audience follow the drama more, so the host changed the topic and asked, So, Ruanan, what's your ideal type? Zhang Ruanan fell into deep thought and said as he thought, he's tall. As soon as the words fell, someone commented on the barrage. It's stable. It's definitely Joe Subai. Joe Subai is 182 centimeters tall. Zhang Ruanan was still thinking and said, I like to exercise. Barrage. Ah. Subai often posts his workout photos. My Subai is the kind of person who spends his free time at the gym. I've been envious of Subai's ABS for a long time. Zhang Ruanan. I don't have any bad habits. I don't smoke and I try not to drink. You have to be talented. You also need to be able to take care of people. Speaking of this, Zhang Ruanan showed a smile from the heart. It seems that he was thinking of something happy, and he couldn't help himself, and the barrage became even crazier. Ah, Ruanan, control yourself. It's over, Ruanan has fallen. Such a sweet smile. This is definitely not a script, this is absolutely true. Zhang Ruanan seemed to have come back to her senses, and immediately put away her smile in embarrassment, then smiled a little embarrassedly. That's all for now. Zhang Ruanan's shy expression also made the host laugh, and she teased. First, these are all requirements for a perfect boyfriend. Could it be that the person Ruanan is looking for has more advantages than these? It was originally a joke from the host, but unexpectedly Jang Ruanan nodded seriously. I'm only talking about a small part of him. His merits go far beyond these. Jang Ruanan's words made the host lady and the other 3 guests open their eyes wide, and their eyes flashed with curiosity. It seemed like the Queen Suyu standing next to her exclaimed. When Yuxi also raised his eyebrows. Even Su Nangxing, who was sitting there quietly like a little white flower, blinked and leaned towards Jang Ruanan involuntarily. The audience watching the show shouted excitedly. Ah, love it so much. Ruanan's girlish demeanor is simply true love. Okay, is this what it means to be a lover and see beauty in others? Sunan, go. Countless people shouted excitedly, but only a few hesitated and said, is Jang Ruanan really talking about Jo Subai? However, these few comments had already been drowned out by the comments from the excited CP fans and could not create any waves at all. During the show, the host has come back to his senses. Jang Ruanan had already had enough shots, so the host began to guide the other 3 guests to speak. Suyu, dressed like a queen, slowly raised her long legs and high heels and said, I happen to be filming at Jiangnan Film and Television City. After filming, I had nothing to do, so I came here to relax. Direct and straightforward. It fits Suyu's temperament very well. After hearing Suyu's words, no one said that Suyu came here to relax. Instead, many people said that they liked Suyu's personality. I just like my sister's personality. I said, how could my sister possibly come to participate in this kind of program? The man who would make my sister's heart flutter might not have been born yet. Love it, you are worthy of being sister you. Haha, there is no such thing as a man who can make sister Yu's heart flutter. The host was not too surprised and was obviously mentally prepared. After Suyu finished speaking, it was Wen Yuxi's turn. When Yuxi spoke in a more official manner. He first praised the program, then praised the guests, and then introduced himself to the audience. Although I said a lot, it was all nonsense. As soon as everyone heard this, they knew that Wen Yuxi was just here for business and had no intention of falling in love. At most, we can create a CP to increase exposure. Wen Yuxi has just returned to China not long ago, and his fan base in China is not very stable. Although he is very famous, his popularity in the country is not high. The company behind Wen Yuxi has almost packed her with announcements and activities in recent years, making it impossible for her to have such leisurely time. In the end, only Su Nangxing was left. After the first 3 people finished speaking, Su Nangxing picked up the activity with some nervousness and embarrassment, pursed his lips, and seemed to have made a great decision before speaking. My agent asked me to come and meet more friends. The slightly stuttering expression successfully made everyone at the scene and everyone watching the show laugh. Suyu was sitting next to Su Nangxing, and when she heard this, she curled her lips. Little sister, you need to make more friends. Su Nangxing obviously didn't expect Suyu to answer, and paused. Just when everyone thought Su Nangxing was about to say something, they heard Su Nangxing say weakly, "Thank you, Sister Su." Instead, Suyu was a little confused for a moment. Suyu was stunned for a moment and laughed helplessly. "You can come to me if you need anything." "Thank you, Sister Su." Su Nangxing looked grateful. Su Nangxing's performance made countless audiences laugh and cry, and they shouted, "Su Nangxing is too naive. Ah, as expected of a little white flower in the circle, I love her so much. Protect our little Beiwa and don't let her get polluted by this circle. Sister Yu is so domineering." I knew Su Nangxing was introverted, but I never expected him to be so introverted. I thought it was just a scripted character setting. I never thought he was actually this introverted. Even more. Su Nangxing really needs to make more friends. Otherwise, the way he blushes after just a few words makes anyone want to bully him. The answers of the 4 female guests were somewhat unexpected, but this actually caused the ratings of this segment to increase instead of decrease. Moreover, the answers of the 4 people also formed some topics and became hot searches, although they had not yet reached a very high position. However, as the program starts and the topic spreads, it will bring a steady stream of ratings. These will take the show to the next level. At this time, the staff can be said to be working very hard, because they can already see the opportunity for The Fault in Our Stars to be among the top tier of Friday's prime time. The show has now reached the second part. This part is also the official start of the program, because in this part, the male and female guests will start to choose their initial CP. This segment is called Heartbeat Sonata. The program team has prepared several musical instruments. The male guests can choose any instrument in order and then go to the stage to play a piece of music. By then, the female guests outside the stage curtain will blindly select male guests based on their musical preferences. If the male guest chosen by the female guest is the same female guest chosen by the male guest in the first round, then the two will automatically become a CP. If the male guest chosen by the female guest does not choose the female guest in the first round, or the female guest chosen by the male guest is someone else, then the right of selection will be returned to the male guest. But the male guest can only choose his favorite candidate from the female guests who choose him. If you fail to form a CP in this round, you will face severe punishment in the next round, so everyone should choose carefully. A slightly serious electronic sound echoed in the waiting area of the male and female guests, making all 8 of them look much more serious. Punish? What punishment? When Yuxi, one of the female guests, asked in confusion. The others were at a loss, but Su Nangxing said weakly, "I've seen director Lin Jia's show before. He doesn't feed people and makes them live in shabby houses." As soon as Su Nangxing said this, the other 3 people immediately became nervous. No way? This isn't some kind of challenge show, there can't be any punishments, right? Then we must prepare well. The audience watching the show saw the expressions of the 4 people, especially after hearing Su Nangxing's words, they burst into laughter. Lin Jia, little white flower, thank you, smiley face, dot. Shocking. The director didn't give the guests food or sleep. Is this a moral decline or an industry failure? At this time, the staff in the director's room. Wow, this little girl guessed it right. Looks like he's a fan of our director Lin. Ha ha ha. The little girl guessed it. Everyone laughed, and Lin Jia in the director's room also laughed, because that was really how he arranged it. At this moment, the male guest had already arrived outside the instrument room to prepare, and the female guest had already arrived at the stage audience seats. As soon as she sat down, a staff member handed her a watch. This is a smart bracelet that can monitor everyone's heartbeat at any time. The hostess appeared, holding a smart bracelet, and introduced it. Then she pointed to the walls on both sides of the stage, where there were 4 display screens. Everyone's heartbeat will be displayed in real time on the display. I hope everyone can stay true to their heart's choice. After the hostess finished her explanation, she walked off the stage leisurely, leaving the 4 female guests silent for a while. They looked at each other and then put on their smart bracelets one after another. Since you have chosen to participate in the show, you naturally won't afford to miss out on fun. This real-time heartbeat made the audience watching the show slightly excited. Damn, the production team thought of everything so carefully. Now it's clear who likes who more. Be true to your heart's choice. Doesn't anyone think this from the host is so cool? I thought the production team wouldn't give the female guests a hard time, but they're even more ruthless than the male guests. Now I can't hide it. Just wait and see who the goddess likes. It's intuitive, I like it. Don't forget, everyone present except Little White Flower has acted before. Maybe they can fool the smart bracelet. If they really meet someone they like, I don't believe they can hold back. While this discussion was going on, the hostess had already arrived at the male guest's place, and the male guests had gathered outside the instrument room. There are 4 instruments in this room. We'll see you guys choose the instruments in order. The first guest to come in will have priority. As soon as the hostess finished speaking, the 4 guests including Shenjun raised their eyebrows. From what they said, it was obvious that the sooner they got in, the better. Although the 4 people present all thought they were good at singing and dancing, it was not certain what musical instruments the program team had prepared. What if it's an extremely unpopular instrument? That would be the end of it. Several people participated in the show. Although they had no intention of comparing themselves, they did not want to embarrass themselves, so they naturally wanted to get the instrument they were better at. So, after the hostess finished speaking, the 4 of them looked at each other. The faint smoke of gunpowder has begun to burn unknowingly. At this time, the hostess has begun to announce the order of entry and exit, and the guests who are given priority entry are Zhou Subai and Xia Yao, because both of them chose their favorite female guests in the first round. The hostess smiled and said, "So girls prefer male guests who take the initiative." Zhang Shen and Shen Jun looked at each other, feeling somewhat helpless. It turned out that this was what these words corresponded to. First, separate the front and back, and then further subdivide the entry order into 1-2-3-4. This is simpler. Rock, paper, scissors, the winner is determined in 1 round. Zhou Subai and Xia Yao, Shen Jun and Zhang Shen. Rock, paper, scissors was a very quick game, and it was finished in just a few minutes. Zhou Subai defeated Xia Yao and entered first, while Xia Yao was number 2. After winning, Zhou Subai excitedly waved his fist. You can see that you are in a good mood. After all, the first person to enter has the greatest chance of selection, and it is also the most advantageous order of selection. As for Mr. Shen, Zhang Shen defeated Shen Jun. Zhang Shen number 3, Shen Jun number 4. Shen Jun didn't act, he really wanted to show off. After all, he was planning to take Lin Jia to success, but reality didn't give him the chance. But fourth is fourth. With the musical instrument collection he had in his previous life, as long as the instrument is too unpopular, it won't be a big problem. Soon, Zhou Subai entered the instrument room with a smile on his face. The situation in the instrument room also appeared in front of the audience for the first time. The lights in the instrument room were bright, and there were 3 musical instruments placed empty in it. The main reason was that one of the instruments was too small and many people almost missed it. A guitar, a piano, a drum set, and a harmonica. This harmonica was an instrument that was almost ignored by the audience. Compared with the other three instruments, it was indeed a bit small, and it's a bit unpopular. After all, many people play guitar and piano on a daily basis, and even drum sets are very popular nowadays. But the harmonica, even if you ask the whole school about this, you may not find many people who know how to do it. Moreover, in everyone's mind, the harmonica is difficult to be compared with other musical instruments. Simply put, it is very difficult to stand out. It has neither the coolness and handsomeness of a guitar, nor the elegance and nobility of a piano, nor the excitement and restlessness of a drum set. The harmonica looks very ordinary. There are only a few people who know how to do it, and even if they do, they may not be able to excel. This instrument is so difficult. Many people think of this instrument the first time they see it. This must be a trick instrument prepared by the production team. Although the show has only been going on for a short time, the audience has already roughly figured out the routine of the program team, which is clear rewards and punishments. Since the order is set, and the host lady's taste has been hinted at, only by taking the initiative can there be a chance. Then in this session, someone will definitely face punishment for not taking the initiative, and the person who gets the harmonica will be the punished. As for who this person is, it goes without saying. Naturally, he is the last person chosen. Mr. Shen is the last one, right? Great. It saves Shen Jun from causing trouble for others. If someone chooses the harmonica, no one will choose Shen Jun anymore. It would be best if Shen Jun could be eliminated. No need to eliminate him. It's fine to let Shen Jun be alone. After all, Shen Jun is still handsome and it's pleasing to the eye. I said that even if the director tried hard to promote it, he wouldn't be able to do it. How can he promote it like this? Maybe Lin Jie prepared a piano or guitar for Shen Jun, but I didn't expect Shen Jun to have such bad luck. I really don't have that fate. Many of Shen Jun's black fans are mocking him. This made Shen Jun's fans even more angry, and they started to tear each other apart online. It's my favorite. If there's no one else to choose, then naturally we fans will choose. Yes, not choosing Mr. Shen would be the biggest regret. What's there to be proud of? This is just one round, there's a long show to come. Besides, who says harmonica can't be outstanding? What if Mr. Shen can also play harmonica? Mr. Shen is so talented, it's hard to say. As soon as the words fell, a black fan said, "Haha, Mr. Shen is talented, but don't exaggerate too much. Do you really think he's an all-round musician? If he could play any instrument, how could Mr. Shen become famous only now? Yeah, a genius like that shouldn't be famous just by going to college. Is Mr. Shen famous in college? He's just average, right? Stop blowing. Aren't you tired of watching it? If Mr. Shen really can do it, I can also build rockets." For a moment, the comments were in chaos, but the greater the debate, the more popular the show became. At this time, the program has already begun, all the female guests have taken their seats in the audience, and all have put on their smart bracelets. At this time, the average heart rate of the guests was around 70 to 80. Only Zhang Ruanan's heartbeat was slightly higher. At this time, Zhang Ruanan's beautiful eyes were fixed on the stage. The stage is covered by a curtain, and shadows on the stage can be seen through the curtain, but the specific details cannot be seen clearly. Blind selection only. When setting up this segment, Lin Jie specifically asked Zhang Ruanan, worried that Zhang Ruanan would make the wrong choice. After all, the chance of making a wrong choice when choosing blindly is still relatively high. But Zhang Ruanan directly decided this link, because she believes in her own heartbeat. From college days to now, a full 6 or 7 years have passed. During this period, she has met many people, but there is only one person who can make her heart beat. Mr. Shen. She trusts her choice in a heartbeat. At this time, the male guest Joe Subai, who came in first, glanced around and chose the guitar without much hesitation. Suddenly, a fan shouted, "Wow, Subai also played guitar in the TV series, right? Haha, does this count as a replay of the plot? What I'm saying is, if Subai played the same piece as in the TV series, wouldn't Zhang Ruanan understand it right away?" The blind student discovered the bright spot. "It's stable. Director Lin, you found a loophole in the segment I painstakingly set up?" Fans are having a blast. Fans of other guests were very angry. Report. You have to cheat for everything, is that how you play it? That's the pattern. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was ridiculed by Joe Subai's fans. You cheat even if you have the ability. Our Subai is amazing, if you have the ability, you can take first place. Yeah, if you have the ability, you can star in a hit TV series. Luck is also a kind of strength. Then they started tearing each other apart again. It has to be said that if a program invites guests with too much traffic and too many fans, it will inevitably lead to endless quarrels and topics. It's a double-edged sword. Joe Subai walked out with a guitar on his back. Xia Yao walked into the instrument room and came out in less than a minute. Xia Yao chose the piano. As expected of a domineering CEO, he even plays different instruments. The piano and the boss are a match made in heaven. Ah, I've always wanted to see Xia Yao play the piano, and finally my wish came true. Xia Yao has very long and beautiful fingers. He must look very pretty when playing the piano. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Then Zhang Shen walked in. After Zhang Shen entered the house, he paused for a moment, his eyes first falling on the drum set and then on the harmonica. A look of confusion appeared on his face. Audience. What is Zhang Shen worried about? Although the guitar was taken away, I remember that Brother Shen can also play the drums. Choose the drum set. This instrument looks easy to play with. How cool. Yeah, there's nothing to worry about. Could it be that Brother Shen wants to choose the harmonica? Does he know how to play it? Is there a problem? Brother Shen is not worried about the harmonica, but is worried about Mr. Shen? True love confirmed. Sure enough, Zhang Shen and Shen Jun are the perfect match. It's very touching to me. So this is how this fan name is understood. Amidst everyone's teasing, Zhang Shen finally chose the drum set. Zhang Shen walked out of the instrument room and patted Shen Jun on the shoulder. Shen Jun walked into the instrument room for no apparent reason. Then I saw the only harmonica left in the instrument room. No wonder Zhang Shen looked so helpless. If it were someone else, the production team would have been screwed. The other three were either handsome and cool, elegant and noble, or passionate and enthusiastic. In the end, the last one came on stage with a harmonica. This doesn't feel like it's on the same level, right? Shen Jun smiled and picked up the harmonica directly. For others, the harmonica might be a pitfall, but for him, he can only say that he can play all the instruments in the room. In his previous life, he mastered so many musical instruments, not to mention that these were common instruments. In his previous life, he could complete all the post-production work of a music by himself. He even knows a thing or two about those less popular instruments, like kazoo and icicle. This is what we call unpopular. Harmonica? For Shen Jun, this is a completely basic instrument. So Shen Jun didn't hesitate at all, he just picked up the harmonica and walked out. At this time, there was still a lot of discussion in the barrage, but most of them were saying that Shen Jun had given up struggling. Even Shen Jun's smile at that time was understood as a helpless smile. The flying barrage of comments did not affect the show. After all four people had chosen their instruments, the program team gave them a total of 10 minutes to prepare. It can be said to be very harsh. Then he appeared directly on stage, still in the same order as before. If it were an ordinary person, it would be impossible to prepare anything in 10 minutes. This also promotes and shapes the strength of the guests participating in the show from another perspective. Why can he become a top star? Of course he has superhuman qualities. After a commercial, Heartbeat Sonata officially began. Joe Subai also changed into a new stage makeup, which made him look more handsome and more in line with the temperament of the guitar. Joe Subai holding a guitar looks like the campus hunk, youthful and dazzling. A smile towards the camera directly stunned many viewers. So handsome. Ah, schoolboy grass. Joe Subai smiled at the camera, then looked at the curtain in front of him. The stage was covered by the curtain, and the audience couldn't see what was on stage, and the people on stage couldn't see what was below. At this time, from the perspective of Zhang Ruanan and others, they could only see a tall and thin figure carrying a guitar onto the stage. I can't see clearly. Now that there were figures on the stage, the four people who had been a little absent-minded just now all became alert and began to listen to the music attentively. Soon, the sound of guitar began to play. He plays guitar very skillfully and you can tell he puts a lot of effort into practicing. The music is also very nice. And after the music played for a while, Zhang Ruanan, who was leaning on the back of the chair, sat up slightly and blinked. Fans who saw this scene. Ah, Ruanan must have heard it. This is the theme song from their TV series, and it's also the song Joe Subai played in the original drama. That sounds great. The code connection was successful. Knock it hard. However, amidst the heated comments, someone hesitated and said, looking at Ruanan's condition, she should have heard it, but why didn't Ruanan's heartbeat change much? Looking at the heartbeats around them at this time, the heartbeats of the four people, including Zhang Ruanan, were still very stable, without any major fluctuations. Maybe Ruanan has heard it so many times that she's become numb to it? Yeah, I've listened to this music so many times. It was the background music for my short video last year. I guess I'm used to hearing it. It doesn't matter, as long as the two of us successfully connect through the secret code. As they were talking, Joe Subai had already played half of his music. When Yuxi was getting a little restless at this point, so he curiously pulled Zhang Ruanan over and started talking. Both of them had microphones, and nothing else was said. The main focus was on guessing who was playing the guitar. When Yuxi spoke, and Jang Ruanan listened quietly. While the two were discussing, Jo Subai's guitar music reached a climax, and at this time the heartbeat display around the stage finally changed a little. When Yuxi's heartbeat increased slightly, little Beiwa Su Nangxing's heartbeat also increased slightly, but none of them exceeded the normal value of 100, and Zhang Ruanan and Su Yu's heartbeats did not change at all. It sounds great. Why didn't the female guest have any heartbeat changes? It would be great if he could show his face. Su Bai's looks would make the female guest's hearts beat faster. It's good that others aren't tempted. We Subai originally came here just for Ruanan. Yeah, I didn't want to be in their group in the first place. After Jo Subai finished his song, no matter what was happening in the audience, he continued to sing very hard, and his forehead was already slightly sweaty. When the song ended, Jo Subai put his guitar on his sling and then lowered his head to wipe the sweat off his face, which made countless fans scream. I won't comment on this cool move for now, but this music is really not that good. Shen Jun made a casual comment in his mind, and as soon as the music started, he already knew Jo Subai's level. Jo Subai's piano playing is pretty cool, but the guitar, I can only say that he needs more practice. Jo Subai's level is just that of a college student showing off on the playground. There is no technical content at all, but he is an actor and doesn't rely on this to make a living, so Shen Jun just had a fleeting thought. Then Jo Subai left the stage and Xia Yao came on. Xia Yao also changed into a new set of clothes, a diamond suit, which made Xia Yao look particularly noble. When he sat in front of the piano, the temperament of a domineering president came to the fore. Before it even started, countless audiences were already screaming, "Ah, Xia Yao, thank you, Mr. So handsome, so cool, OMG." Amidst the boiling screams, Xia Yao's slender fingers struck the piano keys, and the crisp and pleasant piano sound instantly rang out on the stage. Zhang Ruanan and the other three sat up straighter. Xia Yao can indeed play the piano. To be more precise, he can play it very well. The moment Xia Yao's fingertips fell, before everyone could react, his hands on the black and white piano keys sped up like flowing water. The whole action is a delight to watch. Moreover, Xia Yao's expression remained calm, and he even closed his eyes slightly. There is no need to look at the score in front of you. As the music reached its climax, Xia Yao's condition became better and better, his back was straight, his hands were crossed, and even a faint afterimage appeared. All the audience were stunned. Until the last song ended, as the last syllable fell, Xia Yao slowly opened his eyes, as if he had broken away from the emotion of the music. At this point, the audience also came back to their senses. Fuck, so handsome. Give me a man who looks handsome. Ah, Xia Yao can actually play the piano. It sounds so nice. So handsome, he's just like a noble young man. Could it be that Xia Yao is really a domineering CEO? By the way, Xia Yao's mother is a musician, right? It's normal for Xia Yao to learn an instrument, right? Is this called a learning point? I feel like Xia Yao plays the piano better than my art teacher. To be honest, this celebrity is really good at playing the piano. He's definitely beaten Jo Subai just now. As soon as the words came out, Jo Subai's fans immediately exploded, and the barrage started arguing again. In the end, someone directly said, "Just look at how excited the female guest is and you'll know." At this time, the camera just cut to the heartbeats of several female guests, and there was a shot of the female guests when they were playing the piano just now. Compared to when they looked at Jo Subai, everyone's expressions were indifferent. The expressions of several female guests when watching Xia Yao playing the piano were even more varied, all of them showing curiosity and even surprise. Even when Xia Yao played to the climax, Zhang Ruanan and the others showed a slightly shocked look in their eyes. And now look at the heartbeats of several people. When Xia Yao's piano music reached its climax, the heartbeats of several people accelerated and exceeded 100. The highest scorer, Su Nangxing, even had a heart rate of around 110. All four of them were moved. As expected of Xia Yao, who wouldn't be moved? Haha, it turns out Xiao Beiwa likes this style. Who else but me? My brother is the most handsome. Xia Yao's fans celebrated wildly in the show's comments, causing other guests' fans to look extremely angry, but they couldn't win the fight now. I could only endure it. And when Xia Yao finished playing the piano, the clip of Xia Yao playing the piano directly became a hot search, attracting countless passersby. The show's ratings have exploded again. It has even temporarily reached the top tier of Friday's primetime slot, on par with Dragon TV and Shonen TV. This news instantly excited the entire production team. Even the TV station was excited when they received the news. The current ratings of Falling in Love have given Jiangnan TV great confidence in its bid to break into the first tier. First there was Who is the Singer, and then there was Heartbeat. Could it be this wave? Is Destiny on Jiangnan TV? However, before Jiangnan TV could be happy for long, the ratings of Dragon TV and Shonen TV, which were originally on par, actually increased again. Shonen TV has invited a popular diva to participate in the show. Dragon TV invited the Happy Dumplings team, and the show was a blast. Just when Jiangnan TV was becoming a top-tier TV in terms of ratings, Dragon TV and Shonen TV dealt a heavy blow to Jiangnan TV. Let Jiangnan TV fall to the second tier again. The fact that Dragon TV and Shonen TV reacted so quickly was obviously due to their preparations, otherwise it wouldn't be such a coincidence. Jiangnan TV just became a first-tier TV station, but was immediately surrounded by 2 other TV stations. Obviously, they came here for Jiangnan TV. Since the hit show Who is the Singer, Jiangnan TV's intention to break into the first tier has become obvious to everyone. Dragon TV and Shonen TV are of course aware of this. How could the 2 companies just watch Jiangnan TV come from behind and take over? The market is so small, and Jiangnan TV and Dragon TV are already fighting each other. If Jiangnan TV is added, the ratings of the other 2 will be seriously affected. Therefore, after Dragon TV and Shonen TV learned that Jiangnan TV wanted to break into the first echelon, they made preparations for encirclement and suppression early on. Linjia's Falling in Love has a famous director and a large investment, and all aspects are in line with Jiangnan TV's team building plan. It doesn't take much to know that this is a key project of Jiangnan TV. Therefore, Dragon TV and Shonen TV were on guard and had already made preparations for a siege. And both channels were right in their guesses. The Fault in Our Stars did indeed break through the competition and reached the top of the ratings within less than an hour of its premiere. Therefore, the 2 stations quickly adjusted their pace, letting the Queen and Happy Dumplings team appear as soon as possible, directly suppressing the popularity of Jiangnan TV. The trending searches have all been suppressed. Damn it! He just relies on his resources to bully others. As old-fashioned top-tier TV stations, Jiangnan TV and Dragon TV have made countless people famous, so they have a lot of resources. The reason why it is difficult for other satellite TV stations to stand out is because the resources are simply not equal. Finally made a show popular. As a result, the other party directly used the Queen to ruin the show. How can this be played? This is the situation that Jiangnan TV is facing now. Although the 8 guests are considered to be the top stars of the new generation, they still cannot be compared with the Queen and others. One is idol level. One is the national level. There is still a big gap, so everyone can only watch the ratings being beaten back to their original level by the 2 channels. There's still 1 hour left until the show ends. If there is no content to break the deadlock later, then the result is probably already determined. However, the Heartbeat Sonata segment is the climax of this episode and also the most important segment, and it is now halfway through. If we can't break the deadlock, then the subsequent links will definitely be powerless to save the situation. But now there are only 2 people left, and the female guest selection session is still quite climax, but can the deadlock be broken? The program crew looked at each other and said, "Let's look at Zhang Shen's. Isn't Zhang Shen known as the music bomber? They say that wherever he's at, it's bound to be a buzz. And the drum set Zhang Shen got is something he's very good at, so it might work wonders. Let the propaganda department cooperate with the propaganda. Take advantage of Zhang Shen's appearance and make a final sprint. Whether we can succeed depends on this time. This is the last chance, we must seize it." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiangnan TV station had already started to act quickly. Zhang Shen was originally the lead singer of a top band and had many fans. And it's a popular instrument like the drum set. Maybe it will bring unexpected results. This is the last chance. Otherwise, wait for Shen Jun's harmonica before rushing in? Just kidding. Although Shen Jun is quite famous nowadays, his appearance on this show has already been polarized with both praise and criticism, and there has been a lot of controversy. Not to mention that the harmonica itself is not very interesting. The harmonica exists for punishment, not for the finale. So everyone can only put their hopes on Zhang Shen. If Zhang Shen can't break through the encirclement of Dragon TV and Shonen TV, then the outcome is certain. And because of the actions of Dragon TV and Shonen TV, many people in the industry have also paid attention to the actions of Jiangnan TV. Before this, everyone probably knew that a director from Shonen had jumped to Jiangnan TV, was spotted by Jiangnan TV. Recently, a very novel love variety show was launched. But that's where everyone's attention ends. No one expected that this dating variety show would cause such a big stir, even making Dragon TV and Shonen TV unable to sit still. They all looked over. For a while, the industry was in turmoil. At this time, Zhang Shen was already sitting on the stage with a drum set in front of him. Zhang Shen liked these lively instruments since he was a child, so he was very good at playing the drum set. After sitting down, he habitually turned the drumstick, causing countless audiences to exclaim, "So handsome! Leather jacket, drum set, Zhang Shen. This is simply my favorite scene." Zhang Shen and the drum set are like Xiaoyao and the piano, they're a match made in heaven. It's time to light it up. Amid the screams of the barrage, Zhang Shen's first drumstick slammed down, and the deafening and restless drum beats instantly echoed on the stage. Jang Ruanan and the other three in the audience were suddenly startled by the sound. Unlike the pleasant sound when they heard Xia Yao, it was more of a shock. But after the shock, before the four of them could react, a series of drum beats had already begun to stir like a raging fire. The fire is sweeping. Zhang Shen, who was standing behind the stage curtain, displayed his free and easy temperament to the fullest at this moment. He was completely immersed in the drum beats, and his head was shaking violently with the beats. Suddenly there is a touch of unruly and free and easy. Ah, so handsome. Boys who can play drums are so handsome. The boiling music was like the agitated Zhang Shen, sweeping like a raging fire, or like a heavy hammer hitting a gong, instantly grabbing the heartbeats of Zhang Ruanan and the other three. As the drum beats became more intense and exciting, the four people's heartbeats began to rise visibly. In a blink of an eye, we have broken through level 100. Still soaring. When Yuxi, whose heartbeat was the fastest, was so excited that she even jumped up from her seat like a girl group dance, shook her hair, stood up directly, and then began to twist her waist to the beat of the drums. When Yuxi debuted as a girl group, and their dancing was absolutely top-notch, sexy and hot, coupled with Zhang Shen's passionate drum beats, which immediately made all the audience scream, "It's a perfect match! It's a perfect match! That's all I have, lock them up! Ah, my nose is bleeding! Wow, Zhang Shen must invite Wen Yuxi to dance with him at his next concert. It's so beautiful! So pretty! This combination is perfect! I declare that you two are a couple right now." And just when the show was getting exciting, Jiangnan TV also started to make an effort and promoted it crazily across the entire network. Zhang Shen's boiling drum set, Wen Yuxi's sexy dance, and Xia Yao's amazing piano, and Zhou Subai's youth guitar began to go viral on the internet, and the hot search list was even about to be dominated by topics related to the program. This also pushed the ratings of the show Heartbeat to soar again. The ratings are up. It's almost there. Almost there. We're almost catching up with Dragon TV. Try harder. Jiangnan TV has tried its best to catch up with Dragon TV and Shonen TV, so it is very willing to spend a lot of money on publicity and promotion. Coupled with the amazing program effects brought by Zhang Shen and Wen Yuxi, the ratings of the program Heartbeat soared. It's about to catch up with the programs on Dragon TV. However, Zhang Shen's drum performance ended quickly. Wen Yuxi also wiped the sweat off his face and sat back in his seat. At first, no one thought that The Fault in Our Stars would have a chance to break into the first tier, so the preset personal presentation time for this segment was only 6 or 7 minutes. Ensure the rhythm of the show. So just as the ratings were starting to soar, Zhang Shen had already finished his performance. Everyone in the program crew looked at each other, with deep helplessness and astonishment in their eyes. If they had known earlier, they would have had the opportunity to break into the first tier now. This step should have been set to last longer. Everyone regrets. But there was no point in regretting it, and they couldn't ask Zhang Shen to extend his performance time at the last minute. Not to mention whether Zhang Shen was prepared or not, the rhythm of the show later on might also be a problem. Maybe the loss outweighs the gain. As Zhang Shen and Wen Yuxi's performances ended, the ratings that had just reached their peak began to stagnate visibly, then slowly descend. The ratings were already very close to Dragon TV, but now, slowly becoming out of reach. The program crew looked at the distance that was getting farther and farther, and sighed. Why? That's all it takes. What a pity. It would be better if Zhang Shen's performance lasted a little longer. Last chance. We'll have to wait until next time. And after this incident, Dragon TV and Shonen TV will definitely be more on guard. They won't give us another chance. I don't know when the next time will be. Everyone in the program team, including many people from Jiangnan TV, looked at the final result and sighed. Now that they have missed this opportunity, Dragon TV and Shonen TV will definitely be well prepared. They will not sit idly by and watch Jiangnan TV rise. Maybe there will be new moves soon. Therefore, it is a pity for Jiangnan TV and the production team of Falling in Love to miss this opportunity. At this time, all the industry professionals who were paying attention to the situation were talking about it, either shaking their heads or clicking their tongues. Everyone can see the situation of Jiangnan TV at a glance. If it fails this time, Dragon TV and Shonen TV will not give it a chance next time. So if you miss it, you miss it. If Jiangnan TV wants to reach the top tier, it needs more time to mature. Someone shook his head. However, just as everyone on the production team sighed in regret and everyone in the industry was shocked, Lin Jia, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said in a deep voice, "Continue to increase publicity and promotion. Everyone, be prepared and don't let down your guard." After hearing Lin Jia's words, everyone in the program team was stunned for a moment, and someone said hesitantly, "Director Lin, if you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to catch up later. Just relying on Zhang Shen and Wen Yuxi's clips won't be enough to attract traffic for a long time." Others also said, "It can wait. Save it for when the female guest makes her choice, then we'll have a good topic to talk about it." All the publicity now is completely in vain. Without traffic, you can't retain viewers. Because the next segment is Shen Jun's harmonica, this segment is considered to be a purely entertainment segment by everyone in the program crew. It's not an important part at all. The publicity and promotion of this segment fails to attract any audiences and is not very topical. At most, you can just watch your idols make a fool of themselves. Therefore, everyone thought that the publicity and promotion of this segment was a waste of money. It would be better to wait until Shen Jun finished and the 4 female guests made their choices before promoting it. At this time, the topic is more lively, and you can push out a few hot searches. However, before the program team could finish speaking, Lin Jia shook his head and said, "Need not. Right now. Let the station prepare as well." Lin Jia stared at the ratings on the display screen. Although the ratings of The Fault in Our Stars were declining, they were not far from Dragon TV. It's not even far from the top shonen TV. This distance. Still able to catch up. Everyone get ready. At Lin Jia's command, the program continued to move forward. Seeing this, the rest of the program crew still had many doubts in their hearts, but they could only act quickly according to Lin Jia's arrangements. At this time, Zhang Shen had already stepped down from the stage, and Shen Jun just walked up. Compared to the tediousness of others, Shen Jun looked extremely relaxed and walked up with a harmonica in his hand. If you don't pay attention, you can't even see the harmonica in Shen Jun's hand. Moreover, Shen Jun looked extremely relaxed, without any worries on his face. It seemed as if he was not worried at all that no one would choose him, or that he would be ridiculed by the audience after the show was broadcast. The live audience joked, "What a great attitude! To be so popular, he must be thick-skinned. If I knew I would be ridiculed by netizens afterwards, I would definitely panic. That's why you can't be a star." While joking, Shen Jun had already walked onto the stage. At this time, the 4 girls under the stage were a little excited because of Zhang Shen's drum performance just now, especially when Yuxi, who was already in full swing, and the dance just now can be considered as breaking the ice. So at this time the 4 girls were chatting, and when Yuxi was particularly excited. "I'll choose number 3. So you even said, it suits you very well." "Yeah, it goes perfectly with Sister Wen." Su Nangxing also spoke from the side, only Zhang Ruanan held her chin in her hands and pondered slightly, because she was wondering which one was Shen Jun. From the current perspective, number 3 is more likely. Number 2 is also a possibility. But, Zhang Ruanan hesitated. Although No 2's piano was good and No 3's drum set also made her quite excited, Zhang Ruanan still felt that it was still not enough. Zhang Ruanan thought of the first time she met Shen Jun. Shen Jun could make her laugh with just a few words, and she loved the tunes he hummed. The words he said still affect her now. At that time, Zhang Ruanan seemed to only be able to see Shen Jun. My heartbeat at that time was even stronger than it is now. When she was with Shen Jun, there would sometimes be a moment when her heartbeat, breathing and even her entire mind were taken away. That's the real heartbeat. Zhang Ruanan took a deep breath and just stopped thinking when she heard when Yuxi pat her shoulder and said, "Ruanan, you're not also interested in number 3, are you?" Zhang Ruanan raised her head, shook her head slightly and smiled. "No, I'm waiting to see number 4. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall figure appeared on the stage. The 4 women lowered their voices and looked at the figure on the stage curiously. Zhang Ruanan looked at the figure deeply, but she couldn't see anything through the curtain. And she and Shen Jun haven't seen each other for 6 years. I can only rely on my intuition. Zhang Ruanan clasped her hands slightly in front of her chest. Compared with guitar and piano, the harmonica is indeed a less popular instrument. And just looking at the appearance of this instrument, you can tell that it is difficult for it to display more amazing tunes or even more handsome playing postures like guitars and pianos. Not to mention as fiery and explosive as a drum set. Compared with other musical instruments, the harmonica is more like a low-key but absolutely extraordinary hidden master. Why is it said to be an extraordinary hidden master? Although the harmonica looks low-key, the power it can exert is not inferior to instruments such as the guitar. It can also play amazing music, even music that can be called classics. Not to mention that the harmonica in Shen Jun's hand at this time is a chromatic harmonica. To be precise, this harmonica can even play music of any tune. Shen Jun gently stroked the body of the harmonica. He had played the harmonica for a while in his previous life. Although it was not as easy to use as an electric guitar, it was enough to cope with the current situation. As for the repertoire, Mr. Shen had already made a plan backstage. Since he had made up his mind to help Lin Jia, Shen Jun naturally would not hide his incompetence, so he prepared to play a classic harmonica piece from his previous life. A light music that is enough to go viral on the internet. Together Forever. Maybe not many people have heard of the name of this harmonica music. It has another name, which is the ending song of Spirited Away. As soon as the music starts, it brings people back to the songs of their childhood. The song that was popular in the streets and alleys in the previous life. Shen Jun calmed down, tilted his head slightly, held the harmonica to his lips with both hands, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. The director appropriately pushed the camera to a close-up of Shen Jun's face. With his eyes closed and his head lowered, Shen Jun looked even more handsome at this moment. People subconsciously breathed softly, for fear of disturbing this scene. The slender 10 fingers were placed on the harmonica, and many of the audience stared at it with their eyes wide open, and even drooled. So handsome. Mr. Shen's fingers are so beautiful. I don't know why, but the harmonica suddenly seems so cool. Is this the man who gets serious? So handsome. Wow, this finger seems to. There are also black fans who directly said sarcastically, "Can being handsome be eaten?" The female guests below can't see it. Why are you pretending? Loading, disgusting. When the time comes, the whole thing will be blown away. It definitely can't be compared to the first 3. This is just for laughs. How handsome you are now, how embarrassing you will be later. However, the sarcasm of the black fans has not ended yet, and suddenly a pleasant and clear voice was heard in the video, which sounded like the breeze blowing in the summer, like the dappled sunlight filtering through the branches and leaves. It instantly brought everyone back to summer, back to childhood. The sound of the harmonica itself is brighter and more penetrating than other instruments. At this moment, the pleasant and melodious sound of the harmonica instantly reaches everyone's heart. All the audience who were arguing in the barrage just now quieted down. Is this a harmonica? After a pause of a breath, someone in the barrage asked in surprise. This comment seemed to turn on a switch. The comment area that had just been quiet for a moment became boiling again, and countless people were saying, "Wow, that sounds so nice." I don't know why, but I suddenly felt my heart calm down. When the music started playing, I suddenly thought of my childhood for some reason. Me too. I suddenly felt like I was sitting under a tree in my hometown, with mottled shadows above my head and the sound of cicadas chirping. This music is just a revolving lantern for me. Suddenly I remembered a lot of my childhood. Wow, this music makes me want to cry. I feel the same way. Although the music is very melodious and pleasant, I inexplicably feel a sense of loss and sadness. It's like I lost something. Lost. Childhood. The barrage area fell silent again. At this time, the melodious sound of the harmonica was still echoing in Shen Jun's mouth. As the music sounded, Shen Jun also recalled his childhood in his previous life. He recalled the past, recalled the earth that he could never return to. The sound of the harmonica becomes more and more melodious, and I feel even sadder. Zhang Ruanan and the other 3 people in the audience were discussing what instrument the 4th guest should play, following Zhang Ruanan's words. After all, when other guests came on stage, although we couldn't see their appearance clearly, we could tell at a glance what instruments they were playing. However, guest number 4 couldn't see anything. It's like going on stage empty-handed. So everyone tried to guess what instrument the 4th guest was playing. However, before they could guess anything, they heard a pleasant and melodious music resounding throughout the stage. The 4 people's voices suddenly fell silent. Influenced by Zhang Shen's performance just now, Zhang Ruanan and the other 3 were a little excited at this moment, especially when Yuxi, so the 4 of them lowered their voices when they spoke. But it's still a little high. Even when the camera was turned to Wen Yuxi, it was obvious that there was some excitement in the corners of Wen Yuxi's eyes. Obviously the emotions have not completely calmed down. And in this situation, a melodious and pleasant music seemed to cleanse the soul, and instantly calmed the excitement of the 4 people. Even the 4 of them felt a strong healing power silently spreading out from the bottom of their hearts. This music is like a child chasing the sun and the breeze blowing through the treetops. It also looks like a white dove flapping its wings and flying under the blue sky. It brings an inexplicable sense of peace and self-healing. What is this music? The first person to speak was Su Nangxing. At this time, Su Nangxing widened his eyes slightly, looking at the stage with some shock and surprise. However, just as he finished speaking, Su Nangxing immediately changed the subject. No, what kind of instrument is this? Ocarina? Wrong. Is this a harmonica? The introverted and taciturn Su Nangxing seemed a little excited at this time, and quickly guessed a possibility while talking to himself. People with good musical talent also like to listen to and play music. As a rising music star in recent years, Su Nangxing is no exception. Few people know that Su Nangxing is actually proficient in many musical instruments, such as the instruments demonstrated by the previous 3 guests. Su Nangxing can play them all. Not bad even. In fact, when Su Nangxing heard Xia Yao playing the piano and Zhang Shen playing the drums, he was a little surprised. He felt that the trip was not in vain, at least they could exchange music. However, unexpectedly, an even bigger surprise is yet to come. When Yuxi, who had calmed down slightly at this time, also said with some doubt, "It should be the harmonica. When I was in Sakura country, I heard some famous musicians perform. The sound is the same. It's the harmonica, and this person's harmonica." When Yuxi frowned slightly, with a look of surprise and disbelief in his eyes, He hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's even better than the famous performances I've heard before." As soon as Wen Yuxi finished speaking, the three women beside him all looked at him in astonishment, and at this time all the audience watching the show were boiling with excitement. Wow! Wen Yuxi's words were like flames that instantly made the audience boil. All the audience watching the show at this time were looking at Wen Yuxi in amazement, as well as the harmonica music that never stopped but became more and more beautiful and pleasant. Is this true? Is it fake? Could it be Wen Yuxi's illusion? How could Mr. Shen be better at playing the flute than the famous ones? However, as soon as the audience raised two questions, someone retorted, "Wen Yuxi is right. I'm a harmonica enthusiast and I like to play it on a daily basis. Mr. Shen's playing level is indeed very high. Being better than a famous artist is not a good thing, but it is definitely not weaker than a famous artist," a harmonica enthusiast said in the barrage, and after that, the whole barrage became even more boiling. "It sounds really good. I don't know what level it is, but I feel it's no worse than the ones before me. It's the first time I've heard such beautiful harmonica music," the harmonica lover who just spoke said again. "Not only is Mr. Shen a great player, but this piece seems to be original. I've never heard of that." As soon as these words were spoken, the already boiling and shocked barrage of comments became even more shocked. At this time, Shen Jun's Forever Together had reached its climax, although this light music was not as exciting and agitated as the drum set, but it is like a spring breeze that goes straight into people's hearts. The feeling it gives people is no weaker than that of other music. Many people even feel like they have returned to their childhood following Shen Jun's music. "I hear sadness in the music. Time can never be returned. This music sounds very warm at first, like a summer breeze, but the music actually contains sadness. It's like tracing back, recalling our childhood that can never be returned. I actually cried while listening to it. What moving music." Someone in my past life said that there are three things in Sakura Country that cannot be criticized: anime, music, and animation. This shows the amazingness of the music of Sakura Country. This song Forever Together is a very popular song and was very famous in China in the past. The popularity of this song has lasted for a long time, and many people can cry after listening to it, because this music will make people instantly miss their lost childhood and the lost cicada chirping of their childhood. Not to mention that this was the first time that people in this world heard this music, so as Shen Jun's singing began, everyone was gradually stunned. Silently, I have been pulled into the world of music by Shen Jun. Everyone in the program crew was also shocked at this time. They were wondering why Director Lin would increase publicity at this time. Isn't this a clear waste of money? Some people even complained in their hearts. This is too obvious. Everyone knew the relationship between Shen Jun and Director Lin, so they all thought that Lin Jie wanted to promote Shen Jun. However, just when everyone had this thought, a pleasant and melodious sound instantly swept across everyone's heart, and many people even felt the moment the music came. My whole soul trembled. The mental haze accumulated from years of working as a social animal was instantly washed away, and many people felt much more relaxed at this moment. Some staff members even felt the blue sky, white clouds, and sunshine at this moment. Obviously, they are still in the director's room. All the staff members of the production team widened their eyes instantly, staring at each other in astonishment, their mouths filled with disbelief. Is this the music played by Shen Jun? Before everyone could recover from the shock, someone suddenly said in astonishment directly on the screen in the director's room, "Look at the heartbeats of the four female guests." The screen in the director's room can show all the scenes of the show venue at this time. The main screen is showing the scene of Shen Jun's performance, and the heartbeats of the four female guests are displayed on the side. From the side view at this moment, it can be seen that the heartbeats of the four female guests have approached 100 at some point. A sea of red. You know, just as Zhang Shen finished playing the drums, the four girls' heartbeats had calmed down. Zhang Ruanan and Su Yu's heartbeats had even calmed down to around 70. But this time it happened in the blink of an eye. The music just started. My heart started beating fast. Especially Zhang Ruanan's heartbeat, which was about to break through 100. Everyone in the program crew looked at each other again, with astonishment in their eyes. But the harmonica played by Shen Jun was indeed very nice. When many people in the program crew heard the music, their heartbeat stopped for a moment, and then accelerated. "What are you waiting for? Cut to the camera." A calm voice broke everyone's astonishment. Lin Jie looked at the picture on the screen calmly and said in a deep voice. Everyone in the program team suddenly came to their senses. Yes, quick cut. We have a hot search topic now. And Mr. Shen's harmonica might hold some surprises. Maybe we can surpass Dragon TV this time. Cut out Wen Yuxi's words. Let the station work harder. Everyone on the production team was immediately excited. This music, this topic, it has the potential to become a trending topic. If it is well managed, it will easily become a hot search. The ratings will definitely skyrocket by then. Thinking of this, everyone in the program team glanced at Lin Jia, who was as calm as ever, and muttered in their hearts, "Director Lin has something." As the director's camera cut to the female guest's expression and heartbeat, the audience, who were already shocked enough, became even more excited. "Oh my god, this heartbeat! This red is almost catching up with my stocks. It's incredible. Zhang Ruanan's heart rate has exceeded 100, maybe even reaching 110. Other people's heartbeats are almost over 100. I'm so moved. My god, Mr. Shen is so amazing. I thought Shen Jun's harmonica was a punishment from the production team, but I didn't expect. Is there a possibility upstairs? This is the punishment, but the production team probably didn't expect Shen Jun to be so cool. This is too exaggerated. Yeah, any instrument can be played at this level? The script? The above is hilarious. The first three weren't scripts, but Mr. Shen is the script? Ah, you're worthy of being my fan. The comments on the show were going crazy. People who were originally not optimistic about Shen Jun were slightly shocked by the music, while Shen Jun's fans became even more excited. And at this moment, the program team and Jiangnan TV station began to make efforts. Various clips of Shen Jun playing the harmonica music, the rapidly soaring heartbeats of the four female guests, and Wen Yuxi's words, it all started spreading online. The judgment of the program team was correct. As soon as these topics appeared, they were quickly pushed to the hot searches. Shen Jun is already a hot topic, and he is so handsome that even without a harmonica, he can easily become a hot topic just by his looks. Not to mention that there is now an amazing harmonica. If we say that Shen Jun standing on the stage of the bird's nest is dazzling and radiates his charm all the time, at this moment, Shen Jun, standing on the stage of being heartbroken, has put away his dazzling brilliance, leaving only his gentle and graceful temperament. Not that dazzling, but it is easier to get into people's hearts. It's so fascinating that you can't help yourself. Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but sigh. Humble as jade. Many netizens were attracted by the cover of Shen Jun's clip. After they admired Shen Jun's appearance, they were immediately captivated by the amazing harmonica sound. That sounds great. This music has a Flying Bugs vibe to it. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt like I was back in my childhood. Wow, this music is so healing. It instantly dispelled all the sadness and made me feel relaxed. What kind of music is this? Everyone was a little shocked and delighted as they listened to Shen Jun playing the harmonica. Since the videos online were all clips, it immediately attracted a lot of people to follow the show. In addition, the topic of the four girls' rapidly increasing heartbeats also quickly became a hot topic. The four girls sitting together were already eye-catching. Any screenshot of the four girls in the same frame can attract a large amount of traffic, not to mention the promotional video specially produced by the program team. The video shows the four girls' surprised expressions when they first heard the music, as well as their subsequent expressions of shock and joy. For example, Zhang Ruanan looked up in surprise. Wen Yuxi stared in shock. There was also Suyu's surprise and Su Nangxing's shining eyes. These expressions made the topic's popularity soar rapidly, not to mention the four girls' rapidly accelerating heartbeats. People are even discussing online whether the four girls will eventually fight over Shen Jun. Although Zhang Shen also made the four girls' heartbeat speed up a little, he had not yet done it to the extent of Shen Jun when the topic exploded. The four girls' hearts were beating as if they were rushing to the emergency room. Zhang Ruanan's heartbeat had already exceeded 110, and the close-up camera even showed that Zhang Ruanan's cheeks were slightly flushed. His eyes seemed to be fixed on the stage. This is definitely a heartwarming performance. The situation of the other three women was not much different. Even Suyu, who was always the calmest, had a look of curiosity on her face. So it's hard to say in the end, it really is a scene where four women are fighting for the man. This also attracted countless viewers to click on the program, curious about the selection process later. At the same time, Wen Yuxi's words were also being debated and discussed crazily on the internet. After all, Wen Yuxi's words were too controversial. Better than famous ones? This is very hateful to hear. So when this statement first became a hot topic, it was purely due to the scolding of black fans. What level is better than a famous artist? You haven't even heard of it, but you say it's better than the famous ones. Isn't that funny? Underage speech. Although the playing is indeed beautiful, it is comparable to that of a master. Has it been played too much? It must be a script. It's really a forced praise. I'm speechless. What level of skill do you have to come and try to smack down a famous artist? After being scolded and becoming a hot topic, the discussion and quarreling not only did not decrease, but became more and more intense, and even had a heat that swept through public opinion. In the end, it was an expert in the domestic harmonica industry who spoke out, which prevented the public opinion from completely exploding. However, the topic has not subsided. Because this harmonica expert said that Shen Jun's playing skills are very impressive, comparable to those of famous masters, but he still lacks some skills. If Mr. Shen studies hard, he will probably be able to reach the level of a master in less than 2 years. In addition, this expert also said that the piece played by Shen Jun was very good. The expert used a bunch of professional terms to analyze the situation for netizens. Netizens didn't quite understand it but were shocked. The experts also said, "This song by Mr. Shen should be an original song. I have never heard it before. Very good, it can be called a classic." After the experts' analysis, the audience across the internet was even more shocked. When Yuxi is not an expert in harmonica, so his words are of little value, but the expert he is talking about now is a genuine harmonica master, and it has a very high status in the country. Since he said so, it means that even if Shen Jun's harmonica playing is not as good as that of famous players, it is not much worse. And the most important thing is that the music played by Shen Jun is original. Original. The whole network fell silent for a moment. Although everyone knows very well that Shen Jun is very talented, can write books and songs, even sing. But unexpectedly, in addition to these, Shen Jun can also compose pure music. Is there anything else Mr. Shen can't do? The entire network was shocked by Shen Jun, and countless people looked at Shen Jun in amazement as he played quietly on the show. People really couldn't imagine how one person could be good at so many things. Finally, after arguing for a long time, netizens summed up in one sentence: "He deserves to be angry." This series of topics and public opinions pushed the ratings of the show Heartbeat to rise steadily. In just a moment, suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the program team. "We've surpassed it! We've surpassed it! Ah, we've surpassed Dragon TV!" The staff member who had been observing the audience ratings suddenly jumped up on the spot with a look of ecstasy. Upon hearing this, the other members of the program team came over with expressions of surprise. "Take a look. Wow! I saw that in tonight's ratings, Falling in Love with the Jiangnan TV logo has jumped from 3rd place to 2nd place. The program of Dragon TV, which previously ranked 2nd, has been stepped on by Falling in Love. Holy crap! That's beyond awesome. Ah! We've reached the 1st echelon. Awesome!" Everyone in the program crew became excited, and some even jumped up and danced on the spot. After all, they had just experienced failure and watched the opportunity slip away. Everyone was desperate and had given up. The result was unexpected. At this last moment, at a time when no one has any expectations, a miracle actually happened. They actually turned the tables. It actually surpassed the siege of Oriental Satellite TV and rushed into the 1st echelon. After everyone's ecstasy, they all looked excitedly at Linjia, who looked calm and composed. Although Linjia did not dance with excitement, a smile appeared on his face. Really, Brother Jun is reliable. He knew that it was right to believe in Brother Jun, and he knew that Brother Jun would definitely bring him a surprise. Just as Linjia was feeling emotional, a heart-wrenching cry suddenly rang in his ears. "Director Lin is awesome." Linjia was so frightened that his whole body trembled. "Turn around and take a look. Wow!" At this moment, everyone in the program crew was looking at him with extremely admiring eyes. That look even made Linjia feel that if he told them to go east, they would definitely not go west, and would hit wherever he pointed. "Director Lin, you're awesome. Director Lin, how did you know it would explode? Director Lin is really good at predicting things. Director Lin is worthy of being Director Lin, he's got the plan in his hands." At this time, everyone in the program crew was completely convinced by Linjia. Originally, Linjia was parachuted into the station at a young age and got an S-level project right away. Many people in the station were dissatisfied and jealous. There are countless discussions in private and secret. So although everyone in the program crew works under Linjia, they must have some thoughts in their minds and do not agree so much with Linjia. Linjia also noticed it and mentioned it when he complained to Shen Jun. It's really difficult for him to appear on Jiangnan TV. Airborne is like this. After all, these were not soldiers he trained himself. Moreover, when Linjia asked the station to continue to increase publicity and promotion, many people's thoughts were raised to the maximum level. Some people even thought about finding a way to adjust the group after finishing this episode. The result was something no one expected. In the end, Shen Jun actually broke through the blockade of Oriental Satellite TV and rushed to the 1st echelon. This is simply hard for everyone to believe. So at this moment, everyone's admiration and worship for Linjia has reached its peak. People's previous thoughts. Young directors are really unreliable. Now everyone's thoughts. To be able to become a director at such a young age, he really has some skills. The change in everyone's attitude was within expectations. Linjia accepted all these admiring looks. Brother Jun is awesome, isn't that what makes him awesome? Then Linjia straightened his expression and gave the order. Keep your eyes on the show, it's not time to pop the champagne yet. Let the station continue to vote. In the next stage, let's take down Shonen TV. Linjia looked at the #1 rated Xiaonan TV, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Been preparing for so long. Been dormant for so long. It's all for this moment. Have a good fight with his old boss. Yes, the excited working group shouted. At this time, the news that Jiangnan TV had surpassed Dragon TV had spread throughout the industry, shocking countless people. Because they just saw that Dragon TV and Shonen TV fought back and encircled the enemy, and Jiangnan TV was powerless to follow up. At that time, some people said that Jiangnan TV had no chance this time. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Dragon TV invited the Happy Dumplings team, and Shonen TV even directly invited the Queen of Pop. It is obvious that they have no intention of giving Jiangnan TV any chance to turn things around. And Jiangnan TV is almost out of cards. The most exciting part has passed. How can we compete with the other two? The result was unexpected. Even at this point, there is still a reversal. Jiangnan TV actually surpassed Dragon TV and took the second place. There's something about this Lin Jia. Everyone in the industry exclaimed in shock. However, after saying this, someone shook his head. It's not Lin Jia who's amazing, it's this Shen Jun. Someone nodded in agreement. Yeah, I found that as long as this Mr. Shen is there, the traffic will explode. The last big hit was Top Singer, because the combination of Shen Jun and Song Huaying was a hit. The one before that was the show that was cancelled on Xiaonan TV, wasn't it also because of Shen Jun? Someone added. And there's that hit show Who's the Singer on Xiaonan TV? Isn't Dang Lily from Shen Jun's studio? At this point, everyone looked at each other in surprise. I hadn't thought about it carefully before, but now that I think about it, it's really shocking. This year, with the birth of one hit program after another, it has been called the arrival of the variety show era by people in the industry. However, this era has been run through by Shen Jun from beginning to end. Hiss! This person is incredible. Shen Jun was unaware of the shock in the industry, and he had already started to finish. The song Together Forever is not very long, and it has reached the end in just a moment. Although he hadn't played the harmonica for a few years, Shen Jun felt that he performed quite well this time, especially because he may have been away from the earth for too long, and his homesickness makes his emotions more intense and sincere. The tune played is also more sincere. Although the technology still needs to be improved, the emotions are enough to make up for it. With the last note, Shen Jun finished perfectly and took the harmonica off his lips. As soon as the music ended, Shen Jun heard applause from in front of the curtain. Although they couldn't see each other clearly through the curtain, Shen Jun still bowed. He then stepped down. At this time, the applause of the four women gradually ended in front of the curtain, and when Yuxi said, he even bowed to us at the end. He was quite polite. Although the curtain prevented them from seeing each other clearly, Shen Jun's general movements were still visible clearly, so the four women all saw the bow. So you nodded and agreed. Respect each other. The four girls said a few words briefly, and the host, who had been away for a long time, came back and asked everyone about their feelings. Then the host said, now that the music session is over, it's the turn of the four teachers to make their selections. Each teacher can only choose one person. If the male guest you choose also happens to choose you, then the two of you will automatically become a couple. If the male guest you choose does not choose you, or if several teachers choose the same male guest, then the choice will be given to the male guest. Several teachers must choose carefully. If you fail to successfully match a teacher during the matching phase, you will be punished. When Yuxi made a face at the camera, the production team is so bad. Su Nangxing nodded silently on the side. Instead of talking about music, Su Nangxing became a good girl again. The selection process lasts 5 minutes. While the four girls were pondering their choice, the comments on the show became lively. Choose Zhang Shen. Choose Xia Yao. Su Bai is the best choice. Wow, Sister Su, you must choose Xia Yao. The domineering CEO and the queen are a match made in heaven. Ruanan should have understood Subai's hint, right? I hope they can be together. Lock up Zhang Shen and Wen Yuxi. Speaking of which, the four people's heartbeats just now, wouldn't they all choose Mr. Shen? Mr. Shen's talent is nice to listen to, but he's divorced and has children. I absolutely don't want him. Yes, our Nangxing is still a child, don't choose Shen Jun. The comments on the barrage were a little worried, because when Shen Jun was playing just now, the four girls' heartbeats quickened a lot, and they were obviously a little moved. Mr. Shen is good. But except for Shen Jun's fans, passers-by are more or less resistant to the fact that he has been divorced. No one wants their idol to choose Shen Jun, but now it's a blind audition, so everyone can only pray. The four girls in the show did not think too long. After the selection time ended, they took the initiative to submit their choices and then sat down again. Now comes the most tense announcement part. Before the announcement, the male guest must first make his official appearance. From the beginning of the show until now, the female guests still don't know who the four male guests are, and the choices just made were all blind auditions based on music. Are you going to make an appearance? I'm still a little excited. When Yuxi said a little excitedly that she was the most active one among the four. Although Zhang Ruanan and the other two didn't say anything, they all raised their heads and looked at the stage curiously. Teachers, you just followed your heartbeat and made your choice. Now you can see what you chose. Now let's invite the male guest to come on stage, the host said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, the music for the guest's entrance sounded on the stage, and then 4 handsome figures stood on the stage one after another. Hi everyone, I'm Joe Subai. Xia Yao. I'm Zhang Shen. Hello everyone, I am Shen Jun. The 4 of them stood on the stage, picked up the microphone and introduced themselves. Ah, they're all so handsome. When Yuxi shouted in a funny way, "Director, what do you want to do?" When Yuxi's words instantly broke the ice and the atmosphere and everyone started laughing. Shen Jun and the other 3, no matter which one, are considered to be top-notch in terms of appearance in the industry. Now standing together, they are so handsome that people can't take their eyes off them. The audience who were watching the show had similar expressions to when Yuxi at this time, and the entire barrage of comments was full of comments like how handsome. Don't be so greedy. The hostess laughed and teased when Yuxi, then said with a slightly serious expression, "Then it's time for the announcement." As soon as the words fell, the camera instantly gave a close-up of each male guest's face, as well as a close-up of the female guest's expression, and at the same time, a piece of music that made people a little nervous. Ah, it's finally announced. Did Ruanan choose Joe Subai? So you and Xia Yao must become a couple, please. When Yuxi and Zhang Shen look like a good match. At this time, everyone watching the show said nervously that after such a long time of preparation, everyone's appetite has been completely whetted. Everyone wants to see their favorite idols become a couple. At this time, the program's ratings also saw a new rise. After surpassing Dragon TV, it launched an attack on the position of Shonen TV. I wonder if our male guest is nervous right now. The hostess smiled and took out the envelopes containing the choices of the 4 female guests. Zhang Ruanan and the other 3's choices were in the envelopes. The first one to be announced is Ruanan. The announcement order was still the same as the original order. The host took out Zhang Ruanan's envelope and smiled at her. When Joe Subai on the stage heard the host's words, he also gave Zhang Ruanan a handsome smile. What Joe Subai said at the beginning was all true. He came to participate in the show falling in love this time just for Zhang Ruanan. Some time ago, the company behind him learned from the senior management of Jiangnan Satellite TV that the station had launched a dating variety show, and the popular young actress Zhang Ruanan has already agreed to participate. The company, including Joe Subai, immediately saw an opportunity for hype. Although Joe Subai has now become a top star, his rise was too fast and he has no works to support it. The only work he can show off is the hit TV series he collaborated with Zhang Ruanan. Joe Subai was originally a model, and was later discovered and signed by his current company. He quickly became popular with his handsome appearance. Later, the TV series she collaborated with Zhang Ruanan became a hit. At this point, we have become a first-tier company. However, after becoming a top star, Joe Subai's development hit a bottleneck, and in the past year or so, Joe Subai filmed 2 more TV series. Both of these TV series are well-known IPs and have huge investments. Originally, the company wanted Joe Subai to completely secure his reputation as a top star, but unexpectedly, both of these TV series suffered a Waterloo. All failed. As the male lead of the TV series, Joe Subai was naturally seriously implicated. Topics such as #Joe Subai's acting is bad, #Joe Subai's face is so stiff, #Joe Subai can't handle the traffic and so on, spread all over the internet for a while. This dealt a serious blow to Joe Subai's reputation. It's even about to fall out of the first line. The company, including Joe Subai, has been going crazy these days, watching public opinion heating up while their own popularity plummets. And just at this moment, they got the news from Jiangnan TV. Zhang Ruanan participates in a dating variety show. Although Zhang Ruanan and Joe Subai are both traffic stars, Zhang Ruanan debuted earlier, and over the years, she has been steadily producing one work every year. The status of the star has long been stable. Even during this period, Zhang Ruanan's status and popularity are still growing, far surpassing Joe Subai, whose popularity is gradually declining. So Joe Subai and the company immediately turned their attention to Zhang Ruanan. If only I could recreate the couple with Zhang Ruanan. Reignite the scandal. Continuing the popularity of last year. Perhaps this can save Joe Subai's current declining popularity, and even with the help of Zhang Ruanan's current traffic and status, Joe Subai may be able to go further. So Joe Subai came. Otherwise, how could he possibly watch such a second-rate program on a second-rate TV station? Joe Subai thought about it, and then he smiled what he thought was a handsome smile and looked at Zhang Ruanan affectionately. He already knew the process of the first round and knew that it was a blind music audition, so Joe Subai specially played the theme song from the previous TV series. I believe Zhang Ruanan will be able to tell it as soon as she hears it. Although Zhang Ruanan was unwilling to have a scandal with him at first, and even the CP was arranged by his company, Joe Subai believed that Zhang Ruanan would choose him in the first round. Instead of choosing an uncertain option, why not choose him, an acquaintance? As long as Jang Ruanan chose him in the first round, no matter what she thought later, the topic could be hyped up. If Jang Ruanan's choice remains unchanged, then we will continue to hype up the CP. If Jang Ruanan's choice changes later, then we will hype up his deep affection. Anyway, he will definitely make a lot of money from this show, and he must use Jang Ruanan's traffic to stop his current decline. At this moment, the camera of the program gave Jo Subai a close-up. Jo Subai looked at Jang Ruanan affectionately, which instantly excited many fans. Ah, Subai is too affectionate. Great. Seeing them reunite as a couple, I have no regrets in my life. Sweet love finally comes to our Ruanan. They must be a pair. However, the excited fans did not see that Jang Ruanan did not give Jo Subai any response, and did not even look at Jo Subai from beginning to end. Jang Ruanan just looked at the host lady, rubbing her fingers nervously. The host had already opened Jang Ruanan's envelope. When she saw the choice on the envelope, she was stunned. She had heard about the pairing of Jo Subai and Jang Ruanan before, and after watching Jo Subai's interview, she thought Jang Ruanan would choose. The hostess quickly suppressed her doubts, looked up at the camera and smiled as she announced Jang Ruanan's choice. Ruanan chose. Jo Subai on the stage clenched his fist slightly. Everyone watching the show subconsciously held their breath at this moment, and then heard the host's voice fall. Number 4. Before the host finished speaking, some fans had already predicted and commented, "Ah, Soon and CP finally reunited. Congratulations to Jo Subai, congratulations to Jang Ruanan." However, just after I sent it out, I heard what the host lady said. Number 4? It doesn't seem to be Jo Subai. Everyone's brain froze for a moment, and then their expressions were suddenly shocked. At this moment, the camera of the program quickly cut to the male guest number 4. The person who appeared in the camera was not Jo Subai, but Mr. Shen. The audience was stunned. Jun Shen? Jang Ruanan actually chose Shen Jun. Fuck, isn't that Jo Subai? Why did Jang Ruanan choose Mr. Shen? Ah, I'm going crazy. My Su Nan CP. It's over. I feel so sorry for my Subai. No, can't Jang Ruanan hear Jo Subai's guitar? The hint is so obvious. Yeah, Jang Ruanan is not in the right mind. Hearing this, Jang Ruanan's fans immediately became restless. Originally, many fans did not want Jang Ruanan to form a couple, and now after hearing the verbal attacks, Jang Ruanan's fans immediately became angry. Is it possible that Jang Ruanan didn't want to choose Jo Subai in the first place? Ruanan can choose whoever she wants, it's none of your business. Yeah, who cares about Jo Subai? Suddenly, the entire barrage of comments started arguing again. At the scene of the show, when the host announced Jang Ruanan's choice, Jo Subai, who had just looked affectionate, showed a look of surprise on his face. His eyes looked a little unbelievable. He never thought that Jang Ruanan actually didn't choose him. How is that possible? Jang Ruanan can definitely recognize his guitar. No matter what, choosing him is better than blindly choosing a stranger. Jo Subai's face suddenly turned ugly, and he clenched the microphone tightly in his hand. At this time, no one paid attention to Jo Subai's eyes. When the host announced the results, Jang Ruanan finally plucked up the courage to look at Shen Jun. This was the first time in 6 years that she had faced Shen Jun so closely and realistically. When Shen Jun heard the result of Jang Ruanan's choice, he looked up at Jang Ruanan in surprise. He didn't expect that this little girl would choose him. This made Shen Jun both surprised and helpless. He came to participate in Lin Jia's program and had no intention of forming a pair with anyone from the beginning to the end. Being paired with him would be a pure waste of time. Moreover, given his divorce background, anyone who gets together with him will probably be attacked by public opinion. Shen Jun could guess it without even using his brain. The female guest who chooses him will definitely be cyberbullied. Unexpectedly, Jang Ruanan chose him. At this moment, their eyes met. Jang Ruanan instantly noticed the meaning in Shen Jun's eyes, some surprise, some astonishment, and a little helpless, as if he was saying that she was messing around. When Jang Ruanan saw Shen Jun's eyes, her nervousness and helplessness disappeared instantly, and she glared back with a frown. She just wants to choose him. 6 years ago, she was a step slow, and she regretted this step for 6 whole years. And now, she won't let go. Jang Ruanan snorted lightly. Seeing Jang Ruanan's eyes, Shen Jun sighed helplessly in his heart. This little girl has been around for more than 6 years, why is she still acting like a little kid? If she chooses him, does she know what kind of public opinion she will face? Shen Jun sighed with some worry. Although the eye contact between the two was not obvious, several people at the scene saw it clearly. When the others saw the eye contact between Shen Jun and Jang Ruanan, they all showed a hint of curiosity in their eyes. Jo Subai, who already had a bad face, saw the eye contact between the two, especially when he saw the little expression on Zhang Ruanan's face that was almost like acting coquettishly. His face immediately fell. There was a sinister look in his eyes. At this time, the camera was specifically focused on Shen Jun and Zhang Ruanan, so the audience could see their eye contact and expressions clearly. The audience didn't know what the two were communicating, but looking at this situation, Zhang Ruanan and Shen Jun seemed to be very familiar with each other. Someone asked in confusion. Immediately, one of Zhang Ruanan's fans replied. Old fans should all know that Zhang Ruanan has publicly supported Shen Jun before, and the two have been friends for many years. No wonder. I see. That would explain why Zhang Ruanan chose Shen Jun. But this is a blind audition. Zhang Ruanan can even choose someone. Is this just an ordinary friend? I feel like they are very familiar with each other. Intuition. These two are definitely not just ordinary friends. If my friend came up and asked me to choose blindly, I would hardly be able to pick anyone. In addition to the topic of speculating about the relationship between the two, more discussions online are about not understanding Zhang Ruanan's choice, and many fans even said, why choose Mr. Shen? Although Mr. Shen is handsome and talented, he is divorced. It makes me sick just thinking about it. Is Ruanan rushing to become someone's mother? That's too cheap. There's no need to rush a popular young actress like that, right? I don't understand what this operation is. Mr. Shen's concerns were correct. It had only just begun, and the arguments were already getting very unpleasant. Many of them are even Zhang Ruanan's fans. It is entirely conceivable that after the show is over, those self-media accounts that took things out of context and exaggerated the content will start marketing, and black fans and other companies will take action. What kind of storm will Zhang Ruanan suffer? At this point, the show was still unaware of the storm of public opinion, and the hostess had already led the way in announcing the choice of the next guest. The next guest is Wen Yuxi. Although Wen Yuxi was also attracted to Shen Jun later, her personality and temperament were obviously more suitable for Zhang Shen, so her choice is number 3. This choice immediately excited the audience and even temporarily suppressed the debate about Zhang Ruanan. After all, many viewers hoped that Zhang Shen and Wen Yuxi would become a couple. Now the wish has come true. How can I not be excited? It's like Chinese New Year. Don't be impatient yet. Zhang Shen didn't choose anyone at the beginning, so we still have to wait and see what Zhang Shen chooses later. Someone said calmly. Yes, Zhang Shen must choose Wen Yuxi. What a nice young lady. Then the host announced the choice of the third guest, which was Su Yu's choice. Su Yu is very popular. Many people are curious about Su Yu's choice. I'm curious about who this unique Cheongsam beauty will choose. Su Yu's choice is number 4. As soon as the hostess finished speaking, the whole network was boiling. Number 4 again. It's Mr. Shen again. My God, what did Mr. Shen do in his previous life? Why would anyone choose Mr. Shen? Mr. Shen's harmonica sounds great. It sounds nice, but Mr. Shen is divorced. Since Sister Yu debuted, she has been a true heartthrob. How could she be so lucky as to be with Mr. Shen? My Sister Yu has good looks, a good figure, and a good career. How could she be a bargain for Mr. Shen? Script. This is definitely a script. The director is operating behind the scenes. Before everyone could get over the shock, the hostess had already opened Su Nangxing's envelope again and announced the choice of the little white flower Su Nangxing. Su Nangxing's choice is number 4. This time, the entire network was in an uproar. It's crazy. It's all crazy. What virtue and ability does this Mr. Shen have? Why? All 3 of them chose him. I don't understand. What's so good about this Mr. Shen? As Su Nangxing's final choice was announced, the audience watching the show were in an uproar, and their words were full of disbelief and shock. At this time, not only the audience was shocked, but even the staff of the program crew were a little shocked. The host lady who was announced had her eyes wide open at this moment. The staff of the program team also started discussing in a low voice, but it was too late to be shocked. The ratings are up again. It's almost catching up with Shonen TV. It's going up. It's gone up again. Everyone in the director's room exclaimed. With the end of the selection of the 4 girls, the program ratings directly rushed to a new peak, and it seemed that it was not far from the first place of Shonen TV. Everyone suddenly became more excited. Maybe, this time they can really challenge the status of Shonen TV. At this time, as the choices of the 4 people were all announced, the 8 people on the scene, except for Shen Jun, the person involved, all looked at Shen Jun in shock or surprise. Obviously no one expected this. Shen Jun even raised his eyebrows in surprise. He didn't expect that in addition to Zhang Ruanan, there would be 2 other female guests who chose him. Is it because of Always Together? There is no other reason besides this, and with the level of Forever Together, it can indeed reach this point. Thinking of this, Shen Jun suddenly felt helpless. He just wanted to bring some heat to Lin Jia's show and help Lin Jia. but he never thought of finding a female guest to have a romantic relationship with. At this time, the hostess had come back to her senses. She briefly made an excuse and then said, "The rules have been explained to everyone before. According to the final selection, Zhou Subai and Xiaoyao cannot be a couple. And Zhang Shen, since you didn't choose a female guest initially, it's now up to you to choose whether to pair up with Wen Yuxi and Mr. Shen." The host paused. "Because you didn't make a choice initially, and 3 other female guests chose you, the choice is now yours. It will be up to you to choose who to pair up with." Zhang Shen and Shen Jun looked at each other, with helplessness in their eyes, because they had never intended to be a couple at the beginning. But now, before the two of them could speak, the hostess had already predicted and said, "This time, a choice must be made. Falling in Love is a dating variety show, and the main plot is to see the guests forming couples, so it is impossible to allow the guests to be forced to be single. Since you are participating in this show, you must be mentally prepared." Sure enough, after the hostess finished speaking, Zhang Shen spoke first. He smiled at Wen Yuxi. "Please take care of me from now on." Wen Yuxi responded with a bright smile. Then everyone turned their eyes to Shen Jun. Shen Jun sighed lightly and looked at the 3 women in the audience. Zhang Ruanan is young and beautiful, like white moonlight. Suyu is wearing a cheongsam and has a graceful figure. Su Nangxing is introverted and charming like a flower. All 3 of them were stunningly beautiful. However, Shen Jun did not know Suyu and Su Nangxing. If he had to choose, his first choice would naturally be Zhang Ruanan, this familiar little girl. Only, Shen Jun was worried that his choice would drag Zhang Ruanan into the fire pit, and worried that he would harm this little girl. While Shen Jun was deep in thought, Zhang Ruanan pursed her lips nervously and rubbed her hands uneasily. She was worried that Shen Jun would not choose her. Zhang Ruanan had no idea of the current situation before participating in the show. Besides her, there were actually 2 other people who chose Shen Jun, and these 2 people, be it appearance, talent, or even figure, she is no worse than her. So Zhang Ruanan became a little worried at this moment. When she heard that Suyu and Su Nangxing both chose Shen Jun, her heart even skipped a beat. Although Zhang Ruanan thought she was pretty good and Shen Jun was very good to her back then, 6 years had passed after all. 6 years. What if Mr. Shen has already forgotten her? Or what if you have become estranged from her and don't want to choose her? So when Zhang Ruanan thought of this, she suddenly became nervous, and even her face turned slightly pale. Shen Jun was still thinking about what to choose, and then he saw Zhang Ruanan's pale face and a pair of beautiful eyes staring at him, and he didn't know if it was Shen Jun's illusion, but he vaguely felt that Zhang Ruanan's eyes were red and even a little wet. No? Is this little girl going to cry? Shen Jun's originally rational thoughts were immediately disturbed by Zhang Ruanan's pale face and red eyes. If he didn't choose Zhang Ruanan, wouldn't this little girl cry in front of him on the spot? But if you choose Zhang Ruanan, you will be dragging her into the fire pit. Mr. Shen, who was always calm, was also a little at a loss at this moment. But now everyone is watching. He must make a choice. Looking at Zhang Ruanan's increasingly pale face, Shen Jun finally sighed in his heart. Since I have to choose, this little girl is indeed the best choice. Big deal. At worst, he can help this little girl more in the future. If public opinion is boiling, he will help her suppress it. If her reputation is damaged, he will help her restore it. These are not difficult things for him, so there is no need to worry. After making up his mind, Shen Jun picked up the microphone and said, "I choose Zhang Ruanan." As soon as Shen Jun finished speaking, Zhang Ruanan's eyes suddenly widened, with surprise in her eyes that she could not suppress at all, and this surprise was even about to overflow from Zhang Ruanan's eyes. At this moment, this scene was instantly seen by countless viewers, and many of them exclaimed in shock. That look is divine. Ah, there's no way to hide the surprise in those eyes. What's going on? Why do I feel that Ruanan really likes Mr. Shen? Get rid of the feeling upstairs. This is the look you give someone you like. I know it all too well. There's definitely something fishy about that look. No way, I'm not going to eat real dog food while watching a dating show, am I? Fortunately, Zhang Ruanan reacted quickly and understood the current situation, so after a brief surprise, Zhang Ruanan quickly returned to normal. But the slightly trembling fingers still revealed Zhang Ruanan's mood. Fortunately, the camera has already pulled up to everyone's panoramic view at this time, and the host lady also started to re-enter the scene and then announced the final combination. Zhang Shen and Wen Yuxi became a couple. Mr. Shen and Zhang Ruanan become a couple. As for the others, continue with your individual missions. The hostess paused, then smiled slightly and said, "We said at the beginning that if the guests haven't formed a pair by the end of the first round, they will be punished. Now it's time to announce the punishment. The punishment is a place to stay tonight. Guests forming a pair will stay in a luxurious couple suite tonight, and those guests who didn't form a couple will be given a camping tent and camp overnight. As soon as the hostess finished speaking, the faces of the guests who did not form a pair all showed expressions of astonishment, disbelief, and even some despair. Moreover, the program director timely replayed Su Nangxing's first words. Director Lin doesn't feed people and prefers to let them live in shabby rooms. Everything came true. This funny scene immediately distracted the audience, and they all laughed. Director Lin is so cruel. Director Lin, a shabby room? There aren't even any rooms this time, only tents. And you have to pierce it yourself. I'm dying of laughter. Isn't this really a comedy variety show? While talking, the staff also showed several guests the tents they needed to set up at night, and seeing the despair on their faces, several people looked even more desperate. Even Xia Yao, who always had a cold face, twitched his facial muscles at this moment. I'm dying of laughter. The audience laughed, and the debate calmed down for a moment. However, at this moment there was one person who couldn't laugh at all. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Hanshi Company. Looking at the screen on the computer, Qin Man's face turned completely dark. She knew that Shen Jun had gone to Jiangnan Satellite TV to participate in a program during this period, so Shen Jun asked her to take care of Shen Anan. Qin Man didn't take it seriously at the time. The result was unexpected. The show that Shen Jun participated in turned out to be a dating variety show. When she heard this topic from her employees today, she was completely confused. And she also heard a name that she really didn't want to hear. Zhang Ruanan. Ever since she fell in love with Shen Jun, Qin Man made a special effort to learn about Shen Jun. In addition to Shen Jun's ex-wife Zhao Wanyi, there were several other names that she remembered in her mind. One of them is Zhang Ruanan. This name is even more threatening to Qin Man than Shen Jun's ex-wife. Because Qin Man knew clearly that Shen Jun and his ex-wife had completely separated, and the two of them were very unhappy and even had some hatred towards each other. But this Zhang Ruanan, a popular young actress whose career was on the rise, even at the cost of her career and reputation, still wanted to speak up for Shen Jun. What's the relationship? Her grandmother spoke up for Shen Jun because she valued Shen Jun and didn't want his talents to be wasted. So what was Zhang Ruanan doing? Moreover, Zhang Ruanan's voice would obviously cause greater damage than her grandmother's. What does she want? Mr. Shen may not be able to see clearly because he is in a difficult situation, but Qin Man saw it clearly. What else could Zhang Ruanan want? Of course, she wanted Shen Jun. Fortunately, Zhang Ruanan never appeared again after she spoke out. Qin Man had also asked about this indirectly some time ago and found out that Shen Jun and Zhang Ruanan had not seen each other for many years and their relationship was not as good as before. Qin Man temporarily forgot about Zhang Ruanan. The result was unexpected. Qin Man took a deep breath. She should have thought of it long ago. How could someone who would rather damage her career than speak up for Shen Jun give up so easily? Qin Man regrets it now. I should have known not to let Shen Jun go. As soon as the thought came to her mind, Qin Man sighed deeply. Why should Shen Jun listen to her? Who is she to Shen Jun? A strong feeling of powerlessness came over me. This feeling of powerlessness made Qin Man tremble all over. On the other hand, after the selection phase ended, the program took a break for a while. During this period, the guests and the program crew will move to a camping site that the program crew has already prepared to perform the evening show. Shen Jun had something to say to Zhang Ruanan, but unfortunately, the program team directly arranged a bus. Everyone is here, including Lens. So Shen Jun didn't find any chance at all. However, when he got off the car, he saw Lin Jia. Shen Jun frowned slightly and walked quickly towards Lin Jia. Lin Jia was originally talking to the staff beside him. When he saw Shen Jun, he immediately came forward with a smile on his face. Seeing this, the other staff around him all walked forward on their own, leaving space for the two to talk. Looking at the staff who left on their own, Shen Jun frowned even more. Are you all so perceptive? This scene is not simply a matter of good eyesight, but these staff members all listen to Lin Jia's words and do this. So this is completely different from what Lin Jia told him. Hey, it's all thanks to you, Jun Ji. Lin Jia smiled and briefly explained how they had just caught up with Dragon TV and even almost caught up with Shonen TV. It's a pity that they almost caught up with Shonen TV. It was still a little short in the end. Shen Jun roughly understood, nodded and said, "That's normal. There's no need to set such high standards for the first episode. There will be more opportunities later." Lin Jia nodded. "This time it's all thanks to you, Jun Ji, otherwise even Dragon TV wouldn't be able to catch up. I've heard you play a lot of instruments before, but I didn't expect you to be so good at playing the harmonica. It sounds so good." However, Shen Jun did not buy into Lin Jia's flattery. Instead, he frowned and whispered, "Was Zhang Ruanan arranged by you?" Lin Jia laughed. "Hey, isn't this just right? And little girls like." Before Lin Jia could finish her words, she was interrupted by Shen Jun's elbow. Lin Jia felt pain, and Shen Jun's tone was slightly angry. "Do you know how much public opinion this incident will cause today? If she gets involved with me with her identity, she'll definitely be blacklisted by the entire internet. You're going to destroy her. Shen Jun was really a little angry. Lin Jia must have known that Zhang Ruanan was participating in the show, but Lin Jia didn't stop her. Lin Jia felt a little guilty. She insisted on coming, so I had no choice. And, I believe Jun Ji, you won't just sit there and do nothing. You will definitely help her. Lin Jia's face showed an expression that said nothing would work now that things had come to this. Shen Jun was so angry that he kicked Lin Jia twice and then cursed. You kid are just messing around. The camp had already been reached ahead, and Shen Jun couldn't delay any longer. He glared at Lin Jia, regained his composure, and quickly followed. Lin Jia, who was standing behind him, patted the shoe prints on his legs and sighed. Ruanan, don't say I didn't help you. On the other side, Shen Jun quickly followed, and a lakeside camp gradually appeared in front of everyone. It was decorated with an artistic atmosphere, and several attics combining Chinese and Western styles were located in the mountains. Tents were scattered on the grass. Very casual. Very comfortable. In the distance, there was a large field of unknown flowers swaying in the summer breeze. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were filled with amazement. When Yuxi even shouted excitedly, "Wow! So beautiful!" As he said that, he ran towards the sea of flowers in the distance. When they arrived at the place, the program started again and the cameras were set up again. At this time, Shen Jun and his 8 companions were already standing on a lawn in the middle of the camp. The hostess is allocating rooms and tents. These 2 rooms are where Zhang Shen and Wen Yuxi, and Shen Jun and Zhang Ruanan will stay. The host pointed to a loft in the distance, one nestled in a sea of flowers, the other nestled in the mountains, and said, the others looked envious. As for the rest of you, you'll need to camp on this lawn. Just pitch the tent anywhere. As for the 2 rooms, they were chosen by drawing lots. Wen Yuxi really likes the house next to the sea of flowers. Although the attic in the mountains is not bad either, the sea of flowers is so romantic that no girl can resist it. So when Zhang Shen drew the lot, Wen Yuxi prayed nervously beside him. We must catch it. However, Zhang Shen's luck was not very good. He captured the attic in the mountains, while the house next to the sea of flowers was captured by Shen Jun. Then each group checked in. Shen Jun helped Zhang Ruanan carry the luggage, and the 2 went to the house in the sea of flowers. The house is exquisite. It is almost evening now. Warm yellow light comes from the room, and the sea of flowers swaying in the wind makes the scene in front of you look like a fairy tale world. Wow! Even Zhang Ruanan, who had been silent all the way, couldn't help but exclaimed at this moment. The program crew even used a drone to take a panoramic view of the house and the surrounding sea of flowers, which made countless viewers exclaim, "So beautiful! Wow! What a magical place this is! It's like the place in my dream. It's so lucky to be able to live in a place like this." After a brief pause outside the door, the 2 entered the room. The room was not big, but it was full of warmth and romance. It was obvious that the program crew had decorated it specially. Shen Jun and Zhang Ruanan took a quick look and were both quite satisfied. However, the 2 soon discovered a problem. The audience watching the show also discovered this problem at this time. There seems to be only one bed? There's only one bedroom. The production team, please tell me, why is there only one bedroom? The room is nice, but why is there only one bed? Are we going to sleep together tonight? How could it be so fast? Ruanan, run! This is like a sheep walking into a wolf's mouth. Seeing that the barrage was about to boil over, fortunately Shen Jun spoke in time. You sleep in the bedroom at night. I'll just sleep on the sofa. Shen Jun knew the nature of the program team very well. This was almost always the case with all the dating shows in his previous life, so Shen Jun was quite familiar with it. Zhang Ruanan did not refuse and nodded. Mr. Shen is at least self-aware. You scared me. From this perspective, Mr. Shen is quite good. Haha, you can only judge a person by his appearance, not his heart. If he is a good person, why would he get divorced? Personal attacks are rising. Let's take another look. Discussions continued in the barrage. After recording the situation in the room, the production team gave the 2 more than 10 minutes of private time. Gather at the barbecue lawn at 6:30. The staff member left a word, and then all the cameras and weapons were removed from the room. Seeing the door being closed, Shen Jun and Zhang Ruanan breathed a sigh of relief. After breathing a sigh of relief, Shen Jun turned and looked at Zhang Ruanan. And just as Shen Jun turned around, Zhang Ruanan, who had just been standing beside Shen Jun, took a small step back like a frightened little rabbit. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly as she looked at Shen Jun. It seems like he is a little afraid of Shen Jun. Shen Jun looked helpless. At this time, Shen Jun also saw Zhang Ruanan's current appearance from a close distance. After not seeing her for a few years, the little girl has lost some of her youthfulness and looks more mature, with the exquisite makeup done by the makeup artist. It's even more amazing than it was a few years ago. but this time has just passed by in a flash. Shen Jun frowned slightly and said, "You're so scared, and you still choose me?" Zhang Ruanan wrinkled her nose when she heard that, but she didn't say anything and just stared at Shen Jun. Shen Jun continued, "Did Lin Jia ask you to come? Do you know how much public opinion your actions will stir up? You don't have to choose me. It's very bad for your image. If things go wrong, I might even get blacklisted by the entire internet. You're already very popular right now, there's absolutely no need for you to participate in this kind of traffic show. Consolidate your status in the film and television industry for a few years, make some friends with some directors, and then you can move on to the film industry and make a splash on the big screen. What you're doing now is almost going to ruin all your efforts over the past few years." Shen Jun was really a little angry. Zhang Ruanan's participation in this program and her choice of him could be said to be the most irrational choice. However, this little girl still did it. Shen Jun knew the situation in the entertainment industry too well. Zhang Ruanan's behavior almost made all her efforts in the past few years go to waste. It might even lead to the entire network attacking you, and then your career will be over. Shen Jun was very worried. At this time, Zhang Ruanan didn't hear a word Shen Jun said. At this time, Zhang Ruanan looked at Shen Jun closely. She had not seen Shen Jun since he graduated 6 years ago. She never heard Shen Jun talk to her again. Zhang Ruanan dreamed of Shen Jun's back countless times, but when she opened her eyes, there was no figure of Shen Jun beside her. There is only an empty chat box. She has been waiting for this moment for 6 years. When Shen Jun finished a series of words in anger, Zhang Ruanan finally spoke, her voice trembling and a little aggrieved. "Uncle." Zhang Ruanan looked at Shen Jun closely with her beautiful eyes. Her eyes were a little red. Shen Jun wanted to say more, but he heard Zhang Ruanan's familiar yet unfamiliar name, and then met Zhang Ruanan's beautiful eyes, and Shen Jun's words were instantly blocked in his mouth. "You!" Shen Jun opened his mouth, but all the words he wanted to say were stuck in his mouth. In the end, he could only sigh and soften his voice. "Did you tell your agent before coming here?" Zhang Ruanan just shouted, and her tense and complicated mood finally calmed down a lot, and her turbulent emotions also improved a little. At this time, she asked hesitantly, "Say what?" Hearing Zhang Ruanan's words, Shen Jun held his forehead. A solution to public opinion. They have handed in all their cell phones when participating in the show, so they cannot contact the outside world, and Zhang Ruanan's current choice will definitely cause a lot of public opinion. If Zhang Ruanan had been prepared, she should have negotiated with her agent. However, Shen Jun heard Zhang Ruanan exclaim in a daze. "AHH? No." Shen Jun was really helpless. Not only did they choose him, but they also didn't leave any backup plan. What can he say? For a moment, Shen Jun even wanted to ask Zhang Ruanan how she had survived in the entertainment industry all these years. It's just as simple as it was 6 years ago. Shen Jun sighed. "I'll find Lin Jia later. You contact the agent and the company and have them deal with the online public opinion immediately. No negative public opinion can be tolerated. Find some water army to stir up trouble. In the following stages, please try your best to cooperate with me, and we will strive to perform better. Things have come to this point, and there is no point in saying anything else." Shen Jun can only try his best to eliminate the impact of this incident and at the same time reverse the public opinion on this matter. Let's turn this negative into a positive. In addition to Zhang Ruanan's company taking action, he also has to let Wei Zheng handle it, and the most critical thing is, he has to take Zhang Ruanan to record the show. He must show his strength in the next part. He has to let the audience know clearly that Zhang Ruanan did a good job in choosing him, even very good vision. Instead of making the audience feel that Zhang Ruanan made a wrong choice by choosing him. Only by changing the audience's perception can we reverse public opinion. Only in this way can Zhang Ruanan be protected from harm. So next, Shen Jun must show his strength.